How to get laid at parties. The complete guide. Bro, this guy looks like he's getting laid all the time. He's probably having his dick sucked right now under that table. Women love skull rings. Look at that skull ring.
If I find something to quote that with,
they love that hot topic shit.
For those, how do you get invited to a party?
Do you bring the baseball bat with you, like Negan from The Walking Dead?
If you don't even get him. How do you get invited to the party? First of all, you need.
I suck my frat brother's dick for an invite.
Now this can be happening in college. It can
Next step.
In real life. Social guy, because what people want around them is people who are going to give them good emotions, and who are possibly also going to invite other people to the party.
That's why I bring my Nintendo Switch to the party.
So being good with girls,
people love that.
Invited to parties it means if you're around, then girls are going to be feeling wet, and that means that they have a chance of getting some seconds, sloppy seconds.
Well then.
Or you're just going to be going out and getting girls to invite.
You guys taking notes?
And you're going to become.
I have another strategy to speedrun. Sell them drugs.
Else having a good time.
Hey, look, I'll give you a plug for some coke if you just invite me to a party, man. I'm desperate.
Natural principle
Please.
of the universe. If you give.
I watched the YouTube video. It didn't help. Just I'll sell you drugs. Just invite me to a party,
if you're
man.
At least socially. So I show up with a cool guy. We go to the party. Boom. I'm already this social status. It'll put me ahead of everyone else. If it's a low value guy, it's fine.
That's not how that works.
In the group to you. Usually, you know your social status by the quality
your Reddit
of people
karma.
who are paying attention. Who maybe you can get. Also, you want to figure out who's girlfriends and boyfriends with who.
Right.
Or
but we don't care about boyfriends because we're cooler than them. They'll choose us.
And figure out, and you can just. At this point, because people know who I am, as soon as I go into the party, I'm like, hey, by the way, that's that person's girlfriend, and that's person's girlfriend.
Bro, I know you're gonna fuck every girl here, but
like, oh, okay, cool.
they're actually like over 18 this time. So just letting you know.
So you the best value.
I don't even know what point he's making right now. He doesn't even talk about getting a girl. He just talks about sucking dudes' cocks.
That's going to raise your status.
He's just like, look, you need to suck this man's cock, get an invite to the party. And then you're gonna go to the party. You're gonna suck the cock of the most popular man there. Make sure you stay invited to those parties.
Or the the
you're gonna suck my wiener because I'm a little lonely.
Crazy, right? This if he is cool, he seems like he might be able to climb the ranks. And so I'm gonna attach. I can't grab the alpha yet, but I'm gonna grab.
Yeah, I'm gonna speed run my way to the top.
Become the alpha.
That's what I'll do.
Or I'll grab this guy.
I'll do cool stuff
for one night or a couple nights, but he's
I'll learn how to throw a football.
Entrenched in the social circle.
Do a keg stand.
I have to worry about my reputation too much. I can just go and fuck him. You don't want to be making out with her in front of her social circle, especially.
Wait, how do we even get to that point, though? Is this advice just be a high-ranking social status member?
But if you're a random guy and you're jumping in
and I just get vagina,
you want to be careful with having anything. Well, hey, why don't we? We'll grab an Uber together. I can drop you off. Yeah, that's cool. Okay.
Turns out it's my mom driving the Uber, and I take her to meet my parents.
Why don't we hang out a bit? We can watch a movie or something.
Yeah,
that'd be cool. Okay. Expressive person. And so
I can tell, you got a baseball bat on the table there.
But there's downsides.
That shows me that you're expressive. You love sports.
So you have to adapt it.
Still can't believe that this is like many years of golden nuances that people don't get. You and Chase laid it out. Good stuff. 10 replies. He's probably just 10 girls' numbers down here. What all high-level guys know. They really treat this like it's an MMORPG, like it, max level 60, you unlock infinite pussy at parties. As long as you spec into social status.
She doesn't have to worry about if she fucks you, everyone's going to know about it. Because if she fucks number 4 guy, then everyone's going to find out because they're
number 4 guy?
Been in this circle.
How to control your girlfriend. What the fuck? The ethics of control. 5 tips to help your girl enjoy better orgasms. How to eat pussy like a pro. The art of cunnilingus. What height is considered short for a man? Anything under 5'6", obviously. How to finger her and get her excited for sex, sorry. I was reading a different one and then chess was on my mind. But same principle, I imagine. Same concept.
Out and have a better orgasm.
Call her mother
probably
during.
Shouldn't have to explain why this is necessary.
Ask for her permission.
And preempt it with some long thesis
They
discussion
like
about why your girl should come her brains out. But basically, so she can come back for more. And if she enjoys it, you're going to enjoy it more. And it's going to create this reciprocal relationship of you guys enjoying the hell out of sex.
I'm allergic to
pretty
cum,
simple
Hector.
Stuff. So let's just get straight to the. As you can provide.
Yeah, keep her
with
confused.
The extremities that you own.
Touch her with like
when you're fucking her
popsicle
and she's getting close to
maybe
coming,
a toothpick.
She's starting to tighten up.
Yeah, really throw her for a whirl.
A little bit louder. Her breath is to grab her ass and just keep like grabbing it like this because I just want her to
That
feel.
sounds
as
like a man
desired
who's
as
never
possible.
grabbed an
I want
ass.
your hands to speak for you. Like, I want you, I want you, I want you. And when a girl feels lusted after, that's gonna make her feel really sexy and
Honking it like a
comfortable.
horn.
And she's gonna know, oh, he really wants me. He really wants me. And that's gonna make her come a lot harder. The next most important thing.
Then I
is
look at her
rhythm.
butthole and
I want
I
her
poke it
to
like I'm pressing
get
buttons
in
on a
rhythm
starship.
because orgasm
They
is
love that.
it's a song, and so by adding rhythm to it, you can get her into
Yeah, treat
like
it
a
like Dance Dance
mystical,
Revolution.
State of consciousness
Or
where
Beat
she's
Saber.
getting closer and closer, and
Slapping
closer
on
to
her
this
ass like you're going to like
amazing
freak on a leash on the
goddess-like
Beat Saber map.
see and recognize when she's close to coming. One of my favorite things to do is you get the tempo really, really high.
I
and
tell
then
her to stop.
You stop and you fucking hold it.
Yeah.
And what
And
I
then I
try to
give her
do
some
is
bad
shove my
news.
dick as far as possible
Yeah.
in her pussy and try to just slam into her cervix. And
Spoil the ending
And I'll fully
Game of Thrones.
lock into her, and then I'll hold. You just hold it, and
That's when you
there's
drop
a
The Last of Us
moment
2
of
spoilers to her.
relaxation, and
She's
then
not
a
coming.
huge tightening up, and
Not
then
on
she
my
just
watch.
fucking bursts into her orgasm, and she locks up, and then she goes, oh,
Yeah.
you know, experience, and that's to grunt. I don't know why more guys don't do this, and I've heard lots of people having sex, living in a fraternity house.
Don't grunt.
And one
Nobody
thing
likes
that I
that. Not even
never
God.
ever hear, not once.
God frowns
is,
on grunting.
I don't know why. Who the fuck is forgetting that this is animalistic primal shit? This isn't.
Who are you having
things
sex
between
with?
Two civilized people.
who's asking
It's
for
a
grunting?
Bestial act. So
Fucking
make
Tim
it fucking
Allening?
Bestial. And I've had every girl tell me they love that I grunt across the board, makes them come hard, and they tell me, "Holy fuck, that was hot. You were like an animal, just like half man, half bear."
Yeah, who doesn't want to get
Shit out of
fucked
my
by a
pussy.
bear, right?
That's the experience that she
Yeah.
wants. Words to come. There you go, baby. That's a good girl. Yeah, there you go. Do it for Poppy. That's how you want to talk to her.
This
You can
man's
do it in
only
a
watched
low, sensual
porn.
voice. And as you
don't
feel
forget
her
to rate the
enjoying it
video.
more and more and more, just
Trying to climb the ranks.
go
Yeah.
up to her ear and be like,
They like
there
that.
you go. There you go, baby. Come for Poppy. That's gonna fucking blow her brains out. She's gonna
Who
love
doesn't
the
like to
shit
feel like
out
they're
of it.
being
You're gonna
fucked
hear
by
her
their
go,
father, right?
Oh, yes, Poppy. It's fucking amazing. Feel like a man.
This guy's like a
That's
Pornhub
what girls
comment
want.
come to
They
life.
don't want boys.
5'6".
Good height. Good height.
and Short, basically. So
What?
I'm like 5'7", 5'8", so he's something like ish. And then he was like, "Oh, I'm 28, and I've never."
Wait,
had
did he
a
just say
relationship."
he's
So
5'7"?
he's telling me 7, 5'8", so he's something like
What is wrong?
ish.
So this dude is 5'7", and he thinks that a 5'6" man is down to his lips. Hector, come on, man. Like, come on, you're better than this. You're the grunting fuck man. Remember? Come on, you're better than this, man. You really think that this is an inch? You think this is the difference between 5'7" and 5'6"? Come on, Hector. Come on, man. You're short too. You can't be giving this seminar. Over the years, I've made a lot of content making fun of pickup artists as well as gurus who sell pickup artist books on, how to get dates, how to be the most irresistible man on the planet, how to become an Adonis with 3 simple steps, and the steps are usually like, be more attractive, do 5 push-ups, and then buy my next book. Like, basically, the entire guru community boils down to getting a bunch of gullible people to start subscribing to a reoccurring service that offers the most basic information that you already have access to for free. And it's a very lucrative scam. And today I'd like to show you a gentleman who calls himself an international playboy and one of the masters of seduction. So, he's like a chess grandmaster, but of pussy. He's just truly a chosen Jedi here, honestly, when it comes to getting laid. And I believe him. He's very suave. I imagine he has kissed every single girl on this planet over the age of 18. Your wife? She's probably made out with this guy. I'm just gonna break it to you. I'm gonna rip the band-aid off and let you know the truth. But not only can he have sex with any woman that his eyes happen to glance upon, he is so nice and such a saint that he is giving us the secrets for a low price with the course that he's selling. And we even get a little sneak peek of some of the content that he's offering from his YouTube channel. And now I just want to be honest, he's of course not the biggest alpha male in the world, but it doesn't matter because from what I can tell, it's still extremely successful for him and he's made a good bit of money off of it because that's just kind of the nature of the scam. You don't have to be super big or have a huge online presence to make a good living just selling these kind of courses that prey on desperate people. So I just want to show you a little bit of this because it's pretty wacky. How to get 5 dates in one day. This picture makes him look like Tom Brady's failed clone. Alright, how do I get 5 dates in one day, god damn it.
Major dating apps, not just one or the other. So I use
Smart.
Tinder.
Cast a wide
Bumble.
net.
When you missay something, it's annoying. Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, and the fourth one, which you probably haven't heard of,
Omegle.
Facebook dating. Facebook dating might...
I don't know who here's using Facebook dating, I'm just gonna say it. If you are so down bad you're going to Facebook dating, you need to take a hard look in the mirror and start reevaluating some choices. That sounds like a sting operation.
how good the response rate on that app is, and
because they're all bots.
Cute girls. So those are the
I
four
don't know
apps
about
I
that.
use.
It's all bots.
And then on Tinder, Bumble,
It's Facebook dating.
and Hinge, I bought boosts. So you can buy 2 boosts on Tinder for
Pay to
about
win?
$10,
Okay.
2 on Bumble for like. And I look at their profile quickly, and if there's some interesting thing to comment on, there was one girl who mentioned attachment theory. I happen to have a degree in psychology, so I was able to make a comment about attachment theory and how that, like, she really got me going by.
Let me take a peek here. Alright, so this guy, he's got the galaxy brain to pussy. He's got a degree in wooing women.
The second message is, I think you might be exactly my type. And then they'll say, what is your type? Or something along those lines. And then I have a third
I mean, they're not
message,
NPCs.
which
I don't
is
think they're all
why
gonna
she
say
is
that.
my type. And then if she responds positively to that, I just go for the...
I've always been the dominant one. Cool. Love to be dominated. Yeah, he's in. That looked AI generated. But he almost looks cell shaded. Also, what service is this? An algorithm to grade you on smart, trustworthy, and attractive based on one picture? Interesting.
getting. That's why I include on my online course, The Spark, a complete guide to getting high quality pictures on dating apps, because most guys don't realize.
Even at his size, so he's not what you'd consider a tier 1 alpha guru. Even at his size, he is still peddling paid services for shit that people just have access to for free. You need someone to say your pictures suck? Post them on Reddit or Twitter. Instead of paying money for the fucking books, courses, online guru content. It's always so wild. But I can't even be mad at this guy for it. It is just a ripe landscape for scamming. It truly is. People just love to throw money at someone they perceive to be an expert on a problem that they're doing the bare minimum to solve in the first place, like not getting dates. Like, I guarantee, this is all very generic advice. It's not even bad advice, to be fair. But I guarantee no one that's buying his course is even going to bother implementing it. Like, they throw money at the problem and think that's going to magically solve it with no effort on their own part. Or they'll try it once, it doesn't work, and they quit, but they still keep paying for the content. It's so awful. Ugh.
On the apps, make sure to click the link below. And I want to clarify that if I wanted to, I could have got a lot more than 5 dates. I only messaged probably about a third of my matches. So I could have taken this even further.
There would be no women left in Las Vegas if this guy didn't put that kind of stipulation on it. Like, if he was just left to run wild, there would actually be no pussy left for anyone. So, thank God he took it easy on the rest of us.
Hour of effort, I was able to get 5 dates in one day.
And I bet those dates went amazing. Bro used a Pokemon incense. Yeah. His Riz was off the charts. Again, we are just lucky he spared the rest of us, because anyone's girlfriend or wife that happens to live in Las Vegas with them, hey, she's not yours anymore. Not when this guy's got access to a phone. So is this course all about just getting a date from dating apps? Oh, he also does, like, infield approaches at fucking Target. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's feeling a lot like 2015 again.
You're going to get humiliated. But in this video, I'm going to show you that a normal-looking guy
with a very normal approach can have success, and that means you.
He's not
watch
wrong.
it.
Yeah,
You're
I
not,
mean,
no church.
Imagine this: if you're just not weird, you'll probably have success at some point with a woman. It's just don't be weird. Lesson complete. I didn't even need to buy the course.
Case.
I just want to
so
see the
you're just like,
approach.
hey, you're.
Oh, he's not even doing the approach. He's grading it. Well, how about this one? How to pick up any girl in 30 seconds plus infield. Infield is a pickup artist term. It means he's like out there, boots on the ground on the front line, absolutely slaying vagina. So we get to see the master at work, I suppose. Leaving the
How to
Jedi
pick
temple.
up any girl in. Give her some space, and here's what you say. I hope this isn't too forward, but I had to say that you're very beautiful, and there's something about you that really caught my attention.
I'm hoping there's some flexibility to that line, because that line's just going to get you immediately laughed at. I just can't imagine a single human being receptive to that. That's just always going to be creepy. That's that Reddit nice guy energy, which people are hardwired like in their DNA to reject. So hopefully that's just like a template, and you can like kind of freestyle in there with normal conversational tactics.
Can I just say?
Yeah.
You're really cute.
Thank
Well, the
you.
top third of your face is really cute.
Thank you.
I can't make judgments on the rest. A coffee or something?
Maybe.
Maybe? Well, let's try. Maybe we'll have a double date,
Yeah.
since they seem to get along as well.
I know.
All right. It was great to meet you.
Yeah.
If she says, I have a boyfriend, I'm not interested, just move on. The reality is,
Thanks
some
to
women
Risa Bliana
do have
and
boyfriends, or
Brogert,
they're a lesbian,
the
or
Prime
whatever. It's
G4.
not going to happen with every girl. But a lot of the time, they'll either say, okay, or, oh, maybe, or
Or they're just not interested, man. I always like that. Let me make sure I got that lesson. If they say no, they either have a boyfriend or they're a lesbian.
women do have boyfriends, or they're a lesbian, or whatever. It's not going to happen with every girl. But a lot
Okay.
of
Those are like really the only two things. They either already have a boyfriend who most likely bought this course and rizzed her up, or they're just straight up a lesbian.
Well, the top third of your face is really cute.
Thank you.
Oh, is this
make
his only
judgments on the
example for
rest.
this? I thought it was going to be
Hey,
full infield
I
work
wanted to say
here.
you're really beautiful. And not, hi, I just wanted to say you're very...
Picking up a hot girl in 3 minutes. It's the same example. Has this only worked a single time for him? This is from 2 years ago. It's the same clip that he just used 3 weeks ago. Surely if this is the secret formula, the Krabby Patty secret formula to getting laid, or at least guaranteeing a date, it would have worked more than once in 2 years. Why keep repeating the same clip? Guy didn't even finish the deal. He started walking away before getting her number to set up the date. Okay, I'm going to give him a very generous leap here and assume that he just cut that part out, because you are right. He's like, yeah, well, let's try. Let's go on a double date sometime. And then they start separating. Like, yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I'm assuming, and this, I understand it's a leap, they may have exchanged numbers prior.
Have a double date,
Yeah.
since they seem to get along as well.
I know.
All right. It was great to meet you.
Yeah.
If she says, I have a boyfriend,
I'm just going to assume they must have exchanged numbers as opposed to just instantly separating like that. How many views did the video have? The original one was 350k. So it looks like he's tried to be like the alpha male coach for quite some time now. And I'm going to tell you, it's probably quite successful. Again, he's not like the biggest alpha
you're
male,
going to learn how...
like metric-wise. But the beauty of being a guru in this kind of space is you only need a couple of suckers that just keep coming back over and over and over again. Here, let me see how much this course costs. Give me a second. What's it called? The Spark? Yeah. Top dating expert reveals how to covertly spark attraction with any woman instantly and subliminally. Includes hidden camera footage of my method in action. Man, just reading this is rough. The nerdy virgin who became an international playboy. I used to be hopeless with women, probably worse than you ever were. I read over 270 books about what sparks that seemingly mythical emotion known as desire, and I even got a degree in psychology. Oh, here we go. Give me instant access to the spark right now for just $7. That is so much cheaper than most of the other ones. And you get some bonus shit as well. The DTF test, which is a total value of $97, and you get it for free. The shockingly simple 2-step system that will allow you to find out if a woman wants to hook up with you. I'm going to tell you, if you need to buy a test to try and verify that, the answer is likely no. She doesn't want to. This one's called the Charisma Blueprint with a total value of $47, and you get it for free with the Spark. The Obsession Formula DVD, total value of $67, and you get it for... Oh my god, Jesus. Here, I'll bring it down. I was going to leave it up there, but I don't feel like reading through all of it. So for $7, you get the Spark, and then the Spark gives you like 15,000 bonus DLCs. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. And the price will increase to $50 very soon. I don't know about that. It's been 2 years. I imagine it stayed at $7 the whole time. It's like watching an old As Seen on TV commercial. Total value of $6.55 today for just $7. Holy shit, I'm losing money not buying it. I also would love to know where the valuations come from. I made it up. I'm gonna buy 1,000 courses for $7 and flip them when their value goes back up. That's genius. Beautiful idea.
So, you seem kind of like a bit wacky. Would you rather, do you have OCD or would you rather have like ADD? It seems like you may have possibly both of them.
This is a pickup artist class, but your small little dick probably doesn't know about that. These classes will turn you into a champion of the male species. This will teach you how to go outside and get pussy immediately, sodden panties within a 1-mile radius just because you left your house. These classes are guided by PUAs, pickup artists. They are the finest heroes of the male population. Now I want you to sit right there with that micro dick of yours and learn from the masters. Obviously, lesson 1 is try and diagnose the girl that you're flirting with either OCD or ADHD. That's basic shit right there. That's page 1 of the pickup artist book. So I hope you're ready to get completely enlightened.
No, I don't have either one.
Well, which one would you choose?
I wouldn't.
I mean, you wouldn't choose one.
Well, why would I have
This is a scenario in which I'm asking you a question. Why wouldn't you choose one?
I just don't want to.
Well, are you scared of having one? Or is that like it's...
Yeah, what's the matter, huh? Are you afraid to have OCD or ADHD? What kind of coward are you? You probably can't even handle my follow-up question. Would you rather have herpes, chlamydia, or both? Here's my number. Please call. No, I'm fucking kidding. I'm a virgin. Please, I don't have either one of those. Just call.
No, I just.
It's a hypothetical situation. I mean, is
Right.
that really that hard for you to imagine which one you would rather have?
Okay, I love this woman because she is so mean. Yeah, I like that you said, you ask her this question, she's like, I won't choose. Says, well, is it really that hard for you? I mean, what a great, I mean, that's a strong disconnect, but it really is what a woman who is this antagonistic is going to need to continue to just stay in the interaction.
Now, to give a little explanation on what this all is, the video is from a lesson that was given to a class which was led by that man right there asking about OCD and ADHD, the guy that looks like he coddles an anime lolly figurine every night before bed, and occasionally they cut the footage so that way that guy and the leader of the pickup artists organization cult, that way they can chime in and break it all down for us laymen to understand, so that way we too can employ these expert tactics in getting laid. So that's what you're hearing right there where he says, I love this woman because she's so mean. And she is very mean. Like, why wouldn't you just, pick OCD or ADHD? It's not like a weird question. Like, that's some pretty standard shit. So honestly, I think the fault's on her for making this interaction a bit weird.
I mean, to me, like ADD, like you seem to have ADD because your eyes are twitching all over the
Okay, I'll
place.
pick ADD.
Or OCD because it seems like you're obsessed with small little details. I mean, which one?
OCD, yeah.
Well, which one is it? The question was to
ADD.
pick one,
I'll
and now
pick
you're
ADD.
now you're fluctuating as though you don't really have a formulated opinion. So I don't really
I'll
understand
pick
that.
ADD.
But notice that she's laughing. He's pushed her, but she's laughing.
That's an interesting point from Ace Asshole Artist here, where she is laughing about this absolutely psychotically odd question, and it seems like he doesn't understand there's a difference between getting laughed at and getting laughed with. She's very clearly laughing at this fucking goober.
Now, this is a woman, if you've I don't think we have any shots of her standing up, but she has large enough breasts that she gets approached all the time. And she's probably used to being a total bitch to guys or just turning and walking away if she doesn't like their approach. You know, this is a woman who will bitch shield you pretty hard in a bar, for instance. And if you're not willing to have conflict and get into some heat, you're going to get nowhere.
I was spoken like a true red-pilled Redditor right there. These kind of guys are genuinely frightening, 100%. Like, actually scary individuals with their mentality and how they view women. As if these kind of guys are God's gift to girls and titties, and that they're entitled to all these women, and women that aren't interested in them are just bitches that, just because their breasts are so large, their milk tanks are so full of milk that they only go after NFL quarterbacks and not the nice guys like these guys. These kind of men are 100% scary and just downright embarrassing to like the entire human population.
What is your name?
Jennifer.
You're not going to shake my hand? Are you scared? Like, do you think am I that heinous?
I think you're
looking?
a creep. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You say that with such a smile, though. Is that?
Because it's funny. I mean, it's funny when creeps come up and talk to you.
Really? But it happens
Kind of
all the time.
funny.
But you're not running away. You're sitting there.
Well, I'm being paid to sit here.
You're being forced to.
Yeah.
That's what all women say to me, is they're being paid to sit next to me.
He's got her now. That's a checkmate. She is going home with him tonight. That vagina is super wet. You can already just tell. Once she called him a creep, that's when you knew the deal was sealed. Pickup artists are infallible. They know exactly what they're doing. It's incredible how efficient they are at getting laid. You can see it right here. This girl is being paid to sit there. She acknowledges that, and yet she can't help but be attracted to this man due to his suave, his debonair, his incredible wordplay. It's just he's hitting all the right notes. Oh my goodness, it's amazing to watch a master at work like this. And it's so obvious that the only reason she's able to fight back the urge to just sit on his face and ride his tongue like a bicycle is because she's getting paid to sit there, and it would be unprofessional to do that in front of the whole class. I absolutely love that this girl is getting paid by these fucking losers to sit there and get hit on in the worst ways possible, and she can't even pretend to not be grossed out by these stinky greaseball weirdos.
Right.
So you can do better than that in terms of aggression too. I mean, that's not.
I can.
I'm not really that.
I'm a kickboxer, but.
So you're gonna kickbox me?
No, but I'm just saying.
I'm not really that. I don't really worry about things like that.
No.
I mean, let me get a picture.
Okay, jumping in again. So.
Oh, no. Let me jump in here instead. Let me cut you off real quick, pussy sensei. This was so well executed. Oh, you're a kickboxer, huh? Well, are you gonna beat my ass? Oh, let me take a quick picture. Nothing weird about that. Make sure you bring your disposable camera. If you're gonna flirt with a girl and you go without a disposable camera, it's like going into battle without a katana. You're gonna lose. You don't stand a chance. You're not gonna get laid unless you bring a disposable camera and snap a quick little titty picture of her when she's, caught off guard.
Most guys hearing from a woman you're a creep is going to go one of two ways. They're either going to just put their tail between their legs and run away.
This is the right way of handling that. If you get called a creep by a girl, chances are you are 100% a creep and should absolutely leave. Yeah.
Or they're going to be like, well, yeah, we are a total bitch. Yeah, fuck you. And basically run away. And he engaged it. He's like, well, great. What is it about, though? I love this. You can do better than that in terms of aggression.
Yeah, that's the neckbeard approach to handling that situation. Oh, I'm a creep, huh? Do you even watch Rick and Morty? What was your favorite episode of Rickman and Mortimer? I am a creep, huh? And I bet you don't even watch this show. Are you even an atheist? Yeah, this is a bad way of handling it. If you get called a creep, just get the fuck out of there.
So, what time is it?
I don't have a watch.
What's your favorite restaurant? What do you like to eat? Where are you from?
Are you guys learning anything?
No. Is that pure sarcasm? Are you going to answer one of the questions or not?
I don't know.
Okay.
Do I have to? No, I don't have to.
You don't have to?
Uh-uh.
And now you're twitching your hair like you're thinking.
Because you're a psycho.
Me?
Me, a psycho. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard. If you could only see my Rin Tosaka body pillow, you definitely wouldn't be saying that. Or, like my taxidermy collection, you'd be singing a different tune. You wouldn't be thinking that. That's a great joke right there. Me, a psycho. Oh, wow.
Yes.
In what way am I a psycho?
Probably a lot more than I know now.
Really?
But, yeah.
Like, what do you think? Do you think I'm like a sexual pervert, or how would you? In what way would I be a psycho?
I think you're more like a mind fucker.
Me?
Yeah.
I can't imagine how you would come to that formulation.
Honestly, I don't know how she arrived at that one either. You strike me as more of a wears diapers to bed, shits in them, and then cries about it type of psycho, who then gets angry at women because there's no girls in his life to help change his diaper.
So she says, you're a psycho. Now, how would you respond if a woman said you're a psycho in a bar or something like that at a party? Well, the best way to respond that we've seen, which Ron described, is like, oh, in what ways? What kind of a psycho do you think I am? You know, he's amused by her point of view, and you can see from the look on her face, she's amused by it as well.
It's actually one of the worst ways I could think of to responding to being called a psycho, asking her what kind of psycho she thinks you are. To be honest, I really feel like the goal of pickup artists isn't to actually get laid or make a connection with a woman or anything like that. I think it's just about having a long enough interaction with a woman that it counts as like a personal best record. Like, hey, I was able to keep this girl talking to me for 40 seconds before she vomited and ran away. New record, thank you pickup artist classes, I'm learning. Because how could anyone celebrate this, getting called a psycho and then looking at it like a good thing and then keep going with the conversation? Oh, I'm a psycho, but what kind of psycho do you think I am, huh? Like, it's fucking silly. It's scary. I don't know who the fuck would take one of these classes and listen to this and think that, you know what, these guys are right. They're making good points. Because they're not. This is just downright scary. Genuinely fucking frightening.
So, I mean, do you often like have sex with mindfuckers? Is that how you know that, or what would you say?
No, it just seems like
It's like a vibe.
It's just a vibe.
Okay.
Just
All
an
right.
instinct.
Fine. We'll stop there.
Whew, thank God he stopped there. It was getting real steamy there. There was a lot of sexual tension. You could tell that they were both really starting to feel each other towards the end there. She said she doesn't fuck mind fuckers, but I mean, it was pretty clear that she was interested in this fucking weirdo, obviously. Pickup artists are just downright embarrassing, but I love watching pickup artist shit, and I don't get it. I don't know who watches these things, what kind of desperate men will watch these things, and actually think that this is sane, rational, good advice. This is delusion, and you're gonna catch yourself on a list at some point. You're going to jail at some point if you follow advice like this man here and follow these kind of talking points. It's disturbing. Expert Village has taught us the most important life lessons that we've come to cherish. The experts at the Expert Village have always been there for us when maybe our parents weren't. They taught us about the birds and the bees and the premature ejaculation. Now let's go a bit further. We've learned from Expert Village how to pick up women at grocery stores and how to flirt with girls, but now let's learn about getting into a relationship and general dating advice from the experts.
I'm Art Malo from New York Dating Coach in New York City.
Arg Mala, holy shit, what a name. That sounds like a prestigious Viking or the name of a death metal band. Arg Mala sounds like a guy who gets up in the morning and falls dick first right into some hot punani.
And I'm the author of Park Bench Dating.
Park bench dating? I'm not trying to date a park bench. I'm trying to date some titty girls.
In this clip, we're going to talk about how to flirt with a coworker.
Ah, yes, thank you. In this clip, we're going to teach you how to get fired from your job via sexual harassment charges.
People think, coworker, who does that? But the reality is, 30% of people meet their significant other or date somebody at work.
30%, huh? I'd like to see the scientific sources you use to pull that number out of your asshole.
You can flirt simple as that. Oh, did you get that memo?
I did.
Oh my God, yeah. It was my favorite memo ever. It was so exciting. Seriously, it was. It touched me to the bottom of my soul. It was so good about the globalization of China. Oh, it's just so good.
Well, I'm not his co-worker, but that was so smooth that I'm starting to get wet myself. I mean, far be it for me to question the guru here, but I feel like that type of flirting will only work on park benches. I don't think it's going to work on actual human females.
So you see, as simple as that, we're talking about boring stuff, like nobody likes memos. But you can make it fun. You can, joke around and you just kind of, make her laugh and you have a good time, and that's how you flirt with a coworker.
That was fun. What I watched there was two people having fun. Jesus, I've never had fun in my life, I guess. I've never talked about globalization of Chinese memos or whatever the fuck that conversation was. What do you mean, joke around with it? Where were your jokes? I didn't see any side-splitting comedy routine there or anything. I don't recall her having a genuine laugh or a hoot and a holler about you being a fucking lunatic over memos and getting an erection about them. But hey, you know what? Now I know. Now I know that that's what flirting at the work office looks like.
In this clip, we're going to talk how to initiate a kiss. And the best way to initiate a kiss is to do some kind of touching beforehand So I actually suggest you can do thumb war. So
That's the way my father taught me too. Son, you're gonna have to go for a thumb war before you go for a kiss. It's the only way. It works in the real world, trust me. Argmala knows what he's talking about here. I can't tell you how effective it's been with smooching in my life, where I say, hey bitch, throw up a fist, we're going for a thumb war. We're gonna do some of this stuff. Huh, sound good? Works every time.
you know, after you do that, you can go for a kiss. So you do a little initiation first, and she's fine with that. That's how you know how to go for a kiss. This is Argmala, and it was how to go for a kiss.
What the fuck? They're not even gonna kiss on camera? You got me fucked up. How am I gonna get my winky dink hard if I don't see some hardcore expert village expert kissing on the first fucking initiation kiss? Argmala, you motherfucker!
This clip, we're gonna talk how to flirt without saying a word. And, you know, you can just look at her, and she's looking back, you know, maybe you're sitting at a cafe or somewhere, and you can be like,
Alright, so sign language at her kind of badly. I'm assuming is a takeaway. I can see that working. Okay. I'll go ahead and practice. Alright, that seems like it'll work. Thank you, Argmala.
and, you know, can be funny face, you know, you can,
Alright, so phase 2 of the plan is supervillain type poses and clickbait YouTube thumbnail faces. Dope-a-rooney. That seems effective. Well, it's the end of the lesson from Argmala today, and I feel like if you do all of these things together, integrate all of it into your pickup artist game, no doubt in my mind you can spend at least 10 years behind bars if you try hard enough with this advice. That's it. Thank you, Expert Village. See ya.
You guys have been on a few dates and you're really starting to connect. But every time you try to escalate,
I did not expect
she
that.
resists and pushes you away. What the hell is going on? What I'm about to tell you is pure gold. And if you say these few simple sentences,
Is this
it'll get her to
satire?
drop her inhibitions. See, even the term "give it up" insinuates that she's losing something by having sex with you. Man, society really screwed things up for us. If you show her that it's okay to be sexual around you,
Rough.
she'll feel more comfortable. The first thing you're going to want to do is start off by bringing up a sexual topic. I usually do this by accusing her of being a naughty girl. You can do that by telling her to stop looking at you.
Oh fuck, I'm getting wet. Uh-oh. It's too powerful.
Stop. It doesn't actually matter. You can accuse her of just about anything.
Very bad posture, though.
You have to stop looking at me like that.
Like what?
Like a naughty girl. Yeah.
Oh god.
I know all girls have a naughty girl side.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, let me see your hand.
Sure.
He starts like
Fist.
doing like a secret handshake
First,
with it.
You have the clit.
Is this working for you?
Inside and up in your G spot. And then you have all the way in.
Whoa.
You have the deep spot.
Whoa.
And if you go in and down, you have the A spot.
And then I spit on it.
It's just unfortunate.
Then I
like,
start
society
peeing a little
judges you
bit.
So much for, but if people found out that you slept with like 100 men, you know, they might call you a slut or a whore.
I wouldn't say
It's
that.
so unfair how society judges you.
You know, 8,000 nerves, and I'm about to stimulate all of them, you know what I mean?
And it's really not fair that
There's no way this guy's ever used this in the real world, ever.
from actually, it's filled with advanced escalation techniques that
Such
are
as
helping
calling
turn
her a
platonic,
naughty girl.
friendly interactions into a more
Then having her make a fist that you stick your finger in.
This is super useful when you're talking to a
it's
girl
not-
and it's going nowhere.
not that good.
Click on the image in the bottom right of this video to download the free escalation worksheet or check the description below. Get it.
There's no way anyone thought this was good advice ever. What the fuck? No one in the comments agreed with the video, so how is it like overwhelmingly positive? Is it like I can't tell if it's satire or not.
Here's the truth, man.
It feels like it has to be, but I don't know. What's the most popular video? It's probably that one. It's not. What to do when a girl looks at you. Come right away.
My name's Matt Artisan from The Attractive
Matt.
Man, and this is what to do if a girl looks at you. I'm Matt.
He has mastered the art of seduction.
Many boot camps
Feel a little bit off guard when a hot girl looks at them from afar, especially if they haven't.
What a
been in the
huge
game
mistake
for a
they
while.
make if they
Before
look
we
at
go
you,
over
huh,
what
Matt?
to do,
This is
I
gonna be
noticed that
rough.
a lot of dates act all mysterious and aloof, like sulking in the corner of a bar somewhere, as
Yeah.
if you expect women to come talk to you. That
Fuck
does
yeah.
not work very well. She's looking at you to make sure that you get the message. When you've caught her looking at you, look back without hesitation. Now, if she looks away before you get the chance
Yeah,
to make
mean
eye
mug
contact,
her.
keep looking for just a few seconds to catch her attention. It's important that she knows that you noticed her. The beauty is that looking back can create sexual tension.
Can we
And that's
flex
before any
too?
words have even
Like
come out of your
strike
mouth.
some of
Make
these?
sure you maintain dominance when you're looking
Maybe a
back.
lat
Don't act all
flex?
meek and stare at her. If she looks back quickly, that usually means one of three things. She got creeped out, or she's the shy type, or she's playing hard to get.
Yeah.
People play hard to get
Fuck yeah.
all the time. So whatever you do, don't give up yet. If you think she's the shy type, then give her enough time to adjust.
Throw
Bring
your
it
drink
down a
on her,
notch, but
and then
don't wait
offer to
too
buy her a
long
new
to
dress
or you might lose
and
your
an
chance.
iPhone.
Actually means keep the confidence up and take control. And remember to focus on her eyes. It can be a total turn.
God, that felt like so much longer than 4 minutes. I think their best advice is calling a girl a naughty girl and then give her like an anatomy lesson about her clitoris while you're on your like first conversation with her. I think that's probably the best advice they have to offer. I also really like this. Give me your hand and make a fist so I stick my finger in it.
First, you have the clit. We're 8,000 nerves out.
I think this is pretty much the
And then
best
you
advice
have
you can ever give someone for getting
inside,
laid.
And then you have all the way in.
Yeah.
You have the deep spot.
See, like, that's good advice. Like, if you just talk to a girl and you get her to make a fist, it's game over. Like, even, like, maybe even making her mad so she, like, throws a punch at you and you catch it, and then you give her the lesson, A spot, D spot, deep spot, bang. You're in. Like, all you need is a woman's fist, and it seems like you've got it. Like, you're in. That's fucking game over. You're getting laid. Oh my god, he's out in public.
Real quick. Hi.
What's up, man? Matt Artisan here from theattractiveman.com. Coming in
Cut off before the police get there.
And they're trying to impress her. They're trying to say all these stories.
Is he in like a small pool that's got like some waves going? Why is he bouncing so much?
Dating gurus
It's like
teach
bobbing.
you to do that, and it's dead wrong. It
And his
doesn't work.
shirt's on inside out.
It's you trying to chase the girl.
He's got like little flaps on his shirt. His shirt is absolutely on inside out. Is that a style? Is that how you get laid? He's getting head.
So I'm gonna give you exactly.
There's two girls taking turns sucking his dick right now. You just can't see it. That's why his shirt's on inside out.
And really just how to
Just threw it on quick.
conversation going. And
Well, first of all, I'm telling you right now, you are a rock star. You are a badass.
Oh.
Start believing it.
All right.
Start telling yourself
Fuck
that
yeah.
every single
Let's go.
day. If you show her that, hey, you know, your looks got my foot in the door, but what else? Impress me. Get her.
Challenge her. Okay,
So
okay.
use a qualification question.
What
or
qualifications do you have to earn my
say
meat,
something-
madame?
What I say usually. Something to the
Pardon me,
effect of,
Harpy.
Well, listen.
Why should thou get my
really
wiener?
busy, but tell me one thing interesting about you. I don't know anything about you. Shut up.
No, that's how you fucking do it. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, so I gotta go.
it will actually rewire
He's
your
obviously
brain,
levitating
and
using
you'll
his
become
Sigma
challenged,
powers.
actually care. And then you'll start
Yeah,
getting
that Sigma
women
grind
once in a while
set's
that
kinda
don't
nutty.
meet your standards, like to say,
He really doesn't go back to it. So the end of the interaction. Hey, ladies, what's your name? Eliza. And then Thornberry. I don't remember the other girl's name. He says, okay, well, I've got to go meet a friend. So can you tell me something cool about yourself? And then it never comes back.
Tell me one thing interesting about you. I don't know anything about you. And then just shut.
That's it. Jesus Christ. I thought there was going to be like at least like a follow-up. But I mean, I guess her face really says it all, to be honest, with the interaction. Just confusion and a little bit of disgust. Like, what the fuck is happening? Talking to beautiful Russian women vlog?
I haven't taken a shower yet. I look like shit. But here's a cute girl. I'm not gonna miss this opportunity.
Alright, let's
She's on
go.
the phone.
Oh, perfect. Optimal. Optimal.
Hi.
Hi.
Do you speak English?
Nah,
Yes?
no.
Okay, I saw you.
Oh boy, it's working.
Say hi.
Hey, hey! Nice to meet you.
People have about
Are you in love with him?
is that
Okay,
they're
very
not
good.
friendly. Where am I from? California.
Whoa!
Come with me, California.
С удовольствием.
Давай.
Ah, yes, very good.
Well, listen, do you have WhatsApp? WhatsApp?
Yes, what's up?
What's up? Okay.
Oh my god.
Are you?
Ah.
Okay, bye.
Пока. До свидания.
Okay, bye bye.
Has been on all day. I don't know what any of this says.
Ah.
I don't want to show the people.
Oh, this is just so weird.
Well, listen. Do you have WhatsApp?
What's up?
WhatsApp.
Yes.
Okay, here. You're not crazy, right?
Oh, he's using the line.
I'm
Well, my phone's here, so I'll give you my number. I'll give you mine. Only
He's doing it.
Our love affair will have to be brief. So sad.
So, я ничего не понимаю.
Let's have pivo. Или
Jesus
чай.
Christ. I knew it. I fucking knew he was turning around for her. I knew it. He's fucking stalking his prey out here.
You speak English?
No.
No? No English?
Everyone tells him no, they don't want to talk to you. Take the hint.
We're gonna go on an instant date. Good deal. Where? How about there? Old pub?
He's doing it!
So ignore her for a little bit, turn your back.
Calling the
text,
police.
Check your email, Facebook, whatever.
Well, wait, where's the date?
I think people are pretty.
Well, that didn't actually happen now, did it? Wow. This is a pretty wild one. I don't know how I haven't seen this channel before.
My name's Matt Artisan from The Attractive Man, and these are my top 10 pickup lines that actually work.
All right.
He has mastered.
Before we start, make sure to subscribe to this channel if you haven't done so yet.
If these
Do it
lines
right
work,
now.
I'll subscribe.
Number 10.
Has anyone ever told you how beautiful my eyes are?
This is a
Ooh,
great bait
subverting
and switch
expectations.
because she thinks you're gonna say one thing and then you switch to something else, right?
So are these like a
Kinda
joke or
fun.
something?
If she
These aren't
has huge
serious?
breasts, and don't be afraid to
Why?
escalate, right? Boyfriend and girlfriends usually kiss.
Well, if you're gonna be my girlfriend, I have to see if you're a
Uh-huh.
good kisser.
He's done
Doesn't
it!
seem that into the role play. You can
It
always
works!
Say,
Subscribe!
Kind of boring. I think
It
I'm
clearly
gonna break up
worked.
with you. This is a fun way to show your interest in her while also throwing in some cocky humor.
Fuck.
Number 5.
Hey, do you believe in vampires? Well, you should.
Only gonna
Sexual
work
assault.
in a really high energy club environment because it's really playful.
Oh my
really
God.
Sexual. And even if she pulls
Oh. Well then, for speedrunning sexual assault charges, that's a pretty good one, I think. That'd be number 1. So this guy says, number 5 will get you a sexual abuse report. That's the biting vampire shit. And then this guy says, hater, go sit with grandma and help her knit. What the fuck? I'm a bold prediction. This dude's going around biting strangers' necks and wondering why people are afraid of him. But I saw it on YouTube. Fuck, it was number 5.
Maybe she's just testing you to see if what you're really made out of, to see if you're a real man, if you can handle some objections.
I'm a real
here and
man.
there. Or maybe she
Watch
really
this,
does
I'll go
have a
bite her neck
boyfriend,
right now.
And that's okay too. Maybe
I saw you two, and I thought your friend here was absolutely adorable.
Me?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I just want to say hi.
Hi.
Hi. Christ, leave.
Listen, I gotta go, but that makes me feel like you just want me for my body, though. So it's
Oh.
all right. You guys have a great day.
Oh.
Ciao. I was just walking by, and I saw you two,
Fuck.
and I thought you were both absolutely adorable.
That is so sweet.
I had to at least
Oh.
That's very sweet. Thank
That being
you.
said, let's have a threesome. What up with that?
Yes, we're both.
say hi. All right, have an awesome day. Take care.
Okay.
But I just saw you like 2 seconds ago, and I thought I would kick myself if I didn't say hi to you.
Why does he always go up to like groups?
Hi.
Hi, I'm Matt.
Hi, Matt. Dina.
Dina, nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you.
I'm sure everybody
Yeah.
comes over to talk to you because of the dog.
Let go of her hand, Matt. She's trying to. Matt, let go of her hand.
I really.
Matt, she's.
You're the
Matt,
owner,
let go
so
of her
give me
hand.
attention.
She's trying to leave.
Fair.
There we go.
Well, I have to run.
What's nearby? Moldova. So we just went for
Even
2
his
days.
friend is getting really uncomfortable. He's trying to leave.
I know, but it was fun. People are okay, but I don't wanna marry you.
2 years.
I just want to get to know you. You seem like a
Oh
nice person.
God! Yeah, he's doing it. Woo woo! Let's go, Matt.
Maybe
Yeah.
we'll be Facebook friends.
All right, Facebook
But
friends,
you
let's
can't-
go.
You can't like message me all the time and do all that stuff. Here,
It's okay, but you need to understand.
I don't need it.
No, it's contact. Where's your Facebook? I just look at
Thanks,
your
Lisa Zombie.
And then I'll find you.
I don't know how you found me.
I don't know who that is,
My
Loaf.
name was in Russian word. But
Well, if it's meant to be.
It's meant to be, Matt. This is fate. This is fate.
Yes.
I
think.
Moldova.
Okay. Here.
Yeah, it's it.
All right, let's go.
No, I don't give you my number.
Alright,
I give 100%.
I think
give you number.
I think Moldovans or Russians in general.
Why are you still here, Matt?
they're
You
more,
win.
like,
You did it.
confident And they go for what they want.
You
know what
fucked.
I mean? Like they're more masculine than Americans and Canadians and Westerners.
It doesn't end.
They're tough. I've noticed. But anyways, I gotta go.
Nice to
It was
meet
nice
you.
meeting you. Have a great day.
That was probably the worst part of her
Now,
whole
listen up,
week.
because if you
That was pretty nutty. I learned so much. He's a good teacher. I feel like I'm getting very good at talking to females. What do you mean that really hurt? He's got great advice. This advice probably actually works. Tiana! Fuck you. See? Now I guarantee she is feeling so much attraction right now. And it's all because I've learned the right techniques. Damn it. I'm too powerful. Fuck. I shouldn't have found this channel. I'm gonna be OP. Let's watch the Channel 5 new video, the pickup artist one. I haven't seen this one yet, and I love Andrew.
The girl will probably be in front of you at a time when you don't expect it. The cock blocker we gotta watch out for is ourselves. Ultimately, we think it's the girls, we think it's the
Thanks, Tier
time,
One
we think
Cheeseburger.
it's us, we think it's that, it's one thing. It's what we think. Every hot girl that you see at
This guy
some
looks
point
like he'd be in Final
was a
Fantasy
little
14 as an
baby
NPC.
wearing diapers, and at some point will be an elder woman. Our assignment is to shift our mindset. When? Right here, right now.
Is this guy?
Channel 5.
Channel 5. Channel 5.
After an intense few weeks on the road,
I don't think so.
covering events like the White Lives Matter rally in Huntington Beach
Kobe Bryant was assassinated by the Quins.
Hey, shut the fuck up, bitch!
and a punk rock concert on the main streets of Los Angeles, I needed a pick-me-up, so to speak. A pickup artist.
He looks
who
just
holds the
like the guy from Blood on the
most
Dance Floor.
makeouts in a human lifetime. Over 5,000 makeouts.
Wow.
the king of makeouts, hands down. Over 230 makeouts.
So many makeouts. Okay, this is where the toss, I think, starts, so I'm just gonna have to skip this. If you want to see makeouts, you just go on the Just Chatting category and scroll down further, like a normal person.
This right here is where our journey begins. We're in the lobby of the Mirage. What's going on? Hanging out, enjoying paradise. Where are we?
Thanks to
The
resub
lobby of
Sid.
the Mirage. And what's important
Thanks,
about
Epic
the
Soul.
lobby of the Mirage? It's very Mirage-like.
Thanks to the resub Big Active.
after this? I don't really know. That's the whole adventure of this whole thing, right?
You skipped how much he
Decided to take us
charges for the
somewhere from
program?
here.
How much does he
Oh,
charge?
Yeah. So we're going to the suite that we have. And what kind of stuff is going on up in the suite? Can't really tell you. Yeah, you'll see. I don't know.
I like that this guy's got like low-level armor from an MMO on right now. It's pretty cool.
How you doing?
It's showing that he's still just learning. Let me take a peek at the homework here. So $900 for this elementary school homework assignment. Okay, so engage. Oh wait, it starts up here. Jesus Christ. What do you feel? What you want? Restricted request. Wait, which way do I start? Do I start with a restricted request, like butt stuff, or where does it go? It's down to top. Why? I see it's numbered that way, but why? Why start? This looks like it's supposed to be arrows going this way. Jesus Christ! No wonder this guy has so many fucking make-out sessions. He's a genius. So from the opening statement, it only takes me another 2 side quests in order to get to roleplay. Where we can like pretend to be furry sailors or something and go wild in the bedroom. Vince has got it down to a science.
Flow. First, we gotta make comments. We don't do pickup lines.
Wow. You could say your hair.
You go, wow, interesting outfit. Ideally, we say cool, interesting.
Shit, I'm falling in love with him. He's
Maybe
too
we'll
powerful.
Run into each other again.
It's working on me. Vince, stop! Ah!
Look at a woman and go, I wonder what her insecurities are.
Good question.
They are pickup artists, and these are their stories.
How's it going, guys? My name is Stanley.
Thanks to resub Cook and Conman. Hey, Stan.
I'm a singer.
Jesus, Axl Rose. Woo!
And
Some of
just
the best
looking
pipes I've
for
ever
that
heard.
Pure self-expression, so I don't hold back and really acknowledge who I am at the core.
My name's Akash Inti.
Name, Akash Inti. I also go by Air, my initials. I am born May 28th. I'm a Gemini.
Air. That's pretty cool.
Like ever, or over
Yeah.
the past like 24 hours? I mean, I haven't counted them, right?
Well, 24 hours then.
Like I said, like yesterday, like
100?
in the hundreds.
For sure. Oh, nice.
So what brought you out here? Vegas. I mean,
In the last 10
what-
minutes,
what-
he means.
What else? You know,
100 makeouts
Catching
in
up
10
with,
minutes.
some of the guys, though.
Number of makeouts I've had is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, if you can count it on your fingers,
It's
you're
a
fucked.
big amount.
Oh, okay, good.
But I'm not sure if I can count them on my hands.
It would be over 30. Around 30, not more than 40, I don't think. Yeah, Vince is the master.
What can you tell us about Vince?
Where to start, right?
Thanks for
There's
your
so many things.
kamikaze.
Everything from the look, the fashion,
Thank
and
you,
everything like that.
Ewan.
But also, like, truly a marvelous, like, communicator. Not only with women on.
What the fuck is this facial hair? What is this? It looks like he just shaved with an old electric razor with the lights off. It's just like actual chocolate on his face. Like he had chocolate cheesecake the night before but refused to wipe. I can see why women fall for this. Like that is, fuck, he's cool. It's like a real anime character.
Not only with women on the streets, but just overall.
Oh
I
my
remember
god,
I went through a
yes.
haunting once, and he was like one of the few guys that picked up the phone like at 12 a.m.
Went through a what?
Haunting?
What happened?
Ooh, there was like weird spirit that latched onto my little sister, but it got pretty intense, you know, shit moving around. I'm like, who the hell do I call? Each and every one of the students, we're here for like different reasons.
All right.
Throughout the years, some people say this guy is crazy. Oh, he's got
Nobody
balls.
says
I have
that.
lovely testicles, but you know, actually, I don't even know if they're that big. I don't think so. I don't think my balls are very big. It's an illusion. So our first mission is to bring more ease, to be open, to be a person. that is
Schrodinger's
easy to
ball
be
size,
around.
I guess.
It's like your shirt and her shirt created hers. Yes, that's the real.
Wow!
Oh, you couldn't have it better planned, but it takes a special man to pay attention to those kinds of things.
Oh, you're scaring
I'm
them,
more
Vince.
decisive than most people.
That's his idea of like a start to a conversation on his flowchart. That was the engage. Hits him with like a Dr. Seuss. Your shirt and your shirt. What the fuck? How about that? Hey, so you wanna bang?
Well, I'm just about to catch up. We were just going across the street. I'm tempted to say we stay in touch. Who's the secretary out of the three of you?
We're all married.
Well,
Yep.
I hope you guys have
Unlucky.
like a very strong marriage, or is it like
Strong marriage.
Well, here I am just exercising my ability to communicate.
He's wearing armor. This guy's a warrior. Your husband's a pussy. Air has slayed dragons. Look at his pauldrons.
What you mean? It's your party. It's the party. Yeah.
Right there, if you don't get much of a response right away, don't go into a question. Make
He should have
a
sang.
comment
He
about
missed an
your
opportunity.
take on it.
I like to party. Yeah.
Invite him to your party. Invite him. He won't roofie you. He's not Bill Cosby.
I struggle with like.
Have you ever been in a relationship?
Millions,
before?
frenulum.
Yeah. Kind of in one right now. Yeah.
With who?
It's my neighbor.
What's wrong with that?
Dating.
For sure.
Well,
Is it
that's
exclusive?
good.
It's pretty exclusive.
Does she know you're dating?
Yeah. It's going good.
This seems very suspicious.
get involved in the
Is she
pickup artist?
three-dimensional or?
I read the game.
2D?
Right? I remember seeing actually the pickup artist on VH1 when I was in like 7th or 8th grade. I just thought like being like a 7th or 8th grade boy, right? Like who's like, oh wow, look at these guys. They're, like,
We watched
doing
this show, by the way. The show
being
is
the nerd
great.
That I am, right? I'm like,
It's a great
just
show.
Super intellectual and all that stuff too. It's like I wanted to like see like what's this stuff about, you know? So your beingness, you know, that people are able to pick up on that. I mean, that's how we met earlier. She came by. That's how we met. It was just through this whole thing, right? So
Weird zoom in from the camera guy, but okay.
Wonderful.
Nice work, Air.
check this out. When I was young, I was actually like I was a little kid who would like go out in like the grocery store, and I would just say hi to everyone. You know, I was like,
Oh my God, that's
like,
what?
something happened
That's
in,
so
like, maybe,
cool.
like early kindergarten where it was just like an event, an incident, like a private family incident happened where it was just like, don't do that anymore, right? So like part of this whole thing has really just been kind of reconnecting with that part of me.
It's like the
right?
X-Men
That's who I was
origin
as a little
story.
kid.
Hello.
hello, how you doing, huh? Why you standing around with a clown when you supposed to be fucking around with the twin now, huh? Hello. Twin done did it again. 6 black bitches in the bins. She bunked though. This bitch ugly as fuck. Hey, are you guys
What the fuck is
don't
happening?
Check your bitch.
The tendency is to
Who was this? What are they part of the pickup club? There is no doubt these two are on the sex offenders registry. So I'm assuming this was just random hecklers. How unlucky for the pickup artist group. Oh, it's from the previous video? Yeah, well, they just introduced the antagonist to the pickup anime club.
One of the byproducts of studying this is, I mean, you do get laid.
America is back open, baby. It's makeout time.
Yeah, let's. Oh, who wouldn't want to make out with drunk grandpa? God
So,
damn.
Hey, guys, quick question. Makeouts. Too early or we good? You, the shy one, run with me. Here, sir. To be a pickup artist means you gotta pick yourself up and pick up
The forbidden jutsu! Finally! I can learn how to do that.
so portable. Yeah, you look
It's like paying $900 for a sexual harassment case.
That's sexual assault,
If you
bro. You do that with a black woman, you going down.
I'm Stan. Stan the man. Is that
Stan.
your poem? Sure. Yeah. All right. Beneath the shadows, in your eyes.
Aren't you dating someone, Stan?
That. Hold on one sec.
No, it's a complicated poem. Very complicated.
What's my next move? My next move is the moment. The next moment, the here, the now.
Oh, that's profound. No. You.
Oh, wait,
No! She was immune to the game. She must be one of those like raid bosses.
Hello. Players do what they want. Suckers do what they can.
Aren't those guys awesome? Give it up. Everything a woman ever wanted, and they're everything the world needs. This is a demonstration of intelligence, wisdom, sophistication.
So how many bitches you kissed?
5,000.
Shit. We don't kiss every bitch. We nut on their faces and break their curses.
I understand.
What? Break their curses? What are they like? Voldemort with Horcruxes? What does that mean?
You know, what can I say?
But what are you talking about? Hey, it's twins for the motherfucking win.
And if ever a girl goes like, is that your best
Oh,
pickup line? You go,
purses,
is that your
purses.
best answer to what you think is the best
I thought
pickup
they said
line?
break their curses.
Channel 5.
That was a wild ride. Well, I think the boot camp went pretty well. I feel like I learned something just by Andrew being there. So it really seems as easy as, hey, is it too early to make out, or like what's up with that? I mean, it works for this guy. 5,000 confirmed makeouts. Probably only double digits in sexual harassment open cases. So, I mean, the ratio is pretty good, I'd say. And for only $900, it's a steal. That was pretty wild. That was good. If you've been on YouTube for a long time, this is a channel you've undoubtedly stumbled upon. It's called Expert Village. They used to pump out hundreds of videos per day giving tutorials on how to accomplish any task from the most trivial to the most godlike, you know, how to move 10 skyscrapers while jerking off, and then something easy, how to put a pool noodle in the pool. And it's all delivered from laughably unqualified people that deliver some of the worst advice on the internet. And I thought it'd be fun if we go back through this fossil of a channel and watch some of them. So we'll start with a good one here. How to Flirt with a Girl. Presented to you by Soul Patch and whatever high school student that is behind the Soul Patch.
Hi, this is Alex McRae. I'm a social dynamics instructor. And on behalf of expertvillage.com, today I'm talking about picking up women in bars and clubs.
No, this is not the intro to a porn video, so please, class, take out your pencil and paper because we're coming in hot, raw and no rubber, baby.
Flirting. What is it?
Ooh, I know. It's when I shake a girl's hand and then cry and run away.
The basics of flirting is to convey through certain ideas and emotions that you like someone else, and hopefully that the other person likes you back. Now, who are the best flirts in the world? They're actually little kids.
What the fuck? I mean, far be it from me to question the master love guru here, but Jesus fuck. Weirdo. Expert village, more like pedophile village.
Now, why is that? Well, for one thing, they have the best imaginations. If they're playing in the sandbox and they're talking about some fantastic place that they can go in the world, they're using their minds to put themselves in a place that's just the two of them in their own special world, using their imagination. Also, little kids are fearless. They realize at such a young age that they have nothing to lose. They're comfortable with themselves. They're willing to take things to the extreme and be comfortable using their own imagination.
Excuse me, Professor, am I supposed to be taking notes on all this shit? I don't see how learning about little kids flirting with each other or their imagination is helpful in any context. I'm half expecting Chris Hansen to bust through the fucking door with some theme music playing like a WWE entrance and arrest this man.
One of the keys to flirting is to actually let the other person know through your voice and through your smile that you are flirting. Because a lot of the things that adults say that are flirting can be taken the wrong way if you don't convey them with energy and fun. In other words, if I see a girl with blue eyes, I might say, wow, your eyes are like blueberries. Wait, can I actually, I'm kind of hungry. Can I have?
Ah! Oh, I feel violated. Yeah, you know, I don't see that play from the John Madden's playbook working out very well in the real world. That maneuver is just going to earn you a 911 call and a hard kick to the penis.
That's one thing that you could go into that is fun and will get a girl giggling within moments.
Or screaming and running the opposite direction as fast as she possibly fucking can.
But now notice what happens if I don't smile, and if I bring my energy level lower, and if my voice tone is flat. Hey, I really like your eyes. They're blue like blueberries. Can I touch them? Can I have them? I'm hungry. It's just strange.
Yeah, I agree. That one's absolutely just strange, unlike the other one.
So remember, to let people know that you're flirting, have the big smile, high energy, and make sure you're having a good time. If you're having a good time, it's likely that you'll put other people around you in a good mood. So how do you flirt? One way to do it is through role play.
Role play, you say? Alright, I can rally behind that. That's one I can get behind. I'll go ahead and practice. Hello, female I'm approaching with romantic intent. I'm the sheriff round these parts, and you're a naughty girl on the loose. That ass is too fine, it's illegal. You're going downtown with me, I'm afraid. And then I'd pull out my lasso, because I'd bring a prop. And then, you know, get her with the lasso, and I do lasso her successfully, and she can't escape, so then I just walk out of the bar with her. And if anyone tries to stop me, I will convince them I am indeed the sheriff, and that she was doing some illegal shit. It's a bulletproof plan, really.
For example, I might imagine that me and the girl I just met are actually husband and wife, and we're negotiating a divorce. So I can say, babe, you know, I'm sorry I had to do this, sorry I had to break this to you here, but it's over, you know, 10 years, I had some good times, but, you know, you can keep custody of the kids, you can keep the house, I'll keep the dog, because, you know, Buddy, I trained Buddy myself, and, you know, he's a good dog, so, bye now, have a good life. I'm sorry this whole divorce thing worked out this way.
That somehow seems worse than my sheriff role-playing idea. How in any way would that be enjoyable for her? Or a fun scenario to run through? That's just confusing and frightening more than anything. And it's overly long too, so you're not making a fool out of yourself for a short period of time, and at that point you can't even sell it as a joke because it's gone on so long, so you have to commit to the whole song and dance, and you just look like a fucking idiot for a long time. And it's not even like an upbeat roleplay or something fun. It's about a fucking divorce and splitting custody. That's some dark shit, really. That traumatizes people. What was your other play here, huh? Oh, hey, I recognize you. Yeah, you're the mother of the daughter I ran over in my shepherd's tank at a school crosswalk because I was driving it while on Crocodile. Oh, it's amazing seeing you here. Wow. And
see, that's one thing that you can go into that's a little strange, fun, and it puts you in a situation that would take you years to get into in real life, and you just met this girl. So remember, you can role play situations that are fun and unusual.
I love how he makes a point to say, oh, this is a situation that'll take years to get into. How goofy and wild is this? I just met this girl and I'm pretending that we've been married for 10 years. You can't do that. You can't do, we just fucking met. Oh my, it's a little wild, I know. It's a little out there, but can you believe, we just met and I'm saying we've known each other for this long. And a dog? Oh my fucking goodness. 10 years? I just met her.
Another way to do things is take things to the extreme. If I mention blueberry eyes, I might just say that off the cuff. But I'll take that to the extreme of, what if her eyes actually were blueberry? What if I was a chef? What if I wanted to make a blueberry cake? What if the blueberry cake won the World's Fair of being the best blueberry cake in the world, and it was all because of her eyes, but now she has a medical condition because she doesn't have any eyes anymore because of the blueberries. And
Alright, calm down, Jaden. How can blueberries be real if her eyes aren't? Fucking blueberry cake and shit. Now he's just telling you not even to make it a joke. Now he's just telling you to make it as creepy as possible. In the best case scenario where she giggles at your creepy advances with the blueberry eyes, to go even further on that, to put all of your eggs into that anal basket, that's asking for a disaster. That really is. You fucking kidding me? She obviously picked up on it being a joke earlier if she's still talking to your weird ass, and now you want to go ahead and make it seem like you're a genuine psychopath who thinks her eyes are blueberries and you want to rip them out and make a cake with it? Yikes.
you can see how all these things can just build and build and build into funny situations that are quirky because they start from something so simple. So remember, have fun, role play, and remember the kid in you who's a great flirt. Thanks for watching.
Alright, now back the fuck up, buddy. Hold the fucking phone. I don't go into no kids, and I don't let no kids go into me. I don't know what kind of Operation Expert Village is running over here, but it's something just not right with this shit. This is a weird guy right here saying some weird shit. So, in a nutshell, how to flirt with a girl? Don't do anything Expert Village tells you to. Godspeed. You have been lied to. For your entire life, you've been fed a fib. You've been living in a dimension of dishonesty. And I'm here to be the schoolyard bully who drags you back into reality, kicking, screaming, and coming. Pickup lines don't work. It's like the Tooth Fairy. They're not real. They're not effective. They're just weird. I know, that's a tough pill to swallow, but I'm giving you the cold shower you need right now. Is confidence important? Absolutely. No one wants to date some sad sack of shit. But it's not the only thing that matters. Which leads me to what I'd like to show you today. On TikTok, a lot of people have conflated confidence with pickup lines, and there's one man in particular I'd like to show you that I think is the perfect case study for why this is a bad thing. Pickup lines will never work for the majority of people in the world. Unless you are an actual chiseled Greek god, a pickup line is only going to serve to make you look creepy and dry up every vagina within a 5-mile radius. It's just a cringy, gross thing. Pickup lines only work in YouTube prank videos where it's all rehearsed and fake. But a lot of people don't seem to know that, so a guy on TikTok has been using pickup lines pretty much every day for the last month on strangers out in public, hoping to get their numbers or go on dates, and he's been rejected at least like 100 times now on camera, it feels like, in only a month, so he's setting a real world record here.
Excuse me. Hi, I got you Pop-Tarts for looking so beautiful. What's your name?
I have a boyfriend.
You do?
Yeah.
What's your name though?
I don't...
Oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to say you're pretty, okay?
Thank you.
You like my Pop-Tart line though?
Thank you.
It was good?
Huh?
My Pop-Tart pickle line, was it good?
Sure.
Yeah.
I ate Pop-Tart.
Oh, you don't eat Pop-Tart?
No, I don't.
Okay, have a good day.
I wasn't even in the shopping center at this time, but I honestly felt like I needed a shower just from even seeing the video. It's just so uncomfortable. You could tell the girl really just was dreading every second of that interaction. It only lasted about 35 seconds, but I bet it felt like an entire 24 hours worth of misery for her. And for him too. Like, this is a guy that, you know, if nothing else can be said about him, he doesn't stay past the rejection. There's a lot of pickup artists that always say, don't take no for an answer, as if they're like some kind of business student at a shitty university who gets the worst advice ever. You know, if you get rejected, you just keep pushing and pushing and pushing until you end up on the sex offenders registry. At least this guy, every time he gets rejected, he throws his hands up and he's like, oh, okay, then I'm done here. Then he says, thanks for your time, and then wishes them a nice day. Honestly, he's just like kind of a trick-or-treater, like, hey, thanks for, you know, the candy. I'm going home now. So that's great, and it shows me he has some level of self-awareness, but it's still some turbo creepy shit here, because he walks up phone in hand, recording them, And for some reason, he always has the light on his phone. It was mentioned in like 4 of his TikToks, like, hey, are you recording? Why is the light on? And then he just denies it, like, no, I'm not recording, just lying about it. But yeah, so he comes up recording them and then delivers some of the worst lines of all time. He calls this one the Pop-Tart pickup line, but it's not really like a classic pickup line. This is rather unorthodox, I suppose. All he did is approach her with a box of Pop-Tarts and said, I got you this for being hot, and then gets rejected.
Excuse me. Sorry, this is awkward, but I just had to say you're very pretty.
Thank you.
Yeah, alright.
This was the rejection that started it all for this man. This was patient 0. The first time he went out in public and told a girl she was pretty. Came on pretty aggressive. She said thanks and then walked away. He walked away. You know, that's where that story ends. Not exactly a fairy tale ending. They didn't get married in the end or anything. But for some reason, this started it for him. This was enough to get him interested in continuing to pursue this as his main source of content.
Excuse me. Sorry, this is awkward, but you're very pretty.
Oh, thank you.
What's your name?
Oh, I'm Jasmine.
Jasmine? I'm Nigel. Oh, Jasmine, like the flower, huh?
Yeah.
Well, you do look like a flower.
Oh, thank you.
I'm just kidding. What are you up to?
My man panicked right there and hit her with the just kidding. That was the real-time equivalent of the classic, hey girl, you're super hot, I wanna fuck, and then 5 minutes later with no response, LOL, sorry, just kidding, that was my friend, that was on my phone, not me, I didn't type that, how are you? Like, you can't just throw that out there and then immediately backpedal like that. He just bailed instantly.
Excuse me. Hey, I was just leaving the store. I had to tell you, you look so pretty.
Thank you so much.
What's your name?
Sherry.
What are you up to, Cheryl?
Buying a charger.
Oh, buying a charger? What'd you do? Did you break your charger or what?
Losing them.
You're losing them?
Yeah, what store did you see me in? Are you recording right now?
Oh, no, I'm not recording. It's just the light. It's Ray-Bans. It blinks when it sees cute girls.
You're funny.
I really thought my man was about to run out of this store Looney Tunes style after getting caught red-handed recording. That's usually what's the creepiest part about these kind of interactions is they film themselves, like blatantly filming themselves recording the whole interaction. I don't know how they don't get called out more often for it, but it's super weird every time. But yeah, this was one of his more brave ones, just right in the middle of the store as she's trying to check out. You're pretty. Why are you buying a charger? No, I'm not recording. Yes, I have an erection. So what?
Excuse me. Hi, I'm sorry. I just had to tell you, you look so pretty.
Oh.
What's your name?
Me.
Nee, what are you up to, Nee? I like that. What is that?
I don't know. What's it called?
Trying to get you tattooed on my arm. I'm just playing. How's your day going?
Good, yours?
Yeah, you don't get approached a lot? You look nervous. Am I making you nervous?
No, I did, but I just kept walking.
You got scared, huh?
No.
No?
This one's pretty fucking rough. I can only imagine how scary it would be to just have some random goofball sprinting up behind you and you can hear him coming too. He's really fee-fi-fo-fumming his way behind her, shouting, excuse me, and then you turn around and it's a guy recording and says you're pretty. That shit's just gotta be painful. Like dipping your nutsack in like piping hot boiling water. Like it just can't be an enjoyable experience. And even he recognizes that where he's like, oh, you look nervous. You know, you were probably scared. Did I make you scared? I'm sorry. You know, you were scared and nervous. Like he can even rationalize somewhere deep inside of him. Like, yep, this was pretty psychopathic shit. I probably did scare her.
Excuse me. Sorry. This is awkward, but I love your outfit.
Oh, thank you.
What's your name?
I'm actually in a hurry.
Oh, you're in a hurry?
Yeah.
Well, can I grab your number real fast, you think?
I do have a boyfriend.
You do? Oh, you're very pretty, by the way. Take it as a compliment, okay? Yeah.
This one was pretty cool because he performed it in front of an audience here. That guy in the back is very well aware of what's going on here, and he's got front row seats to the cringe Super Bowl happening in front of him. And you can see even he's cracking a smile from time to time after how uncomfortable this whole interaction is.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh my god, you're so pretty.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Lauren.
What are you up to, Lauren?
Nothing much.
Yeah? What you looking for?
Close.
I'm looking for your number.
I have a boyfriend.
You do? Alright then. Well, you're pretty, okay?
I swear to God, this guy has heard the word boyfriend more than he's ever heard his own name. Every time he walks up to a woman within 3 or 4 sentences, he's able to get them to say, I have a boyfriend, or sorry, I have a boyfriend. Like, I don't know how many times you can take that. Just stop. Just fucking stop. Stop using your pickup line. Stop recording yourselves trying to, like, come on to women in a really creepy, aggressive way. Just stop it.
Excuse me. Hi. Do you know where the library is?
Yeah, if you go all straight, you should see it. So just continue straight across the bridge.
Oh my god,
and it's to your right.
the way you like pointed, you're definitely my type. I just playing. What's your name?
Jocelyn.
Jocelyn, what are you up to, Jocelyn?
I'm actually really late to class.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
What class you got?
Nutrition.
Nutrition. Oh, I love that class. Okay, have a good day. Okay, thank you.
Well, I mean, you know, he tried. There was an attempt there. You know, the way you just pointed out the library makes you the girl of my dreams. You're definitely my type. Regular old Casanova. I have no doubt shortly after filming, the girl ran back and jumped into his arms.
So, which was the library? Sorry, I'm new here.
The library?
Yeah.
Just walk straight, like down. It's literally like, just walk straight and then it's like that big building right there.
Okay, you go here, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What's your name?
Mine?
Yeah.
Lauren. I'm probably gonna walk by the library right now.
Oh, yeah? You wanna walk me?
Yeah.
You're attractive.
Thank you.
What's your
Unfortunately, in this one, he managed to run into an extremely nice person who was kind enough to invite him to follow her to the library because she thought he needed help getting there. And immediately upon receiving the invitation, he accepts it and gets super fucking weird about it. This will probably be the last time she offers to help a stranger find the library or anything of that nature. It goes on and on and on for like 30, 40 more videos maybe, I don't know, so many. And he's still going to this day. I think his most recent one was only like 4 or 5 days old as of right now, me making this video. So yeah, I just wanted to show this and let you know, pickup lines very rarely work, and going up to random women in public and being super creepy will never work. It's bad. That's about it. See ya. It's mid-afternoon and I was feeling a little sleepy, but I didn't want to take a nap. Naps are for boys. I'm a man with the height of a boy. So what I wanted to do was find something to kind of keep me awake for a while. Put a little pep in my step. Something that needed to be cut out for a big job because I was drowsy. And I knew coffee wouldn't necessarily cut it, nor would meth. I needed something stronger. And what's stronger than some pickup artist cringe? It's just, nothing will immediately send you on like fight or flight response quicker than watching some embarrassing pickup artistry. It opens up your cringe chakra points and just takes it all in, and it's euphoric in a way. But today's a little different. We're not just looking at like some normal garbage or anything. I saw Gunner had posted a video going over a pickup artist who made his wife react to him picking up other women. And it is a baffling video to have posted, or even like a crazy idea to have even had, to take your significant other and make them watch you pick up other women. So Gunner TV's video is great. I highly recommend checking that out. I want to go over it too because it is so interesting and weird.
What up guys, welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be doing a video that we've done twice now, but now we're going to do it for the first time when we're actually married. What are we doing?
We are watching Steven's pickup videos and I am reacting to them.
Ma'am, just blink 3 times if you're being held against your will here. This sounds torturous. To have the person you're in love with show you content of them being romantic with other women is so odd. Now, as Gunner also speculated, they could be in an open relationship, which is fine, but I feel like even in a situation like that, you don't really want to see your partner being flirtatious with other women. I still feel like that'd be extremely uncomfortable. Just to give a little more context here, his name is Steven, and he's a professional number gatherer of women. He makes TikTok videos about picking up girls, getting them romantically interested, getting their number, shit like that. He's 31 years old, and he mainly prowls around college campuses to find his prey, to get the numbers, which is kinda odd to be doing that at that age, but regardless, he actually finds a lot of success because he is a good-looking guy. You can't fight the facts. He is a handsome gentleman. So even though he's using some super stinky lines, like actual PU hogwash lines, he does get a lot of women interested, and they give him their number.
Just want to let you know that you kind of did something to my eyes earlier, because I just can't take them off you, and I don't know, maybe it's the like bright yellow color or something, or your beautiful smile, I don't know.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Like, really? You're really complimenting her. She's getting a lot of compliments. You guys, I don't know if this is like...
Round one, fight. Like, just conceptually, it sounds like a hostage situation, like Clockwork Orange, like peeling her eyes open, like, babe, you have to see this. This 19-year-old wanted my meat so bad. She was ravenous for my cock. Like, the content is fire. No, watch. What are you doing? Look! You're gonna miss it. This is the first clip she is shown here, and she already seems very uncomfortable, pointing out, like, wow, you're really showering her in compliments. Like, that's a lot. And then he and his editor acknowledge it, like, uh-oh, we're already popping off. It's like, well, yeah, like, why are you showing her this? Like, even if she's okay with this being your job, it's still something I imagine she really wouldn't want to be watching at all, honestly.
I feel like lately I've been not even like jealous, just like feeling more intensely when other people find Steven attractive than I used to. Like, I've always obviously felt some sort of way, whatever, but like recently it's just a little bit more than usual. I'm just falling more and more in love with you every day.
Yeah, but she hasn't said anything. It's been all me.
But you're complimenting her.
This is something Gunnar mentioned in his video, and I can't help but point it out too. As she's explaining her feelings on why she feels more intense recently, she says, I'm falling more and more in love with you every day. To which Steven just totally disregards it. It doesn't even register with him. If this was Metal Gear Solid, he did not get the exclamation point over his head at all. Just completely goes right through his noodle, doesn't process it. Like, he just he blows it off. You know, it's like, hey, what are you talking about? Can you stop with that mushy gushy shit? We're trying to watch me pick up babes. You're about to miss the best part. This is where I get her number. About to watch Harry Potter, the Boy Who Rizzed. Check this shit out.
Taylor, Steven, nice to meet you. Look, I'm not gonna lie to you. Completely forgot what I was gonna say. But is it cool if I get your number?
I am kind of not looking for honestly anything.
Yeah, no, me neither. That was stupid.
But no, I can give you my number. I just don't want to give you like
false hopes.
Yeah.
Hey, I appreciate the honesty. Oh, I fuck with that hard.
Well, here you are.
All right, I love you. Or is that too much?
A little bit.
A little bit? All right.
Yeah.
Well, I still love you. See you. Hi.
There's something just very off-putting about watching this. It feels like I'm a fly on the wall in a household with two people that are working through something in real time. They just kind of sit in silence as that video plays itself out. Like, I could hear like a sad violin in my head here watching it unfold. And then his wife gives kind of like a pity laugh during the uncomfortable silence. Now again, if she's totally fine with all of this, which I'm guessing she is, then all power to her and their relationship. But this video is still like a really kind of odd thing to put out there because, like, you're not really joking together about it. He looks like he's on edge. Like, it looks like he's a little nervous about this, and she is very clearly conflicted in a lot of the clips here that play.
Question for you.
Oh boy, this
You got a boyfriend? You need one who can do this?
That is actually what I'm looking for exactly. Those
Really?
are the requirements, yeah.
Nice. What's your name?
Brindley, what's your
Nice.
name?
You can call me yours.
That's pretty.
Or Steven. That works too. Let me grab those digis.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You came in at the perfect timing. I'm gonna be honest with you. Steven?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Yeah. Scooter Steve, if you will.
Scooter
Steve.
Let me spin around you.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Just looking for you.
Just waiting out here for me.
She's loving this.
This is like literally the perfect scene.
You have class?
I love that comment from him. This is the perfect scene. As like a tear slowly starts to go down his cheek. This is my magnum opus, baby. She's not only loving this, it's perfect. It's better than our wedding. When I watch himself in these pickup videos, I can feel how proud he is of it. Like, it's oozing through every pore in his body, like the happiness he got from this exchange. Like, just the way this clip starts, he's like, oh boy, this scene. He leans back. It's like watching a proud father witness their son win a sports tournament. Like, just look at him as the video plays out. He is just so focused on that he's kind of ignoring his wife, who's trying to make light of this. She says, like, oh, Scooter Steve, you know, haha, good one. To which he doesn't give any response at all. It just flew right by. He didn't acknowledge it. And then she tries again, like, man, she's really loving this. And then the best he can muster is, this is literally like the perfect scene. Like, he's not even really focusing on like the content or engaging with his wife over this stuff. He's just like really into rewatching these pickup videos.
I just got done.
Nice. What'd you have?
Right here.
I'm just like trying to imagine meeting someone this way in real life, and like I would probably react the same way. Like, this is really entertaining, and I can tell you're gonna be a goofy guy. Like, I would go for it if that's how you know, came up to me.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, well,
I'll put SCSU next to my name.
perfect.
Don't want to get confused with your other ladies.
That's true. All right, I love you. Bye. You too.
Again, his wife tries to make like a conversation there, and he just doesn't say anything to it. He just wants to get right back to the video to relive the glory days, it feels like. Man's just like in the zone right now, like in a flow state, reliving these videos, going over other lines that he could have done, making all these calculations on like, what if I said this, what about that? And his wife is trying to make a conversation. It feels like he just wants to watch the videos in silence. Like, what are you yapping about, darling? Can't you see we're trying to watch this perfect scene? Can you stop all the jabber? I'm trying to watch this. But I mean, she is making a good point. Like, the way he approaches women, he does come across as like a confident, silly kind of guy. Like, he's not coming across like aggressively creepy or anything like most pickup artists. And like I said, he is a good looking guy. Dude looks like a fucking firefighter. Like, he does find a lot of success with this. Of course, he does get rejected, and he posts some of those too. But this video, I just don't understand the purpose, because his wife does mention multiple times that maybe jealousy is not the right word, but it is an interesting feeling that she's not fully, you know, okay with. And when she does try and make like jokes or conversation out of it, he doesn't really respond to it. So like, the video just feels like we're watching a montage of his best pickup moments with him and his wife just sitting there kind of uncomfortably around each other watching it.
This clip, if you combine all the views it's gotten from like Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, etc., it's probably like 30 or 40 million.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I saw you, and you were so attractive that you looked like, you know, you get that feeling when you go, and you're like about to take the subway, and the train comes like right.
This is in New York, by the way.
Did you come down there?
Context.
You know that feeling? Just gave me that feeling. I don't know what that means, but take it how you will.
Well, thanks.
Yeah. What's your name?
Kylie.
Kylie? Steven. Well, I think I need your number. We can fall in love before you head back to Phoenix.
And she lived in Phoenix.
She's from Phoenix. How funny.
Be that easy.
The bit of context with it being in New York was crucial here. I feel like that was kind of to cushion the blow with him saying we could fall in love and all that. Because, again, this is your wife. This is your partner. Even just hearing that to another woman is still not something you want to hear, even knowing that it's just all business, I guess.
Yeah, look at that.
How funny.
Where does she live?
Hey, excuse me? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Is this when I was there with you?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Did you see this one?
I don't think I saw this one, but this is like, I think this is what stemmed me starting to feel a little like, not even jealous. I don't know what the word would be to describe it, but like, I've never seen Steven do these in person. Like, I've seen a couple videos and I'm just like, whatever. But now that I've like seen it happen in front of me, it's a different feeling for sure.
He's actually training in work.
The way he reacted to his wife being like open and honest here is the same way I react to finding out I got an extra chicken nugget in my McDonald's order. Interesting. Like, it's almost like he doesn't believe her, or that he thinks she's kind of wrong in feeling that way. Or maybe I'm reading too deep into it, I don't really know, but it just seems kind of dismissive. Like, she's being open, like, hey, look, I know you do this, and I'm okay with that, but seeing it in person really was a different feeling, and it's led to me feeling a lot more intense about how other women view you and, like, you know, you doing this kind of thing. And upon hearing that, he just goes, and then just plays the video again.
And he alerted right here. So I was just wondering if he could just take a... Well, here's the thing. He's actually training to find the prettiest girl on the beach. Yeah. I think I need your number. Just for Scout.
Yeah.
For Scout, yeah.
I got you.
Do that. What are you up to? Chilling?
Yeah, my cousins actually live around the corner. I'm visiting them.
Oh, sick.
That's your cousin?
Sick. From where?
I'm in Sacramento right now.
I also don't know what that's from. I also don't know why that made the final cut of the video. He looked like actually upset that she didn't get the reference, and it just made this already awkward video even weirder to watch. That moment should not have made it through the editing process. It should have been cut, in my opinion, because once that fell flat, he seemed a bit bothered by it, and it seemed like the atmosphere got even more tense.
For 2 months. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just figuring it out.
Cool. All right, well, it's meant to be, I guess. All right, I'll see you. Steven.
Scout's just like,
Ooh, she forgot your name. Ouch.
don't try to bring me down.
So I broke in.
I'm sure that was supposed to be a joke, but following the previous one falling flat, this was just a cascade effect of disaster, because that also falls flat, and it sounds more hostile than he probably meant it to. Like, his wife was just kidding, like, she forgot your name, unlucky. And he's like, don't you ever suggest that again. She didn't forget my name.
It's a work in progress. I'm gonna have to give you a violation, unfortunately.
Okay.
It's been called in. What's the first name? Jalen. Okay.
She's like trying to figure out like what's actually happening.
There were some girls like during this video who fully believed that I was like giving them a violation.
Well, you see, I'm just giving out these tickets because you're just too damn sexy on this beach, and it's a big problem trying to clean the beach down.
Sexy's an aggressive word.
Is it?
I don't know. I feel like it is.
Just
again, the way he responds to it when his wife's like, sexy's, kind of a lot there. He's like, is it? I don't know about that. Interesting. Sorry you feel that way. Wait till you see the director's cut where I also ask if she wants to be my new wife.
thing. So I was supposed to be my girlfriend right there, but I haven't been able to get in touch with her.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know, have you seen this girl?
Oh, what's up? Yeah, I've seen her.
Oh, amazing. What's her name?
Leia, what's your name?
What's
that?
Nice to meet you.
That's a funny
So I guess you're my girlfriend now?
Yeah, sure.
Hell yeah. Can I get your number?
Yeah.
Love
She's
it.
pretty
I
hair.
like the mustache.
Thank you. I like the face.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, fella.
Sound effects again.
To me, that's just another one of those situations where he's like, okay, this one was kind of a lot to take in. Let's try and ease a bit of the tension. Haha, sound effects, am I right? Goofy sound effects? Yeah.
Is this at U of A or UC?
U of A.
What year are you?
I wonder if I know her.
Okay.
Yeah, what about you?
I'm a freshman.
I would highly doubt it.
Yeah.
It's been, what, 9 years since you've been?
5 years.
Steven, Jackie.
Don't age me like that.
Got it.
All right, I love you.
Thank you.
I'll see you.
Thank you.
I love it.
Do you?
No.
Yeah, I feel like your whole mindset has changed on these.
I don't know. Lately, I've been feeling a little more like, just like, don't look at my man. I don't know why.
All right, guys, thanks for watching the video. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did, make sure to smash the thumbs up.
That whole ending sequence was kind of brutal. Like, even the clip they show there where he's talking to the girl on the college campus, she's a freshman and he says he's a senior even though he's 31 years old is already like a really weird thing to do. But the fact that he travels, I guess, across the country to go to college campuses to do this and talk to freshmen and get their numbers is very peculiar to me. But then when his wife is talking, like, I might know her, he's like, no, you definitely don't. You're way too old. You're 9 years out of college. Which just kind of seems like, I don't know if he meant it to be like a jab or something. Like, no, you're way too old. You're ancient. You're a fossil. But that's kind of how it came across. And it seems like she was at least somewhat caught off guard by that too. Like, oh, why are you saying that? I don't know. It just really feels like this whole video is kind of on edge. I don't really know what the point was behind it. And she even says in her closing statements here before the video concludes that her mindset on it has changed, like, which he also acknowledges, but he still is going to keep doing it. Like, maybe this is something they should work through and figure out, okay, where do we go from here? I have changed my mindset on it. Can we work through this? Or maybe we change the content or something so that way the marriage can be happier or stronger. I'm not a fucking counselor. But just this whole video raises so many questions to me as a spectator and a lot of other people as well in the comments. Like, why? Like, you are 31 years old. It is a weird thing to do, just keep going to all of these colleges to hit on girls as young as a fucking freshman to get their number for the sake of TikTok views, all while having a wife who is clearly conflicted on it. Even though she was okay with it more in the past, she's not really in that same headspace when it comes to this anymore. But you know what, I'm reading way too fucking deep into it, baby. Smash that fucking like button if you want to see my wife react to me picking up more women next week, I guess. But yeah, anyway, I just had to show this. This was a really odd watch. That's about it. See ya. Today's the day we finally answer a question that's been plaguing men for almost 15 years now. Can Halo get you laid? A long time ago, I saw a video of a man singing the Halo 3 theme in a parking lot to an uninterested woman, and I haven't seen it in the better part of a decade now, so I couldn't remember if it was real or if I imagined it in some kind of weird wet nightmare or something. And then, just a few days ago, it resurfaced on Reddit. This was posted in 2007, and you can really feel it oozing that 2007 energy. The intro song is almost like 009 Dreamscape coming in. The shit is nostalgic.
So we're briefly introduced to our main character, Mike, and he's on a mission. Just like Master Chief, he's out here to finish the fight against virginity.
Hey guys. Mike McCaffrey for the Halo Minute. How are you? I'm singing this song to
really
her.
good. I'm being serenaded right now. Help me.
Well, this is great because we want to communicate the excitement of Halo 3.
Do you realize you're saving me?
What's that?
No, what are we here from? Korea? What?
Well,
Can't hear.
Mike spotted a woman in need of help, and luckily, Mike's got all the tools necessary to save her. He's got mace. He's got a green belt in Taekwondo. But most importantly, he's got the voice of an angel. I love how appreciative the woman is of Mike's company. She mentions multiple times that he's saving her, you know. She's like, oh my god, my fucking hero. It's this guy. It's Mike. Mike! My knight in shining armor. Because she's not enjoying the other guy who's serenading her. She's not really into it. So she's under the impression that Mike is gonna take her away from that situation. But instead, all Mike does is also serenade her.
have you ever played Halo 3? Either of you?
No, I've heard of it though.
Have you? It's one of the biggest.
I have kids. They love it.
Okay.
Do I have to play it?
No.
Okay.
But I would like, if with your permission, to sing you a little bit of it, if that's all right.
All right, go for it.
Thank you.
I'm being sung at all.
And if you want to keep singing too, that's all right.
Yeah, it's
All right, here we go.
You could actually feel her heart break when Mike asked if he could sing to her. This is like her punishment. This is her personal hell. Just a bunch of dudes singing at her for no reason. She can't escape it. It's a plague. I'll be honest, I don't know if the video is real or staged. I don't know if I'm watching a WWE show or if I'm watching an actual fucking snuff video with how uncomfortable this all is. But either way, I don't care. I saw this a long time ago, and even just rewatching it's nostalgic and enjoyable for me, and I just wanted to share it anyway.
Good. Sing me about
All right.
I have a halo. Have you noticed? I'm a nice
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's our idea that in order to help people kind of assimilate to the idea of Halo 3, we could sing it, so.
Do you have to have played 1 and 2?
No.
Okay, good.
All right.
I'll shut up. Go ahead. You're a monk. He yelled at me.
You fucking harlot. You filthy harpy. You dare interrupt Mike when he's mid-Halo theme in the chorus. You're going straight to hell. That's an unforgivable sin. You're lucky all he did was shush you. He could have walked away. He should have walked away. You didn't even deserve the performance after that for interrupting. Outrageous. It makes me sick to see what she tried to do there. Stepping on his toes while he's performing. You wanted a hero, and you got something far more powerful. You got Mike. The man with the golden pipes, baby. I love to imagine Mike's just like a vigilante in the area, but he's not super helpful. So like there's a lady who's getting, you know, her purse stolen, and Mike happens to be in the area hearing the scream, so he sprints over, assesses the situation. What's the sit rep? I stole my purse. Don't worry, I've got this. You ever played Halo?
I know this song. Am I winning the game?
Honestly, I was half expecting him to go straight into a scat man at the end of that one there. Skibidi-dibidi-bop-bop-bop. This is just like straight out of SpongeBob when he's announcing like the Krabby Patty secret formula. It's so wonderful. I can hear all of it in my head too. Like as he's singing it, I'm hearing the real Halo theme. That's how good he is. He's mimicking the instruments perfectly. His voice is truly just ethereal. He's on this whole different plane of music. I don't think these two realized just how lucky they were to have this kind of performance from Mike here and just how special it was.
I'm honestly insulted she wasn't pre-ordering Halo as he was singing. I don't know how she wasn't getting into the hype. I also love how that first guy that was singing at her is now just kind of hanging out with a big smile on his face, knowing that Mike is making him look much better.
You need some pots and pans in the background.
Real quick, did you hear that baritone mixed in there? Oh my god, I don't know how she didn't fucking bounce on his cock right then and there. The way that he was able to hit that low note, oh my god. He's a wizard.
I'm exhausted.
Wow.
That was good, thanks.
What's your
Can't wait to play again.
Well, I'm doing my part on the street. What about you? This is Mike McCafferty. I've made new friends today for the Halo Minute.
Godspeed, Mike. This was one of the most inspiring, most moving concerts I've ever had the pleasure of watching. Again, I don't know if this is real or not, but let's have a little fun, put our finger in our ass, and assume that it's genuine. I love the idea that this starts with this woman getting serenaded and is extremely uncomfortable looking for any excuse to leave, and then Mike shows up and she's like, finally, I'm fucking saved, only to again be serenaded by someone even worse. So she goes from like the mini boss to the raid boss of Mike, and then it ends with her leaving with the first guy that she wanted to be saved from. So she realized like, wow, you know, I guess this guy, the first guy, wasn't so bad when there's dudes like Mike out there in this parking lot. I'll just leave with you, let's go. But unfortunately for our protagonist, the Halo theme did not get him laid. But anyway, that's about it. So yeah. If you've been around this channel for a long time, you'll know that I've always enjoyed diving into the insanity that Kickstarter offers from time to time, just looking at some of the more outrageous product pitches. And today someone sent me this Kickstarter pitch claiming that it's the worst one the site has ever seen, to which I rolled my eyes and scoffed like an anime villain. The horrors I've seen on that site, I'm like a war veteran of cringe with PTSD, just remembering things like the Air Umbrella and Michael Superbacker, God bless. But I still decided to take a peek, so I dusted my shoulders off and decided to dive in, and interestingly enough, it is very bad. I don't know if I'd call it the worst. It's pretty awful, but I don't know if it's the worst I've ever seen. But I thought it would be still fun to dive into it, because this kind of content's something I haven't made in a while, so it'll be a nice little blast from the past for your ass.
There's more truth in here than what we're reading in the papers. Observe the millennials, the YOLOs, Generation Y, or why the fuck not, thinking they're special because mom and dad and their 5th grade teacher told them so. Armed with participation trophies and branded apparel to encourage superiority.
I think with just the first 15 seconds, you can immediately get the vibe behind this pitch. It's trying to suckle off of the cock of the Andrew Tate tough love formula, where it's like, everybody is a sensitive snowflake in today's society. Generation Y? More like Generation why the fuck are you still a bitch? Participation trophies out the wazoo, no one knows how to be a man anymore, no one knows how to think for themselves. Everyone you see is an NPC, just a zombie sleepwalking through life. Don't be like them. Buy my coffee. Like, he's immediately doing exactly what he's upset at the rest of the world for doing, being pretentious. That's this entire ad. Just some pretentious douchebaggery.
Newsflash. We all got the fucking memo. We see straight through your crap. Exhibit A. Look at the self-proclaimed artiste over here. Looking like a lumberjack from the 1800s. Low-budget lumberjack.
Pardon me, huh? Jiminy Christmas, have you ever seen a lumberjack? How does this guy look like an 1800s low-budget lumberjack? He's clean-shaven with slicked-back gelled hair. What are you talking about? It's just all around one of the weakest insults he could have squeaked out of his mouth there, because it sucks shit through a crazy straw. Not only does he not look like a lumberjack, but if he did, you're giving him a compliment. Lumberjacks are cool. The number one image that immediately gets into people's head when asked to think about a masculine man is a lumberjack. Like a fucking grizzly, bearded man
oozing testosterone out of every pore in his body, chopping wood. That's like the quintessential man stuff, not drinking coffee from Kickstarter. He's trying so hard but failing to be a bully. And I feel bad for all the actors in this pile of dog shit because all they do is stand there and let him go around and insult them. And they're not even insults, like he's just really bad at it, but it must have been so uncomfortable because I know they had no idea what this gig was going to entail. But they already showed up on set and were getting paid, so they just said, we'll let it rip. And it was probably extremely hard to not laugh at this guy being so bad at making insults.
I bet he's never even held an axe a day in his life. And what are these? Even your blindness is fake. Do you think your tattoos make you a coffee connoisseur? You realize that your devotion to non-conformity actually makes you conform. It's hypocrisy and flannel.
What are you yapping about? Do you think your tattoos make you a coffee connoisseur? Where is that coming from? What delusional dimension is your brain inhabiting? Come back to reality. Come back to us. I have tattoos, and I don't drink coffee. It's not like people get tattoos because all of a sudden it's going to make them a coffee expert or something. I don't know what tree he's barking up with that thought process, but it is confusing, to say the least. He's just blabbering on about some nonsense mumbo-jumbo and trying to, like, insult the people around him. Now, all of this is to sell his coffee, which is supposed to be the world's strongest coffee, which I guess he may have succeeded at, according to his Kickstarter page. One 12 fluid ounce cup of his coffee apparently contains 702 milligrams of caffeine, which is more than the other competitor, Death Wish, at 660. Over 700 milligrams of caffeine in a single 12 ounce cup is absurd. The Panera Bread lemonade wouldn't kill you as fast as this would. To put in perspective how much caffeine that is, if you consume 1,200 milligrams of caffeine in a pretty short period of time, you are likely to experience caffeine toxicity, which can be fatal. So if you drank 2 cups of his coffee, it'll just send you straight to heaven to meet your maker. You'll sail into Valhalla with insomnia coffee being the thing that killed you. What an embarrassing way to go. Why would you ever want a 700 milligram caffeine beverage? At that point, just do meth. Meth would actually be safer and more healthy for you than drinking his coffee. That is so mind-boggling.
But you don't give a fuck about individualism like flannel fuck over here. No. You're a clone. With enough creatine, protein, and self-loathing to keep your arms inflated and your dick shriveling. He's been keeping an eye on that Ista slut's ass for a while now. I think I saw him whimper at it.
The insecurity he's projecting with this scene in particular is just pathetic. Like, beyond embarrassing. This should not have made the final cut. This should have absolutely been scrapped ASAP. Oh, look at you. Drinking protein shakes, taking creatine, making your wiener shrivel up. What are you talking about? That's not what happens. He's just drinking protein shakes and taking creatine. That's not going to have any effect on his pee-pee size. Like, his penis is the exact same size, but now he is an overall more muscular man. More than you. Oh, all that self-loathing. You must be doing it because you're not comfortable in your own skin. You should be like me. No muscle mass and drinking 700 milligrams of caffeine every hour. And with my insomnia coffee, huh? That's what you should be. That's what a real man does. Drinking coffee to wash away all the pain and sorrow. Not lifting weights and drinking protein, idiot. And you were looking at sluts or something. He is just genuinely so bad at this shtick. Because he's just choosing things that are good. Being a lumberjack, being in shape and taking care of your body, and trying to portray them as a bad thing somehow, like, it makes no sense. He is actually horrible at trying to get across this, like, tough machismo, drink my coffee kind of thing. My coffee will make you a real man. Not like this guy who lifts weights.
Speaking of, behold, the voice of the common man. She's studying a magna cum laude in absolute fuckery. Purebred vegan. Drove down here at a Mini Cooper. Hit a dog on the way. If it wasn't a child. But don't worry. Daddy will pay for the dent. Stop taking relationship advice from misspelled Facebook posts. You need to realize no amount of Instagram followers, no amount of Twitter likes or retweets are going to make up for the fact that you don't have a personality.
Ugh, it's so cringe. going into like this edgy fanfic about this girl now. Oh, you hit a dog, or maybe a child, on the way here, but your dad's gonna pay for the dent. And then he goes with the cliche, no amount of Twitter likes or Instagram followers is gonna make up for no personality, you harpy, harlot. Oh, it's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Like the actors, I can't believe they're actually able to keep it together. Maybe this is like the 40th take, so now they're just like tired and they're just doing everything they can to get the fuck out of there. Because there's no way you wouldn't be breaking character here laughing at the cringe.
How the fuck does she keep that shit down? Look, I'm not perfect, but at least I don't hide behind a veil of pretense like these fake fucks. We're tired of the facade. Who are we really? Wake the fuck up.
Ooh, so profound. What a sign-off. Wake the fuck up, samurai. Straight out of Cyberpunk. Really tried and missed. What a big old L of a Kickstarter pitch that was. What are you talking about, man? You're making coffee. Out of every character type he tries to shoot spitballs at, out of every trope he tries to insult in his pitch, he is by far the fakest out of all of them. He is the one with the facade. You're not more awake or better than anyone else just because you're consuming 700 milligrams of caffeine that's coursing through your veins like Bane's venom from Batman. Like, it's so silly. Well, just, if you want to make the world's strongest coffee, go for it and try and sell it on that merit, as opposed to go up this weird alley here with like, it's time to wake up, and the only way to do that is by never sleeping again with 700 milligrams worth of caffeine in every cup of our coffee. It's so silly. I just had to make fun of this. Something I'm sure he understands. That was his whole ad, just making fun of people. So, I'm making fun of the pretentious businessman who thinks his coffee is somehow making him superior to everyone else around him when it comes to intelligence and enlightenment and waking up. What a fucking joke. That's really about it. See ya. For almost a decade now, pickup artists have been a very satisfying punching bag for the internet to joke about. I'm sure I don't need to give you a history lesson on what pickup artists are, or at least were, since they're kind of an endangered species now, which is great. But basically, they were just some guys who were giant douchebags faking confidence, would go around with a camera and a mic and shove it in girls' faces. Oftentimes the girls were drunk, and they just harassed them, sometimes even groped them, or asked them just weird questions like, would you mind if I snorkeled in your asshole tonight? Give me your number, babe. And like go in for kisses. It was really a fucking weird trend, but it started to die out because A, people stopped watching it because it's so fucking uncomfortable, and B, some of them were actually getting reported to the authorities, so honestly a pretty dangerous career path to begin with. Sometimes they even tried to make it like a tutorial thing, like if you follow what I do in these pickup artist game spitting videos, you'll also be a pussy slang magnet, a master cock warrior. But basically, if you followed what they did in the videos, you wouldn't be a pickup artist, you would just pick up a bunch of charges. And I was under the impression that the whole thing was pretty much dead at this point until I watched Cody Ko's new video on TikTok pickup artists, and that showed me a disturbing truth, that TikTok has inspired a whole new generation of douchebags to pick up where the other ones had left off. Today we're just going to focus on one channel in particular that I went through. I only went through like a month's worth of videos, but there's hundreds and hundreds. This is going to be Eric.
She wants an open relationship. Yeah, I'm the man. Oh, he's the man. Come on now, you boys gotta have confidence. Let's go. What do you mean? Your girl wants an open relationship. Yeah, drop her. Get someone who's worth you. Oh! I said yes. I don't give a You're my friend. I don't give a Alright, so are we gonna date now? Because he's clearly out of the picture now.
Yeah,
so.
no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think are we dating?
Yeah, we're dating.
Okay, perfect.
Alright, what is your name?
Kenzie.
Kenzie, alright, Kenzie, let me get your number.
Okay.
This is Eric's most recent TikTok, and I have no fucking clue what was going on in this one. I couldn't follow the lore or storyline or anything. I really just don't get it. I can't comprehend what I was just watching. Eric is the man in the white shirt holding the microphone. I'm sure I didn't need to point him out to you. This wasn't like a Where's Waldo thing. I'm sure you immediately could guess which one was Eric here, because he's holding a microphone. If you see someone just holding a giant mic like this in public, it just lets you identify an asshole from a distance, really. What I find really interesting about this video though is the guy here looks exactly like Eric if he was significantly taller, better looking, and more muscular. They could have been brothers if his brother here was like a Viking who stole all of Eric's potential height and muscle mass in the womb.
But how old are you?
I'm old enough.
But you can't be like old enough for me though.
I like my women wise.
I don't know about that.
We'll find out.
I tell you, you read one Reddit post on how to be confident around women, and it's all downhill from there. You'll end up with a TikTok channel like Eric's. I just don't really get it. In like 9 out of every 10 of the videos he posts, he either gets flat out rejected or insulted right to his face. So I don't even know, like, if you'd even consider him a pickup artist. He's more of just like a catastrophe artist on the streets, while also making a ton of women extremely uncomfortable.
So you guys like nice guys or you like bad boys?
I like bad boys. I like when they're mean to me.
Wow. So you like it rough, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, she likes it rough. Cool, well, I think you're pretty cute, so could I get your number?
Sure.
Alright, let me get your number.
Eric, she just said she likes bad boys. There's no way Eric is a bad boy. Eric's the kind of guy that would cry during hentai when his waifu is having sex with another 2D character. No chance, Eric. Once she finds out that you're not a hardcore, motorcycle riding, lacrosse playing badass, she's gonna leave your ass. But great work out there, Eric. You got the digits. I'm sure it wasn't a fake number.
So what's your name?
Kira.
Kira, I'm Eric. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
How's your night going?
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good?
Yeah.
Yeah, alright. So, what do you have to offer me tonight?
What do you want?
Anything.
I mean, I don't know.
I want you.
I don't think Eric's ever even talked to a sober girl in his life. Every single one of his TikToks take place right outside of a bar or a huge party, and all the women are fucking hammered, absolutely annihilated. It's so uncomfortable to watch, really. And I don't know who even watches it to begin with. He doesn't even succeed. Like I said, 9 out of every 10 videos is getting insulted or rejected right to his fucking face. I'm surprised they don't just like spit on him when he comes around there with the mic with the amount of times he gets like absolutely blasted by the people he talks to. It's super weird. So even like the 11 or 12-year-old boys that watch this kind of garbage and dog shit probably wouldn't get anything out of watching Eric, since he doesn't even succeed in the fantasy he tries to live.
Sensitive feeling that you've been here every night
Really?
looking for a girl?
No. Only tonight and only you.
Only tonight and only me.
That's right. But can I get your number real fast?
You can get my snap?
Alright, I don't take Snapchats. Bye.
Oh shit! Whoa! Derek is a madman! He doesn't fucking take Snapchats! Look at him! Look at him, you harpy! Does Eric look like a bitch? Does he look like a little turbo virgin pussy? No! He does not accept Snapchats, only hard phone numbers, baby. And that's all. That's all Eric deals in. That's his only currency. Fuck the Bitcoin. Fuck Dogecoin. He only deals in the currency that matters. Phone numbers. And getting rejected. Woo!
Do you think I can find a girlfriend out here?
Of course.
Of course?
It's
Oh yeah.
Hey, listen. It's coastal. It's not college, baby.
That's right. So wait, what about one of you guys?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can be your boyfriend?
Yeah.
Really? So I can get your number?
Yeah, right now.
He's so savage. He just got 4 girlfriends at once. And he didn't even try. That's the power of Eric. Too easy, I say. He's playing life on easy mode. He's got God mode activated over there.
We're here with
Pirela Solis.
Oh wow, that's beautiful. I can't even pronounce it. But how's your night going?
Pretty f***ed up.
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
I got super curious to see what the comments were saying about some of his videos, so I went to the comments on this one, and it looked like a fucking Twitch chat in the just chatting category. Unsurprisingly, this is like every comment here. And then there's Scott Kingdon down there. That's a yogurt I used to eat as a kid. I mean, Scott's going through it right now, man. I mean, he's on a whole nother level here. He's on a different plane of existence after seeing this video.
Community. Honestly, like for me, all I want for Christmas is you. You know how, like, Christmas is coming up, right?
Yeah, no Sherlock.
Yeah, that's why I'm dressed like Santa.
Pretty soon. Oh, wow. I thought you were dressed up as a leprechaun.
Wow, you got jokes. Well, all I want for Christmas is you.
How sweet. So get on your knee, bitch.
Whoa.
Christmas was a rough time for Eric and his content. Santa Claus came by and left him nothing but coal and rejections and no after no after no and insult after insult. But unfortunately, Eric didn't give up. He kept making content. But he definitely did go through a bit of a rough patch here, a cold streak when it came to his pickup game.
Well, honestly, I'm looking for a girl tonight, and I was wondering what you guys had to offer.
What did you offer?
What am I offering? I mean, you can find out later in bed, so.
Uh-oh, ladies, be careful. Proceed with caution. Eric is getting into his zone. This is not a drill. You will no longer be able to resist Eric. Ladies, you will not be able to control yourselves around Eric's smooth talking.
Are you single?
I am single.
All right, do you find me attractive?
Yeah.
So I can get your number.
I don't live here.
I don't either. So I guess we can just text.
True. Okay.
All right, let's do it. Cool.
Zoom in on my face for my reaction.
Her friend's face really does say it all right there. That tells the entire story.
What's your name?
Megan.
Megan, are we in love?
No.
How can I find love out here?
Don't be a
And yeah, that about sums that up. She put it into a nice nutshell to sum up all of pickup artistry. So she really did put it elegantly there and right on the nose. That's really about it. There's a ton of pickup artists on TikTok, it seems. But Eric was the one I wanted to watch some of today. Keep in mind, this is only some videos over the last month, and he has so fucking many, it's crazy. I don't know how shame hasn't kicked in, considering the majority of these is him very, very much falling flat on his fucking face in the videos. So I don't exactly know why he keeps making them, but he's still on the grind, I suppose, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Good morning, everyone. I hope the holiday season has been kind to you. As we approach the new year, I wanted to bestow upon you some sage wisdom. As we get into 2024, I imagine many of you are going to choose a New Year's resolution to be more confident, and I just wanted to show you what it looks like when you go a little too hog wild and immediately blow it and pretty much fail the New Year's resolution before it even begins. This exchange was shared today. The two people here have met a few times and there was nothing odd about any of it. Now, out of the blue, this guy says, "Can I say something weird?" and then sends that face. When that face hits the text messages, you know shit is about to go downhill immediately. Nothing good ever comes from seeing that face. It's like Bloody Mary in the mirror. But she says, of course, with an exclamation point, almost excited to hear what weird thing he's about to explain. So he goes, He starts charging up his Kamehameha here. He's about to drop a fucking nuclear bomb on this conversation and this friendship. So here it comes. Happy New Year. I just saw a post celebrating fat beauty, and you were the fat beauty closest to the top of my contacts, and then drops this hot emoji here. So I just wanted to check in and say hi. And they say chivalry's dead. If that line doesn't get you laid, nothing will. Flirting has never looked so good. So how did she respond to this silver-tongued devil? Holy fucking hell. We'll just casually act like you didn't just say that. And he's dumbfounded. He can't process what went wrong here. He goes, I understand how that was the wrong thing for me to say. Actually, I don't. Please explain how I can prevent making someone uncomfortable in the future. It's like an exit survey after customer service experience. What did you appreciate and what did you not appreciate? How can we improve in the future? I have no doubt this was the last thing she was expecting after saying that she'd like to hear something weird. But anyway, I'll go ahead and break it down for you, brother, on where this bulletproof strategy went awry. Let me give you like a counterexample maybe to help illustrate the point. Let's say there was someone I was talking to that I was somewhat romantically interested in, and I opened this conversation by saying, hey, so I just read this post about stupid bitches, so naturally I thought of you. How are you? It wouldn't exactly go over well now, would it? So you coming out of the blue, guns blazing, calling her fat, is not exactly the compliment that you may have thought it was. But anyway, there is another series of text messages I wanted to talk about because it had me giggling this morning. There was an individual giving away 100 articles of clothing, and somebody wanted to come claim them. But things really took a turn for the worst. It starts innocent enough. Are the clothes available? To which they say, yes, please God, take them. Very clearly wanting to get rid of all of these clothes. And then they ask for the location. After receiving the coordinates to the rendezvous, they ask, can you meet me in blank? So meeting at a different location that's a little closer to them. To which they understandably say, no, I'm not meeting for free stuff. And then say, I can go view $10 to brung them, okay? And they just say no again. It's an almost adorable sentence. I can go view $10 to brung them. It's like baby talk in text message format. It reminds me of the dialogue in the game Bugsnax. Now, this individual clearly does not want to drive out of their way to deliver free stuff to this person. not even for $10, because that's a wild inconvenience to them. They're giving away the free stuff. If you want it, it should be on you to come get it. Like, it's not their responsibility to drive an hour out of their way to deliver it to this stranger. Jesus, thanks. Keep them then. I have a newborn Jesus, which is a huge statement to make. We've got Jesus Christ coming back for round 3, I guess, because she just gave birth to him. I don't have time to waste it. Do you want them gone or not? I don't know why she's trying to flip this around and haggle with this individual who's trying to give away the free clothing. Like, obviously, they want them gone, but they're not going to drive an hour out of their way to get rid of them. It's not that big of a deal. Whoever wants them can come get them, and if no one comes and gets them, I'm sure they would have no problem just donating them to, like, Goodwill or something. This lady has no leverage in this negotiation here whatsoever. So do you want them gone or not? Your only option is to bring them an hour over here to me. Like, no, clearly, that's not the only choice to be making here. That's the bad ending. That's like the stupid ending. If you do that, you have done a big fucking blunder. They say, I do, but I'm not driving an hour round trip. If you want them, you'll get them. If not, someone else will. The brass tacks, the cold hard facts, the cold water. That is the truth right there. If you want them, come get them. If you don't, someone else will. They then ask for the address and then say, it's not that far from blank, and blank is 10 to 15 minutes from blank. Everything's redacted here like a CIA document, so it's a little hard to keep up with. But they're still trying to find a way for them to bring the clothes closer to them so it's more convenient for them to pick up the free shit. They say, I live closer to blank, so 50 minutes, so yeah, you could meet me to blank. That would help us both. Thanks if you would be nice. And they just, again, say no. This sets her off, and she goes, bitch, have a good day. I have kids, me and I live further than you, and I was ready to pay, have a good day. To which they say, I have kids too, doesn't make you special. I ask because everything expensive, I would drive down me for someone, obviously English people are actually asshole. Anyway, I wouldn't be like you, me, I would do halfway for someone that's need it. Obviously you have money, so you don't give a shit apka about any but yourself. You were rude. That's also what I didn't like. Instead of figuring something out for both of us as well, so you're mama person, not me? I'm not sure what that word is because it's blocked by the arrow. One of the most difficult to read statements I've ever read since trying to read Finnegan's Wake. I recognize English may not be her first language here, but goodness gracious, that was a lot to try and get a grasp on here. So I believe what she's trying to say is that if the roles were reversed, and she was the one giving away free clothes, she would have no problem driving an hour out of her way to give them to someone. Which is a load of dirty barnacles. What a fucking load of fish paste. What are you talking about? You won't even drive over here and get the free clothes that she's offering. You're making a big stink about it. So how the fuck am I supposed to believe that you would drive an hour out of your way to bring someone else free clothes when you won't even go here to get them without making a huge deal out of trying to get her to come to you instead? What a ridiculous statement. What an outright fucking lie. You're telling a fib. And liars are go to hell because it's a sin. She also wasn't rude, by the way. She's giving away free clothes and you're trying to take advantage of her kindness and try and push her to do even more for you, for your own convenience. You are the rude asshole, not the person giving away the free clothes. I know things are expensive, that's why I'm giving these away, but I'm not spending time driving to meet someone just to give them away. Like, would you? I would have paid with the only little money I have, so thanks. Yes, I would. Thanks. Go to church. What are you talking about? She's not asking for money and she doesn't need you to gove her $10 to brung them. Like that, just go get the clothes. She is already giving these things away for free. Just go get them instead of trying to shame her for not driving an hour out of her way for a fucking stranger who's too lazy to go do it herself. Like, that is entirely a you problem, not her. And I don't know why you're trying to tell her to go to church. Why don't you go to church, plant your ass in one of the pews and pray for forgiveness for one of the 7 deadly sins of sloth, because you're so fucking lazy that you won't go do the bare minimum and instead start being an asshole to this person who's just giving away free clothes. The conversation concludes with, I definitely do not have money, what an assumption, go to hell. And she goes, great, exactly, shouldn't say that word. What are you talking about? You literally called her a bitch like 3 messages ago. What, saying bitch is okay but not hell? HE double hockey sticks is too far? What is going on? How can you be such a miserable piece of shit? Like, this person is already giving away free clothes. And instead of just going to get them and saying thank you, you try and shame them into driving an hour out of their way for your own convenience. How can you be so selfish? The entitlement here is absolutely incomprehensible. I just had to talk about it. This one had me giggling, but also fuming a little bit. Just trying to understand how people like this exist. This is free items that you are making a huge problem out of because they won't drive an hour out of their way for you for it. It's so crazy to me. But anyway, yeah, I just want to talk about these a little bit. That's it. See ya. I know my calm, composed, stoic demeanor may not give you any clues or hints at my internal struggle, but trust me, right now, I'm spiraling. I'm falling down a dark path I swore I'd never walk again. Like a former addict who finds the pipe once again, I have found my long since abandoned drug. I have become hooked on reading horrible text messages from dudes trying to get laid again. It's been many moons, and some of you who have been around the channel for a while may remember I've made a lot of content covering horrible pickup artists, as well as horrible text messages with self-proclaimed nice guys who are one gentle no away from letting the demon out and just flipping the switch to a full-blown conniption. Like, the word boyfriend would be, a Winter Soldier event that would have them just go ballistic. And I've made quite a bit of content, both laughing at the absurdity of it, as well as using it as an educational tool, like, hey, don't be like these goobers. But over time, I started kind of petering out from doing that, because I just made so much of it, and I stopped indulging in that kind of content until recently. I could only fight the urge for so long. The werewolf is coming out. It's a full moon, and that moon is nothing but fucking cringe. I saw some text messages today that I've just got to go over. Now, before we embark on this journey together, it's important that I let you know that these are two college students. As we go through this, you'll probably assume that it's two 13-year-olds, but that's not the case. These are two college students that worked on a group project together, and now we're coming in after the completion of the project. So, they say, I just emailed Professor the final draft, so we should be good. To which the poster says, yay, and then sends a meme, go team. I really enjoyed working with you. You seem like a very sweet and smart girl, and I'd love to take you out sometime. To which they say, that's very kind of you, but I have a boyfriend. Oh boy. She said the phrase, I have a boyfriend. There is no phrase more powerful in the English language than that. The strongest sentence ever constructed. That's like the nuclear bomb here. I have a boyfriend is a phrase, nay, an incantation, more powerful than Avada Kedavra from Harry Potter. And it's just been deployed. So you can already start to speculate where things are going to go south. He responds by saying, heh, well thanks for leading me on. Which catches her off guard. She says, I'm sorry, but I don't think I've done anything to imply I was interested in dating you, to which he responds, it's just funny how you never brought up that you were taken until now. Which is an interesting thing to respond with, because that makes it seem like he expects every girl that's taken to immediately state that upon starting a conversation with a man. Like they need to wear some kind of sign or some kind of label on their forehead that says, currently in relationship, not available, thank you. Try again at later date. Although she does say that she mentioned her boyfriend. Actually, I did. When I was at your house, I told you my boyfriend was picking me up. Which she's able to counter beautifully by saying, I thought you meant a boy that you were friends with. Because why would you go over to a guy's house if you're dating someone? And she says, because you offered to host and we needed somewhere to work on our project together, my boyfriend knew and didn't care because all we were doing was working. I'm sorry if I did anything to give you the wrong idea. And then he says, you let me buy you a pizza. Now, admittedly, I understand where the guy's coming from here. We all know about the law of equivalent exchange thanks to Full Metal Alchemist, and we have something like that in the real world. If you buy a girl a pizza, she is obligated to have sex with you. It's the pussy for pizza transaction. It's as old as time itself. So the fact that he was able to buy her a pizza and he didn't get his winky stinky is shocking. But anyway, he seems to really put a lot of stock in the importance of that pizza, like that was going to carry them all the way to marriage, like this is a moment she'd remember for the rest of her life or something, that pizza that he bought her. But I'd like to backtrack a bit just briefly. Let's go to the previous chapter where he said, I thought you meant a boy you were friends with, because why would your boyfriend be okay with you going to a guy's house to work on a project? And I feel like that's a dogshit perspective that's not unique to just this guy in this situation. I've seen a lot right now where people work under the assumption that if your significant other is doing anything in any capacity with someone of the opposite sex, it means that they're unfaithful to you and they're cheating. But I just don't really subscribe to the belief that most normal, sane people think that way. Of course, there are extenuating circumstances to that, but in this scenario, and in most scenarios like this, where it's just she's working on a group project with a classmate, I don't know why you'd immediately jump to, she must be a whore who's going behind my back to fuck this one goofball in her class and pretending that they're working on a group project. I just don't think that's something most ordinary people jump to immediately, and in this case, the guy views it as weird that she ever even agreed to go to his house to work on this group project if she was in a relationship, but I just don't understand why that would be viewed as weird. Like, where else are they going to do it? Like, if they go to her place and do it, it's the same problem, right? Now, she has invited a guy over to her house and she's in a relationship to work on this group project. Wouldn't that be the same issue? Or if they go somewhere in public and do it, like a fucking Starbucks or whatever, it's still the same issue. Like, oh, now they went to a public place where people go, like, on dates sometimes to do this group project. So you can always make that argument no matter what. So just, I don't know, it just doesn't compute with me. But anyway, back to the pizza. I offered to split when you told me you were ordering a pizza and you said it was your treat. If you'd like, I can sell you for half of the cost. Yes, I'd like that. And you ate more of the pizza than I did, so you should pay for like 2/3 of it. Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty math calculations here. Like, well, actually, listen here, Harpy. You ate more of the pie than I did, so you're gonna need to reimburse me more for it. And you know what? It wasn't my treat, because this Halloween there was only tricks. You tricked me. You lied by not telling me that you had a boyfriend. So give me extra cash for that pizza, you disgraceful harlot. She's being as gentle as possible here. I imagine she's scared of this individual, and she said as much in the comments of the post. She said that she didn't want to, like, get too aggressive back because then she'd be, like, afraid of what he might do. So it's just, like, I understand where she's coming from. You don't want to, you know, poke and all of that. So she's just like, okay, that's fine. And I'm sorry again if you got the wrong idea, but I thought I made it clear that I viewed this as a professional relationship. Well, you didn't. And then he comes back and says, don't leave me on red. So he's getting very aggressive here. He's red in the face. He's steam coming out of the ears. Like, I understand why she wants to, like, tiptoe around this as gracefully and smoothly as possible. And it's something I've said a lot on stream, where in the current climate of things, it feels like everyone's more on edge than ever. Like, I've read so many stories over the last couple of years of people snapping at the smallest things, like even the most minor inconvenience. Like, this is a story I've referenced a lot, but it's one that actually legitimately sticks with me. There was a murder at a Subway where a man shot 2 Subway workers because they went a little heavy on the mayonnaise on his sandwich. Too much mayo was a death sentence for one of the 2 workers that was shot. The other one did survive, but I mean, it's things like that where it's never really worth pushing back. So in a case like this, I understand why she'd want to be really light about it. And I just want to mention that because I saw a lot of comments, like, not really grilling her or anything, but just really kind of wondering why she was being so polite in lieu of all of the aggression from this guy. And I totally understand why she would be. I really do get it. I just wanted to point that out real quick. But anyway, it wraps up by saying, I don't think this conversation is worth furthering, which is fair. And then he responds saying, it's ridiculous you even chose a guy to work with if you have a man. I bet he was upset even if he pretended not to be. Now, she explained this a little further in the comments. She didn't even choose him to be, like, her group project partner. Apparently the way the groups were chosen were people chose topics and whoever had similar topics worked together. So these two just happen to have the same topics. It's not like she went out of her way to choose this, you know, benevolent angel to work with or anything. But anyway, I understand this was like a very short text exchange. It's only like 3 screenshots here, but I just think there's a whole lot to digest and analyze here. As we as a species have become more and more isolated, all of our socialization and human interaction comes from behind a computer screen now, mostly. Almost all of our interaction with each other is through the internet. So it's leading to a lot of people not knowing how to socialize or not knowing how to pick up on, like, social cues, and I don't even really blame individuals for that. But it's led to situations kind of like this, where this guy really views that
her being off the market, you know, having a boyfriend, should mean that she shouldn't do anything at all with another guy, even work on a class project with another man. And also, something as simple as buying a pizza shows some kind of romantic interest between the two of them, some kind of mutual romance. So when it turns out that she wasn't interested and it leads to a rejection, it's something that he doesn't know how to handle appropriately. And overall, it is just pretty sad. Yes, it is like equal parts entertaining with some cringe text messages, of course, but at the core of it, there is a problem where people aren't going out in the real world and making genuine human connections. It's all through computers, so when you are in the real world with real humans, you don't really know how to handle things super well, so something as simple as getting like a rejection is a much bigger deal than it used to be. And overall, like I said, it's just kind of sad. I wanted to just talk about these text messages because I got real deep on why. Why would this be the response to something so simple? And of course the text messages are very silly, like with the whole fucking pizza side quest thing. But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. So yeah. Today I watched a video that was physically painful for me to sit through, which is pretty uncharacteristic because I'm not really the kind of guy to cringe at anything or find it hard to finish a video. I've never failed a try not to cringe challenge or anything like that. I'm the kind of guy that could watch 2 Girls, 1 Cup while eating chocolate ice cream and not feel a thing. But I saw a video today that was just hard for me to watch because it reminded me so much of me. A while ago I made this video telling an embarrassing story from my life where I hyped myself up in the mirror for days leading up to this climax where I would go to GameStop and tell the girl that worked there she was beautiful, and then I finally did it. I panicked and ran away from her, just sprinted out of there as if the building was on fire. It was basically a ding-dong ditch with a fucking creepy compliment attached to it. To this day, I'm still shocked she didn't report me to authorities, just call the police as I was running away. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a police sketch of my face posted on all the wanted posters or something looking for the creepy GameStop guy. But anyway, this is relevant because the video I want to share with you today, it's a video of a guy who did almost exactly what I did, but without running away. And my god, it's bad. It proved to me that I made the right call sprinting out of there that day, because it could have been much worse. It could have been as bad as what you're about to see here. It's very clear that under no circumstances does this ever really work, because real life is just not like anime.
What?
Are you in high school?
No.
Graduated?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're in college?
Mm-hmm.
Where at?
Kent.
That's around.
Yeah, it's about 40 minutes.
This guy's smooth, the small talk is going well, you can see that she's really engaged in the conversation and enjoying every second of it. This is, I think what the pickup artist community calls the Shogun method. It's like a forbidden jutsu because it's deemed too powerful. It makes women just want you all the time and you drown in sodden panties. So the Shogun method is just outlawed in most countries for being just too strong. But this guy, he's breaking all the rules. He's busting out the Shogun method right here, right now, and you can really see just how effective it is.
How old are you?
19. I think you got it. Yep.
What city is Kent in?
Kent.
I really do wonder how long he'd been here trying to flirt like this for, because she stopped and started the recording multiple times and he was still going. She also started this video like in the middle of a conversation that he was trying to start. So I have to imagine it'd been like 10 minutes of him just unsuccessfully fucking diarrheaing out bad small talk. Like, I don't know why he'd continue when it's very clear she's not interested. She's giving one-word answers. Yeah, no, Kent. And he's like, yes, fuck, nice, jackpot, bang.
There's a city called Kent and the college is called Kent. Is that like East Cleveland?
No, it's Kent, Ohio.
So it's not even part of Cleveland?
No.
It's part of Northeast Ohio?
I guess.
I'm gonna take this.
Okay.
My country.
My man's been stun-locked by Kent. He's on like a whole side quest with the Kent lore here, and it's not really doing him any favors. And then he gets a little quirky and takes money out of their tip jar, I guess. I don't really know what that is about, but, you know, all power to him.
You know, if I can't get this girl's number, I might as well take the money from the tips over here, so that she'll remember me then as a bad boy.
321.
Should I pay with this? And oh shit, it's already in there. Is both these mine? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, yeah. You wanna know my pay?
I'm good.
Damn. Shucks, I can't believe that one didn't work. You know, they say chivalry's dead, but come on, this guy's doing his best, offering to give away his PIN number to her. I mean, that's sweet. There's no doubt in my mind this guy doesn't give a fuck about stickers. He came in here because he must have seen her when he was walking by. I think this is a hot topic, I'm not sure. And he's like, oh my god, I've got to go in and at least try. So he just sat there for a little bit. He's like, I can do this, I can fucking do this. He went in there, panicked, and grabbed a handful of fucking Adventure Time stickers or something. He's like, oh my god, shit, I have to commit to this. Maybe that's what ruined his chances. She thought less of him because he was buying stickers. He should have just done the Always Sunny in Philadelphia method. Should have just went in there and just, hey, where do you keep your Magnum condoms for my Magnum dong? Also, what's the deal with Kent? You know, he really likes Kent, I guess, because he's treated this lady like she's the goddamn tour guide for Kent. So, I mean, I feel like there might have been a better play if he had only just grabbed the better item. Because there's no doubt in my mind he is not here actually shopping for stickers. He just happened to pick those up because he needed some excuse to be at the cash register.
Do you want your receipt? Alright, you're all set.
Am I though?
Yep.
Are you sure about that? Do you have Instagram?
No.
You're too cool for Instagram?
I don't like social media.
Why not?
Perpetuates some bad vibes from people.
You're cute.
Thanks.
I didn't even know it was this possible to look so uninterested and uncomfortable in a social situation. She is like actually collapsing into herself from the fucking cringe of this guy right now. It's unbearable even from an outside perspective. I can only imagine how awful it must have been to like literally be there. I bet other shoppers in the store, if there are any, also haven't forgotten this day if they overheard this conversation or saw this from a distance, because my god. So this is when he finally drops the "you're cute" line, which in my case was beautiful. Mine was a little better, I'd say. And then he didn't run away. He sat there and just fucking waited for a long time. He should have just ran away, honestly. Like, he should have taken a page out of my playbook from my embarrassing fucking history of trying to talk to girls, because it would have saved him at least a little bit more embarrassment.
Hacky sack?
No.
You ever go to the beach?
Not really.
Lake Erie? On a boat?
It's not really a beach, is it? It's a lake.
You can start to feel the desperation setting in as he knows that he needs to get out of the store quickly before security gets called, so he just starts talking about items he sees around the store like a game of I Spy. The hacky sack. You like hacky sack? Fucking feet? Do you like feet? I'm wearing shoes. Do you like my shoes? You know, you can really see that he's trying his best, but knows that, you know, the clock's kind of running out here. It ends kind of in a bit of a cliffhanger because you can hear him sigh, so you know he's still there. And I have to imagine that he probably just walked away after this because there's no follow-up or anything. So hopefully that's like the happy ending here. She didn't have to continue being bothered. And hopefully he learns a valuable lesson. I know I did when I did something similar. So I can only pray that he also learned the same lesson. Just don't really bother people while they're trying to work. You're not the main character in the world, so stop acting like it. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. About 4 or 5 months ago, there was a TikTok account that I was made aware of. I won't say the name of it, nor will I say the name of the channel that I'm about to talk about here. And as always, please don't go and harass this person. But the TikTok account, it was basically one guy going into these pseudo-intellectual takes trying to break down why women are the way they are, implying that they're stupid and built differently, making them inferior to men, saying things like they can't get close to God like men can, and that they can't be trusted. Just horrible shit. He'd also imply that they only care about big dick and a lot of dick. And like, yeah, the only way to get laid is by having a huge sledgehammer penis. Science confirmed it. It's just like really alarmingly terrible shit. And over time it became more and more clear that this guy just doesn't like women. He seems to just hate women. Just really awful shit. He eventually got banned for it, luckily. But now he's taken that filth and put it on YouTube. And I just wanted to share a little bit of it with you. So this is a video of his called "Women Are Not Real." And I don't like to use this word, but this is the epitome of incel shit.
Women are the physical manifestation of sensory perception. And in the same sense that when your senses are overloaded in any particular way, whether they're overloaded with pleasure or overloaded with pain, if your senses keep receiving that same stimulus over and over, you are not going to have as strong of a reaction to that same stimulus.
None of that meant anything. Everything he said there had actual no meaning behind it. It's just a lot of fucking nothing. You just took a bite out of a nothing burger that this guy fed you out of his ass. He so desperately wants to sound smart and it's just not working. I also can't tell if he's 15 or in his 20s. It's impossible to know for sure, but it looks like he's still going through puberty.
In this same sense, being that women are the physical manifestations of this phenomenon, that is why women's value must be preserved. They can't be trusted to handle anything of greater responsibility, anything of greater importance than daily household chores and taking care of babies. Not taking care of children, taking care of babies.
Well, that sounds a bit alarming, a bit of a red flag, but who am I to question the expert? Just look at the amount of books he has on his shelves. This guy's clearly a genius. He also even has some cursed ancient Egyptian relics back there for some reason, like the fucking Millennium Puzzle or something. So, I mean, he must know what he's talking about. He seems very, very knowledgeable. When I first heard this, I was convinced it had to be a troll, but the more and more I look into this guy, the more clear it becomes that this guy has just actually been indoctrinated into the incel shit. He comes out right away and just says the only thing women can handle is household chores and babies. Holy shit.
Because once babies turn into children, that's when the psychological development comes into place, which far exceeds the capabilities that women are able to provide for the child. But going back to the value preservation, women's value has to be preserved while a man's value has to be created. Women are born with inherent value, men are born with no value, or next to no value.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, men really got the short end of the stick. We have no value compared to women. Who the fuck hurt this guy? I find it hard to believe he's ever talked to a woman, so I don't think he has like a real world experience getting like his heart broken or something, causing this kind of monster he's become. I really think he's probably just been terminally online and then just started adopting the incel beliefs.
The reason a woman has inherent value is because her value is based on her fertility. To put it bluntly, that's what it's based on. Women's value is based on their fertility. That's why it's in the best interest of a woman not to waste her inherent value and try to lock down a high value man or a man who looks like he's on his way to becoming high value as soon as she can.
That's right, ladies. Time is running out. You're missing your chance with this high value alpha male. Like, what are you waiting for? Your ovaries are drying up. Your pussy, it's gonna turn to dust unless you let this guy put his dick in it. So, you're fucking up. You're losing a high value male by waiting around. Come on, he's just right around the corner over there.
But like I said, the more experiences, whether positive or negative, that a woman goes through decreases her value because women cannot handle the stresses or the pleasures of life.
Yeah, ladies, you're supposed to stay locked in a fucking isolation chamber, a sensory deprivation tank, and wait for this fucking angel to grace you with his huge wiener. Alright? The more times you're having fun, the more times that you're maybe being sad, the less valuable you are. So stop having experiences, okay? Just exist in a fucking ball and wait for this man to ride in on his white stallion with a chariot and his dick and balls out and take you off your feet, so that way he can breed. God damn it, stop being so selfish and having experiences, you harpies. I'm obviously cutting some parts of this video out because he just drones on and on and on and on, so I'm trying to just get all of his main points here, and my god is it absolute lunacy.
The more stress she goes through, the more she sees the world as nothing more than a negative place. And I've mentioned this in a previous video, but it's because women are not able to connect with God in the same way that men are. Women are not able to renew themselves mentally. They see everything on earth through the lens of the material.
What in tarnation? I must have missed that lesson in Sunday school, but he's blown the case wide open. Apparently women just can't connect to God the same way men can. And if you can't have a good connection to God like this guy does, I mean, you're fucked. What's the point? You don't have any value. Over and over and over again, this guy harps on the belief that he thinks women are too stupid to handle anything. He doesn't even view them as humans, it sounds like. He literally views them as like machines to pump out babies. All he says is that women aren't capable of handling experiences. That's like his main point right now. They don't have the same mental fortitude that men do, nor do they have the same connection to God that men have. Like, what the fuck is even wrong with you to think that for a second?
They see everything on earth through the lens of sensory perception. If something doesn't excite them enough, then it's not a good thing. If something stresses them out too much, then it's also not a good thing. Everything has to be new, everything has to be fresh, everything has to be exciting all the time, 100% of the time, otherwise it's bad. That's how women see the world. They don't have an accurate lens of reality through which they see the world. They just don't see reality.
Oh, but this guy sees reality. Yeah, this guy's really grounded in reality. This guy is so perceptive to reality. He's like Doctor Strange. He can see every possible reality in the known multiverse. Oh my god. And then he talks about women like they're all exactly the same, just fucking clones of each other. He can't even wrap his head around the idea that people are different and not just what he reads about on these weird fucking subreddits.
They interpret the quality of reality through the type of sensory input they're receiving. That's why girls don't work out. You ever wonder why the vast majority of women don't work out? They're fortunate enough to be born with a nice looking body, and then it just wastes away. They don't work out. They could preserve their body a little bit by working out.
Well, you heard it here first from this sculpted Adonis who only films from above the nipples to hide lack of muscle definition. No woman has ever worked out, or at least not many of them.
But that's why. It's because it hurts. Working out hurts. And since women only interpret the world through sensory perception, anything that hurts is a bad thing. They can't handle it. They literally can't handle working out. That's how strongly this influences their mind. And just as when I was saying earlier, when a woman goes through too many negative experiences, she's not able to renew herself because women are not as connected to God. They're not able to refresh themselves psychologically. They're not able to detach themselves from the material world.
Yeah, you suck. Yeah, you just fucking suck. Blows my mind that somebody like this not only exists, but also is delusional enough to post it online. Just literally put his face on this garbage. I can't imagine this is super helpful for him in his career if he has one, or if he's trying to make a career out of getting professionally banned on TikTok repeatedly.
So do pleasure experiences. If a woman has the best sex of her life with a guy, she will never be able to enjoy another man again.
Oh, so that's what happened here. The old 2-inch glory wand isn't getting the job done? The old skin flute ain't performing the way it used to? Now you just need to find something to blame? Okay. Now we're starting to put together the pieces of this jigsaw puzzle.
Even pleasurable experiences are too much for the woman to handle because they cannot refresh themselves. They can't see men in a new light. They can't appreciate different aspects of the man. All they see is whoever gives them the most dick, whoever gives them the most exciting experience.
I wonder if this guy actually believes that all women are just this wiener-hungry monster that's just constantly, like, foaming at the mouth for more cock to munch on. But it's never his wiener. You know, like, I can't imagine that he truly thinks that the only thing that matters to a woman is a penis. Like, how delusional. My god. I cut out a really long section where he just goes into divorce court, and to be fair, divorce court's pretty corrupt, like a lot of things. I don't think there's many people that would argue that divorce court is great, but he goes from that right back into, the only thing women care about is dick. Who gives them the most dick?
to collect dick like Pokemon cards. My dick's good enough, god damn it!
Whoever takes her on the most expensive date, on the more expensive date, he's the one who's gonna take the cake. She will forever look at every other date after that with a sense of pity. You ever notice how girls who've been ran through or just more attractive girls tend to look at men with a sense of resentment or a sense of pity?
Bro, they look at you with a sense of resentment and pity because you are pathetic and creepy. Like, it's not... You make all of these massive generalizations. It's nutty. The things this guy says and the points that he makes are things that you would have read in Elliot Rodgers' manifesto. It's dangerous shit to actually fall into this pit where you think women are only here for men's pleasure and they only care about 3 things: dick, money, and height. I don't know if he even mentions height. I don't remember in the rest of the video, but he's already talked about how they only care about the biggest dick, the most dick, whoever has the most money.
Or they look at nice guys definitely with a sense of pity as well. It's almost like, oh, it's so cute. Look at him trying so hard. He thinks this is actually impressing me. Look at him trying so hard to impress me. Why is he trying? It's almost like they're confused. They're like, why is he trying so hard to impress me? What have I done to deserve such effort? Even they are not confused about the amount of value they provide. Even they understand that they are ruined. Even they understand that their value has gone out the window. It went out the window with the first 100 guys they slept with. And I do mean 100.
God, it's so fucking painful. Even women in their dumb, small brains understand that they're ruined because they didn't fuck me. Even they understand with their primitive understanding of God and sensory perception can understand they're not worth the effort of a nice guy. Ugh. It's so gross.
Therefore, women are naturally going to have more options. It just makes it seem like that. That's why women's egos are through the roof. That's why the moment they don't get this attention, they go fucking nuts. Because it's been that way their entire lives. Don't be fooled. Even they understand that their value is gone. That's why they don't like guys treating them with appreciation. That's why they don't like guys treasuring them. Because they know they're not treasures.
This guy's definitely undergone a transformation. He's digivolved from nice guy to fucking creepy cult leader weird man who don't like women no more.
They know they're not worthy of that treatment, but they're in such denial. Women are masters of self-denial. They don't deny themselves anything. They'll take anything they can get. Women say men will fuck anything, and then be the anything that gets fucked.
This guy's heart has been broken many times. It's like the Grinch with Christmas. Just can't stand it now, huh? He just really can't even tolerate a woman from the sound of it. And I have to wonder, how does this all tie into the title, Women Are Not Real? Everything he's saying here still confirms their existence. I understand it's supposed to be like a clickbaity title, but I mean at least like relatively connect the two in some way.
It's so funny because for all the resentment towards men that ran through women have, they sure do seem to have sex with them all the time. They'll still take anything they can get. It's not like they turn down men's advances. It's not like,
oh, so it must be pretty easy to get laid if women aren't allowed to say no. Apparently, no woman has ever turned down a man's advances. Because then he goes on to say that they just fuck anything that moves. So, wow, I mean, I guess it's pretty fucking easy. You just gotta take that first step, like, hey, sex? And it should work out just fine.
they're able to make it seem like they're just victims and really the men are the perpetrators. Things are much more nuanced and complex than the vast majority of people will ever realize, much less admit to. But I don't want to ramble on for too long. I think I've spoken on this long enough.
He is right about one thing. He rambled on for way too fucking long. It was a chore to sit through this video. And to really add insult to injury, he uses an anime profile pic of Johann Liebert from Monster, which is a pretty good anime, and a pretty fitting profile pic for this guy, I think, because he strikes me as a psychopath. Like, the shit he says is so disconnected from reality, while trying his best to convince himself that he's the only one living in reality. His big bombshell point he makes at the end, which I completely cut out because it's too stupid, was women have more options than men. They can have more sex than men when they want to. That was like his big gotcha at the end, and treated it like it was some huge government secret. Such a fucking wild ride of a video. But yeah, anyway, that's about it. See ya.
Unsurprisingly, I'm often asked by people, Charlie, how do I become a sex god like you? Clearly they're taking these questions to me because I'm like the raw embodiment of sexual energy and lust. I've got the goddamn sexual infinity stone. I've mastered that shit. I'm the coitus king. So clearly they'd want to consult the expert for advice. Now for the first chapter in my TED Talk here, I'd like to show you what sexual attraction looks like, and nobody can show that better than this video I'm about to share with you, so let's dive right in.
Once again, it starts with that feeling in your body. It starts with that natural desire. It starts with feeling that coming back from her and feeling that kind of magnetic attraction.
Make sure you've got a pen and paper for some notes because there's going to be spitting some facts and giving you a really impressive demonstration on what sexual attraction looks like. He's able to capture it beautifully, like a wonderful masterpiece painting
That you might have for the other person. So there's no secret, there's no magic to it. The first thing you want to do, you just want to get closer. The more exciting it feels, the better. And the closer you get, the more those feelings start to spike. It's a natural human condition.
Expert seduction specialist will immediately recognize what's happening here. He is fucking her with his eyes right now. Her panties are soaking. It is getting to be to dangerous levels of horniness. It looks like he's about to challenge her to a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh duel. Now, so far, the lesson is off to a great start, and the information's solid. You can see the woman's already starting to fall in love with him as well. If I was to critique one thing about it up to this point, I'd say his posture showed that he was a bit shy. You know, he was kind of slouched a little bit, hand in his back pocket, kind of looking around, he seemed like he was giving off shy guy vibes. And then when he approached her, it didn't seem like a confident approach. What he needed was a fucking shoulders back, power stance, maybe some grunting, as he approached her. You know, really give off Alpha Chad vibes. But other than that, I think he's off to a really great start with his lesson.
Now, when you're in a loud environment, such as a bar or a club, you've got an added bonus. You've got an added benefit, loud music. Anyone who says, oh, it's too loud in those places, they don't understand how attraction works. Because it gives you an easy excuse to get closer to someone.
I don't think anyone in that room understands how attraction works, if I'm being honest. But, you know, he's not wrong. You know, in a loud environment, you can sometimes get close if it seems like the closeness will be met with warm reception as opposed to how she's reacting, which seems to be terrified, like actually petrified. I mean, just look at her. It doesn't look like she's having that much fun. It looks like she's regretting it, thinking to herself the paycheck wasn't worth the uncomfortableness of this seminar. Like, it looks like he's whispering bad news into her ear and she's reacting to it. Like, he's whispering that, you know, her fucking car just got stolen. So now she's starting to get upset about it.
If they can't hear you, that just means get closer. It doesn't mean yell. And as you get closer to someone, those natural feelings come out more. Once again, you've got this magnetic pull towards each other. You just want to get closer and closer.
That's exactly what I was thinking. These two are like magnets. They can't be separated. Like they are one and the same right now. Their soul is about to merge into one. They're so in sync. She's clearly feeling the same thing. You know, she can't wait for him to get closer. You know, have a couple beard hairs tickling her cheek and her earlobes. Oh my goodness. He's doing a wonderful job of explaining how we should approach, but what he's failing to deliver is a script that we can follow. What do we say to the girl once we're close to her? Hey, you're gorgeous. You made me piss my pants. Like maybe something like that? I'm not really sure. You know, this tutorial is only giving us half of the information right now. And I would like to know what kind of conversations we should be steering towards to really amplify the sexual attraction.
So that every single time, you might get a little bit closer on a date or anything that's so funny, the overall distance just kind of closes a little bit more and a little bit more. And you don't have to do anything fancy because when you're feeling this, every little touch carries that feeling much more strongly.
Oh yeah, this dude damn near electrocuted her with pure sexual electricity when they touched right there. Almost fucking like a taser of sexual lust. That was powerful. I think everyone in the room can feel this spiritual sexual pressure right now. God damn. He's been working this shit like dough, making a fine bread out of it. Woo! Wee! Woo! Woo! Damn. I tell you, Professor Panty Dropper really knows his stuff here. There's fucking fireworks going off in that room right now.
So if I lean in and our arms graze against each other, that's just going to have more electricity to it. That's going to feel as good as anything in the world could possibly feel.
Now, I do disagree with this statement. It feels better than anything in the world could possibly feel. That's spoken like a man that has clearly not dropped the 50 bomb in Valorant like I have. Not a big fan of Valorant anymore, but dropping that 50 bomb, euphoric. I don't think anything can come close to that. Yeah, sure, maybe accidentally grazing a woman's arm in a bar could feel better than an orgasm, well, you know, while you're going through this little sexual harassment tutorial. Yeah, you know what, maybe it feels real good, but not better than anything in the world. That's outlandish. That's absurd.
She's got her arms down at her side. And I lean in and our hands touch. Oh my goodness. And so if I lean in and our hands graze, not only will that send that electricity through our bodies, but I'm also going to get to gauge where she's at with this whole physical contact thing. If I lean in,
Don't worry, my man, I can gauge where she's at with that whole physical contact thing from over here. I can tell you, she's real into it. You can tell she was giddy with excitement every time he got close. She was really feeling it. Yeah, she enjoyed it a lot, clearly. I think that's obvious. Hey, can you believe that this is only the demo, the beta, to the full thing? Fuck. By the end of it, they probably just full-blown fuck right there on the stage. The energy was incredible. Sexual tension. Ugh, wild. It was I think this pretty much sums up exactly what sexual attraction looks like. This is textbook sexual attraction. So, yeah, hopefully that answers the questions some of you have had for me about, hey, Charlie, what does sexual attraction look like? Well, now you know. So, yeah, that's about it. See ya. There's a lot of lonely men in the world. And I'm going to change that right now by revealing the secret technique that's 100% guaranteed to get you an intimate relationship immediately. You will be irresistible to women. Is your game weak? Is your riz falling on deaf ears? Well, that's a thing of the past, Buster. Throw out everything you thought you knew about romance. I'm overwriting it right now with this cheat code with women.
You can talk to a woman for 5-10 hours, you can talk about any goddamn thing, nothing's going to change unless your intention is there. And that's one of the things that most people miss, is the intention. So what I mean that is, if you're talking to a woman and you're like, oh, what's your name? And you're not looking at her, you're not giving her that intention that I want to fuck you, then it's just a normal conversation between two people. It's like when you go for a job interview, somebody asks you 500 questions, you don't get turned on, you don't go home and masturbate like, oh my god, somebody asked me 50 questions, so I need to,
It truly is just that simple. The solution was right under our nose the entire time, staring us in the face. Have any of you ever tried going up to a stranger saying, salutations, I'd like to fuck you, to see where it gets you? Because I'll tell you where it gets you. In bed with them. Or in jail behind bars. But sometimes, that's a risk you gotta be willing to take. You all know how much I love pickup artist content. I stumbled upon this earlier today and it had a huge smile on my face. They talk about like having a conversation with a woman like it's the worst thing in the world. Like if you haven't made your intentions clear about just wanting to fuck, then all you're doing is engaging in a conversation with a girl. Ew. Yuck. It's of paramount importance to spit it right in her face that you are there to fuck. That is your intention and you need to make it clear in no uncertain terms. Otherwise, it's just like a job interview, and you don't go to a job interview and then go home and masturbate because you got asked a bunch of questions. No. Patooey.
That's what it is. We're trying to differentiate from that. We don't want this to be just another platonic conversation where two people talk for 20 minutes but nobody feels turned on or nobody feels attraction for the other person. And the only time that will change is if your intention is communicated to them. Now, some people...
You want to know the quickest way to ensure that the conversation ends on the spot with no attraction? Try just saying, I wanna fuck you, to a complete stranger. You're either getting maced, slapped, or the cops are getting called on you instantly.
Like, they'll throw your ass out of the bar like it's a Looney Tunes cartoon where they literally kick you out and you just, like, skid across the ground with your fucking ass in the air. It is the worst possible approach to just go up to someone and say that. Greetings. Sex? Maybe? Pickup artists are always so interesting to me because it seems like you can just say the most nonsensical shit ever and dudes will buy into it and pay you for the privilege of hearing the worst advice ever that will probably land them on a watch list somewhere. Like, I bet I could convince dudes that a good pickup approach is to go up to a woman and say something like, "Hey, I'm not weird, and I'll prove it. I got your nose," and you reach out and do this with your hand. And then it'll pique her curiosity, because the female mind is always, very inquisitive. She'll ask, "What are you doing with my nose?" And that's when you say, "I'll give it back if we have sex." I guarantee someone would think that's a good idea. It's so sad how easy it is to take advantage of gullible, desperate men. You don't even need to look like an alpha male Chad Thundercock. Like, we just looked at the Reddit mod pickup artist who's giving lessons on TikTok for like $3,000 seminars, and that guy is legitimately a Discord moderator, and he looks like it too. You can smell him through the screen, and yet he has clients paying him money for the worst advice ever. One of his cursed techniques that he tried to convey was that you put on a glove and then put your finger inside of her and start raking. And people were like, "Genius! That's the one, that's why I'm not getting any girls. I haven't tried that. I'm gonna start putting gloves on to meet them." It's just pure lunacy and degeneracy now. If you really wanted to get laid, all you have to do is start drinking GamerSups and using code MOIST at gamersups.gg. The flavors are so good, it's going to make you more confident, more attractive, and just legitimately a better man that women are going to fall in love with. My favorite flavor from GamerSups right now is lean. It was titty milk for the longest time, but recently I've been converted to the lean House of Discipline here. That flavor goes insano style. I really like it a lot. So yeah, code MOIST at gamersups.gg. Check it out.
In my mind, makes all the difference is one, you need to be dominating. Second, you need to be invading their space. But this is the problem. Most people will not let you invade their space unless they're comfortable with you. So your goal is to continue to invade their space in a manner that's okay for them. So for instance, if I just come here and do this, you'll be like, "What the fuck is this guy doing?"
He treats conversations with women like it's a game of Civilization 5 where he's just trying to keep taking away parts of their space. It's so weird to see people think this way. Your goal when talking to a woman is to constantly be trying to figure out how to make her just comfortable enough where I can go in there and start honking on her titties. And I love that his optimal method for reaching that level of comfortability is to just say he wants to fuck. Like, I can already picture this, just screaming from across the bar, "Excuse me, m'lady, I am approaching you with sexual intent. The following conversation is designed to end with my wiener in your mouth. Now may I invade your personal space? Hey, it's good to see you."
And then say. So for instance, if I want to ask her name, I could ask her name, "What's your name?" Okay, it's not sexual at all. But now if I say, "I want to fuck you, what's your name?" All of a sudden my tonality changes, all of a sudden the way I make eye contact changes.
And all of a sudden her level of panic and fear changes where now she's in fight or flight mode because you are a creep. You are a weirdo who is scaring whoever you do this to. "I want to fuck. What's your name?" It's almost like the rock bottom scene in SpongeBob. I can't understand your accent. But in this case, instead of the it's, "I want to fuck you. What's your name? I want to fuck you. Where'd you come from? I want to fuck you. What do I have to do to fuck you?"
I'll do that again on the camera so they can see my expressions. If I just say, "What's your name?" there is nothing that communicates that I'm attracted to you. But if I say, "I really want to fuck you, what's your name?" all of a sudden my facial expressions changes, my tonality changes.
And I'm running the other way. Doing it right at the camera, you could really feel just how awful this would be to experience. Just having this complete stranger come up to you and say, "I want to fuck you, what's your name?" Like, that's alarming. Pretty much everyone is on edge after that. If anyone even hears you do that, they're looking over their shoulder and getting ready to call for some help. That's like yelling bomb in an airport. Just coming up to someone saying, "I want to fuck you, what's your name?" Everyone's weirded out by that. I have to imagine this guy has never actually done that in his life. Maybe he just hates the students that sign up for his class, so he's trying his best to ruin their life, because that is horrible, horrible advice.
And that subcommunicates the whole sexual energy, the sexual tone, and the brain starts to process there is something more going on than somebody just asking my name.
Brother, you don't have to vocalize every thought and intention during a conversation. I'm sure if you're only there for sex, that intention will be communicated through the way that you talk to the person. You don't have to just shout it, I just want sex. What's your name?
You know, and that's why when you're talking to them, instead of just having that conversation, oh, where are you from? Oh, that's cool. What do you do? Oh, that's cool. It should be almost be like, where are you from? You know, I want to have sex with you. Where are you from? You know, I want to take you home. Tell me more about you. You know, I want to fuck you right now. What flight did you take from Denver to coming here?
What flight did you take from Denver to come here? Did you take the Cock Meat Express? Because I can give you a ride on that one as well for the departing flight. We've got plenty of time. He prefaces each question he asks a woman with, I want to have sex with you. Where are you from? Hey, I want to get you back to my place so we can steam ham. You a dog or cat person? Look, I want to mash pissers and nothing else. I just want to fuck you. So what kind of food do you like to eat? What's your favorite movie?
And that will, you know, right now, even though I'm speaking very fast, it's not coming out right, but that intention is what's going to make them feel, okay, this is not just some guy interviewing me. He has an intention, he has an agenda, and that intention has to be conveyed to them.
I'm pretty sure that's like the last possible intention you'd ever want to convey to someone, that you just want to fuck them by any means necessary. That's scary. That is creepy. Weird. I don't think that's a positive thing that he's trying to portray it as. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is extremely effective. I doubt it, but I guess it could be. He is the expert, after all. But I had to share this. This had me giggling just at the thought of going up to strangers and starting the conversations like this. So I had to share it with all of you. That's really about it. So yeah. It's been a little while since I've told this story, so go ahead and hop on my lap here by the fireplace and I'll tell you a tale. As is common with most of my stories I've told on the channel, this takes place during the period of my life where I thought it was cool to be a mysterious anime character. This was like my early years of college. As you can probably imagine, my ability to socialize during this time was absolutely pathetic. Having a conversation with a magic 8-ball would have been more fun and engaging than talking to me back then. Those poor souls that talked to me back then probably instantly regretted it, because having a conversation with old Charlie was like talking to Alexa if she was overdosing on Xanax. It was rough. Why is this important though? Because this is setting the stage for one story I haven't told yet. I've told so many stories when it comes to all of the fucking weird and creepy interactions I've had with women. All my fault, of course, just because I was so unbelievably socially inept. Like, it's hard to put into words how bad I was at recognizing social cues and how to be, like, acceptable in society. I fucking bought one of those fake cigarettes one time. You know that shit that kids would buy from Spencer's when they were like 12? I bought one of those things when I was 18 because I thought it looked cool and I hated real cigarettes. You know how fucking sad that is? I'm surprised I didn't buy one of those colorful propeller hats and started spinning it to try and look cool or something. It was rough. So what I'm saying is, socially, I was the worst thing you could fucking imagine, but it didn't stop me from trying to have conversations with women. I tried to fake confidence, fake it to make it, and all of that shit, and today's story will be in that ballpark. So, this story takes place in a location where all good social interactions take place, at GameStop. So let me take you back to the past when my social interactions sucked ass. This is GameStop 2012, 2011, somewhere in that ballpark. I was, of course, Virgin Boy Charlie, if you can even believe that. Some say I lost my virginity before my dad, but the truth is, I was actually a virgin, embarrassingly enough. And I was doing what all virgins did, using Reddit for some advice. And Reddit is one of the worst places when it comes to seduction and just general advice when it comes to human interaction, because it's the blind leading the blind. The people giving that advice, they have likely never talked to a human being before. They're probably getting all of their social cues the same place I was. Fucking anime. So I was using anime and r/relationship or something, I don't remember what subreddit, and these two things were clashing, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna take both of these, do like a little unholy fusion dance, and become this ultra Chad, the product of great advice and great animation. And I was going to channel this and show that, you know, I'm becoming more confident in myself by flirting with girls in public. And I chose my first rodeo to be at GameStop. Before going to GameStop, I had decided that I was going to march into GameStop, right up to the counter to the girl that worked there and call her beautiful right to her face. I was going to look her in the eyes. I was going to say, ma'am, you are fucking beautiful. You are gorgeous. I don't know what I expected to happen next because I didn't have a follow-up. Maybe I was fantasizing like one of those dream scenes where all of a sudden, like an anime, the girl blushes and then she calls out her 3 twin sisters or something, and they all fall in love with me. I don't know. But that was my game plan. And I was hyping myself up. I was like a football player in the locker room before the championship game, headbutting lockers. I put on a necklace, and I never wear a necklace. I found like this old gold necklace from probably when I was a kid, but my neck is still the same size as a kid's, so it still fit. I spiked my hair up real well, fucking drowned it in gel, and I mean drowned it in gel. I looked like a freshly born baby covered in amniotic fluid up there, and I felt like $1,000,000. Today was the day I was going to say to a girl, she is beautiful. So I hop into my Batmobile and I cruise on over to GameStop. I get to the door, I open it, and it's like everything else just melted around me. Time froze, and there she was, behind the desk, the only female employee at this particular GameStop, and she looked miserable. Probably because she's working at a fucking GameStop, but I was gonna make her day better by being the only man in GameStop history with the confidence to say that she was beautiful. You know, I'm sure she doesn't hear that every day from other socially inept fucking slime balls, so I was going to be the first, the trendsetter. Truly a pioneer. So I meandered around a little bit, just making sure I was building up enough confidence, going over the lines in my head. The line I was going to use was when she was done ringing me up, I was going to say, "Thank you, beautiful," and then wait to see her response, see what she says to this, hoping that she wouldn't call the police or have security come tackle me. So, I finally pick out a game, some used game I'm sure, because I was big into used games for a long time. I slam that shit on the counter because I'm ready. She starts by asking me a couple questions. Am I a member of GameStop Power Plus Ultra program? Well, no, I'm not. She's going off script. I wasn't accounting for this. It's freeform now. The dialogue has been all fucked up. I'm getting a little jumbled in my head. I'm getting nervous. I wasn't expecting to be interrogated by her today. I'm not a member of this GameStop program. Would I like to be? Well, shit, would it help my chances with you? I don't know. I'm going through all kinds of scenarios in my head. It's like a visual novel. There's a bunch of different branching paths I could choose from. I'm panicking. I'm breaking down a bit. My composure is starting to falter. There's sweat on my brow and a tickle in my sack. I was not prepared for this at all. She then asked me, do I want my receipt? Another question I wasn't anticipating. Do I say, "Thank you, beautiful," now? No, that wouldn't make sense because she asked me a question. I can't just respond with I have to answer the question. Everything's all falling apart at once. It's like Salvador Dali's painting where the clocks are melting. I'm running out of time. I don't know when to say this line. And no, I don't really want this receipt. What am I going to do? Wipe my ass with it? I paid $3 for some garbage used game. I tell her, no, thank you. You keep the receipt. And that's when she says it. A sentence that could dampen the pants of any man, even the strongest men. She says, "Thank you for shopping at GameStop." I freeze. I don't know how to respond. I stand there for what feels like hours, looking at the ground, wondering, is now the time? And then I decide I muster the courage within myself, the strength to go forward. I say, "Thank you, beautiful." I'm still looking at the ground when I say this, because I haven't earned the right to look my GameStop queen in the eyes yet. And then I do what any sane man would do. I ran away. I fucking jogged away. Before she could even actually respond, I started jogging away with the bag in my hand like I just stole the game from GameStop. But I did hear her say, "Oh." I know for a fact she said "oh" as I turned my back to run away. I ran all the way to my car, hearing that "oh" in my head the entire way there, got in, slammed the door, and I thought to myself, Charlie, you did it. We just made that employee extremely uncomfortable, and man, do I feel like shit about it. It was a good lesson to learn. That was probably already the 5th or 6th time that lady had been hit on that day by fucking weirdos like me. She probably just up and quit that day. That was probably the last straw right there. I don't know, because I never went back. I was just so goddamn embarrassed about this whole thing, but I do imagine she quit that day. But yeah, I tell you this story in the hopes that people will learn from it. Don't make the same mistakes I did. Don't be a fucking weirdo, and don't, yeah, that's basically it, really. That's about it. So yeah. It's that magical time again, where we explore some beautiful Expert Village videos to learn a thing or two on how to be better, more social people. Today's series is how to meet women in a grocery store. Let's go ahead and learn how it's done from the expert.
Hey everyone, my name's Alan, co-founder of AskRomeo. And on behalf of Expert Village...
I'm sorry, Alan, I didn't quite catch that. What are you co-founder of? Let's rewind that and put it on the Jumbotron.
My name's Alan, co-founder of AskRomeo. Co-founder of AskRomeo.
What the fuck is that, Alan? Is that even a real word? Asramiridabam? Ass rhabdomyolysis? It sounds like a Banjo-Kazooie dialogue line with the just random grunting.
I'm here to show you how to meet a woman at a supermarket.
It may look like the introduction to a porno, but it's not.
All right, so you started off making jokes about the ice cream. Now you ask yourself the question, how do I turn the topic away from the frozen foods? And this is important because you don't want to be talking about the grocery store the entire time that you're in it.
Alan, I think you're a few steps ahead of me. I didn't make any jokes about the ice cream. I didn't know I was supposed to. You're gonna have to take this shit back a few steps for me. This is part of a series, but I couldn't find the episodes that led up to the ice cream joke portion. So unfortunately, we're just gonna come in raw and no rubber, diving right into Season 3 of Alan's tutorial here without the knowledge of Seasons 1 and 2, but we're gonna take it from here and see how we transition away from ice cream jokes.
You want to take your topic elsewhere. So, after joking about the ice cream and flirting and being playful, now I'm going to want to take the topic somewhere else. Similar to those inquisitive and fun questions that I was talking about, you want to try to bounce around and find something that she's going to bite.
Now, far be it from me to question the divine methods of the expert here, but he's quite literally blocking her cart. This is probably not going to go over well in the real world outside of this scientific trial Alan's conducting, because this is very rapey. She can't go by him or ignore him because he is preventing that by blocking her shopping cart. In the real world, she would likely call security or pepper spray him because this is very creepy.
You know, I know that ice cream is very fun and very interesting, but I'd really like to know, what do you like to do for fun?
I really like to play soccer.
Soccer, that's fantastic. And so now we've found a topic that both she likes and I like, and we can talk about together, and possibly we can even talk about us doing it together in the future. And that gives us something to transition away from the ice cream.
And that's a wrap, class. That's the end of Lesson 1 from the expert Alan here, but luckily it continues on so we can continue to learn more and become the expert pussy slayers at the supermarket.
So that was a perfect example of great eye contact.
In what universe is that a perfect example of great eye contact? You looked like a sexual predator scoping out skin that you like to wear. I don't understand how you could possibly think that was normal human eye contact. You looked like you were falling asleep. That was scary. That was uncomfortable for me to look at as a viewer watching a video. Can hardly even imagine what the actress felt like.
And that's how to make eye contact. So your smile needs to be natural, and there's a couple of ways you can do that. The first is by bringing something really happy to your mind. Think about something very pleasant, or playing music, or being on stage, or playing guitar, or an old memory with a best friend, skydiving, snorkeling off the coast of Aruba, whatever it is that makes you smile, bring that to mind and let the smile come onto your face. And that is how to smile.
Thank you, Alan, for the invaluable tutorial. I've never smiled in my life, but now, with your advice, I think I might actually be able to put a smile on my face. Thank you.
Talking to employees. When you're at a grocery store, you can talk to customers, but occasionally you'll notice that an employee will catch your eye. Employees are great people to talk to. A, because they have to be nice to you. They're paid to be nice to you.
Now, Alan, that's just incredibly sad right there. You're probably the type of guy to go to a strip club and then start breaking down to the strippers about the problems in your life.
You can start joking with any employee that you may come across. Ask for directions. Make a joke about what they're doing. Ask, why they're pricing it, or, whether they're sticking stickers on the wall. Whatever you do, you can talk to somebody anywhere, anytime. And employees are great people to talk to, just like regular customers.
Sweet Jesus, Alan, are those the kind of jokes you use in the real world? Hey, can I get some directions? My God. Or, why are you pricing things? Well, Alan, I'm not among the long laundry list of female employees at supermarkets that you've deeply disturbed with your jokes, but I'm going to venture a guess that the majority of the responses to why are you pricing things is because it's part of my job. It's not exactly a joke, Alan.
I love this cart that you have here. You've done absolute wonders with it.
No, I picked it out myself. Thank you.
I can tell.
Well, that's an interesting approach. I like your cart. It looks like you've put things that you want to eat in there.
All right, hold 1 second. So what you're seeing here is the aftermath of a great approach. There are a couple pieces that make up a good approach. The first is the body language. After you've made the eye contact, how are you standing? So it's important that you give her status, or you give her your attention by pointing your hips towards her.
Now he's just gone off the rails and he's teaching it like he's teaching middle schoolers how to shoot a free throw in basketball. That's some wild advice there. I'd also like to make note and point your attention to the actress. Her face basically just says, "Help me." That is the epitome of a please send help face. She is very uncomfortable.
So I'll shift like this, and I'll give her, direction with my body. Now I don't want to stand directly next to her, and I don't want to stare at her, and I don't want to give her 100%. So I'll turn off at an angle, but I'll give her the majority, right? So I'll give her that body language. So I'd come up to her and say, "Hey, how are you doing today?" I think that this would be absolutely perfect for your hair, and I saw you and I just had to tell you that you should get one of these.
Now that is the face of a sane man. It looks like a fucking Sum 41 album cover from the early 2000s. He looks like a mad scientist who just created a small nuclear device. Also, as a side note, it doesn't even look like that's a product made for hair. That looks like something maybe for eyelashes.
Think so? Alright, what you definitely need is one of these scrunchies then. Pink? Pink's your color. Pink? It's a good color scrunchie for you. Here, I'll throw that in there, and you'll take this. It's good, right?
Oh, hey, excuse me, miss, you wanted the PlayStation 4, right? Yeah, I'll just go ahead and toss that bitch right in there. An Xbox One, too? Okay, don't worry about it. Just smack that shit off the shelf right into your cart. Hey, don't even thank me. It looks like you wanted it. I got you covered. My name's Alan. After you check out, I'll just swing by and pick it up from you. If you want to fuck later, that's fine, too, but I knew you wanted these things, and I got you covered. Nothing says romance like making a girl pay for shit that she clearly didn't want.
And that was playful, and it was fun, I was flirty. I might have even touched on the arm here, something innocuous or not very offensive. I don't want to make her uncomfortable, I don't want to offend her, but I want to let her know that I'm flirting with her.
Alan, I'll be honest with you, I think that ship has sailed on not making her uncomfortable.
So, when you're picking out donuts, which of the three do you like best? Because everyone has a favorite, My favorite is definitely the chocolate. I mean, you would like, are you just trying to be argumentative? I know, you really like the powdered sugar, and then I came up and you're like, damn it, he said I like powdered sugar. Now I can't, I gotta like plain cake donuts.
Well,
maybe a little bit.
I like the chocolate ones, those are the ones
But you can't take the one that I had, right? Because we obviously cannot like the same donut.
I love how offended Alan got when she didn't agree that chocolate was the best flavor. It seemed like he got genuinely upset there for a moment, then remembered that he's only acting and he's on camera. What the fuck did you say, you goddamn slut? You prefer the powdered donuts to the holy chocolate donuts? I will stone cold stun your vagina ass right here in the pastry aisle. I'm Alan the Annihilator, bitch!
Alright, so what you just saw was an example of conversations about grocery store related subjects. But the first area of topic, unless you're using that direct, no BS method, is talking about something innocent that's directly in front of you.
And that's the end of this tutorial series. I think now all of us have become the masters of being able to get women from supermarkets. And I think that's a very great lesson that he was able to teach us here. So thank you, Alan. And thank you, Ask Where People Hobden, or whatever you fucking co-founded, because I still don't know what it is, Alan. But again, thank you. And thank you, Expert Village. See ya. I'm sure all of us have been lonely and desperate at some point in our lives. It helps build character. But very few of us will ever have the same level of courage as this man I'm about to show you, to step up and do something about it. He said, "Dag nabbit, I'm tired of being alone, and I'm ready for a girlfriend." So, he used his 6th grade choir experience as well as finding an acoustic royalty-free song off Facebook, and then created his masterpiece, a song that dwarfs every other song that's ever come before it. And he sent it to a random girl off Twitter, hoping that she'd marry him, I guess. I don't really know. Let me go ahead and show you.
Hi. So, today on Twitter.com, a man sent me a very long DM about how he found my account and decided to write a song about me.
And they say romance is dead. Who doesn't want some greasy stranger somewhere in the world writing a song about you? I think that's beyond chivalrous. Also, this is something I've talked about briefly, but it's wild. If you're just a woman on Twitter just existing, dudes will DM you sometimes and just give you money for the sake of existing. It's called pay piggies. It's fucking crazy. It's such a wild atmosphere. But unfortunately for her, he wasn't giving her money.
he was giving her like the opposite of money, something that like drains her just having listened to it, which is an awful song, like this terrible ballad you're about to hear.
This man decided to continue the message by saying that he's never written a song about anyone, not even his wife, and that he had to ask his wife's permission in order to finish the song.
Sorry, just one more quick segue before getting into the song here I need to talk about. This man doesn't have a wife. There's a 0% chance of that. This man's probably never even held a woman's hand before. That was absolutely a play to make it sound like he's getting pussy and like, you know, desirable. Like, hey, look, women love me. I even have a wife, if you can believe that. And I even had to ask her permission to write this song. So, you know, everything's all good. You know, I'm not going behind her back or anything. I'm a good guy and women like me. It's just a weird lie this guy's telling 100%.
Whoa, Lauren, you're in your own league. Watched your videos on Twitter just to hear you speak. And yeah, you do sound as cute as you look. Congrats, I suppose.
Gets worse.
She's not wrong, but there's already so much to digest in just the intro here. So this is very Hey There Delilah-esque, if that was written by a psychopath. You can also kind of just feel the desperation oozing from the lyrics here. You have to be in a pretty weird state of mind to think that this is a good idea under any circumstance, just writing a song about a stranger and then sending it to them as your first contact with that person. That's pretty wild. But let's look at the lyrics, you know. Hey there, Lauren, I watched your videos just to hear you speak. And yeah, you sound as cute as you look. Congrats, I suppose. You know, wow, I'm fucking sweating over here. Very smooth, what a silver tongue. The lyrics are inspired, to say the least, but it almost sounds insulting at the end there with the congrats, I suppose. It doesn't even rhyme with anything there. He just like threw that in as if he's like salty about it, like, yeah, congrats, I guess, you fucking harpy.
Lauren, only you know what you could do to my wife. My beautiful children and comfortable life with a push of your will.
Move over, Johnny Cash. Hoo-wee! This one's about to bring a tear to my eye, to be honest. Let's go ahead and go over this one as well. A little pit stop again. Lauren, only you know what you could do to my wife, my beautiful children and comfortable life with the push of your will. I wasn't exactly an English major in school, nor did I really study literature or anything, so I've got to tell you, I'm a little confused on the meaning behind these bars here. But they are fire, of course. But what is exactly the meaning behind it? Only you know what you could do to my wife. What is that, like, does he think Lauren's gonna go over there and beat her ass or something, or replace her? I don't really get it. Like, with the push of her will, she could do something to his wife and his kids. The comfortable life I get, like, he'd leave behind his life to be with Lauren. I understand that. I see what he's trying to say there. But then also, let's go back to, like, the beginning here where he said that he needed to ask his wife's permission to write the song. I could see why. It makes a lot of sense why he'd probably want to ask his wife's permission when he's writing a song all about leaving her for a different woman and throwing behind their kids and his life for a random woman on Twitter. I could see why he'd need the okay from his wife for this, assuming she exists, which she absolutely doesn't. But I'm suspending disbelief trying to understand what this all means, because I don't really get it. I think the whole message there is, I would throw my wife in the fucking sewer and leave my kids at school, tell them I'm going to get cigarettes, if you just gave me the word, Lauren. If it was your will, I would throw everything behind. I'm ready to risk it all for you.
Hey Lauren, are we in common? Are you over-trusting? Are you analytical? Do you feel everything?
It sounds like I'm listening to the background track of a shitty commercial with that xylophone hit, the ding! That little bell that keeps sounding with the generic acoustic guitar chords behind it. It just doesn't even seem like it's supposed to be a love song. There's nothing romantic about it at all. It just sounds like a cry for help. This guy should have let me ghostwrite it for him. I'll hit you with a timeless classic to really wiggle your finger to and get you laid. Hey darling, hey, let me love you. Let me kiss your pretty lips. I'm feeling kinda hungry. Let me eat those titty chips. I'll be honest, I'm all alone. But give me your hand and let me give you a home. Yeah. Hey, that's not bad. That's a chart topper, honestly. I'm gonna fucking write that down.
And more, I guess you're like razors of steel, with grace and zeal and sex appeal, all dwarfed by your will be still be.
So anyway, I blocked him.
The nice guy loses again, god damn it. What is wrong with society when a banger like this ends up getting you blocked instead of getting you dick deep in some good high quality vagina? Blows my mind. It makes me sick, honestly. Just couldn't appreciate the fine wordplay and zeal and sex appeal. Oh. In a follow-up video, she showed the DMs here, and they're a lot worse than I expected them to be. So first of all, the amount of comma splices Alan's using here is insulting. So he begins with, "We never met and probably never will, but I had the pleasure of reading one of your articles, and as one does after reading an article, I looked up the writer, in this case you, first hit Twitter, and I had a nose around your Twitter, whatever you call it, feed page, I don't know, but anyway, I got inspired by those first 30 seconds or so because you're quite, well, impressive." God, the way he writes, I can immediately picture exactly what Alan looks like. He wrote this while taking a sip of tea with his pinky out and caressing his soul patch. "So I wrote a song inspired by you, and I've recorded a demo to bring to the studio next week, and I thought it would be a nice thing to let you know. I've never had a song written about me, neither has my wife, or at least I don't think she has, but I imagine you get that all the time." Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's totally normal. What a flex. This is going to be turned into a big song. He's going to the studio to record it. I can't wait to hear it on the radio. 98.9 delivering the hits here with "Hey there, Lauren, I'm outside your window." He then finishes it off by saying, "My mate/business associate and emailed you pretty much the same thing, but don't know if you actually got that or if I sent it to the right address for that matter. Yeah, red wine on an empty stomach equals messy me." Jesus Christ. One thing about the song, I actually needed to get permission from my beautiful wife to actually finish writing it. Can you imagine? No. No, I can't. I actually can't imagine. You didn't need permission from your beautiful wife to write it, nor did your business partner email it to you, because you even dropped that ruse in the next sentence by saying, "I don't know if I sent it to the right address." So you immediately forgot that you just told her it wasn't you that emailed it. I digress. What a ride. So let's see how he responded to being blocked.
My man said, "Oh, blocked, K. Should have said this is a fictional thing, not to be taken literally kind of thing. Ah, well."
Listen, Lauren, you see, you misunderstood the song. It's a work of fiction, which means it's not weird. This is totally normal, and you fucked up by thinking it's supposed to be real. But if you so happen to choose, I would actually leave behind everything for you. That's not fiction. It's, just one of those things. A little too desperate, I would say. I would say this was really swinging for the fences, and it didn't work out. Which is pretty predictable. The song was trash, and the idea behind it of just writing a random song about a stranger you've never met as a way of coming on to her and flirting with her is weird. Even if fucking Harry Styles did this, it would still be a weird thing to do. Like, it doesn't matter who you are, that whole idea just doesn't really track well. So, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. If you were thinking it's a good idea to write a song for a girl you have a crush on and the girl doesn't know you exist, it's not a good idea. Let this be a lesson. That's about it. See ya. I've got good news and bad news, and I've always found it's better to get the bad news first. Just go raw and no rubber and hit you with the cold water right away. Force feed you the vegetables so that way the dessert tastes even better. The bad news, I'm about to show you an insufferable asshole, perhaps one of the most miserable people to listen to on the planet. The good news, he's about to be arrested. Let me introduce you to Johnny. Johnny is the epitome of turbo virgin. I know this word gets tossed around a lot, but he is a self-proclaimed incel and one of YouTube's most prolific stalkers/woman harassers. This goofy goober looks like if Raymundo from Rocket Power and Tommy Wiseau did a fusion dance and created the world's most socially inept asshole. Now, Johnny's whole shtick was he would wait outside of bars, clubs, and even parking garages, literally just fucking live in parking garages, until he saw
saw the slightest hint of a human female nearby. And then he would get his phone out and start recording himself, following them, insulting them, and demanding they fuck him. And he'd follow them for what felt like miles. These videos would go on for so long, and always it would end up the same. Them threatening to get the authorities involved because they were literally scared for their lives around this guy because he was completely unhinged. And he continued this shit for about a year. I've known about his pitiful existence for quite some time, but just never really wanted to bring any attention to it for obvious reasons. But now, he pushed the envelope a bit too far and flew a bit too close to the sun, and his tiny little micro dick burned up. He actually assaulted a woman who defended herself from him. He pepper sprayed her, and it was after he instigated the entire conflict. And now that video has surfaced and the authorities have gotten involved, and they're looking to arrest him and potentially charge him with assault with a deadly weapon, as well as a hate crime and the discharge of tear gas. The article also alleges that he was recently arrested after getting kicked out of a club with his friend, and while getting escorted out basically claimed white power and some other shit like that, which sounds par for the course for a fucking homunculus like this guy. Imagine evolving for millions upon millions of years and ending up like Johnny. What a bad fucking deal. Just an actual shit stain on the planet. But anyway, I'd like to show you the video that is going to lead to his arrest. What triggered it all here and started this chain reaction where finally it looks like he will no longer be terrorizing innocent people on the streets.
Can I hang out with you?
That guy just stole my car, so he's...
Where'd he go? Newport Coast? Huh? Can I hook up with you? What kind of vagina do you have? Is it an innie or an outie? Does it have beef curtains?
I'm gonna call the cops if you don't.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
You're annoying, dude.
Why are you calling me?
Because I wanna fuck.
That's his real voice, by the way. He's not putting on some kind of show. He's not playing a character. He genuinely sounds like one of the Looney Tunes character Inhaled Helium forever. It actually just sounds like he's making fun of a stereotypical incel demanding tindies from mommy. That is just his normal state of being. He does it unironically. Man's collected all the infinity stones of cringe and ascended to a level beyond pathetic. I'll go ahead and play the rest of the clip.
My fat ass cock is ready to get hard for you.
The cops are coming right
Why would you call the cops on me, bro? I'm just speaking.
It doesn't matter.
Fuck you, you little bitch, you little void. Oh, you little. Whoa, what's wrong with you? Chill out, chill out, chill out. Hey, chill out, chill out, chill out. You just kicked me in the balls. You back up. You back up. You back up. Throw that at me. You're gonna.
It's an absolute shame that he didn't lose his footing and fall down the stairs in front of him. I've never prayed so hard for shoelaces to malfunction in my life. So yeah, the guy's obviously a coward. He carries pepper spray because he'll push people to the absolute edge, and when they finally do, like, defend themselves, he'll just pepper spray them. Now, of course, there's almost zero people in the world that like this guy and can stand to be around him. I imagine even his own parents drink themselves into a dreamless slumber every single night, just regretting the day that they conceived this failure. But I did see on Twitter a couple of people blame the woman here, saying she assaulted him first. Now, of course, Twitter is just this disgusting cum dumpster of the most brain-rotted clowns imaginable, but I did want to at least talk about it. There's such a drastic difference between throwing a shoe after being verbally harassed for however many minutes before filming, because he was doing this even before he started filming. This is only a piece of the video. To be harassed that long and then just respond by throwing a shoe is completely different than getting fucking pepper sprayed. It just can't even be compared. That's like if a kid shot a spitball at you and you responded by hitting them with a sledgehammer. Pepper spray is hardcore. It's a legitimately painful experience from everyone I've ever known to be pepper sprayed. They have said it's the most painful thing they've ever experienced. Luckily, I haven't been pepper sprayed, but I know from what I've seen and the people that I know that it is something that isn't just laughed off or something trivial. So it's just not even in the same ballpark. And she did it in what I consider to be self-defense. This was like 3 a.m., the witching hour, don't summon Freddy Fazbear at 3 a.m. kind of shit. Like, this is haunted. This guy is hanging out at a parking garage in the middle of the night, being fucking creepy and weird, saying things like my hard cock is ready for you and shit like that, you don't know what he's gonna do. That is a dangerous person. So to like get him away from you and throw a shoe, I think is like an appropriate response. And especially because he already proved you can't just walk away from the confrontation, because he had just previously followed a woman all the way to her car who was panicking, making up a story about having her car stolen and visibly uncomfortable and worried for her own fucking life. So her trying to scare him away like a pigeon on the beach was really like the only thing she could do to like diffuse the situation and make him stop. And then he responded by ruining his life with the pepper spray, because now he'll be arrested for it, and I cannot fucking wait. I think that is extremely exciting news that this guy is finally going to face some serious repercussions for this shit, because it's been going on for quite some time. He has a long history of doing this shit without remorse, and this is beyond deserved. I'd like to show you just one more clip that survived when his channel got nuked. This is just another example of the kind of shit that he would do on a regular basis.
Hey, are you single?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you single?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, you think I'm hot?
Oh, I didn't say that.
You don't think I'm hot?
I can't even see without my glasses.
Oh, really? Do you live here?
I don't even know
Do you want to hang out?
Probably not right now because I'm not even.
What are you going to do later? Sleep? Can I come sleep with you? You don't want a massage?
No, I'm good.
Luckily, she eventually escapes from the 7th circle of hell there, but this was his content. This is all he would do. He would just wait to find women pretty much anywhere, really, and make them as scared and uncomfortable as possible and film it. That was his entire existence. That was his whole purpose. And now it's finally over. Can finally breathe a nice sigh of relief. You won't accidentally see this man sitting on a fucking park bench somewhere and ruining your day. So I just wanted to share the both bad and good news here. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah, look hard into my piercing blue eyes, and you'll notice that my soul is finally back in my body. I'm feeling much better, so I thought I'd celebrate by watching some more horrible pickup artistry attempts on TikTok, because it puts a smile on my face, and I really think that that's a great benefit to the entire human body. And you know what else is a great benefit to the human body? Gamer Sups. Gamer Sups is the best beverage ever invented, period. I don't mean just the best energy drink ever made, I mean the best drink ever made. Your body craves Gamer Sups more than it craves water. It's up there with like the blood of Christ. I can't recommend it enough. My favorite flavor is titty milk, so shout out Jay Schlatt for that incredible flavor. I think every flavor is extremely good. It's an extremely fantastic drink, and I can't recommend it enough. So if you want to get started on Gamer Sups, you can click the link in the description below or use code MOIST at gamersups.gg to get a big discount on your order. So I paid a visit to one of my favorite pickup artists. I don't know if that's the right nomenclature here, because I don't believe he self-identifies as a pickup artist, but it's a TikToker who's been doing pickup lines to women very, very often for a very long time. And it's as they say, the first 1,000 no's are just the warm-up, the intro. They're still, you know, you're still hitting your power spike. So pretty much all of his content is using these pickup lines that don't work at all. Now, I don't want like anyone to go harass him or anything like that, so I'm not going to be like saying his channel or anything. I wanted to showcase some of his more recent best of moments, as well as a couple of other goofy ones that I saw from a Cody Ko video as well. Because Cody Ko is like this incredible archaeologist at finding horrible riz, I suppose, and I am envious of his ability to track down such holy artifacts. So I'm going to show you two from that.
Damn, I just spent 30 bucks in there.
Excuse me. Hey, excuse me. Can I get your number? No? Can I get your number?
I have a boyfriend.
Can I get your number?
I have a boyfriend.
Can I get your number?
I'm lesbian.
Can I get your number? Can I get your number?
Actually, all have boyfriends.
Can I get... Yo.
This man was so focused on one goal in mind, he was about to start asking the dudes there until his brain pumped the brakes on it. He was so preoccupied with whether or not he could, he never stopped to think whether or not he should, until he did, and then decided he didn't want the men's numbers. Which I think is a bit of a misstep. Even if he's not interested in having sex with these gentlemen,
he could at least, be friends with them perhaps. Maybe he ends up forming a basketball team with them. And honestly, he could play this off for the women around and be like, no, I'm actually asking everyone in here, regardless of their gender, for their number. In fact, I'm putting together the Toon Squad. We got to take on the Monstars, and I'm holding tryouts. So what's your number? There's like plenty of ways to play with that instead of just cowardly be like, hey, can I, and then walk away when he realizes it's dudes. But anyway, it's as Cody Co said, this guy is just a stats man. He knows 100 rejections don't matter, because maybe there'll be one yes in there, and that makes it all worth it. This is clearly a Padawan who's been trained by some of the great Reddit dating gurus from back in 2010, back when they used to preach this thing where it's like, ask every single woman you ever see for her number. And it doesn't matter if you get rejected 10, 20,000 times, because eventually someone's going to say yes. So all those failures will be worth it. And it's like, well, maybe, if you're getting rejected that many times, you're doing something a little creepy. Like, there's definitely a level of self-reflection necessary there. Here, he was doomed from the start because the very first no he got just became a snowball effect and ended up in an avalanche of rejection. There was no world where this was going to work. He just coming up cold turkey, asking for their number, obviously isn't going to lead to overwhelming success. And then every other girl sees that you have done that, and it just exudes desperation. So they're not going to be the person to say, yeah, I'll give you my number. In no universe would that happen, so every girl's just going to say no to him for sure.
No, excuse me, can I get your number? 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 Can I get your number?
Anyway, that completes the speed run for the world record any percent route for rejections. This was a gold split for sure. I counted, it was 12 no's. So, pretty impressive. If we're going to count the group of dudes, it would take it to 15 no's. So, depending on, what route you want to calculate here, it's between 12 and 15 no's in a matter of 40 seconds. So, very impressive. That is a tough one to beat. But would you believe me if I told you that that's not even his worst showing? The next clip I'm about to show you from him is actually even more rancid. Now, I will say, I couldn't find the original videos here from the accounts, so I can't say with 100% certainty it's the same guy, but I'm pretty confident that it is.
Hey, excuse me? Can you turn, excuse me? I have a question. I'm trying to, oh my god, you're beautiful. I'm trying to get your number. No?
Why do people post these?
Is it because I'm ugly? Oh, fuck.
Just look at the way these women respond to him trying to get their attention because it's so aggressive. Oh, it's like they turned around because they just heard someone yell bomb in an airport. Like, holy shit. They just look frightened and on edge immediately in this guy's presence. It's like in Bleach where they have that spiritual pressure that you can just feel sometimes and it like slaps people to the ground. That's what they're experiencing, like this overwhelming spiritual pressure of cringe, and they're like, oh, ah, like turning around slowly as if it's a horror movie. Oh man. Whew. But yeah, it's a very aggressive thing, just like, excuse me, can you fucking turn around and face me, please? Come on. Hello? And the woman that he tries to rizz up can't even pretend for a single millisecond to be interested in this conversation with the weirdo. So when he does tell her that she's beautiful, she hits him with like one of my creepy smiles. She gives him one of these. Like, oh. And then still he has the gall to ask for her number. And then just for the nice cherry on top, he asks if it's because he's ugly, to which she just says yes. I'm assuming she was just playing along with it just to get him away from there, which worked. I mean, mission accomplished.
Hey, excuse me? Hello. I actually think you're perfect.
What?
I think you're perfect.
For what?
Like, just look amazing. Yeah. Well,
thank you.
Nobody's perfect in life, but you look perfect. That's what. Yeah. Can I take you out for like a Big Mac or something?
No.
Well, are you vegan or something?
No, I have a boyfriend.
Oh, okay. That makes a little more sense. But you have a good one.
This one's not really bad or anything. I want to put this one here because there's something I want to talk about around it. So, of course, it's always uncomfortable when you say something and the person you say it to doesn't really understand what you're getting at. So when he says you're perfect, she's confused, wondering, like, what does that mean? I'm perfect for what? Thinking that he must be recruiting her for something, like the Avengers or some shit, perhaps. I have no clue. But, you know, to be caught off guard and then not know what you're saying and then have to explain it just makes every situation a little more uncomfortable. But overall, this could have been a wholesome exchange if he didn't tack on the last part about going to get a Big Mac together or something. That makes it now a little uncomfortable and stinky, but just a passing compliment to someone, I actually think goes a long way. I don't know if I ever mentioned this before, but when I was in it was either freshman or sophomore year of college, I don't remember now. It was when I started to get like big. That was during my more jacked yoke stage of like fitness. And I was walking to my art class and I was carrying this bundle of art supplies and I was in a tank top because I had just finished at the gym. And these two dudes, I think they were on the lacrosse team, walked by me and they said, "Damn, you look strong as hell." And oh my god, I was like an anime character. Like when the senpai gives them attention, I started blushing. I was like, "Whoa, me?" Just this super quick, fleeting, passing moment, nothing romantic, doesn't mean anything at all, that actually just was a super nice thing. Like, we just went our separate ways, and I just thought, like, hey, that was a nice thing to say. So I really do think there's a lot of positivity around just giving someone a nice compliment. You know, not expecting anything out of it, not overstepping boundaries and making it weird. And I think he was super close to accomplishing that. But then his brain flipped on to, like, need to get pussy, need to turn this into a date, and then, of course, it made it weird.
Excuse me, miss? Hey, I know the gym isn't the place to, you know, meet somebody, but we could just tell our parents we met on Tinder or something.
Sorry?
I know this isn't the place to, like, meet somebody, like the gym, but we could just tell our parents we met on Tinder.
I don't understand what you mean.
This is such a common occurrence for our protagonist here. Oftentimes, the women that he approaches end up very confused. Like, they just got hit by some kind of, you know, fucking solar flare from Piccolo. They're like, what is happening? Like, what are you saying to me right now? This is the worst one I've seen from him, though. This is, like, extremely painful. This is a girl who's just doing her workout, minding her business, and he still comes up to her, and, of course, camera in the face, which is always fucking awful and jarring, and then just spits out some goofy shit that she is not understanding because she's not expecting to just be hit on here in the middle of her workout. She was probably expecting him to come up and ask how many sets she had left because he wanted to use the equipment. And that's not what's happening, and he's trying to, like, talk over her earbuds, and then she eventually has to take one out so she can hear a little bit better, and it's still not making sense. It is a disaster. It is a fucking catastrophe. A Category 5 hurricane of cringe.
Like,
It's not a place to meet someone, but what?
but we could just tell our parents we met on Tinder.
Tinder.
Yeah, Tinder's like a dating app.
Okay.
Yeah, so can I take down your number?
I'm not trying to date anybody.
I'm not trying to date you too. We just go wash our cars or something like that.
What do you mean?
Like wash our cars. It's also a
Wash
workout.
cars?
Wash our cars, yeah. Are you interested or no? No. Oh, okay. You have a good one.
What in tarnation just happened there? I don't know how it went from Tinder to we could just wash our cars. Like, the wheels fell off with this one really quick. The fucking wagon blew up. Like, I don't know what happened there. And I follow these kind of bad pickup artist kind of shit. I have no clue what happened to the dialogue tree in this interaction, but it went cattywampus really quick. Wow. It's a lot.
You getting some shoes, right?
Yeah.
How much you need?
And then just pay for
How much you need?
Dude, I just paid for my shoes.
Ah, okay. I'm a little too late, right?
Yeah, you are.
How about like dinner?
Thank you. We've got it.
Thanks.
They good. I'm good too, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am extremely familiar with this guy's content. I have seen more of his videos than I have episodes of One Piece, and I'm on episode 464. And out of all the videos of his I've watched, this is his worst one in my opinion. I don't know who convinced him this was a good idea, but this was, without a doubt, the worst fucking attempt at anything romantic I have ever seen. To come up to a stranger as she's paying for her items at a store and try and flex with a couple $100 bills that you will pay for it is so weird and creepy that even the cashier made a look to her friend to, like, you know, hey, is everything okay? And then tries to step in to save them from you. Holy shit. That couldn't have been worse. That actually couldn't have been worse. I think that's a good stopping point for today. That's really about it. See ya. It's time to learn how to pick up girls at a bar again from our friends at Expert Village. Today we'll be learning how to break up a conversation. As you can see, our protagonist has spotted his target in a conversation with another guy. He's being cock-blocked, but soon the cock-blockee will become the cock-blocker. Let's learn.
Hi guys. I'm Alex McRae. What do you do if the woman you're interested in is already in a conversation with someone else?
Go home and cry. That's about it, Alex. Why? Is there another way of handling this situation?
Start talking to everyone in the group and make sure that one thing you say to the group is an open-ended question. Hey guys, I was wondering, I'm planning on making a trip abroad, but I'm really not sure where to go. What are some interesting places that you've been?
Not bad, pretty natural. Fucking Alex stiff-arming his way in there, pushing heads out of the way. Hey, excuse me, pussies, I'm trying to travel. Where have you assholes been? Honestly, you could skip all the steps here if you go check out twitch.tv/moistcritical and follow. Girls love that shit. They can smell when someone follows my stream and they love it.
Well, I went to Italy last year and I loved it.
At this point in the conversation, you found out something specific and interesting.
Gotta disagree, Alex. Not only is that not interesting, I don't think it'd play out this way. If you ask a group of strangers at a bar where you should study abroad, they'll probably tell you to go fuck yourself and do your own research and maybe to shave your soul patch.
Hey, Italy, that sounds really awesome. I've never been, but I want to hear more about it.
Absolutely.
From this point, the conversation is more between you and her, and everyone's comfortable, and you can have a fun interaction.
This actually works really well as a wingman tutorial. By having you come over and be like super weird and boring, you make the guy she was talking to look a lot more interesting in comparison. Except in that case, you might as well double down, like interrupt them, like, hey, have you seen my jar of farts or something? And then like walk away. I think Alex should do a tutorial on that next time on how to be a wingman. But this guy's an alpha male, he'd never wingman somebody. He's got more tutorials, let's check out some more.
If a hot girl were to walk by,
Okay, you come in your pants. That's what that looked like there. Fucking Alex here turning around like an android trying to track her.
this conveys several things. First of all, now she knows you exist. For two people to meet, they have to recognize that they're in the same room.
Well, he's not wrong there. She certainly took note of that. I mean, like, yeah, everyone's gonna fucking notice that, but not in a positive way, Alex. You just sit there creaming your pants. Not only will she know you exist, she's gonna smell you exist because you just blew some baby gravy all over your boxers.
Remembering a person's name is a key part to every conversation. At some point, I'm going to learn her name. Say her name is Mary. Mary, 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 Mary. What can I connect? Well, she does have nice hair. Hairy Mary.
Well, can't argue with the results. That's certainly one way of doing that.
The phone number. I want to make sure that I have her number and also that she has my number.
Well, no shit.
Now, the way I do this is using my phone. Hey, I really enjoyed talking to you.
Yeah, me too.
So, why don't you put in your number and call it, and then you'll have my number.
Honestly, nothing to critique there, just a classic strategy. Hey, just put your number in my phone, then call it, and please don't go to my photos. I see a lot of pictures of my penis, and I just, I wouldn't want you to go over there, venture into that area of my phone.
All right. Let me see. All right, I've got it in there.
Great. And my last name's McRae. It's actually Scottish. So actually just type in cute Scottish guy.
Okay.
Great.
And that's checkmate, Turbo Virgins. Alex is going to be slamming and ramming real soon, baby. Now you've learned how to interrupt the conversation, how to smile, make eye contact, and how to get the number to seal a deal for the later coitus. Fuck yeah, Alex. Thank you for the tutorial, and thank you, Expert Village. See ya. Today I got recommended a video that caught my attention. It's a blind date with a self-proclaimed rock star. And usually I take all these things with a grain of salt because I don't believe these kind of videos are genuine or real, since it's obviously filmed and they know it. But this one just oozed authenticity to me. You've all heard that expression, fake it till you make it, when it comes to confidence, and this guy is the embodiment of that, but dialed up to wumbo. It is rough. I actually felt like I was watching an old video posted onto the Pickup Artist subreddit from like 2012. So I just wanted to go over this with all of you. Maybe it'd be like a nice lesson. And again, I don't know if it's 100% real or if this guy is just playing it up for the camera. But either way, I'm going to suspend my disbelief because it's pretty wild.
I'm going on my first blind date ever. I'm a rock star. Today, I'm looking for a rock baby. All my friends on me, so hopefully I'll get out of the friend zone today.
This video just comes out of the gate so hot and immediately feels like I'm watching something from the mid-90s. I'm a rock star looking for a rock baby, which is a term I've never heard in my life. I don't know who's told this man that that's a real thing people say, but just hearing it made me feel bad. And then he says all these girls friend-zoned him.
I think of myself as a god, making music, crazy things happen. My person would probably need to be somewhat okay with the possibility of something happening if they're not there.
So we're getting a little appetizer here for what's to come. This stinger is going insano style. He thinks of himself as a god and needs a girl that's going to be okay with him cheating on her when he's away performing music or something. Like, this is just things I can't imagine anyone would say, especially not on a first date. No matter how hard you're trying to fake being confident, this is just going so far over the line. The cup runneth over in this case, where it's no longer even looking confident, it's bleeding insecurity all over the floor.
I'm going on my first blind date ever, today. If I had to describe myself in one sentence, I would say that I'm incredibly unique. Because I have an unhuman work ethic.
Everyone describes themselves as unique, and everyone thinks they're the hardest workers on the planet. That's that Sigma grind set, baby. But unfortunately, I'll hit you with the cold water. Just because you shop at Forever 21 for your outfit and wear a lot of chains doesn't make you unique. I can't speak to his work ethic because obviously I haven't heard his music and don't know too much about him personally aside from this date. But just this immediate, like, nuts to butts, I'm so confident and I'm so unique is just a bad look. So really the reason I'm mainly showing this video is a PSA, because that advice, fake it till you make it, is probably one of the most parroted pieces of advice ever, and it's really not that bad in general, but there is definitely a limit to it. When you're faking it this hard, it's extremely counterproductive for you.
Hi. How's it going?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Okay, and then what brought you out here?
I make music. I'm a rock star.
Okay, cool.
If you have to say you're a rock star, you're absolutely not a rock star. It's that exact same shit like, yeah, I'm alpha. No shot. It's just one of those things where you can't give yourself a title. It's just super embarrassing, and it immediately makes people write you off as goofy. Like, imagine if you introduce yourself like, hey, what's up? My name's Charlie, I'm a fashion icon. That immediately just halts everything, and people look at you like you're stupid.
You know.
A lot of times when you're a music artist, a model is kind of like the person that you want. Because if I'm on tour for 6 months and they're doing photo shoots for 3 of those months versus somebody who has like a regular job, who wants this constant attention and cuddling.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on with the background music here with the record scratching and then the occasional robot sounds that sounds like a fax machine dying. But regardless, you can see the gears switching. You know, he's engaging in small talk with this girl, but he's immediately thinking to himself, yeah, since I'm a rock star, I really should only be going for models, and then explaining his reasoning for it. He thinks that because he's been making music for 3 years, he's now a full-fledged, sworn-in rock star who now has to abide by every rock star code, which means getting a hot babe model for a partner.
See, that's the thing. You're like a big music person. Not
music person.
Yeah, no, I like the very awful, like I like just basic pop music.
Yeah,
I know.
Pop music is such
I've been getting into like...
That's pretty much where this one dies. She said the P word, which is going to trigger a Winter Soldier event in this guy. You can't say pop music around a rock star. It's illegal. It's a crime, goddammit.
I typically listen to music who are similar to me, so Justin Bieber, Kid Laroi.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll listen to that kind of music then.
Just kidding, I guess. Pop music is such trash, which is why I listen to things that aren't pop, like Justin Bieber and the Kid Laroi. I don't know if this was like a bait and switch, or if he was setting it up as some kind of joke, I'm not positive, but regardless, it isn't over yet. We're in the 4th quarter, but there's still a chance here.
I go to festivals, clubs, whatever. When I'm going on dates, is it like working or are we dating?
What are you looking for? Just career first? Are you looking for someone?
I don't know. Like, my number one goal in life is to become famous.
So he briefly explains that because he's a rock star, he's traveling and, you know, going out all the time, so he never really knows what's actually a date. And then says his number one goal in life is to become famous. Now, I'm not here to shit on anyone's hopes and dreams. I think it's very important that people find their main motivator in life no matter what it is. But this goal to become famous is one that you should absolutely keep to yourself for quite some time before you really start to know someone. This should not be like an off-rip thing that you say to a girl on a first date, because it immediately gives off the impression that your main desire is a selfish one. So then that conveys the idea that you are self-centered, which is probably not the impression you want to give off to someone right away.
Have you ever loved anyone? Like been in love?
I've been engaged twice.
Twice?
Twice, yeah. One of them was when I was 14.
You got engaged really young. Wow.
I mean, I don't know, I'm very mature for my age, so I would say that, like, that person that I got engaged to when I was 14, I'm still best friends with her.
Yeah, so this shit's really getting weird quick, and I don't think there will ever come a time in human history where the phrase, very mature for my age, will be anything other than creepy. Very creepy.
I was actually engaged for a second time when I was 17. There's a ring and everything. Yep. Since we're in LA and you talk about exploring and all this stuff, has polyamory ever crossed your brain? Non-monogamous?
Oh, I mean, I don't think I mind it, actually.
Man chose the worst dialogue option in the entire game and still somehow got the neutral ending. On the first date, immediately bringing up a polyamorous relationship. For some reason, I don't know why that came up, especially after the whole getting engaged at 14 and 17 thing. But he plays all the cards, I suppose, here, and she says, potentially.
Making music, crazy things happen.
Yeah.
My person would probably need to be somewhat okay with the possibility of something happening if they're not there. Cheers. Would you excuse me?
Yeah, for sure, go ahead.
Should I check my phone and things?
Yeah, so if you were interested in me, just know I'm gonna cheat on you. It's gonna happen, because I'm a rock star. And it's what we do. It's in our DNA. Okay? And you can't be mad about it, because I told you. I gave you fair warning. Now, if you'll excuse me from the dinner table for a moment, I need to check my phone. My mother was calling me about picking her up from yoga after this.
Could be. I mean, well, she definitely answered some of the questions correctly.
I would say he's typically not my type, but he's really cool.
I would say, I get friend zoned a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot to process here. This could be a potential rock baby. She was really nailing those questions, those real brain busters here. She, however, does not normally go for this type of alpha male, but she did say that he's pretty cool, so that's, all things considered, a dubski right there. And then he immediately makes things sad by reminding us that he gets friend-zoned, you know? We've really seen it a million times where the nice guys get friend-zoned because the Stacys want the Chads. It's a tale as old as time, and it's sickening no matter how often it's told. But this could be one of those rare cases where, you know what, the nice guy does finally win. The nice rock star guy who wants to cheat a lot.
So basically, being a rock star, it's pretty cool because I have a lot of friends that are very attractive, which is dope. You know, it's cool to hang around pretty girls, I guess. But unfortunately, they've all friends on me.
You blew it. I don't know why you would do this. Make it sad like an ASPCA commercial. Yeah, as a rock star, I got so many hot ladies around me, but they all friend zone me. You won't friend zone me, will you?
How's that been for you? Because I know, like, societally we're getting better, but I know, like, definitely it hurts, like, the male ego, things like that.
You can't really help that, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes you're just not someone's type. I just think very high of myself. I think of myself as a god.
Honestly, shockingly self-aware from the guy here, recognizing that sometimes you're just not someone's type, and that's okay. You know, you're not going to shoot 100% from the three-point line. It's just not going to happen. So you're going to get friend-zoned, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you're not happy being that person's friend, then you just move on. You know, it's just that simple. But also, maybe don't view yourself as an actual fucking god.
But not a god like up here, but like God of manifestation. Because anything that I put my mind to, I get.
Are you confident or cocky?
Both. But I'm a great dancer.
Can you pull out some dance moves right now?
I'll do a go-to. This is like a... There you go. A little wave for you.
That used to be my go-to dance moves at the bar too, the little wave, but he kind of fucked up because you're supposed to go, and then you take it from the chest down, so you body wave it, and then it comes back, whoop, and then you go the whole other distance. So he didn't do like the whole performance. I'm assuming he incorporates the body waves in there too, I would think, so, you know, maybe he is a god.
Like, I didn't think that you would be my type, but you actually somehow have checked off some of these boxes.
Right now, we're just like hanging out, friends, seeing the vibe.
I think that she understands what it takes to be with a rock star, and she's very pretty, and you know, I would say this is worth it. It's fun. It's a good time.
All things considered, it wasn't a complete disaster or anything like that. I do think if he dialed back the fucking pseudo-confidence or whatever you can really even call it, it would have gone much better. Because at the very least, she communicated well with him. It's just every time she talked, his answer would always start with things like, as a rock star, or, you know, being a rock star. Like, that kind of shit gets old so quick. It's putting up false security, even though on the inside, it's nothing but insecurity. Like, you don't need to keep referring to yourself as a rock star. You can just talk normally. So I just wanted to show this as just kind of like, you know, fake confidence till you get real confidence, but don't fake it too hard and go too wild with it. You know, find that nice middle ground. That's really about it. See ya. It's sad that society has been brainwashed into thinking that going to an Ivy League school is the ultimate goal for achievements. It'll set you up for success in life, when really, I think it's a bunch of hooey. Where you should be striving to attend is the prestigious institute known as Riz Academy.
Excuse me. Have you seen my girlfriend? She looks like this.
Oh.
Just kidding.
What you just saw right there is a woman's heart melting as our headmaster at Riz Academy does some brilliant in-field work. Enrollment at Riz Academy can help you find success like this, and who doesn't want that? So, I saw Cody Ko watch a couple of videos from this, and I'd never heard of Riz Academy. Most of you know I'm a huge fan of absolutely awful pickup artistry, as it's called, and this is among some of the worst I've seen. The entire TikTok account is just like this. This woman looks like she's fearing for her life when the guy comes up to her. Almost every single video plays out like this. The women are either extremely uncomfortable or downright frightened. He's like a dementor. He comes up to them and just fucking sucks the soul out of them by trying these pickup lines.
Excuse me. Are you a typewriter? Are you a typewriter? No. Because you're just my type. Excuse me. Are you a typewriter?
No.
Because you're just my type.
You're funny.
He's just this miasma of cringe, this plague of awkwardness that swoops in. His line doesn't even make any sense. Are you a typewriter? Because you're just my type? Like, what in the hell? Like, the word type is in the name, sure, but it has nothing to do with being a typewriter or anything to do with that at all. That makes no sense. That's like me saying, hey, lady, are you a keyboard? Because you're the key to my heart. Or better yet, hey, excuse me, ma'am, are you a PlayStation? Because I want to take you down to the station and play. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, I'm gonna have to write you a ticket. Who said you can look this good in the premises? What's your name?
Krista.
Do you think I can get your phone number?
I have a girlfriend.
I have a goldfish.
Wee woo, wee woo. Watch out, ladies. Riz Patrol's out and about. And he almost wrote her a ticket for being too good looking. And then, you know how that panned out. Not very well. Also, I have to love his comeback when she mentions that she has a girlfriend. His checkmating move is, I have a goldfish. Genius.
Hey, cutie.
Sorry.
Hi. I like your vibe. It's showing like adventurous. Do you know what this is?
Like a all telephone, I don't know.
Yeah, and the only thing, it's like it's not working because I don't have your phone number. You think I can get your phone number?
Oh my. There's a lot to break down here. So he comes at her like it's an ambush. Like, he's part of a sting operation. They're busting her. So, like, she doesn't even register that this was an attempt to, like, flirt immediately. So he walks up to her, like a random encounter in an MMO, says, hey, cutie, and she's just like, oh, sorry, thinking that she had gotten his way or something. So she tries to, like, dodge him, but then he, like, swoops back around. He's like, wait a minute. No. I like your vibe. And his use of props is actually extremely commendable. So we saw him with the clipboard when he was RPing his Riz Patrol. Now he's got like an old rotary phone out, which I
I don't know who told him that this is a good idea to be like using props and shit, turning into like a thespian troupe with trying to get numbers, but what do I know? This guy's the goddamn headmaster of the Riz Academy. He is the one who knocks. So, you know, he's got his old phone. He tells her, hey, look, it doesn't work because your phone number's not in it. It's going to magically fix it. And you can just see the discomfort wash over her entire being. I just don't even see what the end game here is with this strategy. Like, what the fuck do you expect to happen next? Like, oh, okay, I really want to fix that old phone, so I'll give you my phone number so you can input it into the rotary device and we can get it all squared away. It's like, she's like, you can't even play along with this. There is nothing you can do here except be uncomfortable. There is no winning move here. The only winning move is not to play.
I think you're really cute and I like your vibe. It's showing like adventurous. Do you know what this is? No. It's like an old phone. The only thing it's like it's not working because it doesn't have your phone number in it.
Heavens to Betsy, just put the rotary phone away. Stop using it. It's not working. It will never work. Get rid of the rotary phone and get it out of your routine.
Excuse me. Do you watch Stranger Things?
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say it's the strangest thing because I don't have your phone number. Do you know what this is?
Well,
it's like an old phone. Yes, my phone. Do you think I can get your phone number?
I don't know. Why are you carrying that around? Is that your strategy?
Get rid of the rotary phone, I'm begging you. Take a sledgehammer to it. Vanquish it. Don't do it again. And I am so tired of the lines he uses. It actually is making me upset from the outside looking in here. Do you watch Stranger Things? Because the strangest thing, I don't have your phone number. Stop it! Fucking stop it! These are stinkers. Like, I could come up with these forever, and none of them are good. Hey, excuse... I almost choked on that one, it's so bad. Excuse me, ma'am, have you seen James Bond's License to Kill? Yeah? Well, I've got a license to kill that pussy. What's your number? Or, hey, you know my favorite movie's The Mummy? Well, I want to put a baby in you and make you the mommy. It's fine. Even just saying these makes me feel awful. The point is, it's a terrible format for your pickup lines here.
Excuse me. Do you watch Stranger Things?
Yes.
Because it's the strangest thing that I don't have your phone number.
Okay. Do you want it for real?
Yeah.
Okay.
5,000 no's, but it only takes one yes to make it all worth it. Buddy's done it. Somehow, the Stranger Things line gets him a number. Probably a fake number, but we'll take whatever small W's we can get out here. That's the Riz Academy difference.
You don't need Halloween because you're a treat every day.
Aw, thank you.
Do you think I can get your Instagram?
I don't have Instagram.
Your phone number?
Probably not.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Have a good one.
Have a great day, though.
Oh. Ooh. Ooh. That was just a true combo of despair. An awful pickup line into just some brutally honest, no, you can't have my number. Not even bothering to feign an excuse, just, no, probably can't have my number, but have a good day.
Excuse me. If I get bit by a spider, I become Spider-Man. If you bite me, can I be your man?
That was a good line.
Stumbling, bumbling, and fumbling through your own Spider-Man pickup line is something special. Hats off to her for being such a trooper, telling him that it was a good line. Because god damn it was a beautiful line.
I like your backpack.
Thank you.
Do you like water?
Nope.
No, you don't like water?
This is the perfect finale here for the Riz Academy. He goes up to this girl, compliments her backpack as a way of like easing in there to his pickup line, which is, do you like water? The expected answer is yes, and then he's supposed to say, that means you like 70% of me. He has a couple of TikToks where he used that line before to moderate success, I'll say. But he chose this girl here who was clearly not in the mood to play this game at all. So she immediately just shuts that shit down. Do you like water? Nope. And the guy picks up on it. At least he didn't like keep pressing. So he's like, okay, I'll pack it up and leave here. So At the very least, this guy doesn't like keep pushing. He just does his line and then lets the cards fall where they may. So I mean, yeah, that's the Riz Academy for you, baby. Look forward to your enrollment. That's about it. See ya. This is an embarrassing thing to admit out loud, but I've recently found a great guilty pleasure that I've been consuming like junk food. It's those ridiculously cringe podcasts where a few dudes, pseudo-intellectuals, bring on a bunch of women and have the worst debates of all time. It's a forsaken wasteland where normal thinking goes to die. A thunderdome of delusion. It is brain-melting. It reminds me of those old PSAs for the dangers of smoking cigarettes, and they'll, like, open up someone's chest and be like, this is what your lungs look like when you smoke, and it's, like, yellow and oozing, covered in this, like, disgusting slime, and it's very fucking yucky. This is like that, but instead of showing you your lungs on cigarettes, it's your brain when watching this content, and it's fucking revolting. Like, it is actual brain rot, and I can't look away.
And goes into a marriage and has kids when they're like 18, 19, 20. And then a year into the relationship, it gets really, really abusive.
From
Would
who?
you... From both.
This is so rare.
Anyone
That's
so
rare.
really.
Go
I mean,
on.
it happens.
Go on,
I'm just,
go on.
My point is, I'm
Hypothetically.
just, yeah, even though it might be rare from what you guys think.
It is.
I already just find this painful. She's asking a very simple question and setting it up, talking about abuse. And already the dudes here are like, this is ridiculous. This is exceptionally rare. This is damn near science fiction. Abuse? Never even heard of it. That's like winning the lottery twice level of astronomical odds. Abuse is... it is very uncommon. Very rare. As a way of trying to, like, kind of shut it down already, like, you're choosing something very fringe and outlandish. Abuse is... it's like a unicorn. It almost doesn't exist. But anyway, crazy lady, go on with your hypothetical abuse thing, or whatever you called it. It's just trying to downplay it, which I think is just cringe.
If it would happen, what would you recommend for those people to do? Would they divorce, or do you want them to keep going in the relationship?
You can't divorce. I mean, that's not a real thing. You can like separate. See, his Catholic background shines through. He knows. You can't divorce. You can separate, but you can't actually divorce. That's not a real thing.
Even though it might be like physically abusive.
You got to endure. People are too.
You want to stick in the
People
relationship.
are just.
See, I mean, look,
people
I'm gonna be
nowadays
honest.
are just. Everybody quits. Everybody gives up. It's too hard. I'm this XYZ. This is why I'm special, so I can fuck up this entire situation based upon me being special.
The clown puts himself front and center here. You're looking at the chief entertainment for this episode. Fucking discount Walmart brand Sal from Impractical Jokers here. His name's Jonathan, and let me just tell you, he's got some opinions, and man, oh man, are they a stinker. So, the question is very simple. If there's an abusive relationship, an abusive marriage, should the marriage end? You know, if the woman is being abused, or even if the man is being abused. The woman who asked the question, her name is Melina, and she doesn't just make it exclusive to women getting abused. Men can also be victims of abuse, something that Jonathan heavily disagrees with. We'll get to that later on. But he is saying that, oh, if it's an abusive relationship, you have to endure. This is the problem with snowflake society now. Everyone's such a pussy, so they'll ruin a marriage because they think they're so special. You absolute fucking troglodyte. It's not about being special, it's about not getting beat the fuck up in a marriage. There's no excuse for abusing your spouse, whether it's physical or mental. Like, it's the most... There is a right answer to this question. And the answer is yes, the marriage should end if it's abusive. 100%. Whether it's the woman or the man being abused, it should straight up end. There's no enduring. This isn't one of those situations where it's like, there's greener pastures once you get through a couple of the black eyes and broken bones. You know, my husband may have beat the fuck out of me a couple nights ago, but he also took me to a really fancy steakhouse and I had an absolute bangin' filet. So, all of the abuse was worth it, and I'm a little happier today. It's ridiculous. This is honestly making me concerned. My heart is breaking for whatever woman he's in a relationship with. I'm imagining this guy treating relationships like it's Fight Club. If my partner can't roll with my knuckle sandwiches without crying about it and she wants to leave for it, well then good riddance to her toots. Jesus Christ, special snowflakes can't handle a few of my right hooks. Ridiculous. That's frightening. That is a frightening mentality. That you're telling someone to just endure physical or even mental abuse in a relationship and calling them like a special snowflake or a pussy if they don't. That's crazy. And also his cohort there, the goofball he's in cahoots with, who's like, man, divorce isn't real. Divorce is make-believe. It's hocus pocus. There's no such thing as divorce. Yes, if you're getting abused, you can't divorce, obviously. This is a wild episode.
And the reality is people just haven't learned to endure. There have been hard times in relationship. I'm sure you guys had hard times in relationship. Any relationship has hard times.
Okay.
And it is what it is. You need to push through and you need to endure because we're in this hold on. Because we're in this situation now, like where everybody's just creating this like super nuanced, like 1% example of like, well, what if the kid's transgender, black, and abused, and he's a Black Lives Matter supporter? Like, cool, okay, I get like that one minute
but I'm asking
situation.
for anyone that might be in that situation, what would you recommend?
Okay, endure.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
I don't. That's.
I'll tell you what.
Endure.
I'll tell you what I would do.
A lot of diarrhea fell out of his mouth on this one here, so there's a lot to break down. He had an actual episode of psychosis there. He just started spitting shit that never even came up. It's a very simple question. It really wasn't nuanced. She just said, in an abusive relationship, should the marriage end? It really doesn't get more simple than that. A fucking child could understand the question. There wasn't anything about, like, all these nuance that you bring up. But anyway, Smash Mouth has his meltdown there for a second, but his message is still the same. No matter what, you gotta endure. You gotta endure the abuse. He even has the chutzpah to equate abuse to just a hard time in a relationship, as if it's just some little obstacle, little hiccup that every relationship goes through. Brother, abuse is not a hard time in a relationship. That is a fucking crime. That is when a relationship ends, should end.
I wouldn't want my daughter in that situation, quite frankly. And I understand the argument to endure because I have people close to me who grew up in abusive households, and it lasted for periods of time, and it was a phase, and they endured through it, and they ended up raising healthy, successful families.
Their faces really tell the whole story here. This reaction's pretty on par with that statement. Abuse is not a phase. It shouldn't be a phase. This isn't a normal thing. There's no reason to start normalizing abusive relationships as something every couple needs to go through or will go through. Abuse isn't acceptable. Full stop. Like, that's where... This was a really easy slam dunk for these dudes to answer. Should a marriage end when it gets abusive, whether for the woman or the man? And the answer is easy. It's yes. A relationship isn't something where there should be an abusive phase. If there is an abusive partner, that partner needs to seek legitimate help and get help for controlling whatever violent urges or impulses they have. But that doesn't mean that the other partner needs to stay in the relationship while they're getting that help. Especially not if there's children in the household, because not only is it dangerous for the partner, it's dangerous for the kid to be around as well. I think it's very simple. I don't think it's that nuanced. Abuse just isn't acceptable. Like, that's a super easy thing for a normal person to answer, but we've cultivated this culture online where everything needs to be like a debate, even on the simplest topics. Like, you just saw Smash Mouth have that meltdown, like, oh, you're getting into all this crazy 0.1% example nuance of abuse and then all of these other factors, like, out of nowhere, when that wasn't even what was discussed. It is the easiest black and white question.
To an extent.
So you would say that to stick in those relationships that might be abusive to everyone involved and a child, if there's a child.
I'm not saying like, hey, stick in the relationship and get the shit beat out of you by a husband.
I'm just asking you what you believe.
I'm just telling you.
Even though it's a small extreme thing, I'm just asking you what you think if you should stick in that relationship or not.
It is such an extreme example that I can't give a prescription for what other people should do. There is an element.
God damn it, it's not even an extreme example. If you just Google it for like 15 seconds, there's so many different studies conducted on the topic, and according to a lot of the different numbers, all of which are a little different, but most of them agree that at least 20% of all marriages are abusive at some point in time. And that's just in reported cases. Like, it's not an extreme example. It's really not. But even if it was, it doesn't even change the question. Like, even in the extreme example here, it's still a very easy answer that, yes, that marriage should end. There is a problem. Now, this guy here is trying to play nice with everybody, so he's like, oh, yes, even this goober over here talking about endure. I mean, there's almost an element of something salvageable of his point. When there's not, like, there's no excuse. Like, you shouldn't be enduring abuse.
like under any circumstance, but he's really trying to give an olive branch over there for some fucking reason. But this guy is at least admitting, like, he wouldn't want his daughter in that. So he does outright say, like, yes, a woman shouldn't be getting the shit beat out of her in a marriage or relationship, and she should leave. He at least will concede that, whereas the other two guys still, for some reason, fight tooth and nail that, nah, there's really no reason to be leaving.
Like that.
Do you have opinions about third trimester abortion?
It's
terrible.
Listen,
it's
okay,
terrible. Look at how quickly you can debate it. Do you know how rare
Terrible.
third trimester abortions are? They're also really
They
rare.
are.
But you immediately had a visceral reaction to that,
Yeah.
right? There are households where parents are abusive to children. Like, that's not like an unfathomable thing. But for you to have that immediate visceral reaction to a type of abortion that's so incredibly rare. But
Yeah,
then when it's
I
like,
mean, we're
well, could you
talking
have-
about like a guy like getting drunk and like, you know, beating
have to be
his
getting
wife
drunk.
occasionally versus like
I actually think that was a really good point from Destiny there. Like, you have a very quick reaction to another extreme example. Why do you not have that same energy when it comes to abusive households? And then the guy starts making some shit up like, we're talking about a guy getting drunk and maybe putting his hands on his wife. Where is that coming from? The question was so simple. They're making up like a whole fanfic plotline in their head about what was asked when it was really super simple. Abusive household. Should the marriage end? Like, I actually wonder if she had even just said something even more simple and broad, what the response would have been. If she had asked, do you guys think abuse is bad? I wonder what they would have said. I wager that they would have been like, okay, we need to define what abuse is because all of these special snowflakes have weird definitions for abuse. So let's start really getting into the nitty-gritty of what is abuse. Even though it's so easy, abuse is just bad. And an abusive relationship is bad. I don't know what's so hard about it. I don't know what's so hard about them just admitting that.
But well, okay, so let me ask you guys. In the Catholic Church, I know that there's like annulments for marriages and stuff. Are there
That was a mistake.
Are there no exceptions for like if a guy is beating his wife constantly?
No, there are, but now
Or a woman could as well, right?
Hold on.
Well, there's
Yeah,
also a
yes, she could, but-
distinction drawn between.
If a woman's beating a dude,
legal-
that guy-
Hold on, guys.
Oh man, blubbery ass Jonathan there just got saved big time by the guy in the middle. He wanted so badly to say that if a man's getting beat by his girl, then he's a pussy or he's like a weak bitch or something. He wanted so badly to try and get that kind of bravado out there. Sad to see that this mentality still exists somehow, that men can't be the victims of abuse. I thought we got rid of that stigma years ago. Jonathan's supposed to be a men's self-help guru. How? Actually, how?
Divorces that are initiated by women, Brian?
78%.
80%.
78.
80%.
80%. And what percentage of those women have college degrees?
Well, it jumps to 90% if they're college educated.
Real.
Brian, please present the stats to the class. What percentage of divorces are initiated by women? 80%? Thank you, Poindexter, that's sickening. 90% if they're college educated? I rest my case. That's why I only marry 18-year-olds now. They're too young to have a college degree, thus they can't divorce me. What does this have to do with anything? Okay, so you don't want to marry college-educated women? You want to marry dumb women? Like, I don't know. What, you want to just marry a lobotomite sex doll? Cool, like, who cares? It doesn't matter. This has nothing to do with the core question anymore. It's gone fully off the rails and unhinged. They're so focused on picking apart divorce itself. So now they're spouting these stats and making each other mad. So one of the dudes is like, real. And then the other guy is taking a huge deep breath. Why, I oughta. Just hearing that number's making me mad enough to put hands on my spouse because she might have considered a divorce at some point. Like, it's ridiculous. This has nothing to do with what was asked.
They
Can
are
I ask-
extreme.
can I
I
ask
agree- I
another-
agree with that,
I want to ask
but-
like one more scenario, okay?
Please.
What about if
I was giggling so fucking hard because you can hear, I'm pretty sure it's Jonathan go, oh, Jesus. When she says she wants to ask another scenario. Why are you even here? The whole point is to communicate with the women, your guests, right? To ask them stupid questions and shit. Like, if you're so bothered with them talking, what the fuck are you even doing there?
two people get married, they have a kid, and then the wife starts cheating? Do you think they should divorce?
Absolutely.
They should divorce then?
Jesus himself
You don't
said.
think it wasn't
Jesus,
illegal?
hold on. Jesus
And you
himself
could like
said.
work things through, right?
Jesus himself said in cases of adultery, divorce is
So you think that
permissible.
divorce is worse than physical abuse?
For the children?
Or cheating, sorry. You think that
is
cheating
worse
is
than
worse than
physical
physical
abuse.
abuse?
For the
Sorry.
children, yes.
I actually let out a full belly laugh. So she brings up cheating and unanimously like, yes, obviously you have to divorce when the woman's being a whore. If you've got a slut for a wife, you gotta fucking divorce that harlot. That harpy. Duh. Are you stupid, lady?
Absolutely, you have to divorce there. After they spent like 6 minutes about, well, actually, divorce is one of the most evil things that can ever happen. Divorce is unacceptable. Physical abuse, okay, abuse, you have to endure because you can't divorce. But then when it's cheating, it's like, yeah, you gotta divorce. Jonathan even says crucifixion is warranted. I'm sure he's just being exaggeratory, but he does point blank say that cheating is worse than abuse for the kids, which is a wild take. Both are awful. Your father beating your mother or your mother beating your father in front of your kid is just as damaging as one of them being unfaithful. These are both horrible things, both of which should end in divorce. But for some reason, they seem to only have a real visceral response when it comes to cheating. And then the guy in the middle even gets immediately religious, like, well, in the Bible it says, you know, when cheating's on the table, that's when divorce is absolutely necessary. Well, what the fuck? The Bible also doesn't preach for beating the fuck out of your spouse either. I'm sure you can also divorce in a case like that, so why didn't we get biblical when abuse was brought up? Why did we start trying to justify different levels of abuse and it might be a phase where it's going to get better after and this and that? Dude even wove a whole fanfic about, like, we're talking about a man who gets drunk and maybe occasionally hits his wife. Like, what the fuck? Like, why are you making excuses for abuse and not for cheating all of a sudden, right? Like, and Melina even calls that out. She's like, oh, well, what about, like, working through it, or, you know, maybe the cheating's a phase. And like, no, absolutely not. Cheating is the end-all, be-all. This is crazy. Like, I was absolutely howling with laughter when we got to this segment in the podcast.
I think I'm not going to say this is worse. Divorce is worse for the children. I already said that if a woman's getting abused, yeah, I think she should leave. Like, I mean, if it's a brief temporary thing, like,
what if it's mental abuse?
Okay, now
it's less cut and dry. If you are setting your child up.
I think there's a small chance that Jonathan may have misunderstood the question. He may have thought he heard, is divorce worse than abuse? And that's what he was saying, that divorce is worse than abuse for the kids. Which is still a fucking stupid take, so I'm gonna tackle that one as well. What the fuck, man? You think that somehow kids witnessing their parents beating the shit out of each other is somehow less damaging than if they had just gotten divorced? You've got some issues you need to work through, my goodness. And then also that lady that's behind them is saying that it's less cut and dry when it comes to mental abuse. Why? Abuse is abuse. What are you talking about? So far up until this point in the episode, she hasn't said too much. She mainly just kind of agrees with everything the guys say. But she says it's less cut and dry when it comes to mental abuse, which leads me to believe that she thinks it should be cut and dry when it comes to divorce for physical abuse. But she didn't say anything. She didn't chime up and say, like, hey, I agree, the marriage should end then. She just stayed silent because I guess she was just looking for things to fight them on as opposed to agree with, which I think is always such a weird component of these debates where if you agree with your opponent, you're apparently losing, or you lose points by doing so, which is so fucking backwards. And that's why I think debates in general are kind of worthless, because it's never about changing someone's mind. It's always about just cementing your own beliefs and never faltering and never changing perspective on anything. So nothing good ever really comes from it, except for just general entertainment as a spectator. And this one had me giggling, so I wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. There are more podcasts on YouTube than there are stars in the night sky. Everyone has been convinced that they're a unique, special little butterfly and that their insight is invaluable. And now that there's so much easy access to recording equipment, everyone gets this insidious little idea planted deep in their noodle that it's time to start a podcast. And my God, I tell you, it's a plague. It's a disease, a virus that's infecting the mind of the most insecure and insufferable people of all time. For some reason, once that AT 2020 touches their hand, they just scream their insecurity from the mountaintop with authority, proudly. And it blows my mind. But I've never seen insecurity projected quite like what I'm about to show you today. So I am still shocked that he hasn't scrubbed this podcast episode from the entire cyberspace, just wiped it from the internet. Like, if this was a clip of mine, I would have paid every penny I have to my name in order to ensure this never sees the light of day again, that this clip stays buried, like the fucking Millennium Puzzle from Yu-Gi-Oh! It is that embarrassing. Like, you couldn't lock me up in Guantanamo Bay and torture this clip out of me, and yet he still has it on his channel. So the podcast is like a bootleg Fresh and Fit, where they just get a bunch of women together and ask them stupid questions and then rate each other's beauty. And then he gets really offended.
like visibly upset, and I really thought he was going to start bawling his eyes out, crying in the fetal position. And I've watched a couple of their episodes now because I was curious if this was like an isolated thing. But no, this is pretty common. This is like a staple in their show from what I can tell, where they just have this section where they ask the women that they bring on to rate their beauty, the rate the podcast host's beauty.
Listen, ladies, we're rating just off physical appearance, just off beauty, okay? Same standards. Trust me, we're not going to get hurt, okay?
That's the biggest lie ever told since the time Kellogg's tried to convince the world that sugar doesn't make you fat. So, the segment is rate our appearance, basically, which is some actual middle school, literal baby brain man-child behavior shit. That is insecurity at its finest, to have the women you bring on as guests rate your appearance. That's so stupid. I'm surprised they don't also play Spin the Bottle and Truth or Dare. And maybe they do, I've only watched a couple of their episodes, but he says that they're not going to get offended with the ratings. Well, do I have news for you?
All right, cool.
Stop being delusional. What the fuck?
All right, so now what I want you to do is, ladies, real quick, don't fucking waste my time. Rate the guys. Do me a favor, Josh. Stand up real quick, man. Everybody look at him once, man. He's not going to stand up again, all right? So I want you to rate me, my co-host, and then our fucking producer. Go, from 1 to 10, just off beauty. Go.
When he does these sections, it really seems like he's some kind of basketball coach who's really upset at the team. Like, he gets very aggressive with all of it. Like, don't waste my fucking time. Listen, we're going to do the drill right now. We're going to do it right. So stand the fuck up, Josh. Look at him. Now spin around, Josh. Okay, good. Drop your pants, Josh. Good. Now rate everything you just saw. Now, don't waste my time. Like, I don't know why he gets, like, so upset even before they hear ratings. Like, he immediately goes into these sections combative. I watched the whole episode up until this point. Like, he's pretty blunt and like very much so most of the time. But when it gets to this one in particular, he's like angry. Like, even before anything happens, he's already angry.
Speak into the fucking mic.
I would rate you.
First you're rating me, and then him, and then him. Go.
I'll rate you a 7.
All right, what is he?
I'll rate you an 8,
All right.
and I'll rate Josh an 8 also.
Okay, what about you? Go.
I would rate you a 8.
Okay.
9.
Okay. Come on, he just fucking stood up, bro. Like, come on.
I don't even know what he's getting upset with here. She only took like an extra 2 seconds to take another look at the guy. It's like he just lost a gold split in a speed run to this extra 2-second time loss. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I don't know why he's so on edge. It seems like he just really hates the guests that they bring on. Because when he's talking to his boys, he's like much more jovial and joking and smiley. But the second the conversation shifts to the rest of the class here, like the group of women over there, he turns into like a drill sergeant and starts getting extremely serious and loud. So I don't know why they even bring on women to this podcast when they don't even really want them there. And I also don't know why women keep agreeing to go on shows like these, because half the time it's them just like saying, you're not good looking and shit like that. Like, right after this rating section of rating the podcast hosts go through and rate all the women. And they literally give them 2s, 3s, and 4s. And make sure that they know that the hosts don't find them attractive. So I don't really get why women keep signing up for this shit just to get insulted by podcast hosts. And they don't say anything or do anything. Like, the women will insult each other sometimes. Like, they don't ever push back against the hosts at all, so then they just walk away looking silly from all of it. Like, all of it is just a net loss for the women that go on these shows. I don't know why they keep doing it.
I would say 9.
All right, what about you over there? Go.
2.
Okay.
I would give him a 9.
Okay, what is she over there?
I would give him a 10 because he invited me.
All right, so again, you sound like a stupid ass bitch. I'm trying to
Thank
figure
you.
out why you rated me a 2, because we're not going off our interactions. We're going off beauty.
I don't
right?
like lights.
I don't give a fuck. He's light skinned just like me, and you just gave him a 9. You gave me a 2. You only gave me a 2 because of the whole interaction that we've been having, right? So do me a favor, get the fuck up and get the fuck out.
Thank you.
Yeah, get out.
Spoken like a man whose feelings weren't hurt at all and wasn't offended by the 2 rating. So he tries to justify it with, you only rated me a 2 because we had a disagreement earlier, which I guess they did, but even still, this is an extreme overreaction to getting rated a 2. The insecurity is palpable. You can fucking taste the salt here.
So what the fuck?
Stupid ass bitch. Make sure she gets her bag and phone too. Make sure she doesn't take the wrong fucking phone, dummy. All right, cool. So now, again,
You can actually hear that lump in his throat start to form from all the emotion building up inside of him. Get out of here, stupid bitch. Hey, make sure she grabs the right phone and not someone else's phone, because she's so dumb she probably won't know which one's her phone. Dumb idiot. She's real stupid. You're stupid. I'm a 2. No, you're a 2. Unsurprisingly, this turned their own community against them for the episode. A lot of the chat messages pop up on screen, so you're just seeing things popping up saying like, damn, just because she gave you a 2, what the fuck? Or something like this where it's like, thought you wanted your show to last. Like come on, man. It's because it's ridiculous. It's very clear temper tantrum over getting a 2. If you were someone that was actually getting pussy, if you were really slamming ham and glazing donuts, you wouldn't care if one girl didn't find you attractive or rejected you. You wouldn't care. You would laugh it off like a normal person. So one girl gives you a 2 and it shatters your whole ego and you publicly melt down about it? That's such a bad and embarrassing look. And he tries to justify it, like I said, by saying, she only gave me that 2 because of our negative interaction from moments ago. Just pure huffing of copium.
we're just going off physical beauty, okay? Not what we've been talking about, not my fucking arguments, not on none of that, okay? I want you to rate me, him, and then him. Go.
Can you stand up for a second?
You didn't see me before the show?
Yeah, but I just forgot.
I mean,
Just stand. It's not that hard. Okay. You're an 8.
God damn it, bro. Go ahead, rate him.
Podcast is now turned into like a hostage situation here. All the women seem on edge, and I actually just can't believe they didn't leave after that. Like, again, I don't understand why women keep signing up for this shit. Like, no one seems to be having any fun there. The hosts especially don't seem to be having any fun. This guy's co-host seems miserable, but he does liven up it a little bit when he gets to rate the other women and gives them like 3s, 4s, and 5s and all that. But it's just so awkward and weird. The only explanation that I can come up with, the only rational way of explaining this, is that the reason women are signing up for this show or shows like it is because they're being paid for their time. So it's like an hourly wage just to go there and be insulted or bouncing stupid questions off of. That's the only thing that almost makes sense. Like, so they just come on here to play a game of grade my friend's appearance for 2.5 hours or whatever. I mean, really, someone summed up the situation really nicely in the comments. They said, podcast is called Unfiltered, yet kicks a girl out for her opinion. And that is just such a nice, concise way of breaking it down and the silliness of all of it. Again, I watched a couple episodes just to try and get like an understanding of the content. There's nothing there. Everyone seems miserable most of the time, or they bounce the dumbest questions around, and they always just do a grade our appearance thing, which, who wants to listen or watch that? Like, I as a viewer, let's say that I was a huge fan of this podcast, why would I want to keep seeing what women say about my podcast hosts? Like, why would I care? There's nothing there. There's no entertainment there, especially when one of them's super insecure about all of it, who's going to freak out if he doesn't get a 9. It just doesn't make any sense to me, so yeah, just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. Today I had an itch that needed to be scratched, so I cannonballed into the pool of male astrology just to take a peek at what's been going on in the Sigma scene, as well as the alpha male YouTubers, and of course catching up with the omega male gurus who give some wild and wacky advice, just because it's been so long since I've tuned into the genre on YouTube. Recently I've felt that the Sigma grind set's begun to fizzle out a little bit, and I was hoping to reignite that fire inside of the hearts of all Sigma males that might be watching. So I wanted to share one video with you that I found. It's called 10 Odd Things Sigma Males Do That Turn Women On. Now before starting it, I will say I was a bit disappointed to see that they omitted one of the most important qualities of a Sigma male, and that's how they handle one-night stands. I've seen this from a couple other channels, and I just would like to put this here in the beginning before getting into the 10 things, because I think it's a really important one. So a Sigma male's not afraid to be upfront. We know that. So when it comes to a one-night stand, I think the optimal way Sigma males handle it is they always finish it off respectfully. They don't want to leave things on bad terms. So this is just a little free advice to all the Sigma males out there. When you're done with a one-night stand and you know it's not going to be something that's like a long-term partnership, make sure that you're nice, understanding, but direct about it. So get up, give her a bow, and say, "Thanks, madam, for the good pussy. 'Twas doth sodden in those quarters, but I must be off now. Crime never sleeps. Pray thee good day," and then collect your monocle and tobacco pipe and skedaddle. It leaves things on good terms, and you now have broken things off in a much more palatable way.
Women are turned on by different things than men. The Sigma male is the type of guy who knows what these differences are and how to exploit them.
It's fascinating to me how 100% of the time these YouTubers always present their ideas in the creepiest manner possible, calling it an exploit here, making it sound like it's some kind of cheat code or a forbidden jutsu you'll get in trouble for using. It just comes across really weird, saying things like, the Sigma male knows these differences and knows how to exploit it. It just makes it sound almost criminal. The Sigma male is very familiar with females and the law. So you want to get laid without going to prison for sexual assault? Well, there's a fine line between sexual assault and getting laid, and the Sigma male tap dances on it. Find out how in this video.
The Sigma male is the type of man women are naturally attracted to. He has an innate understanding of how to appeal to female biology, knowing which buttons to push and when.
Another thing I always find interesting, and this is across like all alpha male and sigma male YouTubers, is I can never tell if it's text-to-speech voices they use or if it's actually them narrating, because their cadence is so robotic, and I'm just never positive. Like for this one in particular, I feel like it's text-to-speech, but then there's certain moments where it kind of messes up and bumbles a word around, and then I'm like, no, it's probably a person.
1. Their light touches. When a Sigma male is sitting next to a woman, he'll reach out and gently rest his hand on top of hers. Or he might come up behind her and lay his hands on her hips or shoulders, just for a couple of seconds before pulling away again. A woman loves it when he takes the initiative like this, without always waiting to be invited.
Yeah, so step one here is immediately playing with fire, because if you do this on a total stranger, you might just go straight to jail. Do not pass go and collect $200. This shit's just getting you right in the slammer. It feels like something that is only acceptable if it's done with a girl that you're already romantically involved with, or are at least familiar with enough to the point where coming up behind them and putting your hands on her hips doesn't immediately get you slapped and spit on. If this is a stranger, you might just get your ass beat, and you might get the cops called on you. So I'm assuming this advice here, where don't wait to be invited, is when it's like your partner. Like, hey, maybe rest your hand on her hand when you guys are out on a date, as opposed to just like, hey, if you're in class next to a girl, just rest your hand on her hand as a Sigma move. I'll give the benefit of the doubt to the creator here, because they don't actually specify if it's like, this is an icebreaker type thing that you use on women that you're interested in, or something that you do to continue to keep a woman that you're already with interested in you.
2. They know how to command attention. A Sigma man doesn't care if anyone notices him or not, as long as he has the upper hand in any given social situation. When he enters a room, she can't help but notice him because of the way other people react when he's around.
Now, as is the case with every Alpha, Sigma, Omega, Giga, Chad advice YouTube channel, most of it's just platitudes, utterly meaningless, and can be applied to pretty much everyone and everything ever. And this is one of those things. If you're good at getting people's attention and not being weird, it's a good thing for you. And women like that. It's like, yeah, that sounds about right.
3. Their specific sense of humor. Everyone has a different sense of what's funny, and Sigma males seem to possess a unique kind of humor that nobody else can get.
To be fair, you do have to have a high IQ to understand Sigma male humor, so this is again another one of those points where it's like, yep, that sounds about right. Sigma males are known for their gut-busting comedy, and women do appreciate a good ha-ha-ha moment, some good goofs and laughs.
4. They exude an air of mystery. There's something about the way they carry themselves that makes women want to find out what it is. This makes her feel like she doesn't have all the information, which is psychologically arousing.
This is always my favorite advice, because this is what I bought into going into college, that women love a mystery, which is why I took on the role of an anime protagonist who's very mysterious. You know what it got me? Not laid. It almost got me just fucking excommunicated from my goddamn university because everyone was so fucking afraid of me because I was such a weirdo. Sure, there's something to be said about someone that's not like overly outgoing with everything that's happened in their life. Yeah, absolutely. Keeping some things to yourself, being a little more reserved is probably pretty helpful. But the way that they set it up here, where it's like a mystery, is great. It's psychologically arousing to not have all the information. I will just debunk that immediately. You should give some information, for sure. Don't just go like catatonic and smoke a cigarette in the background hoping that someone finds that cool or hot, because they probably won't. They just find it creepy.
They come off as really intense. When he talks to her, it seems like he's judging every little thing she says, and that can be really intimidating. Sigma males don't think twice about challenging a woman, which can be a huge turn on for some women.
This one straight up just doesn't seem like a good thing at all. To have women find you scary and intimidating and too intense. That just seems like it's a massive detriment to getting laid as a Sigma male. And then the part about a Sigma male not being afraid to challenge a woman, that almost just sounds almost threatening. Like, hey, at any moment you say something that's a little out of line, the Sigma male is going to call you out on it. It's like, ugh, you winch, you've gone a bit too far, and you misquoted the great George Lucas. He never said that about Star Wars, and I'm putting you in your place. And you should be turned on by this. It's like, I don't know if that's necessarily a great quality to be so willing to challenge everything and come off as really intense.
They are unpredictable. A woman loves to be surprised. If she can see something coming from a mile away, there's no excitement left in it for her. He keeps himself just a little bit apart from society, and that makes it impossible for her to guess what he will do next.
I don't really see what being an outcast from society has to do with being unpredictable, unless he's isolated from society in like a mental asylum or something. Like, I don't really understand how those two correlate. You can be unpredictable while also participating in society, right? You can come up with surprises like, hey, surprise, I found chocolates in the dumpster outside. I bet you didn't see this coming. Or, you know, come in with a birthday cake. Hey, I know it's not your birthday, but hey, I definitely subverted your expectations with this maneuver, didn't I? You don't have to be like, you know, outside of the outskirts of society to be unpredictable. And yeah, there is something to be said about surprises and being spontaneous. That could be a good thing for sure. Not just for Sigma males, but for people in general.
They have a really strong presence. Some men are just more dominating, and women respect him because of this. They're active listening. A few women are really turned on by men who just tune out during a conversation, but most of them can't stand it. They want to be heard, and they love it when he shows an interest in everything she has to say.
Again, most of this video is just platitudes that everyone's heard a million times before. It's not specific to Sigma males. It's just everything here is Sigma male slapped on top of the most generic advice ever from WikiHow and peddled out there as Sigma advice, or these are weird, wacky things Sigmas do that no one else does, when this is just like the most basic shit ever. Oh, be a good listener. Oh, have your own identity with a strong presence and not try and stand out from the crowd with being like overly, you know, showy or whatever. Like, it's all just general advice that everyone's always heard forever. But ever since this whole Sigma versus Alpha versus Beta versus Omega war started, all of this most basic shit gets labeled as Sigma and Alpha and all of that. Like, I guarantee I could find this exact video with the word Alpha on top of it and it'd be indistinguishable.
Their self-sufficiency. He doesn't need anybody in his life. He has his own place, makes his money, and lives on his own terms. They are chivalrous. He opens the door for her, pulls out her chair at dinner, and walks next to the curb when they are walking down the street.
Yeah, I bet you didn't see those last two coming. Straight off of an Ask Reddit thread, basically. Oh, they're self-sufficient and can make their own money. And they're chivalrous. Who could have guessed? How odd is that? I don't really understand who the audience is for these videos. I'm guessing it's already people that identify themselves as a Sigma male, and they just want to, like, confirm that they check all of the boxes on these 10 lists, like these top 10 lists. Because I can't imagine anything else. Like, even just scrolling into the comments or reading the discussions on Twitter, it's always people like, yeah, I am a Sigma male and all of this is accurate, but unfortunately women in today's society just don't appreciate a 6-digit IQ like mine, so unfortunately Sigmas like me aren't getting as much pussy as Alphas, though we should be, and we have every right to because we're significantly better than them. Like, just look at these lists. A Sigma male is just the clear winner when it comes to males, and it's just a little upsetting that women haven't quite caught up to us yet to appreciate it. It just makes no sense to me. Because all of these lists and all of these things from these Sigma male YouTubers and shit are just platitudes, meaningless cliches. Like, none of it has any substance or weight to it or anything unique about it. It is literally astrology, looking at a horoscope, but for lonely guys. Like, it's just a bit silly. And I do feel bad for them because there's so many videos like this and so many, like, YouTubers that talk about Sigma versus Alpha and all of that. And it just really muddies the waters and makes people that are really, like, struggling with self-esteem or their self-image get confused and get a bit lost in it. So yeah, it's just I wanted to check in on the community over here and see what's going on. And it's still the same stuff, just boring top 10 things Sigmas do when they're single or whatever and all of that. And some really bad advice from other channels that isn't like entertainingly bad advice, it's just sad advice, and they're selling courses to people that are already desperate enough to buy them, just exploiting it. So basically it's in the exact same spot that it was 2 years ago when I was actively watching this shit for entertainment. It's just now getting a bit stale and a bit sad. It's just, today just felt like a day I needed to at least check in with it. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. Anyone remember the rise of Sigma males? While many of you may have forgotten about them, they haven't gone quietly into the night. There's still a very active community of Sigma males that continue to post content reaffirming that they are the best, the top of the food chain. And sometimes I'll occasionally peek my curious little head in there and see what's going on in this Sigma male community. And there's a channel that does a lot of it, and they recently posted a video called Why Sigma Males Are Seriously Dangerous. And it's the same standard shit where it just spouts a bunch of nonsense that's supposed to sound hard. Like, the Sigma male community treats each other like they're all secretly James Bond. Number 5. Why a Sigma male is seriously dangerous? Well, he'll pour a bowl of cereal without ever adding the milk, because the milk is a hindrance to his cold, calculating mind. His slight lactose intolerance isn't a weakness, it's a strength that he uses to get the best of his enemies, and they never see it coming. That kind of stuff. And there's nothing overly interesting about the video itself. I'll just go ahead and play like a couple clips real fast. What I want to focus on is actually the comments.
Many people mistake the Sigma male as the shy guy, thinking he knows nothing. Little do they know that this is how he wants it to be perceived. He is not shy, he just doesn't want to be seen. He knows exactly what he's doing and is not one to be underestimated. He is the quiet one who absorbs everything.
It's just 13 minutes of this with footage from a bunch of popular movies, and it sounds like they're either describing a stalker or Batman. And what's really weird to me is it's not really motivational. If I was someone who self-identified as a Sigma, hearing this stuff would make me feel really bad about it, actually.
While the Sigma man may seem like a harmless introvert, he is actually a dangerous opponent you don't want to mess with. He may not have big muscles or a loud voice, but his sharp mind and strategy are his most valuable weapons.
I just don't really get what kind of fantasy world this is trying to appeal to, where everyone is trying to pick on and kill the Sigma male or something. So this is like talking about, well, you don't want to do that. You don't want to poke the sleeping bear that is the Sigma male. They act like Sigma males are being hunted, rounded up in the streets, piles of corpses of Sigma males. Like, I don't know why all of this Sigma male stuff is always about, like, opponents. Like, you don't want to mess with a Sigma male. Very difficult to deal with opponent. And it's all spoken as if it's some kind of nature documentary from the BBC with David Attenborough commentating it.
Some people's unpredictability can really put you on edge, especially when you push them too far. It's like walking on a tightrope with no safety net. It's not just the fact that Sigma men are unpredictable. It's the way they make you feel when you can't anticipate their reactions. This can be seriously risky, especially if you're in a confrontational situation with a Sigma.
I won't bother showing you any more clips from the video itself. I think you get it. It's 13 minutes of this. Here's why the Sigma male's so dangerous and so badass. Sigma male's unpredictability makes him the most fearsome foe imaginable. It's like playing a game of chess against a Sigma, but he can see your moves, and you can't see his. But then it turns out the Sigma is actually playing a game of checkers the entire time, and you fell right for his trap. King me. But don't, because the Sigma male doesn't want to be king. He'd rather pull the strings from the shadows like the puppet master he is. It's 13 minutes of that. And for some reason I don't fully understand, this kind of stuff is exactly what the Sigma male community loves to hear and endlessly consume like some junk food. So in the comments section, it's a bunch of people telling each other their Sigma stories as well as giving a TED Talk on the beauty of being a Sigma male. It is amazing. So right now, this is one of the top comments. You don't need to fear Sigma males, which immediately to me seems like it should be a red flag if people are afraid of you in general. Like maybe there's some self-reflection that should be done to not make people feel on edge around you. That would be my perception of it. But again, I think it's kind of just diving into like playing this Sigma character. I don't know if people fully believe in it. I think it's just kind of a for fun thing. It's just that if you harass him, be it on the workplace, the neighborhood, verbally or physically, he is likely to knock you down in one way or another and when you least expect it. Normal people will usually interpret him as being a little shy, while aggressive, dominant people will take him for being an easy prey, and they won't even know what hit them. It may take them a considerable amount of time to put the pieces together and figure out what actually happened. Sigma males are not some kind of dangerous James Bond people. They are first and foremost characterized by going their own way, and as a consequence, dominant, aggressive people will seriously underestimate them. This is what I'm talking about, though, where a lot of them seem to be living in this world where they feel as though everyone's out to get them. So then they retreat into these corners where they, like, prop each other up like they're underestimating us. And that's their biggest mistake. Sigmas will rise and grind to the very top, and then they'll all rue the day they underestimated us, and they won't even see it coming. Now, if I was to cosplay a psychologist, I have noticed a common thread throughout all of the Sigma content and comments over the years, which is always being misunderstood, being underestimated or neglected by society, and then a lot of what they talk about is getting revenge for that and just kind of taking that power back for themselves. And I'm not just trying to shit on Sigma males. I actually find it somewhat sad because I feel like a lot of it stems from things not going the way they wanted it to while growing up, and now at this point, they've kind of pushed themselves into a bubble where they're surrounded by people that also haven't had the best time. So they've now made it into this Sigma bubble for which it gives them a level of comfort knowing other people there, and they push everyone else away. So it's just, I don't know, the whole situation with this Sigma shit, like alphas versus Sigmas versus Omega males, like that whole, grand cosmic war, has just been so weird to watch unfold on the internet as more and more people lock themselves away inside. But anyway, let's just read some more Sigma comments, I suppose. I can recall many times in my life that people were very surprised at me. One person said, "I didn't know you hated in you." I think it meant had it in you. At another time, someone said, "How did you do that? He is much bigger than you." I wrote some poems one time and recited them in front of a large group of people that knew me well. No one expected that of me. Not the most specific description of Sigma male activities here, but it makes me curious for more knowledge on that. What is the "how did you do that? He's much bigger than you"? Is it referring to a fight? How did you do that? You crushed him with your telekinetic mind abilities. That's incredible. He's so much bigger than you. How'd you do it? And then I remember another time when Uncle Ben pulled me aside in a car ride and said, "Sigma, with great power comes great responsibility." And I've lived my life that whole way. So then I read poems to people. Like, it's very clear in a lot of these comments, the people behind the keyboard are very young. And I feel like if you get lost in this, like, Sigma versus Alpha versus Omega kind of shit, you are immediately setting yourself up to go down a path that's not going to lead to the best outcomes that you'd probably want. Sigmas are like snipers lying in wait, sometimes waiting for years, patiently waiting for the right moment to gently squeeze the trigger. The target never knew what hit them, and even better, never knew who fired the shot. And then someone replied to that comment with this, and it seems like they're fighting amongst themselves in this. So this is a Sigma versus Sigma, so stand the fuck back. This is up there with like Godzilla versus King Ghidorah, like the kaijus are throwing down. And I am not moved at all. You sound as though no one can read and get the jump before you get the jump on them. Being unreadable is readable in this game. Like the image of the guy in the still shot before the video, that's readable to me. Unless you have a divine nature, you will give an indication somewhere. And then someone else replied to that, you would have to basically be a mind reader, and even then, you are likely still 2 steps behind. I feel like they just watched a really cheesy 80s action movie, heard a line similar to this, and decided to drop it in response to the sniper line. Like, what I don't even understand what that's supposed to mean. being unreadable is readable in this game. What game? What game is being played right now? I don't... What is going on? It's just this really desperate desire to be like a secret badass or be like super special. And I think an important lesson that extends well beyond just Sigmas exclusively is to accept that there's nothing wrong with just being normal. Like, you don't need to have some kind of quirky, special personality trait that defines you. You can just be normal and enjoy life that way. It just seems like the internet's corrupted everyone's brain into believing that being average is boring and a bad way of living, when I just totally disagree. I don't know how many times that I've been accused of being unassuming. It almost gets boring. I immediately have to interject. Who's accusing you of being unassuming? I've never met anyone in the world that would come up to a stranger and be like, "Hey, geez, you're like really unassuming, you know that, bud?" Like, I just can't imagine that being common. But anyway, however, a lot is true. Sigmas hit you like a cobra and are very strategic in their thinking. We are considered to be weak when we avoid confrontation, but when we can, we do not let go and hit back when the moment is right. The effects are devastating. The opponents do not know what has hit them. At work, I have colleagues who think they have the upper hand, but no, it is me manipulating them. They still think they are winning. Once again, just another example of how all of this is putting you against everyone else, making everything a you versus them mentality, which I think is the most unhealthy way of living life. Constantly being in this imaginary, invisible competition with all of the strangers around you is a recipe for just making yourself miserable. Sigma males know what will happen sometimes years in advance, when no one else has any clue, not because they're psychic, but because their different perspective allows them to see things that are obvious, but which are usually hidden in everyone else's blind spot. Alphas march uninformed into battle. They declare a war and fight until the conflict is resolved by military means. Sigmas hide in plain sight. They observe everything that is going on and plan 10 steps ahead with extreme precision. They are a one-man army. But they rarely have to fire a single shot, because they know exactly when to strike and how to avoid getting caught. Sigmas are the saboteurs. They break the enemy by silently creating circumstances that make his life hell, and makes his victory impossible to attain. What in tarnation? Listen, many do not even see their part in the cause of why the Sigma is what they are, but others just become a crybaby and about nothing, which is so disturbing and so shallow, and then they project their inner mess on the Sigma, and I have had so many cases that mechanism was projected and falsely assumed, and wrong conclusions are being made that it is healthy and perfectly normal that they will get hit because they ask for it. If someone keeps kicking your legs, for instance, it is normal that at some point you will get a huge shitload of a predictable kickback, and they even dare to feel surprised that kicking someone continuously leads to retribution, especially when you set boundaries in clear and decent manner. Is anyone understanding this huge blind spot of some that are deliberately attacking Sigmas? Because I would like to learn why many people would behave like that. I think that says all that needs to be said. I don't know what was said there, but it was words for sure. I don't know who's attacking Sigmas. Maybe like making jokes occasionally, but like a lot of what they describe feels like they're about to commit an act of violence or something in the comment section. Like, some of it feels genuinely a bit unhinged. Anyway, though, again, there is nothing wrong with being quiet or anything like that. You don't need to be, like, lashing out for that or trying to find reasons for why you might be quiet. Well, it's actually because I'm a secret badass who's always cold and calculating, planning my next move to overthrow the alphas. It doesn't need to get into fanfic. There's nothing wrong with just being average and normal. There's nothing wrong with it. There really isn't. Just calm down. There's not this big war with alphas against omegas versus betas versus sigmas and all of this. It's just not that deep. But, you know, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I've been back on that sigma rabbit hole, and it's getting weirder than it was like a year or two ago. So that's really about it. See ya.
An older, creepy dude in the gym. You know the guy I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do. Wow, this is cool. Alright, I'm learning. And I'm horny. 7 sneaky signs your wife is cheating on you. Well, You can never be too sure, I suppose.
In today's video, guys, I'm gonna flat.
Hit me, Frank. God damn it. Stop looking at your daughter's ass. Just, let's get in there.
Look, guess what? Our wives are actively cheating as well.
What?
Yeah, they're sexting other guys. They're going on
What?
dates. They're having.
Why is she doing that, Frank?
Guys, further ado, let's get into tip number 1 that you might have a cheating wife.
You see her fucking another man.
There used to be pictures. All of a sudden, you noticed that phone has been on the silent mode for quite a while.
Interesting.
So she switched. There's a reason why.
So then I go over there and ask her why.
You
And then I cry.
questions. So if that ringer is on the silent mode, chances are she's hiding something.
I knew it.
And if
I'm
you
leaving it
are
a
in
like.
Function, if you are, so all of a sudden she's not telling you what's going on in her life. There's a disconnection. You know.
Are we sure that's a sign of cheating and not just a sign of a good relationship? What do you mean?
You're getting special treatment, and you haven't even argued. Well, why is that? Gentlemen, she's guilty. She feels guilty, and she psychologically needs to make this up.
God,
to
that
you.
whore, I knew
This
it.
makes them feel better.
God
by
damn
doing
it.
Things for you.
You are always armed with something.
Agreed. Knowledge. I choose diplomacy over brawn. Ah, Sharpie.
Same thing with like an asp. This is ahead of time.
Yeah.
You've made the conscious decision to bring this.
I wouldn't
with
just
you.
accidentally have that.
Think of
Wouldn't
this
be
in terms of
improvised.
If you were to fit out and get a good knife fighting class, Cali, Scrimsville,
I
lots of
think
great
when it comes
courses
to a
out there.
knife, it'll
A lot of
mainly
times
be
you can't-
instinct.
Obviously, you can't carry this on the airplane.
All of your training will go
However,
out the window. You're not going to be like an anime
blown right
character.
outside the airports, those
What
guys,
is that?
if you rolled it up real tight and
A
put
magazine?
a rubber band around it, roll this tight enough, you can break a brick with this thing.
No, you
Now,
can't.
imagine what
It's a
that would do
fucking
to
magazine.
some guy's head.
You use that to
It
swat
will
flies.
hurt.
You're
It
better
will
off using
tear
your
them up.
fist.
Right. So, but it was one of those thin laptops that had the curved DVD tray.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
as I looked at it,
I took a Sky magazine and I broke that.
perfect training.
I said,
aid
not on
for
my
class
plane.
Because you could snap off that DVD tray, and now it's a hooked sickle knife that you could hook guys' throats with.
Oh, perfect.
I mean, and then again, that's
This man is a maniac.
Out of a laptop. Guys, this
Pretty
is
much
a
anything can be a weapon if you aim for the butthole, though. Like, that could be
Right,
super effective.
Use them on the range. Strikes to the temple. Right.
Right.
You can get good strikes.
Or
hammer
anus.
Strikes. You're in the hotel overseas, and there are riots going on, anti-American riots. While you're sitting there, instead of sucking your thumb,
Let's
start
go
playing,
kill some
right?
people with a
Improvised
Sharpie.
weapons. Now you
Like
can
John
go
Wick.
into more. It was I took a large ball bearing.
What?
And some 550 cord, and while I sat in the back of a class while Chad Mormon was teaching.
Where the fuck where am I going to get an
class,
anal bead and
I
a
made
rope?
out of weight. Well, you don't have a.
Oh, let's
ball
okay.
bearing.
Paint me a
Who goes
situation,
around ball
tactical.
bearings? Guys, you could pick up a rock on the.
So you're
side of
overseas and the aliens
not
invade.
playing in the
Instead of
deep
sucking on your thumb, you can get your
bolts,
BDSM
whatever.
whip ball out.
And 550 cord. You've had the forethought. You spin that thing around, you crack a guy upside the head with this sharp.
Does this
padlock
guy just
and
live in
stuff,
fear?
you can wear that guy
Like,
out.
Jesus.
Now, in a
Walks
lot
down
of
the street and thinks of
movies,
different ways to kill
Guys
people.
will talk about keys. You'll see them talking about how you run keys up
6'2",
between your knuckles.
approximately 280 pounds.
And you can punch a
But luckily, I
guy
brought out my police
with,
baton
keys.
and 5 anal
I'm here to
beads.
tell you, you're gonna break your
Rope
fingers
nearby.
if you do that.
Can improvise a weapon.
No, don't do it.
Should be an
If
easy
you-
takedown.
If that's all, you're trying to make space, and it induces pain, and pain is.
Yeah,
gonna get this guy
with a
to
hook
leave
knife,
you
I'd say that comes with
Right.
the territory.
So,
Yeah, I would think.
That's my take on it.
Yeah.
There are guys that
A credit card?
sell- This is an actual. When they go to X-ray your bag, they may not bug you, but if they
Those
check it,
fools.
that's a weapon. Business cards cut up their wallets. Why do they cut up the wallets?
It's not that common. No one's using their credit
This
card
is
to
a
kill
metal
somebody.
business card
That I know of, I
from
guess.
Product development.
Well, I feel like I've learned a lot now. What the fuck is his channel? Is it Doomsday Prepping? So that guy must just be like the one you talk to when you want to see if you can make a weapon out of like tissue papers and candle wax or something. Is this going to be one of those dangers of technology horror shorts? It's going to show dick pics to his family. Helix is going to be behind him, giving a sweet potato recipe. Maybe this isn't even a horror short, it's just how to make sweet potato pasta. My mother is being born tomorrow. That's fucking fantastic, man. Give your father a high five for me.
For two. Light candles.
Helix is coming over. He's hungry, baby.
Smart Helix.
He's looking for a cock meat sandwich from you.
Arrange remaining salt and rosemary in a spot, then proceed to next step.
Don't do it. That's what opens the portal between here and the bad dimension.
Take out it is.
Nope, you started a recipe and now you have to finish it. No recipes can be half-assed. Whoa! Turns out it is like a Sega Dreamcast monster. So why does he need to perform this ritual if Helix is clearly already in the world?
Leave her alone! Leave her alone!
You fucked up. He was never gonna leave her alone. Start the Sega Dreamcast.
Fuck, man.
That sent him straight to hell? Just because he wanted to make a sweet potato pasta recipe? Damn. You should have asked for a different recipe. Oh, I see something.
Who's there?
That sweet potato pasta recipe will get you every time, man. Every time. What are your thoughts about the whole eclipse situation on April 8th? So many political and biblical theorists are going nuts about it. What the fuck are you talking about? What kind of... Like, I understand maybe going, like, rapture for that. Like, going down that path. We've seen that before. But what do you mean political theorists are going nuts over the eclipse? What could that possibly be in a political sense? What do you mean? That sounds like some absolute made-up nonsense on TikTok. How the eclipse ties into the Clintons or something. Bro, I work at a hospital and we're planning for it like it's the apocalypse. That is so concerning to hear. You work in a place of science. Why would you be planning for an eclipse like it's about to be doomsday? What? Okay, is there something special about the April 8th eclipse? What's happening? Is the Fire Nation about to attack with Sozin's Comet? Like, I'm so confused. What? It doesn't even seem like it's particularly special. I mean, here's what not to do during the total eclipse on April 8th. Total solar eclipse on April 8th. Millions of people from Texas to Maine preparing for a once-in-a-lifetime event that want to ensure they enjoy it safely. Total solar eclipse happens when the moon passes between the sun and the earth, completely blocking the sun's face for up to several minutes. Do not look directly at the sun. You don't fucking say, huh? Except for the lucky people in the path of totality, it is not safe to look directly at the sun without proper eye protection, and sunglasses won't cut it. To safely view the total solar eclipse in 2024, you'll need glasses with solar filters, also known as eclipse glasses, or with handheld solar viewers. According to the American Astronomical Society, those glasses or handheld solar viewers need to meet the ISO 123122 international standard for direct sun viewing. Only when the sun is covered completely will it be safe to remove eclipse glasses, and they must go back on before the partial eclipse resumes and portions of the sun become visible again. Even if clouds obstruct your view during the April 8th total solar eclipse, special glasses or handheld viewers still need to be used. Cloud cover is not enough to protect your eyesight from the sun's rays. Classic fucking deep state trying to prevent me from getting superpowers from staring directly at this total solar eclipse. I'm not going to let the government dictate what I do and do not wear when looking directly at the sun. TikTok wasn't around in 2017, so we didn't get all the brain rot eclipse takes. Can someone... To the guy who said there's a lot of political theories regarding this total solar eclipse, can you send me one? Like tweet me one real quick so I can take a peek? Because what in the world? I don't understand. I can't even wrap my noodle around how that could make any sense. Employees at my dad's workplace said their local priest told them that the eclipse will result in 3 days of darkness, which is what allegedly starts the apocalypse. See, like, that kind of stuff I get. That happens all the time, anytime there's a solar eclipse. Like, there was that radio host who convinced his followers that rapture was coming in a month, so everyone quit their job, bought an RV, and went on a road trip and waited for themselves to die, be taken to heaven. And it didn't happen, and the radio host was like, damn. Must have got some wires crossed, I guess. Like, that happens all the time. Big thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. You know how much I love Opera GX. If you ever tune into any of my streams, you'll see Opera GX exclusively being used because it's the browser I use for everything. I think it is the best in the business. It has tons of fun customization features to really make it feel like your own. It has a ton of really useful tools like a built-in ad blocker, which really comes in handy with the modern landscape of the internet, which is basically unusable without an ad block. And it has a lot of other really helpful tools, such as the ability to import your current settings
settings from whatever browser you're currently using into Opera seamlessly, which makes it super simple, super seamless. Just very great browser all around. It's also very light, so it's not going to be tanking your performance if you're playing games while having Opera open. You can keep all of your messaging apps in the Opera browser, so it's nice and convenient. Also, there is a mod for me in there. I have my own Opera GX mod, and it gives you a wallpaper and some really fun themed sounds around myself. Yeah, baby! So yep, I think it's good fun. The Critical Moist mod goes pretty hard. Again, big thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. Definitely check them out in the description. Remember when the world was supposed to end in 2012? Yeah, but at least that one had, like, historical backing because of the Mayan calendar. I remember being a stupid kid back then, and I was like, man, the world really might end. Like, I get that. You go back and look at the Mayan calendar. They were very smart people. The calendar ends here. It must mean that's when the world ends. Pack it up, I guess. I was a freshman in college during that point, and I was still a virgin, and I was like, damn, it's gonna suck dying a virgin. I did everything I could to make love before that day came, the day of judgment. I used to go out every weekend praying for the best. But when that day rolled around in December of 2012, I spent that day playing Halo 4 with a buddy of mine, knowing that if I'm sailing into Valhalla, it's gonna be in the saddest manner possible. The eclipse is just Joe Biden's domain expansion. That's why there's political theories. Yeah, it's Dark Brandon. He's casting his infinite Tsukiyomi. So fucking cool. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if that is the level of the political theories on it. Oh wait, there was more to this. Solar eclipse travel could be treacherous. What, like driving at night? Like driving in some darkness? For those living in the narrow path of totality, little if any travel will be necessary to take in the full astronomical event. However, people across the US and likely the world will descend upon communities that aren't used to the popularity, and that has officials concerned. So much so that cities and towns have issued disaster declarations or declared states of emergency, while others have decided to close schools due to the expected increase in traffic and to keep kids safe from distracted drivers during dismissal time. I see. So this is why your hospital's prepping. Anticipating a bunch of fucking brain-dead zombies are just going to be too busy looking up at the sky and flooding areas that have like a totality view of it and just causing a ruckus and getting themselves hurt. I see now. You and the boys should make a video on who can look at the sun the longest during the eclipse. Actually, that's such a good idea. You know what we should do? We should do perineum tanning for it. That's the taint greasing, not taint greasing, the taint sunbathing. Where you put your legs over your head and have your balls and shit facing the sun. I bet you'd get a crazy boost in testosterone from a total solar eclipse blasting you. Should have you be like the Hulk from gamma radiation or something. The sperm would go blind. Yeah, it'd be so powerful. I'm in the direct path, and certain drive-ins and movie theaters are holding little tailgating events. I like how we're talking about it like it's a fucking asteroid hurtling towards Earth. I'm in the direct path. Meaning I'm in a really good spot to look up at the sky. Well, that's cute, though. That actually sounds wholesome. Please look up the red heifer cows. That's the issue. Wait, I actually know that. I actually know a little bit about that. But what does it have to do with the eclipse? I keep seeing people tripping about the eclipse and some red cow sacrifices. Some dude in Texas claiming to be a Christian sending cows to Israel for a Jewish sacrifice to usher on the rebuilding of the Third Temple. Pardon? I checked into it. Here are my thoughts if you care to listen. Take it with a grain of salt. I'm no expert. Can you even really be an expert on sacrificing red cows? It's nothing to be concerned with. There will be an eclipse and some extremists are going to kill some cows. If you're a conspiracy theorist and a Christian that was concerned, don't be. No man is going to get Jesus Christ to return. Only the Father will tell him when it's time. Nobody knows. So are we trying to summon Jesus? Is that what's going on? Like a ritual during the eclipse? Sacrificing red cows? No, this summons the Antichrist. Huh? No. Isn't the Antichrist I think it's like a week before Doomsday or something, and it's supposed to be like a really powerful person presents himself, gains a lot of influence really quickly, and he's the Antichrist who ushers it all in or something. I don't think it has anything to do with the red heifer. So does this happen every eclipse and we just don't know about it? Great question, I don't know. they're actually doing it, look it up. Well, I have no doubt there's probably some people sacrificing red cows. Like that, I totally believe there's some craziness afoot with that. As we await... Oh, this happens every time. Yeah, wait, this is from 2017. As we await the eclipse of 2017 AD, this post examines the possibility that the dramatic repentance of... Yeah. So it looks like this does happen on every single eclipse. My mom told me to call off on eclipse day and get as much food and necessities as I can because she thinks there's going to be no light. It's like, I don't know, that's kind of cute. Like, I can't even fault her for that. That's just kind of cute, I guess. But I mean, we conquered the darkness already. We have the technology. So let's just assume the eclipse for some reason takes away all natural light. Brother, half the people in this stream right now haven't seen natural light in years because we have fucking light technology in our house. We'd be okay. We'd make it. But what about the plants? Fuck them. Who needs them? We conquered nature too. We'll eat... We'll find an alternative. We'll eat I don't know, filter feed or some shit. I don't know. We'd find something.
With the fact that God created our universe. I mean, their symbol does have 3 sixes in it. And you guys remember the symbol I talked about earlier?
Oh.
This comes from their opening ceremony. You may be wondering, what even is that? As that is the head of the Baphomet. As you can see, it is a satanic symbol. The big question is, why would they have that at their opening ceremony?
Does CERN have opening ceremonies like it's the Olympics or something? What? I didn't know that. That's news to me. That opening ceremony looks out of this world, though. Is that the particle accelerator people were tripping over and saying that'll open a hole to another dimension or something? You're right and wrong. You're just getting a couple of different things confused. So when the LHC first got operational, there was a doomsday theory that by colliding particles at such a rapid speed, there was a small chance of creating a penny-sized black hole, which could eventually swallow the world. But that turned out to be a bunch of hullabaloo. As an engineer, it'd be so freaking sick if we were summoning demons or hopping dimensions or whatever, and not just calibrating sensors for hours. Yeah, I'd be happy to hear about that kind of stuff, different dimensions and shit. I feel like anyone would be excited about that. I don't know. We look at it as a bad thing. So what? A couple demons come through or something. We just close the portal on them. They don't have the technology in hell, clearly. And it confirmed the existence of hell, which would be a net positive for everyone, I would think. Then we'd know. Open my third asshole. Well, you're a little confused, but you've got the right spirit. That's a scientific mind right there. But anyway, come April 8th, get ready. The eclipse is coming and you can't stop it. And CERN's opening a portal on it or something. This week I saw something so baffling that it's really genuinely making me question if the human brain is devolving, becoming smoother, less wrinkles. It's the case of the TikTok giant. For those that don't know, there was a TikTok creator who filmed a giant, mysterious figure on top of a mountain. Was it Sasquatch? Was it the Loch Ness Monster? Perhaps Goatman? No. He claimed that he had seen a giant. And TikTok absolutely ate that up. They devoured it like it was a full course of spaghetti and meatballs. Not only TikTok, though, it then expanded to Twitter, where even more people started to believe that they had just seen irrefutable proof of a giant, because there was something on top of a mountain that was big. This whole thing is like a child believing the tooth fairy's real because when they put their tooth under their pillow, there's a quarter there. It is easily debunked and has been multiple times now, but then they just throw away the truth that's facing them because they prefer to live in the magic of there being giants walking amongst us here. It's a beautiful delusion, albeit very sad too, because people are also convinced that not only was this proof of a giant, it's proof that the CIA murdered the guy for filming the giant. I think people are at this point where they are legitimately believing everything as if we're back in the actual early ages of humans. I saw on TikTok and Twitter, this blew up. The TikTok giant. God, what was the guy's name though? There was a guy on TikTok who took a video of a mountain and there was a big figure on top of the mountain. It's like, oh shit, it's a giant. And then people believed it. They're like, we've seen the proof, the giants are real. And now the person behind the account's not posting. The person's gone missing. So they're like, the government must have got him and killed him for exposing the truth.
It's so fucking crazy how, like, I actually think there have been irreparable damage done to the human brain because of TikTok. These are people, adults, actual adults. Why don't I just pull up the Twitter account that was talking about it? Talking about how it's the truth, there was really a giant there, we've known all along, and now that this guy blew the lid on it, the CIA got him and killed him. And then the guy leaned into it, he made this video about how it's all fake and it looked like a hostage video, and they're like, oh my god, irrefutable proof, you can see that the CIA is making him say these things. Where's the original post? Here's the video in question though. Andrew Dawson, thank you. Oh, it's a giant
person, dude. No, seriously, pull over, pull over.
I knew they were here. I've known all along the giants existed. They called me a fool. Also, it's dangerous to scroll in the comments, but I'm pretty sure, I'm not even going to bother with the Council of Cock being down there as a possibility. Someone went on, like, Google Earth. They went over that mountain, and it turns out it's just a tower. It's just legitimately just a tower. But that didn't dissuade the believers. So, what they're saying is they must have built the tower after this video came out in order to hide the truth that there was a giant there. I shit you not. That was their explanation for it being a tower over there. They said that they made it. They put that tower in place in order to obfuscate. But this is what's on the other side. I think the top comment on this is still, the government put that there in order to hide the truth. I'm gambling, but I think I'm right with this. Okay, not the one. You, another person that's trying to keep information no one cares about hidden. Everyone knows it was a giant, everyone still doesn't care. We care about the man being murdered for discovering it, though. We don't trust you. Isn't that crazy? They think the government killed this guy because he caught a video of a giant. That is the human brain in 2023. He did exactly what I told you guys I wanted to do with this whole gullible TikTok brain rot. Remember when I was telling you guys my plan of doing like haunted videos around the warehouse where like chairs move on their own? He did that with this. So after he got that video, he made this video where he leaned into it, exactly what I said I would do in order to farm.
Sorry to disappoint you guys, but all of the videos that I posted were scripted. They were just fake. They were just strictly for it.
So, he leaned into it. He made this video like, it's all fake, this and that, and he made it look like he was under duress. So people are like, clearly the CIA got to him. They're making him say these things. He did every single thing I said I would do with my farming of these fucking idiots. And they believe him fully. They believe he found a giant up here. And then the government killed him. It's so good. We live in an age where everyone has access to a video recording device at all times. Pretty much every nook and cranny of the world's been explored. And a fucking giant would be one of the hardest things to miss. And somehow, this is a confirmed giant. And it's just a coincidence that there happens to be a tower on the other side of this. Wholeheartedly believe it. This isn't even the biggest Twitter thread about it. There was a thread by this lady who's in her early 30s talking about how the government can't be trusted because they're killing us for finding the truth of things they don't want us to know about, citing this video as an example of the giant. And I believe the same woman also started talking about how they're killing people who are finding gnomes. But I may be getting her confused with someone else that was talking about it. People legitimately are believing in fairy tales again. We're going so far backwards. Charlie working for the government. I'm trying to keep you guys from the truth. You're not ready for giants. Those fucking bastards. Filthy monsters they are. I'm doing you a favor. You're not ready to... You can't handle it.
Now, looking into it, there was an obituary posted for this individual from a local news source. So it is possible that he did pass away in early 2022, but people are attributing that death to a mysterious circumstance and it being the CIA that took him out, like it was fucking Jack Bauer on a vendetta to kill this man because he had seen a giant. Why? Well, I don't know. That's not a question that ever gets asked in these situations. Just going through any natural thought process here and breaking it down, what would the government have to gain from hiding giants? Unless they have some kind of secret alliance with the giant tribe, there's just absolutely no reason they'd want to shut this shit down, put the kibosh on it. Or unless if you look at a giant in the eyes, it gives you eternal life or something and the government's hoarding that to themselves, or their urine acts like the fountain of youth. Just nothing adds up here when you start connecting the dots. This isn't like a Men in Black situation where they're hiding aliens by going around and neuralizing everyone who sees alien activity, where the excuse there is they don't want people to panic. When it comes to giants, that'd be the hardest thing in the world to keep the lid on. Like the cat would get out of the bag so quickly, because it's a fucking giant. They're huge. They're enormous. This one, assuming patient zero here was truly a giant, this one was spotted on top of a mountain fucking 40 miles away. So you'd have a real tough time. You'd have your work cut out for you to keep that under wraps. Like, and even if there were giants, the existence of them probably wouldn't cause a panic on the same level as like aliens or anything. There's absolutely no reason for the government to be hiding the existence of giants. And I can't believe I even have to say that. I feel like I'm having a conversation with like the D&D club at a middle school.
I think that's its own vehicle from... Hey!
Now let's break down this little humdinger here. People use this video as proof that the CIA was hunting him down and stalking him because he made this video. He's very clearly leaning into it if you ask me. But let's do a basic thought experiment here. How likely is it that this is staged? Very. It got millions of views, so there's real incentive to play on it. How easy would it be to fake? Extremely. All you need is your friend to sit in a car outside and then drive away when you come out and yell at them. Like, just look at the video. There's just a random car out there with their lights on. So if they're stalking, they're doing a terrible job. They're just sitting right in plain view outside of his house with their lights on. That'd be the worst tale ever. They would be fired from the CIA immediately because they're fucking terrible at their job. Like, at that point, the CIA might as well have a sign out there saying, "We're watching you. Honk if you like government surveillance." Like, this would be genuinely the worst stalking ever from the CIA. And then the guy comes outside and scares the car away like a flock of pigeons on the beach. It's an extremely easy thing to stage. Where's the proof that that is some kind of unmarked CIA vehicle and an operative in there stalking him? The video just starts where he looks out the blinds and the car's already just sitting there in front of his house with his lights on. I think this is so clearly staged in order to play off of the success of the giant video, because it got a lot of attention and a lot of engagement. Now, he hasn't posted on TikTok since 2022, and like I said, there is an obituary posted in a local news source, so it is very possible he did pass away, but I will tell you right now, I highly, highly, highly doubt the government had anything to do with that. Because, again, there's no such thing as fucking giants out there. Sorry to ruin Christmas, but it's the truth. It's a tough pill to swallow, but one you've got to grow up and take right now. I would love if there were giants out there. No one would be happier than me. I would absolutely be ecstatic to learn that giants really are out there and they're coming back. You know, and then they start their own sports league or something. It'd be amazing. I'd be super excited about that. I'd also love if there was a such thing as psychics and telekinetic abilities, as well as being able to form a Kamehameha ball in the palm of my hands if I focus real hard. I would love all of that kind of fantasy shit to be real. But it's not. So there's just nothing the government would do here about a man filming a video claiming he saw a giant, because giants aren't real. So they're not gonna fucking care. It's not like he actually exposed a government secret. They'd have no reason to go silence him. This is just a wild case of people believing anything and everything they see, for no reason other than they have fun believing it. And then they fight tooth and nail for it, even when they are faced with the absolute truth of what the situation is. It's wild. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. You all know how much I love conspiracies, reptilians, flat earth, the revival of JFK Jr. and his upcoming presidency announcement, 5G, Wi-Fi, reprogramming, gamer DNA, fucking microchips hidden in our spaghetti. I love all of it. But what if I told you there's a new and growing conspiracy that makes all of these look rational? I'm talking about the secret space program. The secret space program, to break it down, is basically a group of people who believe that they were at one point selected by space Nazis to fight intergalactic threats, and they are augmented super soldiers that have lived on Mars for 300, 400 years in some cases. They command high-tech mechs like Gurren Lagann shit straight out of an anime. And it's people who genuinely believe this. They have their own seminars, the meet and greets, they have their own community. I was recently made aware of this thanks to a YouTuber named Oki's Weird Stories, a fantastic channel, and a lot of work went into a video he produced where he talked about and infiltrated this conspiracy group. It's truly amazing. We watched it on stream, and I'll play clips of that now. But I'd encourage you to watch the full video to get like the absolute all-encompassing experience, because I can't do it justice. There is so many layers to this onion, not even Shrek could get to the bottom. It's fucking amazing. But my god, I was blown away by what I was seeing and learning. So I've of course done my own research on it now, and it is even better than I could have possibly imagined. The secret space program is where LARPing, fanfic, and main character syndrome all collide into this singularity, this fucking supernova of entertainment. It is amazing, and it wouldn't be nearly as enjoyable if people didn't actually believe it. From everything I can see, this isn't some kind of joke movement or anything. Like, of course you have the fun ones like birds aren't real, but you all know, and not to spoil the surprise or ruin Christmas, tell you Santa's not real, the birds not real movement is made as a joke. And I know that's kind of blasphemous to say, but in comparison to the secret space program, which is taken very seriously.
Person for the White Dragon Society. With me here is Chodoin Daikaku. He's the head of the world's martial arts societies, and if necessary, and in an emergency, he can summon up an army of 200 million people worldwide.
This guy? This guy looks like a sex doll. Is there a human being here? Or, like, the quality's so bad I can't even tell. Is this flesh? He can summon up an army of 200 million people, and he's the head of the world's martial arts committee?
Here on my right is Alexander Romanov, who is a grandmaster of an Illuminati group that claims to have started the French, Russian, and American revolutions.
Wow.
Imagine if someone told you they lived out the plot of the movie Total Recall. That they thought they were living a regular life until one day they recovered memories of being a secret agent fighting an evil organization on Mars.
I'd say that's a fucking good man.
Who is an Akashic reader, healer, and telepath. And he also remembers being in a facility that trained his shapeshifting abilities, in which I was also a participant of. He recalls experiences
Can you still
as a
shapeshift?
super soldier in Kruger and has done training missions with zombies and vampires.
Well, there was one kid.
There
that
were
turned
zombies
into
and
a turtle.
vampires
There
on
was
Mars?
another a female that
surely we could
turned
cure
into an eagle,
zombieism.
and that was used for surveillance. I myself was a blue wolf.
Upon realizing this, I started to formulate a plan. What if I made up a story about being in the secret space program?
Well, that's all they
James
do.
show
Yeah.
and share it
See,
with his
I mean,
community.
that's easy.
And that's how I finally found an angle that compelled me enough to make a video about this topic.
You don't join the SSP, swine.
So if my
You
goal
are
still sounds too
chosen.
vague to you, I set up a criteria for 2. Get onto a major platform.
Well, just
within
say
the
you're part of the
community as
Blue
a
Wolf
whistleblower and share my
shape-shifting crew.
experience. I developed
Easy.
this criteria after thinking what's required to become an SSP whistleblower. Before World War II, the Nazis, who were interested in mysticism and alternative views, searched the planet for fantastical powers. They found Maria Orsek, a medium and leader of the Vril Society, who channeled Nordic and Draco reptilians who offered the
Holy
Nazis
shit, this
the
is a lot.
schematics behind anti-gravity technology and UFOs. The Draco reptilians
I
told
always
the
knew
Nazis
this was
about ancient alien
happening
technology hidden in
somewhere.
Antarctica, and in 1938, the Nazis traveled there. And by 1950, the Nazis were on Mars.
The new Schwabenlanders didn't want to support Hitler at the end of the war because they considered him.
Let me catch up on the lore myself here at base 211. The new Schwabenlanders. Was that like a real division in the Nazi Germany, or is that just what the secret space program made up? The new Schwabenlanders. No evidence. Bro, we don't use the E word when we're talking about the secret space program. We just feel it. They have unlocked memories, dumbass. Evidence. Fuck. What are you? Huh? Some kind of science believer? Idiot.
Insane.
This guy has lived for 330 years on Mars.
In
Okay,
SSP
you don't
lore,
understand.
The Nazis capable of space and
facts
time travel
yet.
became the Fourth Reich.
You don't have
And
the
they pissed
lived
off to Antarctica and
experience.
space while refusing to proceed and began an aggressive expansion out into the solar system, setting up
So is
bases
the entire
on
secret
moons
space
around Saturn,
program
the
Nazis?
Kuiper belts, and etc. Capable of time travel, the space Germans also traveled back in time to settle on planets around the galaxy.
In their own lore, they made themselves Nazis? Why? So they're part of the new Schwabenlanders? Alright, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go say goodnight to Tiana. And then maybe interrogate her to see if she's part of the secret space program and she's lying to me.
Offering services to help recover secret space program related memories. At the top of the list was James, and for $200 USD, I could book a guided meditation regression session with him.
Draco reptilian humanoid hybrid, and then I think I also got like Anunnaki.
Do you know who you might have been in a past life?
Have you heard like the Black Samurai Yasuke?
You were a samurai?
Yeah. Dude, hold on. I'll show you something. Check this out.
That's pretty dope. And I was a gladiator.
Oh no, that's awesome.
Oh wow!
The goal here, I want us.
He
to
could
get
learn a
into
lot from
hyperspace.
James.
Let's put a gold sheet thought into it. Just imagine what do you think?
Imagine
would be
Oki just
behind
becomes
that
a real believer.
So let's start with that, and tell me what you see.
I see Kevin Spacey, or his clone.
Paul Serene, he was on the governing council of the ICC. So his clone is Kevin Spacey.
We're in a gymnasium.
Wait, what? So wait, is that part of SSP lore? Kevin Spacey is like a figurehead in the secret space program? Oh, okay, so Monarch is responsible for human trafficking, sex, mind control, experiments, and chemtrailing. I knew it. Fucking Kevin Spacey was behind it all, that son of a bitch. Evil bastard, thought he got away with it. Didn't expect us to be hot on his trail. Luckily we broke away from Atlantis though, so we cut the connection. But Kevin Spacey himself is a clone of Paul.
We're in I think I see.
Oh, nice. Thanks for rubber feet.
Mr. Beast.
Today, we will be planting 20 million trees.
Okay, so they're probably programming him. But he's the guy that was near to give away a bunch of free stuff on the videos.
Yeah.
They must have looked into his future and okay.
So a few days later, I traveled to Las Vegas and landed at around 12 p.m. after a 4-hour plane ride.
Man, he went all in for this video.
I'm here.
Traveled fucking 5,000 miles for a 45-minute interview.
Disclosure, 5D events.
This is going to be an exercise in patience for me.
No, this is going to be an eye-opening experience for everyone. We're all going to leave here thinking we're super soldiers from space.
Golden Nugget?
And experience this up on the starship.
Is he the only one here?
I spoke with the commander, the Arcturian commander, who I am connected to.
That's how we connect?
This concert, this Travis Scott concert, where 800 people were injected with these drone mosquitoes. You know, you see, that, wow, they can go around.
So that's
and
what
inject
happened.
people.
Jesus Christ. It is so hard to believe that people like that exist, man. Not only exist, but have other people that believe them. Like, they have influence over other people. That's fucking wild. Think about that for a second. I've said this a million times. No matter how stupid you are or how outrageous your beliefs, you will always have an audience thanks to the internet. You will always find people that agree with you, support you, worship you, or just at the very least provide camaraderie in a positive echo chamber.
because you were connected to everyone at all times through Twitter and Facebook. So that guy who thinks at the Travis Scott concert 800 people were injected with, what was it? Some super space mosquitoes or whatever. He's got 100 other people in his Facebook group that all think the same thing. Wild.
We get to go to How to Become a Jedi Warrior.
I'm excited about that one.
That should be productive.
Unfortunately, when we showed up to the How to Become a Jedi Warrior workshop, no one was there, not even the speaker, so it was canceled.
We just got in here. We have no idea.
Oh man, what the fuck? Well, they're too busy having sex, I bet.
Just give up.
On Mars.
Quantum spoon bending, parentheses, bring your own spoons, close parentheses.
And the quantum spoon bending lesson was underwhelming since, instead of learning how to bend a spoon with our minds, we were instructed to physically do it with both hands.
What the fuck? It's real! Oh my god.
While walking around the venue, I noticed that James had sent me a text inviting me to his hotel room for an interview. Suddenly, a wave of anticipation and euphoria washed over me. This was it. Finally, after several months...
He ends up getting like Harvey Weinsteined by James.
I ran back to the workshop room, found Night Docs, filmed the interview, and to get to Jay's hotel room as soon as possible.
Night Docs, go with him. Keep him safe.
Therefore, being late
oh
was
my
not
god.
enough. Night Docs, who was behind me, was still trying to
The
attach
super soldier's
camera to the
unpredictable.
gimbal, which would not fit. By then, any nervous anticipation I felt leading up to this face-to-face sit-down had completely dissipated.
Yeah, you just get to come in here and
knowing that I was more than
make some
to
shit
speak
up.
about my time in the secret
Have
space
some fun.
program in a convincing manner. The interview lasted 1 hour, and here's what happened.
Okay, so my name is Oki. So it started from before I was even born, where they genetically enhanced my DNA. And by the time I was 6, I was put into a special program run by Monarch. I was under direct tutelage of Paul Serene, Kevin Spacey's clone. There was 12 children.
Oh my god. Luckily, James didn't pick up on that. He just got the lore wrong. Paul Serene is not the clone of Kevin Spacey, Oki. Kevin Spacey is the clone of Paul Serene. Oh my god, the whole operation just went tits up. There's no way James didn't just... Oh my god, there's no way James didn't pick up on that. Oh my god. He blew it. He fucking blew it. SSP's on his tail now.
Who were trained
He's hunted.
directly
He's a
under
hunted
him,
man.
including myself and the YouTuber Mr. Beast.
So
every method they could to use MK Ultra programming and to create killing machines. And I was able to just look at a photo of a target and make their head explode. Because I mean, there was billions of dollars spent on each and every single one of us. I particularly liked
that sounds like Kevin
psionic
Spacey's research.
I liked my my 2 daggers. I had a form of EMP that I could take out there.
He's a Reddit assassin.
In my past life, I was
On Mars.
Yasuke, the Black Samurai.
Did any of your clones ever get changed into a zombie?
I had a clone.
I like how that's one of James' core questions. Have any of your clones been changed into a zombie? James makes it sound like he doesn't even know what the fuck a zombie is. He makes it sound like it's a state of mind. The clones would have to die first, James, and then Kevin Spacey and Paul Serene would have to do a fusion dance in order to bring out the proper necromancy on Mars at the Knockwaffen to revive them, for them to be zombies, James. Jesus Christ. He's getting lost in his own sauce. He's not even following his own rules in the secret space program.
That clone actually was fighting zombies and vampires. And there was also Yetis that they were fighting.
What about vampires? Do you recall any scenarios fighting vampires?
He just said that,
This
James.
particular thing.
He's killed 1,000 of them with his bare hands.
Is that they can't help but count. From what I remember, most clearly is
He
that
wanted
I
that
do
so
have
bad.
many different clones of myself with used pretty much as like kamikaze pilots.
Typically, at least what I heard, black people require a different protocol of brainwashing.
Time flew by, and I was
That's-
struck by the effortlessness
The super soldier is many things, but a coward he is not. He will ask the hard-hitting questions. He will go where no other space program super soldiers will.
story which I crafted. I spoke for 1 hour.
He actually
with ease
fucking
and
said
told my
that.
story so coherently. I was playing a role, and even though I created the role, while I was performing it, it was like a switch in my brain went off, and everything I said felt real.
That's
At that moment, I
100%
managed to
true.
delude
That's how
myself
it
and
works.
Speak matter-of-factly about.
That's
being
why these
trained by
communities
Kevin
exist.
Spacey's clone, along with Mr. Beast. Whistleblower testimony that they've heard on James's channel so far, and one person even said that they cried the whole way through the video. So that's that.
Oh my god. Hold on, I want to read that. I'm so sorry you had to do that. Thank you for your bravery. Oh man. God, like, to a certain extent, I feel bad for them. Not in particular the secret space program, like them too, but in general, people that truly believe these things, like wholeheartedly separate themselves from reality to exist in this new made-up world. It is sad to a certain level. God, that was amazing. This is criminally underrated for the work that went into this. Dude flew out from Canada to Las Vegas to a secret space program meeting in order to have an interview with the #1 figure in secret space program super soldier lore. The 330-year-old ass-beating, ass-eating super Goliath James. Yeah, I love conspiracy theories, but this shit is getting out of hand. There's a new, insane conspiracy every single day. Just some wacky, goofy shit. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a fucking group on Twitter that thinks Reptar cereal is the instrument of Hillary Clinton to brainwash children into worshiping the devil or some garbage. You see it all over the internet every single day with these people that like to think that they're so special and intellectually enlightened that they have opened their 3rd, 4th, and 5th eye, they've awakened their Sharingan, and now they're seeing the truth behind everything. There's nothing wrong with questioning things, it's extremely healthy and extremely important to do, but when you question every single thing ever and discredit science and come up with some actual diarrhea dog shit, maybe you're the crazy person. Like, you have people saying, water's evil. In fact, we've been lied to all our lives. The human body doesn't require water. In fact, water was cursed by Bill Gates over 3 millennia ago, and we're not even drinking water. We're drinking a mind control potion that Bill Gates has got to us. In fact, the only fluid we should be consuming is a Diet Coke via enema. Please, join me, enlightened brothers. And you'll have like 50,000 people on that Facebook page that all agree with that. It's just crazy shit. Like the Wayfair conspiracy is another big one where everyone said they were human trafficking people in fucking wardrobes and shit and pillows. It's actual nonsense, but everyone likes to think that they're seeing the truth, which is what makes conspiracy so appealing. And once you get ingrained in a conspiracy, once you start believing in it, you're never going to change that belief, or at least the majority of people don't. Like flat earthers, for example. Flat earthers are like Looney Tunes villains that can't do anything fucking right to support their point. Flat earthers in their own documentaries have proven themselves wrong multiple times and then just throw that away. Like in the end of the most recent documentary I can think of on flat earthers, they proved the earth is round with their own experiment and they said, that's interesting. Must have done something wrong. Even doing their own experiment perfectly correct and proving the earth was round, they just said, no, it's still flat, even though this proved it was round with our own science. You can't convince people of these things because they just don't want to believe it. They'd rather stay believing in some garbage to make themselves still feel like they're special. Like people that think the moon is fake, you could literally fly them to the moon and they would say it doesn't exist. They'd say you drug them and just put them in Nevada on a CGI set or something. No matter how many times and how thoroughly these awful conspiracies get debunked, people are always going to believe them. It is what it is, so now I just kind of enjoy the chaos of it all, and there's been some absolute bangers when it comes to bullshit conspiracies recently, like spirit cooking is a really good one. There's also a wild one about the tablets of Thoth being used to resurrect an ancient deity from the underworld who's going to rise and exterminate Earth for its sin. Another really cool one I've been into is that Atlantis is real, and the previous god of Atlantis is very upset with the state of the world, so to get back at us, he started cloning celebrities. I don't know how exactly that, punishes us to just clone celebrities, but apparently that's what the god of Atlantis is doing, according to a bunch of people.
It's just some really fucking incredible stuff. Like, these conspiracies make Sonic the Hedgehog fan fiction sound sane. And when I mention conspiracies like this, it's not like one person who's having some kind of bad acid trip and writing this shit down in some kind of journal. It's communities of people that believe this. I'm deep into conspiracy Facebook groups and stuff, just kind of reading about all of it and getting a little bit of a giggle out of it. But admittedly, it is sad to see people genuinely believe some of these things and be fearful of this boogeyman who's coming from like the 12th dimension as a time-traveling pedophile to steal away people's families or something. It is sad to see people kind of believe these things and act so out of fear online about shit that absolutely isn't true at all. But that being said, I thought it'd be fun to add some fuel to this fire here, and I'll bring up a conspiracy that I believe in. I'm sure some of you might remember this. Berenstain versus Berenstain Bears. I made a video on this a few years back, kind of blowing this shit wide open and spreading the cheeks of this conspiracy to get into the meat of it. And I think it's time, in the current climate of things, we reopen this one. We gotta open this wound up again and pour some salt on it and figure out what the fuck is going on. So, to break down the Berenstain versus Berenstain Bears conspiracy, growing up, there was a very popular book series called The Berenstain Bears. Or at least that's what the government and the reality puppeteers would have you believe. What I remember growing up, having written reports on this book series, was it was always called the Berenstain Bears. And the majority of people in my age range, 25 years old, also remember it as Berenstain Bears. However, if you check the so-called official records and the history of this planet, you'll realize that it's never been called the Berenstain Bears. It's always been Berenstain. There wasn't some kind of rebranding from Steen to Stain. It has always existed as the Berenstain Bears. When I learned about this, I went back through all of my Berenstain Bears books to see, for proof, look, it was called Berenstain, only to realize in shock and horror that my once authentic Berenstain Bears books had been subtly changed to Berenstain. As if some kind of adjustment bureau, some kind of, legion of tooth fairies or something came in when I wasn't looking and they very subtly changed the name to Stain over Steen. Semi-chubbed and in a panic, I began searching throughout the entire internet for proof that it was once Berenstain Bears in this corporeal dimension we inhabit. However, everything points to the fact that it was always Berenstain Bears. So then what's the explanation? Well, most people chalk this up to the Mandela effect. For those that don't know, the Mandela effect is when a large group of people remember events differently than they actually occurred. Basically, it's just a large group of people that misremember something, and oftentimes when faced with the truth, people say the truth is wrong because they have these vivid memories that don't match up with it. And yes, memories aren't the most reliable source when it comes to figuring out what's real and what actually happened. However, in this case, fuck you. I am not wrong. You can hold my nutsack in your goddamn mouth. It was definitely Berenstain Bears at some point over the last 25 years. Like I said, I used to write reports on these goddamn things, and I used to write it as Berenstain Bears, because I didn't know what the fuck Steen was, but I knew what a stain was, obviously, because I was fucking staining my diapers with fucking shit constantly, so I knew what a stain was. So I'd write Berenstain, only to lose points on my reports, teachers just fucking scratching it out. Charlie, you're never gonna make it in college with this kind of garbage. Because they said it's not Stain, it's Steen, so I'd lose points, and then I got it really fucking ingrained in me that it's Berenstain instead of Stain. So this has like a personal connection with me. I fucking know it. I still believe it. And so, what is the other explanation? Well, a lot of highly intellectual truth seekers believe that at some point in the last 25 years, the multiverse has collapsed in on itself. So the multiverse theory suggests there's infinite number of universes, and at some point in the last 25 years, our Berenstain timeline collapsed on top of the Berenstain timeline, causing subtle changes in the two as we transformed into this Autobot of disappointment. And that's why we're left with Berenstain instead of Steen, and only some of us remember it as Steen instead of Stain. The chosen few, the cream of the crop that remember it as Berenstain. So there's a fun little conspiracy to play around with, I think. Hey, that one's got some meat to it, I will say. The Berenstain versus Berenstain one that one's near and dear to my boners. Like, that shit, I think, is really weird. Because, like I said, I really do remember getting points off for writing Stain, because I thought it was Berenstain as a kid, but I was told it was Berenstain. And I wish I could find those reports, but obviously I don't have homework from 20 years ago. But anyway, yeah, that's about it. See ya. I'm sure by now the majority of you know that I fucking love conspiracy theories. I love to just spread a conspiracy theory's cheeks wide open as far as possible and just dive in and get to the meat of it and really see what it's all about. See if maybe there's any truth to it. I just love it. And luckily my nipples have been tickled thoroughly thanks to a brand new conspiracy theory popping off online about Wayfair trafficking human beings, children, through their website. I haven't been this interested in a conspiracy theory since the Berenstein Bears versus the Berenstein Bears multiversal collapse theory. This is an incredible conspiracy theory and I can't wait to share it with all of you and present my findings. Spoiler alert, this is a pretty fucking wacky one. This one's like believing in reptilians or believing that Jesus Christ died because of Fortnite or something. This one is fucking insane. So let's go ahead and start at the beginning. This conspiracy theory developed on the home of intellectuals, Reddit. It was blown open by someone on Reddit presenting some evidence that these expensive cabinets had names that matched missing children's reports. And from this, people started to just spiral out of control. Wow, oh wow, this is fucked up, this is weird. Why are these cabinets so expensive? And why does it have the name of a missing child? And there's cabinets that look identical with different names on them that all correspond to a missing child report. And it's not just cabinets, there's also pillows that are like $10,000 that also have the names that correspond to a missing child on them. And the question arose, well, why are they so expensive? And when there's other products similar to it, why are they like $30 versus the $10,000 for this one pillow with this weird name on it? So people then started to connect the dots. They started to see the strings that hold the universe together and really piece together the truth. And they came to the conclusion that people must be sex trafficking children through Wayfair, obviously, as any rational conclusion would lead you to. And when I first heard it, I was like, yeah, it's kind of fucking weird, right? Like, why are these cabinets so expensive? And a pillow, I'm not paying $10,000 for a pillow unless it's coming with 15 strippers or something and a nice giant fucking birthday cake. I mean, why is it worth $10,000? And then I decided to look into it today, and it goes deep. This is a fucking rabbit hole. I mean, Tom Hanks comes into play here. Tom Hanks is apparently like the Thanos of Wayfair sex trafficking. Like, it's weird. So first and foremost, for those that don't know, Wayfair is a website where you can buy furniture and just like household shit. Typically supposed to be affordable things, but recently people noticed that there's this extremely expensive shit like this here that has a name that matched a missing person. Or so they thought. It turns out the majority of the people that they've used in their examples in this conspiracy are children that have been found, and a lot of these kids, they themselves have come forward and said, hey, look, I'm not actually missing.
And then he gonna put his little, why is your caption even that? That don't even make sense. If you posting motherfuckers who actually missing, you trying to get motherfuckers to share the shit, what are y'all talking about? Y'all all sound stupid talking about why am I mad? Because I'm not missing. Fuck out of here.
Now, a lot of people in the comments on Twitter and on Instagram that I've seen were actually attacking the girl in the video I just showed you, saying that she must be in on it. You know, she must have just broken out of the cabinet she was sold in and is being forced at gunpoint to say these things. Which is really weird to just start attacking her for being upset that people are perpetuating the idea that she was literally sold into sex slavery. That's a pretty fucking bold thing to say. That'd be something that'd make me mad if people were like, hey, Charlie, I remember when he was 14 years old, he was sold into sex slavery. I'd be like, hey, wait a minute. No, I wasn't. And that's kind of a mean thing to say. That just didn't happen. But people are so wrapped up in this conspiracy theory, they don't care that it was just outright disproven that this girl is not missing nor she was sold in the cabinet. They just fall into this delusion and this crazy amount of denial where that doesn't matter. No. See, in fact, this actually proves our point because she's clearly being held on a UFO that ordered this cabinet from Wayfair, and now they've mind-controlled her to say these things, so obviously it proves that we're right and all kinds of crazy bullshit. It's like a shitty B-movie plot. And it's not just this girl that was revealed to not be missing nor has ever been like sold in a cabinet. A lot of the popular pictures that were circulating, you could look up those kids and then find stories about when they were found earlier. Like they were never in a Wayfair, shipment facility or anything like that. Like this kid here with this pillow. People speculated that the pillow must not have any stuffing in it. It was stuffed with the kid's bones and blood. When it turns out, no, this kid was found quite a while ago. And now just because a lot of the kids were found and were never shipped through the evil laboratory of Wayfair or anything like that, it didn't stop the conspiracy theory. That didn't halt it in its tracks. People still believed it. And that's fine. Maybe there was isolated cases like, oh, we were wrong here. That doesn't mean the whole thing's wrong. Just because these were false doesn't mean it's all false. But it does because, you can actually prove exactly why it's all wrong. We won't even go into Wayfair's official statement, we'll get to that in a second, but let's just use some common sense here. I believe the statistic is 1,250 missing kids are reported every day. 500,000 every year. Something like that, in that general ballpark. That's a lot of fucking names. That's a ton of fucking names. You could probably find some like Xbox Live gamertag level names in a sample size that big. Like fucking XX Shadow Slayer went missing a year ago. And you could find like an XX Shadow Slayer Wayfair pillow that's $9,000, I bet. It's a lot of names is what I'm saying. So it's not impossible that these companies chose a random name that happened to correspond to someone who went missing. And a lot of them are very common names. There's one that was circulating on Twitter that was Annabelle. Annabelle's a super fucking common name, and they just took that Annabelle listing of an expensive cabinet and matched it up with an Annabelle that was missing. You know, that's not a good connection. It's a very common name. That's clearly something that could happen on accident. But then there are those like really specific ones like I showed you with that boy and that pillow. But even that kid was found. He wasn't missing and he wasn't ever stuffed inside of a pillow like some kind of crazy fucking Frankenstein experiment. He was just found. So it's not unfathomable that these random names they chose just coincided with kids that were missing at some point. But why were they so expensive? That's the biggest question. Why the fuck are these mediocre items so expensive? And I found the answer, or at least the answer the government, the man, wants us to see, I suppose, if you still want to subscribe to the conspiracy. A lot of resellers, what they'll do, when the item is out of stock, they jack the price up to an absurd level that they know nobody's going to try and buy, so that way they can keep it listed, as opposed to saying it's out of stock and taking it off listing. They jack the price up, they hold its spot until it's back in stock, and then they drop it back down. That's the tactic I saw a lot of people talking about that actually use Wayfair. That's what they were saying is commonly done there. I think that's a dumb practice, and Wayfair themselves have cracked down on it, it seems. Wayfair's statement says, you know, that obviously it's all wrong, but we did take these down because the names and the pictures don't exactly match why they're as expensive as they are, and the practices or some shit like that. It wasn't a great statement that did nothing to help their case in it being false. It just made it even more confusing because they just took the shit down, which made a lot of people believe that Wayfair was admitting guilt and hiding something. But according to a lot of people that use Wayfair, it's not something uncommon where they jack this price up to a point where no one's going to buy it just so they can hold their listing. And that does make sense. It makes a lot more sense than fucking pedophiles using Wayfair to sex traffic children. Are there sex trafficking rings from like extremely wealthy, powerful people? Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, there's a ton of evidence to point to that. But I highly doubt they're operating through Wayfair. That's like saying these people are using, fucking Twitch to start trafficking children through an XQC chat. You know, it doesn't make any sense. Why would they be using something like that to do some shit like that? They'd be using the dark web or something. They wouldn't be going on fucking Wayfair just in the public's eye right under their nose like some kind of comical supervillain trying to fool everyone by doing everything in broad daylight. That just wouldn't happen. These are public listings. Someone could have accidentally ordered one of these expensive items. What's going to happen? They buy this cabinet and then all of a sudden they have a kid shipped to them. They open the box and then bang, a kid pops out and they just fucking jump scared. Oh, whoa. Where's my cabinet? That's just not how it would happen. In fact, I actually tried to test this myself. I went on Wayfair with every intention of buying one of those $10,000 pillows that matched the name of a missing kid, and I was like, shit, this is going to be expensive as fuck. I'm either going to get a terrible pillow or I'm going to save a kid's life. It's worth it. But I couldn't place the order because the fucking item didn't exist, which made me more convinced that, yes, this is probably just a common practice where when the item isn't in stock and it's not there, they just jack the price up, hoping nobody places an order or tries to, and wait until it's back in stock to drop it back down, just so they don't lose listing. This is another thing I saw develop today, actually. A lot of people saying that the CEO of Wayfair has resigned. Well, the problem with that is it's not true. He hasn't resigned. There's no reports of him resigning. Unless this Twitter account right here is like working with the, NSA or some shit, the CIA, and he's got some insider information, then I don't know what to tell you. But according to every possible fucking source, the guy has not resigned. He is still the CEO of Wayfair. So this is just an outright lie. Now we get to the main course. Everything I just told you about this conspiracy and all that shit, just an appetizer. Now it's time for the entree. And trust me, it's not raw. This is coming out well done. Tom Hanks, the puppet master. Beloved actor? No. Demon. Fiend. Tom Hanks has been roped into all of this because of one old Instagram post. This right here. It's a picture of a glove next to some chalk that says SRC USA or something similar. That's what it looks like. And this post right here is a very suspicious one. Now, admittedly, this is a weird fucking Instagram post. I don't know why Tom Hanks would just take a picture of a glove on the ground next to some fucking street chalk or anything like that, but it's correlation to everything going on here. People, Reddit detectives and Twitter experts, the analysts, they were able to crack the code. They realized if you type in a lot of the item numbers onto a Russian search engine called Yandex, it brought up pictures of children. So if you typed in SRC USA and a bunch of numbers, it brings up pictures of children on a Russian search engine. So they speculated these were pictures of the kids that were being sold in those cabinets, or being sold with the cabinets. It varies depending on who you talk to on whether or not the kids were actually stuffed in the furniture or just came with it or something. It's, as like some kind of package deal, like batteries included or something. It varies on who you talk to, but that was the speculation. You type in this shit, you do it on the Yandex, and you get an image of what you're buying or some shit like that. And Tom Hanks has this really weird picture that does have something that looks like it says SRC USA. Except in this case, it goes so far above Tom Hanks, it's laughable. This is bigger than Tom Hanks. This goes all the way to the top. This incriminates the construction and utility workers. You see, SRC USA is construction utility code for Underground Service Alert. It's to let other workers know that, hey, at this location, with these, the white brackets and chalk there you can see, there is something that runs underneath the pavement, whether it be a power line, cable, water, it doesn't matter. There's something running underneath there, so just be aware. You can find this shit marked on streets all over the place. It's not something unique to Tom Hanks. I don't think he went out there with sidewalk chalk and wrote SRC USA to brag and then threw a glove on the ground. It's a stupid fucking picture. It's a weird, creepy little picture. The caption was like, give me a high five or something. I don't know. It's a weird picture. You're not going to argue that. But that right there is just an extremely common thing that you can see probably outside of your own house right now if you want to experiment. It's nothing unusual because it's actual just construction utility code. And that pretty much sums up Tom Hanks' involvement because of that one Instagram post. I don't think it goes any deeper than that I could find. But just because that's wrong doesn't mean the whole thing's wrong. I mean, Tom Hanks could still be this evil mastermind behind all of it. I don't know, he could pull in the strings. Maybe he has equity in Wayfair. I couldn't tell you. But in this case, I don't think Wayfair is selling human beings through their website. I don't think that's what's going on here. But again, just because everything about this conspiracy theory is wrong doesn't mean the conspiracy theory's wrong, It's 2020, baby. We believe anything, whether or not it's factually true or not. Who gives a fuck? And that's about it. See ya. You all know I'm a big fan of conspiracy theories as long as they're harmless, fun ones such as, reptilians controlling the world, talking about like zippers on the sides of some powerful people's necks that reveal a giant lizard underneath the human skin suit. Flat Earth is always a classic fun one to play with. But then there's they're very dangerous ones, and I think one of them that's really taking a huge upswing in the amount of people that believe it is 5G causing the coronavirus. A month ago, this was a fucking joke across the entire internet. But now, in the last month, everyone's quarantined, locked down, desperate, bored, and I think they're getting fucking dumber. Because there's so many people that are now unironically believing 5G is the cause of coronavirus that I actually can't believe it. These same people probably believe chocolate milk comes from brown cows. It takes mere minutes of research outside of Facebook anti-vax groups, actual scientific research. It takes only minutes to immediately disprove that and find there's no connection between 5G towers and coronavirus. That shouldn't be shocking to the majority of people, but to some people, I'm speaking blasphemy. I am a puppet of the Illuminati to some people for saying that, because these people see the truth. These high school dropouts that failed every fucking course, no, they're the ones that understand the 5G connection to coronavirus, not the scientists, not the experts. These fucking limp-dicked fucking idiots sitting in their basement for fear that the government's listening to them through their alarm clock so they have a tinfoil hat and condom on. Those are the real intellectuals. And they're spreading this kind of shit on the internet, which is laughable and it's fun to make fun of. But now they're starting to set cell phone towers on fire? It's fucking crazy. It's getting actually dangerous now. So, how did this start? I'm not here to be a fucking science professor, so I'm not going to tackle every angle of this. I'm just going to point out the most common and the most obvious fallacies in this logic of 5G being the coronavirus culprit, the one that's really controlling it all, and how the government, big brothers, got us under their thumb. They don't want us to see the earth is really flat, so they're using coronavirus to keep us inside and erect more 5G towers. We'll start with the origin of this conspiracy, at least in regards to coronavirus. In China, Wuhan, A 5G tower was rolled out at the end of 2019, so just a little bit before coronavirus broke out, and people are attributing the tower as the cause. That is ground zero of coronavirus. The tower caused it. That's pretty much where that logic ends. And then as it spread to the United States, they're saying the 5G towers are the cause of coronavirus in the US. Not because it's contagious through, spreading and being around people, but because the towers themselves are emitting too much radiation and it's causing the coronavirus. And the coronavirus itself isn't even real. It's a made-up hoax to cover for radiation poisoning. I've spent a few hours researching the conspiracy theory and looking around what everyone says on Twitter in these circles that truly believe this stuff, and they seem to all agree that coronavirus itself isn't real. What it is just radiation sickness, because the symptoms of radiation sickness are similar to those that are being reported with coronavirus. So that's basically the whole conspiracy in a nutshell. And it is fucking ridiculous. So 5G towers have existed in the US since early 2019. While the idea of 5G has existed much longer, and most people seem to think we've had 5G for longer, we really didn't start getting 5G until early 2019 with actual towers and everything being built around the US. Those aren't make-believe. That's not like Tooth Fairy shit. It's real. You can go see those 5G towers in the real world, in person. It's not smoke and mirrors, no magic tricks. That shit is there, and it has been there since 2019. There were no cases of coronavirus in the US throughout all of 2019. And there were no cases of coronavirus in the US until the China incident where coronavirus started to explode. And then, you know how the story goes from there. It spread throughout the entire world. But they seem to think that it's not actually spreading from human to human contact. It's being transmitted via the beams from the towers of 5G. That seems to be their accepted belief. I'm going to immediately poke a hole in that. Israel has 7,400 cases of coronavirus with 39 dead. Israel has no 5G towers. None. So how the fuck can that happen by this logic? Some enlightened Twitter users will be quick to point out that the radiation sickness was transferred. Someone who was infected by a tower in the US or some other part of the world traveled to Israel and started spreading it that way. Well, that's impossible via your radiation sickness hypothesis, because radiation sickness isn't contagious. You watched Chernobyl on HBO and you think you understand everything there is to know about radiation. Well, I'll tell you one thing Chernobyl got wrong. You are not some kind of walking fucking virus with radiation sickness. If someone you know has radiation sickness, they cannot transfer that onto you. If their entire fucking clothes, their entire wardrobe is covered in dense radiation and they try and suffocate you with that, maybe. But as a whole, radiation sickness itself is not contagious. So you'd have to immediately throw out the radiation sickness hypothesis because it wouldn't be able to spread. It'd have to be coronavirus, which does exist and is very, very contagious, which is why people are being ordered to stay inside. If it was radiation poisoning, radiation sickness, it wouldn't matter if you were around 1,000 people. No one is going to catch that from you. It's easy to poke 1,000 different holes into this 5G coronavirus conspiracy. You can turn this shit into a fucking pincushion because it is so weak. But so many people still believe it just because I think they want to. They want to believe it's something bigger, like some grand conspiracy, just the man trying to keep them down or something. It's so silly. If you look into it yourself, it's going to be hard not to laugh at it because the leaps and these conclusions they draw are so nonsensical. It's ridiculous. I just picked two quick ones to point out because those are the two most obvious ones that they have really no answer for that I've seen. And I'm sure there's going to be some comments on the video that immediately disregard shit and still try and promote the idea that 5G coronavirus thing is real, which is just pathetic. But anyway, I know I don't need to poke holes in it because it's already so goddamn silly if you even look at it for a second. I don't like having to be your fucking science teacher here. I graduated from university with a human sciences degree, so I do understand a lot of this stuff. Granted, I'm not as brushed up on the whole field as I used to be, because, I barely fucking use that knowledge anymore. But I do get it, and I understand where this fear comes from. You're locked inside, you're desperate, you're looking for answers, and you have no idea what else to turn to. So Twitter has this giant fucking platform full of lunatics that seem to believe this and are promoting it as a real thing. And since you're constantly on Twitter with nothing else to do besides jerk off and read garbage Twitter posts, you see this and you start to accept it. I get it, and I'm not blaming those people. But it is a very dangerous thing to just blindly follow this shit with no science and not doing any research on it at all. Now, what I do find interesting is there is a community of real scientists that are apprehensive about 5G's implementation and the future of 5G and what health implications it could have down the line. The conspiracy side of things is using this to promote the idea that scientists are afraid of it and they think that the scientists believe that it caused coronavirus. That couldn't be further from the truth. None of those scientists that are afraid of 5G's implications down the line have said anything about it being coronavirus related, which is what I'm focusing on. The scientists' main concern is they haven't been able to study the long-term health effects of what 5G could do in the future. There's nothing about coronavirus or anything like that. This community just wants a little more research done on 5G before it's implemented, and they think it's perhaps a bit rushed. It has nothing to do with the fucking scientists thinking that it's the cause of coronavirus. Again, this isn't a small community either. If you look up any 5G video on YouTube right now, it's overwhelmingly disliked with thousands of comments saying, "This is bullshit, don't trust them, rise up sheeple, it's time we take back our lives, don't let them control our minds, don't let anyone tell you what to believe," as they're being told what to believe by somebody else. I'm all for questioning the media and questioning sources and doing a lot of research to form your opinions, but I find it seriously hypocritical how this community keeps saying, "Don't trust anyone, but trust me." It makes no sense. Like, don't listen to anyone, don't let anyone tell you what to believe, as they're being told what to believe by some dude in his shit-stained underwear in a chat room somewhere. It's fucking silly. It's very hypocritical. Again, I'm all for questioning things you see in the media and online. I think that is the most healthy thing you can do. But when you start just entering an echo chamber and only looking up things that support what you want to believe, you're not getting anywhere and you're only making the problem worse. Now, I'm only focusing on the coronavirus aspect of this conspiracy theory. It goes much deeper with 5G. 5G itself is a rabbit hole for a crazy amount of conspiracies, especially on YouTube. For some reason, it seems a lot of YouTubers and YouTube commenters really believe that 5G is this ultimate boogeyman, like this final boss that's holding back the human species. Like, 5G is the one that's keeping us from growing wings and opening our third eye. It's weird. I don't know why everyone's latched on to 5G as this mega evil mastermind shit, but they have. But in regards to coronavirus, which is all I want to focus on, there is absolutely no possible way that 5G has caused coronavirus. You can just look at data, like real time, because it's only been a couple of months. You can see that 5G had no role to play. You can pretty much trace where coronavirus started in each area that it's in. It's right there at your fucking fingertips. You only need to look for a second in real, actual fucking sources outside of bad Twitter shitposts, anti-vax Facebook soccer mom groups. Just do real fucking research and form your own opinions. But this one is very silly, and lighting 5G cell phone towers on fire isn't doing anyone any good. You're causing more damage with the chemicals you put into the air from fucking burning that thing than the 5G arrays, the beams. This fear of cell phones and networking has existed for as long as communication has, and it's always been ridiculous. It's always been silly and laughable, but Twitter is the place that now, no matter how outlandish and how ridiculous a belief is, it's going to blow up and it's going to have a big movement behind it. It doesn't matter what it is. Like on Twitter, for example, there's whole communities of people that fuck dogs. Like this community that would never find a home anywhere finds a home on Twitter, and there's thousands of them. There's pages on Twitter that actively talk about fucking their dog and have tens of thousands of followers that all support that and do the same thing. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. So then you'll have these people that believe that cell phones are the evil, dangerous thing, and you'll have people that just want to feel like they're smarter than everyone else. They're the ones that saw the truth, peeked behind the curtains and got the truth. So they'll believe these things, and they'll spread it on Twitter, and then people that are gullible, bored, or just susceptible to misinformation start believing it, start getting real riled up, and then it leads to just absolute chaos, and that leads to setting a 5G tower on fire for no fucking reason. It's just crazy shit. I don't get why people are targeting 5G for coronavirus specifically, because there's really nothing there. The only piece of evidence that's even remotely true is that there was a 5G tower built in Wuhan a couple months before coronavirus outbreak. There's another thing I see tossed around how this one's just so fucking stupid. This community plotted out every major pandemic or every major flu and correlated it to mobile towers and networking, as if that has any correlation at all. So they have like the Spanish flu and then world's first prototype mobile network. Coincidence? No, I don't think so. And there's like 6 of these and it says 6 coincidences? That's impossible. It's just so fucking stupid. You can go through history and correlate every single one of those pandemics or flus to something else too. Peanut butter sandwiches invented in 1914. 4 years later, Spanish flu. Interesting.
peanut butter and jelly sandwiches start getting packaged in the, the next one. It's just dumb. This is just such fucking terrible research and evidence. And yet people are believing it at face value, probably just out of boredom from quarantine. But I just wanted to talk about it because it's got me fucking fired up because this shit is just wacky. This isn't the same kind of fun to laugh at conspiracy theory like flat earth and all that. This one has people believing it's fine for them to go outside and just spread fucking shit all over the place, especially in a time of pandemic like this because they're convinced they know the truth that it's the cell phone towers, not coronavirus. So then it has them hurting everyone around them. I think it's just terrible. So I just wanted to talk about that. That's it. See ya. Earth. In a time before humans and before cringe, this planet was ruled by the dinosaurs until they were evicted by an asteroid, banishing them to the Shadow Realm, never to be seen again, but giving rise to the flesh. Well, I guess dinosaurs are flesh too, but like human flesh came with acne and stuff. And now we humans live here, but who's to say that Universal Landlord might not come knocking again with another asteroid? And by who's to say, I mean, we're all saying it. Everyone knows. Like, I'm sure you've seen the headlines. There is an asteroid heading towards Earth. Right now, it is at a 1.5% chance of hitting. Earlier today, it was at like a 3% chance of hitting. A couple days ago, it was like a 2.5% chance of hitting. All of which are actually really high. Some of the highest recorded probabilities of a huge asteroid hitting this planet in a long, long time. That dirty bastard out there, I've been shaking my fist at it for the last couple hours saying, scram, get out of here. But from what I can tell, it's not working. It is big, but it's not, a planetary killer. The size that, should it actually impact Earth, it would destroy a city. So it's a city killer, which is really big. And that's pretty concerning. So I was watching and researching, trying to figure out, well, are the odds actually as high as that seems to me? Because as a RuneScape player, 3%, those are good odds, actually. Like, that's pretty fucking solid. So I was curious about these estimates. Now, again, it has gone down. It is no longer 3%. It's dropped to about a 1.5% chance that it impacts in 2032. The only thing that's known for sure is this asteroid does pose a threat of actually impacting, and should it impact, it won't be pretty.
Of the destruction we wrought on each other in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, this is 500 times more powerful than that, just because of the energy of it coming through the atmosphere, causing shock waves, and because of the heating, exploding. So it's like a grenade. A grenade is no bigger than your fist, but it can do damage over a wide area. This is a grenade that's 60 meters across.
This is astronaut Chris Hadfield briefly going over the destructive capabilities of the asteroid, and then it got me wondering, well, if the percentage continues to climb, is there anything we can do about it? Are we just hopeless sitting ducks out here waiting to get fucked? Like, what exactly do we have? Because I recall we have DART, which I remembered successfully did change the trajectory of a space rock. Like, we confirmed that it can be done, but can it be done to something on this scale? Or are we truly just like square one? Now we're going to need to figure out maybe some kind of defensive protocol, like maybe we send me out there with a cartoonishly large tennis racket to bat it away. Like, what do we have? So that led me to a YouTube channel, Scott Manley, who was talking about it.
So the name 2024 YR4, that tells us that, well, it was discovered in 2024. Y means it was discovered in the last 2 weeks of the year, and R4 means that they've discovered about 100 asteroids before that. But they get numbers and designators towards the end to tell just the order it was discovered in the year.
Yeah, the rock has a name, so you can curse it. It's not Voldemort. Go ahead and say its name. 2024 YR4. I highly recommend watching Scott's full video on this because he gives great coverage and goes over like exactly how they even get to these numbers, which I found very interesting. So he was talking about the observation as they were following this asteroid and looking at the orbits. He also does mention that there's going to be another encounter in 2028, but that one will definitely miss. This is something they can say with certainty. So 2032 is the main impact that the story is breaking on because as it climbed over 1% last month, it is increased even more as the uncertainty starts to get less and less uncertain.
I expect that what's going to happen is that we're going to see that we've seen basically the probability slowly rise over time. And this is a pattern we've seen in the past. What happens is you get a very large error section, and as it shrinks down, the Earth becomes a bigger and bigger part of that fuzzy error, or where it could arrive. But eventually, it shrinks down and the Earth is suddenly outside. So the probability goes up, 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 and then suddenly it drops to zero very quickly. That's probably what we're going to see.
That sounds wonderful. That'd be a great play from John Madden's book if we see that happen. Because right now we're at that point where it is going up and up and up, but it just recently has dropped down to 1.5% chance of hitting. So maybe we're in that stage where as the error is shrinking, the Earth is looking more and more outside of it and will hopefully drop to zero. But let's say it doesn't drop to zero. That space rock is real stubborn. It's an old battle axe up there. It said, let's get this farty sharded. And it only continues to go up. So it dropped today, but maybe it spikes back up tomorrow. We never actually leave that error. And as it becomes less and less uncertain, the percentage chance of it hitting us grows too. Well, Scott Manley talks about what our options could be in the case of an impending impact of an asteroid of this size. But before showing you our defensive options, whether we'd play a zone defense or man-to-man, I would like to show you what Scott said about the size of the asteroid, because not even that is fully known. We don't have enough data to know for certain the density or the size, so right now we're using some other factors to try and estimate.
It was unfortunately discovered too late to get any radar observations in on it, so we don't have a really good constraint on the size of the object. What we're doing is looking at the brightness and saying, based upon its estimated surface reflectivity, albedo, it could be anywhere from 40 to 90 meters across, which, that's a factor of 2, but because it's a volume, it's squared, and because we don't know the density, this object could be anywhere from, say, 25,000 tons to 1,000,000 tons of mass.
Yikes. 1,000,000 tons of anything is usually bad news. That's a recipe for disaster. I can't really think of 1,000,000 tons of anything that's positive. You know what they say? 1 ton, calm down, son. 1,000,000 ton, now I'm not having fun. My whole city's fucking dead. It's all done.
Which, if you do the math on that, it says each pound for pound, kilogram for kilogram, it would have 37 times the energy density of TNT. So that means that 27,000 minimalist low-end version is a 1 megaton blast. The big one is potentially about 40 megatons. So this is, strategic scale nuclear device yield equivalent. This is something that could absolutely devastate a very large area.
Douchebag universe shooting nuke rocks at us? Like, come on. What assholes, right? I mean, pardon my French, but the universe can be a real jerk. Space sucks. I'll say it. I'll be brave. Space sucks. You can't breathe out there in space without specialized equipment. No gravity, so you can't even get blood to your wiener and jerk off if you wanted to. Like, it sucks. There's nothing good about it. And then you can't even exist peacefully on your own little space rock without another one coming your way, fucking speeding like it's late to something and causing a ruckus.
We know based upon the timing that it would have to hit along this very narrow strip of the Earth. And this is a thin section that runs from Central America across the Atlantic. If it lands in the ocean, that's probably not such a big deal. If it lands in a relatively uninhabited part of the world, probably not a big deal. But if it did land in a more inhabited area, well, we might want to evacuate it. That's one thing you can do. When it's something of this scale and you have 4 years of warning, it's absolutely something that you can plan. You could probably constrain it sufficiently that you could decide to make sure that no one was in that area.
Unless it's Florida. You bet your sweet bippy, if Florida was in the crosshairs here, if it was like bullseye, this asteroid is going to hit Florida, you should evacuate. I promise you, bet your bottom dollar, that sweet bippy, there would be so many Florida people that are like, hey, I don't believe it. I'm going to hunker down. I can handle hurricanes. I can absolutely handle a little fucking pebble falling from space. You know what I mean? And then you'd have that shit come and it'd look like Independence Day when the White House blew up. Like, Florida got lucky if all this data stays this way, where Florida is not within that zone. Because if it was, you would not be getting them out. The only way you'd be getting people out of Florida is if you literally, cryogenically froze them and transported them out yourself. Shit, I'm not gonna lie to you. Born and raised in Florida, never lived anywhere else. If I saw Florida in that line, if they had that, in the sniper scope, the asteroid was gonna hit, I'd be sitting there scratching my chinny chin chin going, Could I take that, you think? Do you think my house could tank that? I mean, like, Florida houses are built for, like, Category 5 hurricanes, right? I mean, this probably isn't much stronger than that, right? Like, I'd have a debate with myself. Isn't that crazy? Like, I'd actually be thinking, what if, though? That'd be a crazy stream, right? I mean, that'd be a nuts stream, and we don't know for sure. Like, we don't know if a house can stand up to an asteroid. It's never been tested. Yeah, we've got a lot of data and a lot of common sense that says it stands no chance, but data also said I'd be 5'8". I'm 5'6". Sometimes miracles happen. You never really know, you know what I mean?
We have recently demonstrated with the DART mission that humanity now has the ability to change the orbit of asteroids. It is possible that if it was going to, say, come down over India or something, where there was sufficient self-interest and money, then the orbit could be changed. And the way you change the orbit is you hit the asteroid with a spacecraft, and there's a bit of momentum transfer, and that changes the period of the orbit ever so slightly. Now, in the case of the DART mission, it was able to move Dimorphos, which was a bigger object, by the way, by about a few hundred kilometers in the last couple of years.
So there's DART that I mentioned earlier. So I am happy to hear that this would theoretically work against this asteroid should it be necessary. However, he goes on to mention that when you're changing the velocity, you're moving it along that line he already drew. So you're changing it, and it'd still be within that line, and it'd become a trolley problem, fundamentally, as he described it, which I'm sure all of you have heard of the trolley problem before. Changing the orbit of the asteroid becomes very complicated on international levels because, as Scott mentions, if it was looking to impact somewhere over India, and India then starts trying to push it east to maybe get it off of Earth, well, it's going to go over China, and they're obviously not going to be too thrilled about that, and if it doesn't fully get off Earth and impacts China, well, that's going to be a local disaster for China and also an economic disaster for the rest of the world, so it just becomes a very tricky, complicated issue. While we can change the orbit of these asteroids with DART, it becomes very difficult to assess how and where. It gets very complicated. Scott then goes on to mention that while this is the highest probability of an impact, 2032, it's not the only one. He mentions that it could miss us, narrowly miss us, and then still come back around and impact us at a later date. So Scott Manley said, and I think this is a great clip that I'd like to play you because he's 100% right, that even if this one is a miss, and even if the one after it is a miss, all of these go to zero, one day it won't.
I think we're going to find that in the next few weeks that the probability goes to zero, but one of these days it's not going to go to zero, and then humanity is really going to have to embrace the power of the DART program and change the universe around us. I'm Scott Manley. Fly safe.
I think he's 100% right on the money here. Now, of course, I'm just a smooth brain idiot. I'm not an actual smart person or anything, but I think he's 100% correct. There will come a time where we're not going to get lucky. It's already happened before. Earth has been hit by a fucking planetary killing asteroid. RIP to the dinosaurs out there. Pour one out for them. And I think we will need to really fully start to look at DART, improve it, and really go hog wild with it in order to protect the planet. And I like that statement of changing the universe around us, because I think it's going to get to that point at some stage. So yeah, I don't know if this asteroid's going to hit. Nobody knows right now. It's only estimates. Hopefully it doesn't. But I just wanted to talk about it because I've been kind of glued to the subject today. That's really about it. So yeah. I was just going to ignore this alien update here because it's so outrageous that it actually is insulting that people believe it, because if you look beyond the headline for just 2 sentences, you only need 2 sentences worth of work, you will realize that this is the most stupid, dumb fanfic that has been written since Tumblr was popular, about giants who built pyramids on Mars. This has gained some traction because a CIA document was declassified that talked about this experiment. If you can even call it an experiment, it feels more like everyone at the CIA headquarters was on PCP and just journaling their experience. It's about as much of an experiment as me putting my finger in my butt and seeing if it smells bad. Their method for reaching this conclusion, if you can even call it that, that's a loosey-goosey usage of the word conclusion, was they induced an altered state of consciousness through sound frequencies that split a person's spirit from their body, and they astral projected them 1,000,000 years before humanity onto Mars, where they claim they saw giants building pyramids. That is the actual intelligence gathering method the CIA used to crack the mystery of Mars. It's about as reliable as me saying I had a dream about giants building pyramids on Mars, thus it must be true. Like, whoever came up with this was watching way too much Doctor Who at the time. So it was stated in one of the CIA projects, Stargate, in the report, Exploration of Mars, May 22nd, 1984. Literally 1984, holy shit. However, the sensational data was obtained in extremely dubious ways, according to British Daily Mail. By the way, the Daily Mail is like the main source that all of this comes from. I can't believe Daily Mail has made such a fucking comeback as a tabloid. It's unbelievable. But anyway, so what happened is, the agency recruited people who claimed to have psychic abilities. Well, that sounds trustworthy. People claiming to be psychics. Surely nobody lied about their psychic abilities. They fucking recruited Mob Psycho out here. Then they included binaural rhythms, simultaneous listening to sounds at different frequencies, and semi-synchronized audio to induce altered state of consciousness, separate the spirit from body, and send it traveling through the astral. It's a fucking anime plot. Like, this is something you'd see from, like, a garbage tier anime of just mumbo jumbo. But this is something the CIA apparently actually did. And according to one of the psychic subjects, they got sent to Mars 1,000,000 years before our era and found out Mars had pyramids similar to the Egyptian ones, but then the giants had to look for a new place to live because their environment was spoiled. Well, that settles it. I always knew that that's what was going on with Mars. And thankfully now we have irrefutable proof. Because one guy said so. He said he went 1,000,000 years before our era. Let's just play with that for a minute. How would you know that? Let's say he actually did somehow fucking astral project because he listened to Led Zeppelin backwards or whatever the CIA was pumping through those headphones. And he goes 1,000,000 years back to the past, like Samurai Jack here, on Mars. How would he know he's 1,000,000 years before humanity? How would he know that? Did they have a calendar on Mars that he was able to check? Then he could put it against the start of humanity and check like, oh, well, the upcoming patch notes for humanity aren't for 1,000,000 more years. Oh my god, I'm 1,000,000 years before humanity. Like, how in the world would he have possibly had any available information to deduce that he is 1,000,000 years before humanity on Mars? Like, how would he even know he's on Mars? It could be any other planet in the fucking universe. Was there like a welcome to Mars sign that he entered like through the fucking pearly gates or something? Like, how anyone could have actually conducted this experiment and thought there was any valuable information from it is beyond me. It makes me so mad, actually. Like, at this point, people will just believe anything at all. Not to go off on too big of a tangent, but it somehow Flat Earth always comes up because I think it's just the shining example of people just wanting to believe something because they want to, and no matter what you do, you can't convince them otherwise. No matter how many times flat earthers prove themselves wrong, they still just wipe their ass with it and don't care. There was just another one done called The Final Experiment, where a bunch of flat earthers were talking about how there could be no 24-hour sun because the earth is flat and it doesn't fit into that model. Well, The Final Experiment brought those flat earthers out, and they, with their own fucking peepers, confirmed that, yep, there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And then instead of just accepting that and being like, I guess we were wrong about flat earth, some of them were saying like, well, doesn't mean that we're wrong about flat earth. Now we just need to figure out how a 24-hour sun works with a flat earth model. So no matter how many times you have overwhelming evidence to suggest something is wrong or can't be true, people will still just believe in it because. And what do you do about that? Nothing. You can do nothing about that. And to tie that into the giant pyramid building Martians, there are people that are now running with this and saying like, finally, the CIA has confirmed what we always knew to be true about alien life and Mars and pyramids. And if you just look at how that data, if you can call it data, was collected, you should be able to realize that it's a load of hooey. It's fucking baloney. Project Stargate was meant to be a weapon against the Soviet Union that aimed to basically create psychers from Warhammer 40k. I'm sure all of you know by now some of the torturous experiments the CIA performed on people.
I also imagine the psychics that signed up for this program were probably also treated like shit by the CIA just because the CIA has a history of doing some absolutely inhumane tests on people. So I think there's a chance that the psychics in here also had that kind of mistreatment, which is a terrible thing. Project Stargate was shut down in 1995, and then leading up to its closure was Mars Exploration, May 22nd, 1984, which is a document that was declassified in 2017, but only recently resurfaced. And it kind of goes over the entire kit and caboodle of how they even came to this Mars giant theory. Basically, it boils down to a bit of an interview where the subject is just saying things. He's just kind of talking about some stuff that he's imagining. So, like, the administrator asks him to focus his attention on 40.89 degrees north and 9.55 degrees west. And the subject responds, sort of looks like, kind of got an oblique view of a pyramid, or pyramid form. And this kind of dialogue goes back and forth for a while and concludes with the subject saying that the people there are looking for a way to survive, but they just can't because their environment is full of corruption. The subject claims to have even spoken with one of the people who told them that the group had left in what looks like the inside of a larger boat. Maybe some kind of ark, perchance, drawing inspiration from the Bible on Mars, maybe. Who knows? Also, how would one of the people have spoken to the person that astral projected there? You're telling me that the ancient giant Martians saw a fucking Force ghost pop in there like Obi-Wan Kenobi and they just started like trauma dumping to the astral projection? Really? Like, I far be it from me to question the wisdom of the Martians, I suppose. The administrator keeps pressing the subject to go further until eventually, bringing him back to 1984. And that's where all of this comes from. That is the declassified CIA document about life on Mars that some people are now taking as the gospel. That this has confirmed alien life on Mars at one point. It's just sad. Please, just do yourself a favor. Read it, and then actually just like marinate on it for a second and ask yourself, is this a reliable way of gathering data? Does this really prove alien life on Mars? Because if the answer to that question is yes, you need to take a hard look in the mirror. Like, it's crazy. What if I told you there's life on Pluto right now? You can't really prove me wrong, per se. You haven't been there yourself. But why would you just blindly take that at face value? Like, I have no real evidence to prove there's life on Pluto. Neither did the CIA experiment here. So why believe in it? Why not wait until there's some actual substantiated evidence about these kind of things? There's no reason to marry yourself to this kind of belief based on an absolute nothing burger. You don't have to do that. You can just say like, oh, that was an interesting read, but I'm not convinced yet. I'll wait. But it's food for thought. Nothing wrong with that. I just don't understand how people just like fucking cannonball into the deep end here for these kind of things. Read past the headline. Like, just read past the headline on that, and I really think it should have been obvious that this is not real. So anyway, that's the most recent alien update. That's about it. See ya. There is countless theories on the end times and how the world will end, and signs that will showcase the end of the world is nigh. And I hate to be the one to break this news to you, but I have been sending you signs that there is a doomsday along the way. I have been dressing differently, aside from today. Today I'm back in the white t-shirt, but on the whole, I've been wearing black t-shirts, gray t-shirts, and as God is my witness, I tell ya, I'm almost ashamed to admit it, but a V-neck sweater. And the thing is, I've been working on upgrading my wardrobe. This is one of those telltale signs, I think it even ties back into the Bible at some point about how, the apocalypse will roll through, that the end of the world is on its way. And now we have confirmation that there's a chance. Apophis, 2029. I don't know how many of you heard about this. I'm, of course, exaggerating. It's predicted, and I think it's like almost 100% certain to miss Earth, but it will be a close call, and it is a giant space rock barreling in this direction. Now, of course, that's nothing new. That's business as usual in the cosmos. The only thing that makes this a little different is typically something of this size gets intercepted by Jupiter, who basically plays goalie for us. Jupiter absorbs a lot of
things that would potentially hit Earth. We're in a really fortuitous position to be where we are in the solar system. But this one is going to get around Jupiter here, get past that defense system, and it is going to make a pretty close pass to Earth. But even that's not that unusual either. There's a lot of fear-mongering headlines about Apophis coming up, and I just went over it on stream and kind of want to talk about it a little bit, mainly because its name is the God of Chaos. So it's a pretty scary-sounding name, like straight out of a fucking anime. And I just find it to be extremely interesting. I don't think there's anything to worry about come 2029, but I thought I'd at least put it on your radar. If you remember the Apophis asteroid, you can see how close it will get if you go to... You can see how close it will get if you go to Eye on the solar system and set the date to April 13th, 2029. Well, it's not going to hit us, so I don't care how close it gets. Fuck it. But that was an interesting read when we went over that. Okay, wait. Hold on, there's a new headline. NASA launches mission to intercept God of Chaos asteroid before it scratches Earth's orbit. What the fuck kind of headline is that? Wait, this one says it's the Demon of Chaos. Which one's the correct one? Looks like God of Chaos. A NASA spacecraft recently returned from deep space has been relaunched for a mission to study the God of Chaos asteroid as it begins to near Earth's orbit. The agency's spacecraft OSIRIS-REx, now named OSIRIS-APEX, has been set off to study the asteroid Apophis' extremely close flyby of Earth in 2029, the likes of which hasn't happened since the dawn of recorded history. Well, I wasn't worried about it before, but reading this, I'm starting to get a little concerned. The God of Chaos, huh? Apophis, known as the God of Chaos, is expected to fly by Earth on April 13th, 2029, only about 20,000 miles away, closer than some man-made satellites, and could even be visible in the Eastern Hemisphere. That would be the most terrifying thing imaginable. You're just hanging out outside. Maybe you're coming back from playing a little pickup ball with the boys, and you look up and you're like, oh my god, it's a fucking asteroid. That would be terrifying. They ruled it basically has no chance of impact. Well, that's what I read last time. But now, reading these headlines that they have a mission to intercept the God of Chaos, it's like, well, are we sure there's no chance? The rock, which measures about 370 yards across, only comes this close to Earth every 7,500 years. Earth's gravity will affect the space rock as it nears orbit, and OSIRIS-APEX will study the aftermath to see how its surface changes. The effects of Earth are expected to change the length of the asteroid's day, which is currently around 30.6 hours. It could also cause the God of Chaos to experience landslides and quakes. Apophis is a giant cobra, and the Egyptian demon god of chaos, the sun god Ra, fights him every night after the sun goes down. Oh, that's the lore. We know that tidal forces and the accumulation of rubble pile material are foundational processes that could play a role in a planet formation. They could inform how we got from debris in the early solar system to full-blown planets. The spacecraft will meet the S-type asteroid on April 13, 2029, but will not land on it, rather operate in proximity to it for 18 months. Not only will it look at surface changes, but it will map the surface and analyze the rock chemical makeup. Thanks for the membership, Zach. It will also go within 16 feet of the rock's surface so it can fire its thrusters downward to see what stirs up, giving scientists a peek at the material that lies below. Although the rock is still 5 years away from Earth, scientists will be watching as it nears its first of 6 close passes with the sun. Earth server shutting down. I hope not. 2029, that's way too early. Florida won't even be underwater by then. What a shame that would be. If it was confirmed to hit in 2029, what would you do with your last 5 years on Earth? Probably find a way to get off Earth. I don't know. Thanks, Prime Topaz. I wouldn't just, like, wait for it, and I wouldn't do, like... I mean, I'd, of course, do things I've always wanted to do but was afraid to, like go to Japan and all that. But I'd also just try and find ways to survive. I wouldn't just, like, you know, put it in the books. I'd be like, alright, there's got to be a way. You're afraid of Japan? I'm afraid of flying. Yeah. I guess I said that wrong. I'm afraid of flying, which prevents me from going to Japan. Bro just wants teleportation. Absolutely, who doesn't? That'd be the best invention we'd ever come up with. Teleportation would be the handiest thing imaginable. I couldn't think of a more important discovery. You jump right at impact so you wouldn't die. Oh, you'd get iframes. So when the asteroid hits, you'd survive. Interesting. But I feel like it'd be a lingering hitbox. It's not just going to be the impact itself. It'll be everything that comes after. So you probably wouldn't be able to outlast the hitbox. I really feel like we have to have the ability to destroy an asteroid, right? They can't be that strong. It's just a fucking rock. It's just a space rock. It doesn't even have conscious thought. It's not even sentient. I feel like we could absolutely just blow it up. Nuke it. Maybe a giant laser. We already redirected an asteroid with DART. Did we? I feel like that... Actually, that does sound familiar. I feel like I read about that. This year, an asteroid came as close as 17,000 miles. This one is 22,000 miles. It'd be really handy if we could, like, slow it down and just bring it to Earth and just harvest it. I imagine you get so much good materials from that shit. Maybe what we need is a giant net to catch it. And, like, gently bring it in. Or even don't even bring it in. Just keep it in orbit and mine it. That's what they tried to do in Don't Look Up. Yeah, they did it wrong, though. They should have had me theorize how to slow down the asteroid. I've got a good idea. A giant pitcher's glove, or catcher's glove. Giant mitt. Just let it blast into it. There's no material strong enough to catch an asteroid moving at 10,000 meters per second. Well, what do you know? I'm sure we have something. Maybe like a giant diamond net. Diamonds are like really strong. Or maybe we slow it down with a few nukes. Like we blast it a couple times and it's like, ooh, shit. And it starts pumping the brakes. If you nuke it, then the nuke rocks would still fall on us. Which is why we have tinier little gloves out there catching those before they get to Earth. Basically what I'm setting up is Earth with just a bunch of giant mitts. Like I'm putting us in a bubble. Would you rather have teleportation or the Force? Stupid question. Teleportation. Why would I care about the Force? Teleportation is so much more useful. I heard that there's new material made out of human DNA and glass that's 4 times stronger than steel and 5 times as light. I'm not sure though. I haven't heard anything about that. It sounds like you were watching anime or something. Human DNA and glass? How do those two even mix? So what's the plan if Florida suddenly goes under? Underwater or hit by an asteroid? Because if I'm hit by an asteroid, I don't have a whole lot of planning time. But underwater, I have time. Florida will eventually be underwater. That's going to happen. And my plan for when that happens is I'll just go a little up north. The video of 1,000-mile-per-hour ball from Dustin Smarter Every Day debunks your theory. Which theory? I've proposed like 6. Which of my bulletproof theories gets debunked? For far too long now, the unexplainable mysteries of our universe have plagued humanity's greatest minds. But now, that time has passed. We've entered into an age of enlightenment. And I actually am convinced now that those so-called intellectuals, those scientists, weren't all that smart to begin with because those idiots never even thought to ask a YouTuber what the secrets of the universe hold. Because YouTubers know far more than anyone else on this planet. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say what everyone's thinking. YouTubers are probably the smartest people humanity has to offer, period. Bar none. And then under that, maybe then we could talk about astrophysicists. But even then, the gap between first and second place is so wide. When it comes to the intellectual food chain of society, YouTubers are at the tippy top, the cream of the crop. We're the apex predators of big brain. So what am I talking about here? Well, Logan Paul, with his degree in influencing, flexed his mega mind, all the billions of wrinkles in his brain, firing neurons working overtime in order to produce irrefutable evidence in how the universe actually functions. And he posted the receipts. He posted that proof on Twitter. He just flopped that meat on the table and said, here, I'll do it myself then. And I gotta tell you, it's impressive stuff. It's very compelling. And I think all of us are smarter now for having witnessed it.
Please tell me you've seen Logan Paul's tweet about understanding the universe. Infinity as a concept doesn't exist in natural universe. Sphere, circle equals God shape, celestial body. Universe is likely finite. 3 contained, 3 spherical. Time infinite. Eventually all stars will die equals no more light. That's an and? What? This is an and? I've never seen that. That doesn't look anything like a normal and symbol, but alright. Eventually all stars will die, no more light. If universe is contained, has an end, can we assume apple in a box theory? When everything is dead and dust and becomes a dense collection of matter because gravity, black holes everywhere. Bro, what did he go on like an ayahuasca trip or something? Like what the fuck is this? The universe essentially collapses on itself, high density and temperature, Big Bang. Universe repeats. Life is cyclical. We become the apple again. Conclusion. Nothing matters except the time we have now and each other. Love. A force of attraction similar to gravity. Black holes, wormholes, laws of physics no longer apply. Infinity exists. Multiverse. But who/what created and why? God. He's done it. He's achieved nirvana. He's in the mainframe of the universe. It's all laid out right in front of us. We can see her bare bottom. On the table, he has placed it upon us. We get to gaze into the infinite wisdom and see the universe for the truth of what it is. This is like some filler shit they'd have in like a B movie for a villain. Like right before the villain commits some kind of horrible atrocity, they're like flipping through his sketchbook and it's like, oh, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? And then the next page is like burning bodies. What in the moonfall? This is some very moonfall shit. I'm surprised he didn't go into like mega structurist kind of shit. Exactly, yeah. Moon hollow, but why? Because infinite temperature, but apple. I don't think Logan's an idiot. I think he knows exactly what he's doing with this shit. I think he was hoping to get people talking by posting some lunacy. It didn't, I don't think it like really worked for him though. This didn't get like crazy engagement. He just kind of got laughed at, it seems. He's trying to get people to buy Prime. I know. I am curious if Logan Paul actually converts and gets people to buy the product. Because I feel like it's KSI that actually does all of the heavy lifting. I feel like every promotional piece Logan Paul does is laughable. Like, I feel like he actively deters from people taking it seriously. Meanwhile, KSI fucking crushes it. This looks cool. What the fuck is this?
Of all the galaxies in space.
God damn. This is some crazy production for a YouTube video. What the fuck? Have you seen porn? Yeah, I've heard of it before, yeah. What about this video brought that question up? Is that what you get out of aliens? Look at that shithole.
What we see around us is staggering.
Dumbass fucking space rock.
First, you need energy.
Uh-huh. Gamer energy.
But
fundamental to all life.
Well, planets are great.
How much do you think this was to make?
And our early Earth was almost...
Definitely more than like $100. Or maybe someone on Fiverr made it, to be fair. People on Fiverr are so fucking talented. I was looking at the artists on Fiverr the other day. Those people are crazy good.
Contain huge ocean.
Oh god. It's like a James Bond intro. This is so well made. Like, I feel like I'm smarter now for having watched this. God, that must have been miserable. Stupid idiots should have just waited till 2020. Dummies. Then they would have the internet and shit. That's only 12 light That's only 12 light years away. That's like a brisk walk. Fuck, the water got stuck. I wish we could just fucking find aliens already. Can you imagine if we found aliens, what that would do for our species? I really feel like finding aliens or aliens visiting us and making like a YouTube video or like a fucking Twitch live stream of saying like, hey, we're fucking aliens on your planet would be so good for us. I think they would hate us. No, I don't think... Why would they hate us? I mean, if they went on Twitter, they would, but we could just give them the best parts of us. No, what if there's no disease out in space, though? Like viruses, bacteria, and all that shit doesn't exist in space. No. There's no proof. We've never seen a virus in space. Is that a fact? I'm gonna look that up. Bacteria is... That would count as life, man. I don't think we found bacteria in space, have we? Let's see. Like Mars bacteria? Evidence for microbial life on Mars. Fossilized bacteria. Nope. So that's as close as we've gotten, it seems. Yeah, so chat's wrong. Like I said, we haven't discovered any bacteria or viruses out in space. Maybe they don't exist. Maybe it's only like really large-chested, beautiful space women out there. And also, if aliens visit us and they die to our viruses, who gives a fuck? We only need them for like a minute. Just to prove they exist. Then they can vaporize or whatever. It doesn't matter. God damn. Yeah, but if there is life in our solar system, they're just as dumb as we are. It means they haven't figured out faster than light travel yet. I wouldn't even want to meet them. Their IQ's probably low as fuck. How would we communicate with them? I don't know, man. The Rosetta Stone? I have no clue. Fucking Duolingo? You're asking the wrong guy.
We're gonna understand the implications of that.
Intelligent life probably isn't common, though. No, I bet it is. I bet they have some fucking bomb-ass battle royale video games in space.
Potential signs of habitability in their atmosphere. And here we are on the verge of finding that out.
That would be, it would be so fucking cool. Even just to see like a tiny bacteria somewhere out in space to know it's there. And then just kind of monitor it. Like a little pet out in space. Why is the music ramping up like this? Is it about to reveal the aliens are coming? Christ! No, tell them not to! Holy shit! We're going too deep! God, they nuked outer space! Fuck! Man, the universe is such a weird thing. Like, what a goofball, right? Like, just spontaneously combusting into creating, like, an entire fucking giant, like, unimaginably huge place. Like, it's crazy. How silly. See, this is exactly what I fucking proposed, which NASA's kind of doing. We send missiles of cum to space. We can see to other planets. We just need to find a way to keep the cum warm while it travels. Man, look at all this space out here behind the Big Bang. Who lives out here? Galactus? Man, the universe is such a fucking crazy concept. Just from nothing, from nowhere, there just was particles, and they just blew up one day or whatever. Crazy. The universe is cringe. Yeah. Universe is kind of posting cringe. We very well could be alone. Maybe our memes are too dank and they want nothing to do with us. It's anyone's guess. That'd be rough. These two sides would never get along with each other here. Oh, it'll absolutely take the form of Redditors. A whole planet of Redditors. Can you imagine the paradise, the utopia? That's the optimal form for life. This is where Yahoo Answers brings us. Yeah, if only we'd listen to Yahoo Answers, we could have civilizations like this. Now I feel very small in such a big world. And very small by Earth standards too, I suppose. Well done, Melody Sheep, that shit banged. Flat Earthers versus scientists. Can we trust science? Well, before even watching it, I'm gonna go ahead and answer that. Yes. If there's one thing in the world you can trust, it's probably going to be science. The fucking hot dog man or flat earthers probably aren't the most reliable source of shit you can trust, I would say. That's like trusting the guy who sells you laced weed behind the dumpster to trust him with your finances. Alright, now I'm ready for action. Let's see if we can truly trust science. It's been a question on my mind for a long time. I'd always debate who's more reliable, a flat earther who's sniffing their own farts and shitting in their diaper, or science. And it's really a toss-up.
Hey guys, my name is Dan Glatman. I work as Dan the Waterman in the drinking water filtration.
Earth was created by a higher power.
There's no way it's curved.
Discussion groups, panels, we've gone against opposition.
I have a sneaking suspicion all three of these are anti-vaxxers as well.
Earth is its own worst enemy.
Well, they say it in 14 of the document.
In fact, I'm sorry, Wendell, to step on your toes over there, because I know you're a cornucopia of great information and calorie crusading, but I have to know. Is there actual documents from NASA saying the Earth is flat? What?
They have individual...
That's absolutely not true, Jim. I wouldn't lie.
I used to make fun of flat earthers. I thought it was all just a bunch of bullshit until today. Today I found two very convincing videos that grabbed me by the dick and led me towards the light. Evidence so compelling it's opened my third eye. I'm going to share the videos with you, and I trust that you will also now become part of the flat earth cult as a result of watching these videos. This shit's powerful.
Hi, flat earthers. Y'all know me, right? I am here just to tell you something. I want you to stay flat. Because if you don't, then the next generation is gonna suffer. Eh? Remember, flat.
When I saw jolly old Saint Nick preaching the good word of flat earth theory, I knew maybe this wasn't bullshit. Maybe there was something more to this. There's only two people I trust, and it's Santa Claus and Logan Paul. Both of them believe in flat earth. Maybe there's something to this. It's like the old Christmas jingle goes. Santa Claus, he'll fuck your bitch. Miss Saint Nick can suck a dick. Milk and cookies, fuck that shit. Leave him flat earth and a bottle of piss. Not a bad freestyle. What I'm saying is, fucking Santa Claus knows what's up. And if Santa Claus believes in flat earth, maybe I should too. So I started watching videos from the experts in the community, and then I finally found one that puts NASA to shame. Evidence that's indisputable, extremely compelling evidence, and I'm going to share it with you now.
Don't worry though, there is a way to scientifically prove that the Earth is flat, and it's a pretty simple experiment. I'll explain with the Lego Earth. Here we have a small flat Earth.
I think that's about all we need to see here. Checkmate, round earth sheep. Was that a little too much for your little reptile brains to comprehend? When the Lego set comes out, that's when you know shit's getting serious and scientific. I remember when Isaac Newton first proved gravity's existence using his Lego set and the world was blown away. And now this pioneer is doing the same, proving flat earth is true.
BenderForest.com.
It was actually this video right here that convinced me without a shadow of a doubt that the earth is flat. Now, the symbolism here and the little nuance of the video game he's created might go over your head if you're some primitive round earther, but if you've opened your eyes, if you're a euphoric being like myself, who can see that the world is obviously flat, you would understand what the creator is trying to say here. He's like a fucking Mozart here, playing this beautiful symphony of truth with flat earth. You have to be injecting heroin to think the world is round and is spherical. It's the stupidest thing in the world. You have to be out of your mind, literally, to think that the world is round. Now, if you go into the comments section, some blasphemer was saying that the world is absolutely round, but luckily, this brave hero was able to disprove him with some just downright straight fucking facts. just laying down a butt-fucking of facts into this man's butt-fuck hole. And with a name like Unbelievable Productions, you knew you didn't stand a chance in a debate against him. He will unbelievably butt-fuck you, especially with his production value like this. Now, let's get serious for a moment. Yeah, Flat Earth is a big fucking joke. The content they produce on YouTube is some of my favorite because there's shit like this and it's always super enjoyable to laugh at. But I do think the movement as a whole, which is somehow gaining steam, is super dangerous. Thinking the Earth is flat, that's fine if you want to be some type of fucking troglodyte. I don't care if you believe that. But it's the idea that science is wrong and denying science where I get upset, and that's what's genuinely detrimental to society. Anti-vax and flat earth, they're basically the same thing, but for some reason they hate each other and think the other one is fucking dumb. But they're the same. They're born from the same idea that science is wrong and hurting us. And that's dangerous because these fucking idiots can't recognize that science is the only reason they're even alive today. Because half of these goddamn idiots would have already died fucking choking on a rock they ate because they thought it looked appetizing, or bathing in sewage and getting an infection. Perhaps eating a block of plutonium because it smelt nice. These people would be dead without science. And yet for some reason they're the first to turn around and bash it and say it's wrong and a lie. Logan Paul, I don't think believes flat earth. I'm 100% certain he's just there to capitalize on the money there, sell some maverick flat earth merch to them, because these fucking idiots have so much disposable income that they seem to just want to get rid of all of their money, tossing it at lunatics building rockets in their backyard. So Logan Paul's smart to get into that market, and I don't think many of the people in the Flat Earth Society actually believe it. Like I said, I think they're just there to capitalize on all the disposable income they all seem to have. And you know what, that's completely fine by me. If you want to take money from these Tide Pod eating douchebags that are just too fucking dumb, I don't really mind, because they genuinely are promoting a dangerous idea to the impressionable children that science is evil and always lying to you. Don't believe science, just believe us. It's this weird indoctrination shit, a very strange cult. But yeah, anyway, what I wanted to really talk about today was the beautiful content they produce. And I really hope they do keep making these, because I watch them pretty often. And I wanted to make this today because the big news about Logan Paul being a flat earther and the flat earth movement is really growing again. I'm seeing a lot of posts on Facebook from dumb friends of mine in the past like, here's the truth, removing anyone that doesn't believe, bless up, 100 emoji. Just shit like that. But keep up the great content, flat earthers. It's always nice to laugh at. And good shit. So yeah. Flat Earthers, it's low-hanging fruit. It's by far the easiest group to criticize, insult, poke fun at, etc. There's really nothing to be proud of. You're not a big man for doing it or anything, but I'm still going to do just that because I find the Flat Earthers to be the most fascinating and entertaining group of Cro-Magnon that are currently stumbling through this planet of ours. And today I just so happen to be watching a BuzzFeed video. I know it's almost as bad as believing in Flat Earth itself just by watching BuzzFeed, but this was beautiful because it was a collision of two worlds here. Flat Earth and BuzzFeed, some of the worst shit there is. And it was great because they have a staff member who believes in Flat Earth and went about why he believes in it and such, and talks about the science behind it. I'm putting science in quotes because it's just kind of like I bang two rocks together and I believe it's flat. But anyway, Ned Flanders here from BuzzFeed's gonna take us through the Flat Earth basics. Take it away, diddly doodle. This whole video screams satire, but the problem is they commit way too hard to the role, and it makes it very hard to discern whether or not it should be taken seriously. Based on what I've learned about BuzzFeed Blue, and more in particular the cast here and the purpose, it was meant to just be an over-the-top, entertaining, but still thought-provoking piece that tries to convince you that the Earth is flat. I really am not 100% sure, but A, it's not entertaining. The humor just comes because this guy's wearing a fake mustache and doing exaggerated facial expressions. Wow, that's fucking clever. And B, they focus very hard on what flat earthers actually believe in an attempt to convince you it could be flat, so it's just super fucking hard to know for sure if it's satire or not. I'm going to treat it as though it's not satire because it's just not even well done if it is. I've ever seen, they all use children's toys to show that the Earth is flat and convince you that it's flat. So at least they can understand their audience that it's just a bunch of 6-year-old brains inside the body of greasy men and unattractive women. Level experiment, or at least as far as BuzzFeed was willing to research into it. I like how he drew a little penis there to represent the man looking through the telescope, but it's a shitty experiment that was immediately debunked even during its time. The reason you could see the boat from one end to the other is due to atmospheric refraction. A man named Wallace actually set up discs along the same canal and showed that the middle disc is higher than the other discs because of the curvature. Usually I wouldn't even bother talking about how it was debunked, but because of all these soft micro penis in hand flat earthers using the Bedford Level experiment to become a flat earther, I thought it was at least necessary. And it's fucking laughable because it shows they did no research of their own. And it'd be as if a man turns to Scientology because he watched an episode of Gurren Lagann. It's just fucking dumb. There's almost 5 of us now. Look at these super successful intellectuals that are famous because of how smart. Seeing it made out of Play-Doh here looking like a fucking 3rd grade art project, I'm a believer. It's not crazy at all. I feel like I was crazy to ever even believe science and logic. Well, shucks, now I gotta fit in with the flat earthers. I'm gonna have to start denying climate change and having sex with my old yet asshole. Gravity is a fucking fib. The universe, the sun, everything bends and moves around the earth because the earth is the protagonist of the universe's manga. Open your fucking eyes, you goddamn troglodytes. The front, it's like a fucking NASCAR race and we're just the pit crew on board. Yeehaw! Can I get a hoo-wee? Photographs are easily faked. Absolute genius.
Listen, global warming is gonna melt away that ice wall.
Global warming? You're not coming into the Flat Earth Society anymore, bud. We're rescinding that invitation. But yeah, thanks BuzzFeed for the eye-opening material, honestly. Really great shit. Earth is flat. Globe Earthers, I can't... You sheep. Stop believing the government's chemtrails. That's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. Today I saw a video that really salted my rectal flaps. It's from a flat earther as he harasses a NASA employee at a Starbucks, and it's truly just infuriating. I'm not gonna go into depth about how stupid flat earthing is, so I'll just sum it up by saying to anyone who truly believes the earth is flat, you're wrong. It's not an opinion, it's genuinely just you're wrong. Also, I'm sorry in advance that this troglodyte filmed this vertically. I guess flat earthers also don't believe in horizontal videos. Those must just be a scam from government reptilian humanoid officials. But anyway, let's dive in.
Pardon me? Alright guys, I'm here with a real NASA employee. Legit NASA employee.
So here's our protagonist. I didn't mean to pause it during a shaky cam screen, that's my apologies there. I know this looks like one of the fucking photographs from the Ring movies, but for how stupid this man's actions are from this point forward, I think it'd even be better if he had blurred his own face out.
And I asked him, I said, astronauts have almost died in space. They got water in their suit and they almost drowned. And he said it was because of saliva.
I'm gonna get this out of the way. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about here. I don't know about astronauts drowning in space, except maybe drowning in pussy when they get back from space. That makes sense to me. But as far as this man's lunacy is concerned, I don't know what the fuck he's going on about. I also don't see why this topic is the smoking gun for flat earthers. Astronauts have a dangerous job. We knew it. The Earth is flat. Also, this badly bearded biker-looking dude is the founder of an official Flat Earth Talk panel and website or something, and they were really excited that he ran into a real NASA employee in the video description.
This guy right here, hold on, I'm gonna wait for him to get at the front of the line. And then I'm gonna ask him some more questions. There's a real NASA employee right here.
Just wanted to point out this badly shaven beard here. This is a weak beard game. It looks like a hairy toilet seat. If you do this with your beard, stop. I know why he's doing this. He wants to make it look like he has a stronger jawline than he has, and it doesn't even look like he has a jawline, judging from this angle. It looks like his neck is trying to eat his cheeks, and with the way his beard is shaven, it looks like armpits. If I didn't see his nose, I would be 100% convinced I'm looking at a close-up of an armpit.
Hey, my man, sir. Just the spacewalk. He won't talk to me, sir.
Now this mongoloid is starting to attract attention to himself. The other customers have now been made aware of his presence, and unfortunately for them, they're in for quite the shit show coming up.
Look, he was all nice. He gave me NASA cartoon friggin' emblems.
That is a sticker, you stupid, soggy scrotum of a man. It is a fucking sticker. It's not a cartoon thingy emblem, it is a sticker.
Now he won't talk to me. He won't talk to me at all. Sir, just tell him why they almost drowned in space. Please.
Have a nice day, okay?
Come on, you won't even chat with me?
Nope.
You hate Americans? Is that it?
Excuse me?
Yeah?
How the hell did you get that?
Don't ever accuse me of that again.
Well, hey, I'm just curious. If you want to chat with me and answer my question.
Now this fucking degenerate makes his move and starts harassing the NASA employee and then accuses him of hating Americans because by not answering one lunatic's stupid questions it means you hate all of America. I guess at no point in this man's underdeveloped brain did he happen to think, you know, maybe it's a little uncomfortable for him to answer a question on camera while I'm being a dick to him.
I don't have to chat with you.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Step
true.
over there, okay? I'm done.
You're not the boss of me, bro. I'll leave because you asked me to. It's fine. But this NASA's a fraud, bro. All right. They lie. They lie about everything. That's cool. I was just trying to ask questions.
I love that line from the Lord of Greece and Ignorance. You're not the boss of me, bro. It's like a fucking toddler who just got told the Power Rangers aren't a real crime-fighting organization. It's amazing, and he says this right after he was demanding answers from the NASA employee. It's just, holy shit, amazing.
Yeah. Well, I just got kicked out of Starbucks for asking NASA employee questions because he's lying. He's a blatant liar.
You didn't get kicked out because you were asking questions, dipshit. You got kicked out because you were harassing him and being a general fucking inconvenience to everyone around you. When you go into a room, you bring everyone's mood down. You sweat incompetence, and people can smell that and they don't like it. I'm all for letting people believe whatever they want to believe, but when you're gonna be this big of an asshole about it and try to actively go against scientific evidence, then I take an issue with it. Not gonna play any more of the video because it's just him outside saying he got kicked out for trying to uncover the truth, NASA's a fraud, everyone's being lied to. Basically just the same shit over and over again. I don't think I'll ever truly understand why all of a sudden people in our society go against science, like the anti-vaccination crowd, or also police agencies who say their drug whisperers are more reliable than proven science. It just doesn't make any sense to me. These people really just aren't smart enough to realize that everything in their lives right now is the product of science. Half of those people probably wouldn't be alive today. If they were born 100 years ago, they would have already been killed off by something like measles or perhaps an infection that they couldn't cure because they didn't have antibiotics. No one can really understand that concept. I just don't get it. I'll never understand it. But yeah, anyway, condoms off for that NASA employee for putting up with this bullshit and not throwing hands with this dude. And yeah, that's it. See ya. Well, my friends, the time is upon us. The drama train has finally reached its last stop. Give yourself a pat on the ass. You deserve it for sticking it out through this bumpy ride. Last night, around midnight, we received the season finale, the conclusion to the Nintendo/Panda Cup/Smash World Tour drama. Alan finally released his side of this situation, his account of everything that happened. He dropped a 31-page statement going over everything from his point of view. I went over all of it on stream, and I'm going to show you all of that. I did it all piece by piece. But right in the beginning of the video, I want to get a couple things out of the way. First of all, I called this verbatim what his tweet would say. And I know this may seem juvenile and vain, but god damn it, I think there needs to be credit where credit is due. I pinned the tail on this donkey and I nailed this prediction. Do I think there'll be an apology video? No. I don't know Alan super well. My guess though, based on this behavior, he's going to come out with something like the truth, or it's time you know what really happened. And then Alan's statement, the truth. Of course, you could make the argument that this was easy to predict since a lot of drama response videos and tweets start with like the truth or something, but it doesn't matter. I don't care. I still called it correctly, so we need to appreciate that fact. Now, on to important stuff. Alan's statement is more he said, she said. Most of everything that's happened with this drama is hearsay. From all sides of this situation, Nintendo saying, no, we said this verbally, but Smash World Tour saying, no, you didn't say that verbally. In fact, you said the opposite verbally. It's just all across the board. It's a lot of people saying, they said this, no, they said that. However, Smash World Tour is so far the only source that has provided concrete evidence, like receipts. They published some receipts today in response to Alan's statement. So, like I said, Alan's statement is mainly more he said, she said, but in the very beginning of his statement, he gets a little conspiratorial and makes an extremely bold claim that the Smash World Tour was a gambit that they may have never even had the intention of completing in the first place. They may never have even wanted to have the championship unfold. And he makes the statement that the hotel that it was supposed to take place at was never even booked. It never existed. That whole block never existed. This is unequivocally false. it was proven wrong almost immediately. It is either a blatant malicious lie or he is severely misinformed. Not only was it proven wrong by the community, you can go on Marriott.com and still see that you can book a reservation for that event, for the Smash World Tour fans and friends at the Marriott. And if that wasn't enough proof, Smash World Tour today, in a response to Alan, posted their most recent invoice from booking that event. So this statement from Alan is completely wrong. For me personally, that was a giant red flag that immediately cast doubt on his reliability as a truthful narrator for his perspective here. Of course, this could have been somehow just a big mistake on his part, but with something of this magnitude, that's a very large mistake to make because he hung a lot of his belief on the fact that the Smash World Tour was a gambit and then used that kind of statement as like a gotcha, like a smoking gun. No, it was never even booked when it was. There is another head-scratching moment in this document where he claims to not know who LD is, one of the key people behind Beyond the Summit, an organization that he mentions multiple times in this document as like, you know, complimenting them on their importance, and yet somehow he doesn't know who LD is. He made a statement saying, I don't know who this guy is, but he's going around saying some shit and I don't even know who the fuck it is, when he is literally one of the biggest figures in the Smash tournament organizer scene. Like, it's very hard to believe that Alan, despite the communication he's had with BTS and despite how much he seems to know about them, would have no idea who LD is. Very, very weird stuff. But again, I went through each one of these lines. I went sentence to sentence with a fine-tuned comb to get like the entire story, the entire situation, and go through all of it to get all sides. So you'll see all of that. I just want to get like this brief overview here because this is just a lot of information to take in. I do also want to mention that Smash World Tour, in their response to Alan today, posted a screenshot of the email communication they had between Nintendo, which showed them declining their licensing for 2022 and 2023, which they didn't even apply for 2023, by the way. And after their verbal communications with Nintendo, where they said the time is over, it is very clear now, with that evidence being posted, why the Smash World Tour was canceled. This is something Nintendo's done before with Big House, where Big House was told by Nintendo you probably shouldn't go through with this. They decided to go through with it anyway. Then they got formally cease and desisted right before the event took place. What happened here is very much the same. Nintendo strongly implied that they shouldn't go through with the Smash World Tour considering they weren't getting a license. They said verbally that the time of unlicensed events is a time that's gone now. So after they got declined, they naturally believed that they shouldn't go through with it or else they'll have what happened with Big House happen to them. And Nintendo is not a company you want to get into a litigious battle with or anything, so they made the decision that it needs to be canceled because Nintendo is implying heavily that it needs to be canceled. So that evidence is now posted on the Smash World Tour's response, so it's another important piece to this puzzle. And there's one more thing I want to mention before really diving in. I think it's important to mention that immediately after publicizing this and everyone having the chance to read it, there were like 10 or 15 tournament organizers in the Smash scene that have been around for decades and they're very well respected that all came out to talk about how negative their experience with Alan has been over the years, and corroborating a lot of the claims that Smash World Tour made about him, as well as claims made by BTS about Alan. And these are tournament organizers that weren't even associated with this drama in the slightest. In fact, one of them was even praised by Alan in his statement, but then they came out and said, well, that's weird because we had a terrible experience with you, and then listed all the problems they had with Alan. These were people that weren't named and shamed by Alan. They weren't forced to respond or defend themselves. These were people in the scene that have had an experience with Alan that they wanted to talk about publicly and call him out for his bad behavior, and they called his statement manipulative or even just straight up wrong or lying. And it was a lot of people all going against Alan and corroborating the claims made by Smash World Tour and BTS. Now again, it is all hearsay. There was no hard evidence or anything like that. It was just an overwhelming amount of tournament organizers that have been in the scene for decades that are all saying the same thing about Alan. Meanwhile, on Alan's side of things, it's only him. I have yet to see even a single person come out and try and verify anything Alan has said or corroborate any of his points. It is just him. Now, whether or not that has any weight is entirely up to you. For me personally, I think with the overwhelming amount of support for Smash World Tour and BTS claims, as well as saying a lot of what they've said, and these, keep in mind, these are unassociated tournament organizers. They don't work for BTS, they don't work for VGBC or anything like that. Yet they still are giving their first-hand accounts with Alan, and they're all very much similar. Like, they're echoing the same things. To me, that carries a lot of weight because those are very well-respected figures in the scene. And they are just blowing the lid wide open here, letting the genie out of the lamp and giving their full, unfiltered opinion on Alan and his behavior from what they've experienced. Alan doesn't have that kind of support. There's no one that's saying those things for him. He is the only one that is saying the things he is. No one else is backing him up. Whether or not that's because they're afraid of public backlash is very possible. That could be an explanation. But there's really no telling. The support on the other side of things is just hard to ignore. I am no longer the CEO of Panda, and I will no longer be a part of the Smash community. I do not wish to return. Community deserves the truth, and I'm not afraid to call out names I have to. The private information of myself and members of Panda have been leaked online. This has gone too far. If there's anyone who is interested in purchasing my shares of Panda, please reach out to the company. Divesting is a complex process that takes time. Okay. So he wants to fully step away from the community after everything here, and he's about to drop the hottest potato the community's ever seen with names as well. For a quick summary, the actual truth, here is a message of notes I took during a conversation with a TO on April 14th, 2022. Ken said that you said you'd kill everyone who doesn't work with you. Is that true? Yeah, so it turns out Ken is spreading shit. To the point that blank even asked blank, how do you really feel about Panda? Do you have any hesitations? To which blank said he has none, blank. Redacted. This is like a CIA document. Everything's fucking redacted. Right away, though, he mentions that BTS and Smash World Tour feel threatened by them. It feels like the opposite. What are you talking about? The whole community was celebrating Panda working with Nintendo, including the other orgs. I don't really know where that's coming from. The Smash community has always been very symbiotic, where when one org is thriving, every org is thriving. Like, they all work together in the same bundle of success. It's not really like, oh man, Panda's doing well, now we're fucking threatened because now our shit's gonna be bad. Like, if Panda's doing well, it means now there's more interest, and that is good for the other events too, and it's always felt that way. Maybe it was different behind the scenes with Alan. I don't really know. It's super hard to decipher this mess right here. But the impression I've always got is every tournament organizer likes when other tournaments are successful because it's mutually beneficial to everyone. Yeah, all of this right here, that's a fine thing to mention. The harassment, all that shit is always terrible. That's an absolutely horrible thing that happens during situations like this, 100%. The Smash World Tour was the perfect gambit for VGBC. Information came to us from an anonymous source all the way back in 2020. VGBC was feeling pushed out of the community from losing so much ground to BTS, they wanted something of their own and came up with the Smash World Tour gambit. He's treating this like he's Lelouch from Code Geass. What do you mean, a gambit? And losing ground to BTS? It's not a competition. Again, everything I've ever seen from the Smash community orgs is everything's grassroots. Well, it was. So when one thing's succeeding, it helps everything else succeed around them. It's always beneficial. Like, I don't think people are vying for territory or anything like that. I don't know why he's calling it like a gambit. Smash World Tour doesn't get shut down. VGBC gets their own circuit without the years of negotiation with Nintendo, which they were trying their absolute best to do and were in communication with them for a long, long time, doing everything they could. It's not like they just wanted to go behind their back. Smash World Tour uses the threat of social media backlash against Nintendo to pressure Nintendo into giving them a license, which they didn't do until they had already been declined a license. Like, they didn't pressure Nintendo into giving them a license, they did this to explain why they were shutting down, why they had to shut down. It wasn't leverage to try and get Nintendo to give them a license. Like, it wasn't trying to mount pressure to get them to release the Krabby Patty secret formula to them. It was, we're shutting down and here's why. I want to come in here real quick and further clarify on this point, because I see a lot of people hung up on this as a possible explanation for how things got so shitty about VGBC trying to make a big hoopla publicly in order to force Nintendo to give them a license. And I just think that you're not really going through the situation properly. the information all came out after they were declined, not only for 2022, but 2023. So no matter how much public backlash Nintendo would have faced from VGBC's statement with the Smash World Tour being canceled, it would have never resulted in them getting a license. Like, if they had done this months ago, like if for some reason VGBC and the Smash World Tour were like, hey, Nintendo's being real douchebags right now, they're flopping around their meat and, trying to scare us because they still haven't given us our license, it's been radio silence, can we get a hashtag Nintendo answer SWT? Then I would totally agree that they were trying to strong-arm Nintendo into giving them a license through public outrage and backlash. But the fact that all of this happened after they were declined for this year and next year, it just doesn't really make sense because it could have never resulted in them getting a license because it's already been decided that they're rejected. Smash World Tour gets shut down by Nintendo, and now VGBC is the martyr of the community due to Nintendo. Then the community will rally behind their other events to support them. Which they didn't need, the community already supported them. I don't know how he came up with such a weird view of the scene. Now, maybe things are different behind closed doors, I guess, but they had tons of support. Their YouTube channel was doing nothing but growing. Their events had huge viewership. Like, it's not like they needed this. In fact, this is very bad for them. They lost a lot of money on it and a lot of eyes. I've recently been informed the main hotel in San Antonio listed in the Smash World Tour Discord did not have any pre-existing block or any expectation of large groups this week, and there was no block canceled. It simply never existed. That was debunked by 2 people on Twitter already. Well, that was fucking quick. Let me see. Because I already can tell you right now, we at Moist Esports had paid for travel to that area. Like, that was a thing. Where can I find that being debunked? So it'd be quite shocking to realize that that was never happening in the first place. I don't know about the rest of the statement's legitimacy, but to claim the event was never going to happen because no hotel block is ridiculous. People were given stipends/flights for the event prior to its cancellation, plus the TPC venue was booked that weekend. Bear Dog Events LLC, DBA Smash World Tour, money receipt. Okay. This was quite the Allen gambit of lying here with this statement. The rest could be true. We'll still keep reading, but that was quickly debunked. That was a pretty bold one to make a claim on without being 100% sure because it's easily provable if it was booked or not. I don't know why he'd try and work that angle if it's not real. It was like 10 or 15 minutes later where I was made aware that you can still find the booking on Marriott. I already posted this information at the start of the video. I just wanted to give you everything as I went through it in real time on stream last night. But yeah, and Smash World Tour also posted screenshots of the invoice and everything. The hotel, all of it was booked. It was planning on going down. That claim from Alan is, without a shadow of a doubt, wrong. Whether or not it was wrong on purpose, like maliciously trying to mislead people or not, that's still up in the air. We don't know. Or he could have just been completely misinformed by somebody and then recklessly posted that statement in his official document. This right here is a fine thing to state, like, if they were confused by mixed messages, why didn't they email back? But they weren't confused by mixed messages. According to the Smash World Tour tournament organizers, they were told that the time of unlicensed events is behind them, and then the night before Thanksgiving said they got their email that they are not going to be licensed for this event. So connecting those dots, which anyone would do, is basically saying, you can't really do this anymore. Since they were told verbally that that time is gone and then they didn't get their license, the natural conclusion someone would draw is, we can't do this. And Nintendo is not a company you want to go into a legal battle with. So I could absolutely understand where that would come from. If there was confusion, I'm sure they would have emailed back, but there wasn't because they were told verbally one thing and then received that the rejection of a license. So I don't even think there was confusion. It was pretty put in stone. But this wasn't a claim they made. They weren't saying that he sabotaged them or got them shut down. Just that his actions of strong-arming the community with threats against, like, BTS with their relationship with Nintendo made the entire scene difficult. This is talking about moving around the scheduling around BTS and Smash World Tour and, like, booking over each other and having to be flexible with dates. I also don't really get this one. Smash World Tour leadership stood to gain the most out of anyone. How? They lost their biggest event. And not only that, they lost any chance of having like a Nintendo relationship because of how incendiary this whole situation has been. It was a net loss for everyone. Legitimately everyone. I don't know what he thinks they gain out of this. Like, community goodwill, they already had that. More eyes on their future events, they already had that. Like, people just watch the events regardless. I don't know why he thinks they gained anything. It's just a full net loss. It's just a bad thing all around. I don't know where he gets this view of like them wanting community dominance. Like, I don't think they've ever shown anything like that. They're more than willing to like let tournaments run however they want to run. Join the Panda Cup, don't join the Panda Cup, whatever. But like with Panda, there was the exclusivity to it where they wanted everything to be exclusive. They wanted all the broadcasting rights. That sounds more like community dominance as opposed to VGBC's events being like, yeah, you guys can do whatever you want. VGBC doesn't even charge you to watch party their events. Ken posted receipts. I've had a feeling he would. I have a feeling there's going to be a flood of receipts coming out after this. Yeah, this was the final act of this play here. There is a lot happening all at once. Sidebar, I've been told that someone named LD is claiming I said things. I don't know who LD is, nor do I care. As far as I'm aware, I've never talked to them, never seen them, and never met them in my life. LD is one of the actual biggest people at Beyond the Summit, like a founder. You know him. You would have had to know him, especially since you've already been talking about Beyond the Summit. I don't know why he's making these easily provable false claims, such as the hotel never being booked or whatever. Yeah, I'll double check. I'm pretty sure LD is one of the founders of Beyond the Summit. Like, been in the scene forever. So if you just go to like very base level, like if you just want like base level, not even digging too deep, going to Beyond the Summit, founded March 2012, key people are David LD and David Gods. Like, they've been there the whole time. And you've been talking about Beyond the Summit and talking to Beyond the Summit, as you've mentioned in your statement. Thus, you know LD. I don't know who Liquipedia is. I've never met Liquipedia. That's such a weird claim to make. Here's the background on my two whole personal interactions this year with BTS, or more specifically with one of the most unsavory individuals I've ever had the displeasure of interacting with, Ken Chen, aka Hotbid. Ken is also the one that just dropped the fattest load of receipts on Twitter a moment ago. At least it looks like it at a glance. Voice crack, at a glance. He's got like 7 tweets that he queued up here after reading this. BTS is a pillar of the community and sets new standards for high quality productions in Smash all the time. Yet you don't know one of the founders, like one of the key people. I thought this was going to be a screenshot of Ken looking terrible here, like of him looking really unreasonable and mean. It just looks like really to the point stuff like, no, that's great. Happy to talk to them. I figured he'd look for like a screenshot that makes Ken look terrible in their conversation. But he just showed a very normal conversation here. This is talking about the broadcasting rights. So it looks like the Beyond the Summit people weren't replying to Alan, not wanting to talk to him or work to him, so he's showing the screenshots to show that they weren't receptive to his communication and attempt to work together. Which is a fair thing to show. They didn't like Alan, Alan didn't like them. Looks like Alan kept trying to reach out to make some partnership happen that BTS wasn't interested in. He yelled, "Let it happen. Let the can of worms open." Ken was willing to jeopardize the entire Smash community with reckless abandon. And it would have happened had I not figured out how to stop the escalation without him. This is reading like an actual soap opera plot. Now on stream, I didn't read this line by line of his character takedown of Ken. He made an entire section all about how much he dislikes Ken, calling him extremely unprofessional, talking about times where Ken was yelling at him and saying all kinds of like wild over-the-top shit. I didn't read any of that out loud, but he focused very much on personally going after Ken, calling him just a terrible person to work with and all kinds of horrible things, which is very shocking for the whole community to hear because Ken has an unreal reputation. Like, squeaky clean people love Kin, not only in Smash, but in Dota as well, as I understand it. So this was one of those things that was a big shocker to the community, so a lot of people focused on that. Outside of Alan's statement, there was a lot of TOs that came out and said, wow, this makes no sense because I've worked with Kin for years and he's been nothing but amazing. I show this tweet on stream, but I'll just mention it briefly now. There was also a tweet that talked about a situation where an organization was trying to work with Kin, but the whole deal fell through and it got really sour between them with like a business thing. But they pointed out that Kin at no point raised his voice and was actually cordial through the entire thing and extremely polite, forgiving, and they ended up working together later on down the road because of how professional Kin was. His professionalism was legendary, so much so that even with all the business things falling apart between the two orgs, Kin was able to just stand out and still make things happen because of him just being such a good guy. So everyone came to bat for Kin, even though Alan had wrote like 6 paragraphs detailing a horrible, horrible character assassination of him. Alan is the only one that has anything negative to say about Kin, which is a little odd. Here's me talking to Alan about how running to Nintendo and banging on doors about the broadcast rights is potentially an existential threat to the entire scene. Oh, this is actually the continuation from one of the screenshots Alan posted, because this is still talking about broadcasting rights in the gray area. Where are we coming in here? I hope they don't. That'd be pretty catastrophic for every single event. I don't know what they're thinking right now, but yeah, def could get rough in some situations. I hope not. So this is him acknowledging the Nintendo broadcasting debacle that was briefly talked about in Alan's statement. Jesus, this is so much back and forth, people taking notes and talking to each other here. In that call, Alan threatened BTS multiple times. I reported the threats as the call was happening directly after to LD. My boss at the time, LD was not on the call, but was there as I typed a transcript of it on Slack. Here's a screenshot of me doing so. Dude, Alan's on the call legit threatening me about 2023. What the fuck? To be clear, I did not yell or explode at Alan. Of course, there's no way to prove one way or the other. He may have, he may not have. There's no way of telling. There's no hard proof on either side. Panda themselves issued a statement saying they regret Alan threatening BTS, yet he completely denies it happens here. I don't accept your apology because even here you don't actually apologize. You even say accept Kin and only admit the conversation was perceived wrong. That is a fair point. In Panda's official statement, they acknowledged what Alan did and why it was bad. Well, not why it was bad. They acknowledged Alan did threaten BTS, but it looks like Alan's saying that didn't happen and he doesn't even know who LD is, which is a weird angle to play. I have not been publicly and privately turning people against Panda for months. I've simply been telling the honest story of what happened, which was threats and bullying by Panda, his own org. Threats and bullying that Panda, his own org, admitted to happening. I will say that since there's no like verbal proof either side's going to have here, I don't think any of them secretly recorded the call. Taking notes of what happened on either side is completely unreliable evidence, because let's say I'm in an argument with someone or I'm talking to someone I really don't like, I could easily just be like, I'll just type some fucking notes right now about shit that's not happening in order to use this later if I ever need to. Because there's no way you can ever fully disprove it since it's just a verbal communication. You can literally type anything. Like, you can't put a lot of stock in, I took these notes during the conversation as they happened. On Kin's side or Alan's side, neither one of them really has a whole lot of stock in it. Like, because again, you can just type anything if you just don't like the guy. Like, it's not real evidence. They would need like an unbiased third party to take those notes, yeah. You would literally need a witness there to transcribe it accurately. But even Panda says Alan tried to bully the other org. No, that is confirmed by Panda as well as multiple sources. Like, that has confirmation. What I'm saying is, like, the note-taking of live conversations isn't evidence. Here's us predicting this drama and situation happening in March, which is why I didn't speak out earlier about this whole thing. I didn't want the entire community and Pandas and org to suffer. It sounds like he is so desperate that he's trying to get Nintendo to bully TOs into working with Panda. Yeah, I don't think that can even happen, though. And yeah, response is definitely a massive PR response, which gets the entire community to say fuck Panda and fuck Nintendo. Because Nintendo does actually care about public backlash, and this would be basically Evo, and this would be basically Evo 2.0. The biggest public backlash in history would be shutting down every major TO's ability to sell sponsors and broadcast rights. Yeah, it's the death of the competitive stream Smash. This is them talking about, like, this could happen with the way Alan was behaving, I suppose. This is just hearsay. Yeah, so far Alan submitted no proof. The only proof he's had is that BTS didn't respond to him, but both sides are acknowledging that their conversations together were not productive and they were not friendly. They were not good conversations. So it makes sense BTS wouldn't respond to Alan going forward. That's not really showing me anything. Their unwillingness to work with him. That actually tracks. That sounds about par for the course. Okay, so he's saying that this was a misunderstanding about strong arming and threats, I guess, by extension. That he was excited to talk about it and maybe didn't convey it properly. Which I guess? But Panda said that they were aware of a way that Alan conducted himself that was unprofessional and not good. That doesn't sound like a misunderstanding. If it was a misunderstanding, I feel like Panda would have been much more on that train of, no, Alan never meant anything by this, it was a misunderstanding. I feel like they would have defended that as opposed to just run with it. Like, yeah, we know Alan did something bad. And then, like, be dismissive. But they acknowledged it, right? But if it was a misunderstanding, I feel like they would have just said, like, no, this was a misunderstanding. I guess maybe at that point, like, the Panda PR team wasn't talking with Alan, so I'm trying to give, like, a really charitable interpretation of it, because he's saying something very different than what Panda themselves was saying with that. I would be very inclined to believe this statement. We get 10% of a much bigger pie, we don't want the full pie. If he wasn't asking for exclusivity, though, right? He still hasn't explained why it was exclusive because it's redacted information in here. I guess that's like a super secret thing. But there'd have to be like a really good reason for it to be exclusive because that's like the exact opposite of we don't want the full pie. Big question we get all the time is what is Nintendo providing that makes the partnership worth it? I don't even care what he says going forward. What are they providing? Fucking nothing. Them just being there in an official capacity is more than they've ever done, and it takes a big headache away of like, will this get shut down by Nintendo? Maybe they do more than that, but all they need to do is just like sign off on it. Like that's all they've ever had to do is just sign off on it, and if they like it, man, maybe even put like some money and like prizes behind it or some shit. I hope he addresses their reasoning of not giving the Smash World Tour license being health and safety related. I'd really like more insight on why that decision would be getting made, but I guess Alan might not be the one to clarify it. So in his closing remarks, I think there is a very real possibility that at some point along this journey, Alan really did want to do a good thing for the community, but just didn't execute it very well, and it came across as more pushy and shady, a bit sketchy, and could even be construed as being threatening. That's the impression that I get. All the TOs seem to think that Alan has never really had the community's best interest at heart, but again, this is all hearsay. I do think there is a possibility that Alan did at some point want this to be a net positive for the whole community, but went about it in a poor way, and it ended up being a overall bad thing that eventually landed us in this situation. But I still think the party most at fault is Nintendo, obviously. If Nintendo had just been more willing to work with the entire community over the last fucking decade or so, we would have never been in a position like this. If they were just more willing to actually get involved in this scene and just at least give their official blessings to other organizations running their tournaments, this would have never been something that even unfolded. There wouldn't have been like some kind of power trip or greed in this regard. I'm sure greed would have always been present some way, but in some way or another, but it would have been a lot more conducive to a healthy tournament environment. So I still think Nintendo is the biggest party at fault here, but of course, absolutely things with Alan must have gone very awry. Talking about how lit the finale would have been. Would have had arcade games, a carnival section, blackjack, hookers, gotcha machines, and crane games. God damn. And completely free. Woof. They gained the destruction of one of their competitors. I think everyone still has this really bastardized idea of how this ecosystem has worked, at least as I understand it. Even in Alan's statement, he's talking about how he always wanted to symbiotically work with the community. That's been the norm in the Smash scene. Since it's all grassroots, everyone succeeds together or they all fail together. Like it's not... I've never seen them viewing each other as competition where they want others to fail. Because it helps them when they don't fail. Like when Panda was doing well, VGBC was doing well. BTS was doing well. When one of them was struggling, the other two then start struggling. Like they all needed to work together. It was always ride or die. I think the most important thing, like, again, all of this is hearsay. Like, there's no hard proof of anything from either side except from Smash World Tour with their side from Nintendo. They do have all of those receipts. Like, they do have that. That is all hard evidence. Everything else is hearsay at the end of the day. But the two big things here is in Smash World Tour's statement as well as what LD posted, there's nothing that's been factually proven incorrect. In Alan's statement, there are two factually just blatantly wrong things that he says that are provably incorrect. And one of them's huge, because it's what he put as like the linchpin of his statement of Smash World Tour maybe being a gambit. It's where he said, I've been recently informed the main hotel in San Antonio listed in the Smash World Tour Discord did not have any pre-existing block or any expectation of large groups this weekend. There was no block canceled. It simply never existed. That is provably incorrect. Taking notes of a verbal conversation is not evidence. That's not substantiated stuff. Like, you can say anything there and claim that you were taking notes during a conversation. It's what Alan's done here with his notes. Kin also took notes about it. Either side could be completely lying about what I actually said there as a way of having like a little bit of a weapon down the line should they ever need it. It was a transcript, no? A transcript he wrote. I could have like right now I could say the conversation you and I are having is you confessing to a crime and like, wow. User in chat said, oh my god, he buried the body underneath the pavement. Like, it's useless. Just because you say you're typing what happened, it's worthless unless it's like an unbiased third party that is transcribing it. Like, I just don't put stock into this, like, I took notes during our conversation and this is the truth, because you can't prove it. Which is why it's just hearsay. It just proves they were talking about it back then. Oh, you're talking about Kin's tweet. Yeah, at the very least, his proves they were talking about Alan and his behavior all the way back in March. That is fair. I thought you were talking about the transcripts. That is a fair thing to say. Alan and Ken and LD were talking about Alan all the way back in March about what he was doing and how they didn't appreciate his behavior. That's fair. This is not claiming to be like a transcript of something that happened. This is just a conversation the two of them had in March. That's fair. Holy shit, this is actually from a TO of Genesis giving a character witness statement on Alan. This is, as I've just learned, Genesis is like an official licensed partner with Nintendo, or at least has been. Got some shit to say, not going into detail, but from the very first moment Alan opened his mouth to the last time we spoke, nothing but snake-like sounds could be heard, like that shit in Harry Potter. Parcel tongue, my man, it's called parcel tongue. That's aggressive. Again, this is all hearsay, but I think it's important to note, every TO so far has only had negative things to say about their interaction with Alan. There has not been a TO to come forward as like a positive character witness for Alan yet. There's no evidence, but this is like the 9th or 10th TO to share very similar experiences. In one call, it was confirmed that he was to be the licensed broker for the whole scene. This has the potential to be really, really bad for everyone. That means eventually, if he wanted to, you would have to be part of the Panda Cup to get a license, one person having the keys. If that's true, that is a massive problem. Obviously for the reason he points out, but also if he just doesn't like you, he never has to grant you that license. And thus, if the time of unlicensed events is truly behind us, like Nintendo said in their call with Smash World Tour, if all of that's true, then that means you would not be able to run events without Alan's blessing as the license broker. I can go on, but generally most of the shit he's saying in that 31-page garbage tweet is a lie. It's riddled with manipulative ways of speaking, and it's just more of what I expect of a guy who thinks he's the fucking savior of Smash. This is, I guess, an important perspective because he is the TO of a very big event that is also licensed by Nintendo and was not even mentioned in Alan's tweet, or in Alan's statement. Thus, he was not put on the defensive. He didn't need to say anything. He wasn't forced to say anything. He's doing this because he felt so strongly about it with his own interaction. He had absolutely no stake in this other than just wanting to come out here and give his take on how he feels about it based on how he's talked with Alan. So this, I think, is a pretty big one. Here's the other main TO for Genesis statement. Damn, everyone's coming forward with statements now. I mean, this was a bombshell from Alan. Even though there was no evidence, it was still a very huge thing for the community. So, Crimson Blur is standing up for Kin as a character witness for how they've worked together. To add on to this, I'd like to cite a situation that happened between Genesis and BTS that Kin could have completely thrashed this over privately and publicly, but didn't really even get mad or remotely raise his voice. So this is them defending Kin in what was a very aggressive stance from Alan against Kin. So this isn't him so much talking about Alan here, it's more just defending Kin. Which pokes holes in Alan's interpretation of Kin, posting him as some kind of like boogeyman in the scene. It's such a fucking shame, man. Ugh. At the end of the day, I still think the biggest villain is Nintendo themselves. Had they just been more receptive to working with the community a decade ago, we would have never been in this position to begin with. It would have never happened. There would be no power trips. There would be no hearsay, no he said, she said shit, no potential misinterpretations, no bad blood. Everyone would be on the same goddamn page. It would have been so fucking simple. I spent over 2 years working with Kin in an office, never heard him yell or be out of line in even our biggest disagreements. Kin actually taught me a lot about being level-headed and evaluating tough situations with care, especially in meetings / BD initiatives. The amount of people coming out to defend Kin's character speaks volumes. Alan seems to be the only one with this view of Kin. No one else has come forward to corroborate Kin being an asshole. So that pokes doubt in that entire section. Because again, it's all just hearsay. Even the character witness statements are just them giving their own anecdotal proof. But there's so many of them, whereas Alan is just one. And for what it's worth, I have also talked to Kin. Since having Moist Esports and being more intertwined with the community, I have also talked to Kin, and I have nothing but a positive experience with him as well, but I don't know him to the same level as everyone else. More and more OG members of the community come out to talk about Alan being a snake, makes it harder and harder to believe a word he says. Exactly. At the end of the day, it is all hearsay, but with so many people all saying similar things about their interaction with Alan, and so many people coming together on Kin's side about how his interpretation in Alan's document makes no sense, based on the years they've spent working with Kin, I really think that speaks a lot. The question now is, does Nintendo go full scorched earth on unlicensed events? I fucking hope not. In the most ideal of circumstances, this whole situation is a big scar on the Smash community, but it heals with Nintendo taking the first step saying, this is a mess. Boys, we done made a big ol' shit stain on these britches. But it has shown us the passion of the community and we want to work closely with other organizers. I don't see that happening. I certainly don't see it happening. But that would be the absolute optimal outcome. This was really only the start. There were so many other people in the scene that came forward giving their own accounts with Alan, as well as things that he was doing, such as trying to buy out stuff and try and take control of other things in the community. And a lot of people saying very similar things like that. There was just so much of it. I won't show you every single piece of it. There's a giant mega thread on it if you want to see it. It's on Reddit. It's also on Twitter. So yeah, it was just a lot. And I wanted to talk about this because this is absolutely the conclusion to this drama, I think. I can't imagine anything more from this. I really think this was the final performance here. And what a wild finale. I can only hope that going forward it's nothing but positivity for the community. Hopefully this didn't scare Nintendo away forever. Hopefully they are receptive to working with the community going forward and making special things happen and improving the professional Smash scene. But I think that's pretty unlikely. They've shown in the past they don't care. And with something like this happening and being a big PR disaster for them, they really might not come back, and that would be a fucking shame. But anyway, just wanted to talk about it. That's about it. So yeah. Last night at around midnight, we were blessed with another chapter in this never-ending story of drama with Nintendo, Panda, and Smash World Tour. This is of course a scene I'm very passionate about since our esports organization literally started in Smash Brothers. Without Smash Brothers operating the way that it has been, there would be no Moist Esports, and without Moist Esports, the world is a worse place. So I've been following this story extremely closely, and last night we got a brand new development. Now, we had previously already had a statement from Nintendo. They dusted off their typewriter and sent in the carrier pigeons to deliver their letter, stating that the cancellation of the Smash World Tour was, I guess, a bit of a misunderstanding. They didn't give them an official license for the Smash World Tour, but apparently verbally said they're okay to continue it, even though Smash World Tour says that verbally they said the opposite, that grassroots unlicensed events aren't welcomed anymore. So very conflicting reports there. I tend to lean on the side of Smash World Tour organizers being more truthful in this situation, since it seemed Nintendo was kind of in panic mode and delivered that statement. And then we also got a statement from Panda saying the same thing as Nintendo, but then also dismissing Alan's behavior as not that big of a deal. Alan was the CEO of Panda who went around and would threaten events if they didn't join his circuit instead of the Smash World Tour. He would say, like, it'd be a shame if this got shut down. It'd be a real shame to get Nintendo involved here. So he acted like the Smash Brothers Mafia, running a protection racket. And when Panda released their initial statement, they kind of dismissed it as not a huge issue. They acknowledged it briefly, saying, like, yeah, Alan went rogue. He started breaking kneecaps of people that didn't want to join the Panda Cup and threatened to maybe get Nintendo involved in their unlicensed event and maybe intervene. But, you know, it is what it is. That wasn't great, but that's okay. Alan cares. We all care. At Panda, it's community first. We're here to fuck some ass and have some fun. But that wasn't received positively since they didn't really address anything. It was very much a nothing sandwich. And then last night at midnight, Panda released another statement, and Alan did as well. Alan finally came out of the shadows, putting on his superhero cape in order to save the day by releasing his side of the situation, and instead of actually making a real statement, he dropped a teaser trailer for an upcoming statement. So he said that he has evidence to prove two things, and then dropped a picture of bullet points, 2 bullet points. The first one, Smash World Tour lied, and the second one, Beyond the Summit, which was the organization that he had threatened, was actually jeopardizing the community. That's all he said, but he said he has evidence to prove these claims, but he didn't provide it yet. So, if he does have evidence to back these up, that would be a huge Uno reverse moment, but I don't really know what that evidence could look like there, unless he's coming out with the wildest receipts the internet's ever seen, and he drops like a 14,000 word Mick Gordon response. But again, I don't know what his proof could even look like, unless he has fairy godparents that could just poof some magic shit into existence, because a lot of the claims have been confirmed by multiple sources. I think the only thing Alan could have is emails between him and Nintendo, where Alan maybe fought for Smash World Tour to not be canceled, like maybe he was trying to, dissuade Nintendo from taking action against them. He was trying to, push them in the other direction. Of course, I'm just spitballing here, but I do think it's important to mention that Smash World Tour in their initial statement never explicitly said that Panda was responsible for the shutdown of their world tour. They just pointed out the bad behavior from Alan that messied the water and made it extremely difficult for the Smash World Tour to actually function properly with their communications with Nintendo, and made it a less than optimal environment for this circuit to exist in, with how everything was being handled by Alan and Panda. So overall, that section in the Smash World Tour statement that focused on Panda was mainly just shining a light on a history of bad behavior from Alan, and how he would leverage that relationship he had with Nintendo against other organizers, like with the threats he had made. So it was just talking about the negative implications from his behavior and how it affected that whole community of tournament organizers and made that whole scene worse behind the scenes. So it was never directly accusing Alan of being the one, the mastermind behind their shutdown. It was more so just accusing him of being a bad actor that was really acting in their own selfish interests. Not so much being the one that forced Nintendo's hand to shut everyone else down or anything like that. Though of course there are plenty of ways of reading between the lines with Alan's history of using that Nintendo relationship to scare other organizers, like where he basically went to Beyond the Summit and said, might need to get Nintendo involved in this unlicensed event unless you give me broadcasting rights or join the Panda Cup or whatever. You could then say that there was a very real chance that Alan did that again to the Smash World Tour, which eventually led to its shutdown. But that was never a claim Smash World Tour themselves were making. They were never saying Alan was the one that made Nintendo do that. They were just showcasing his bad behavior throughout the months and how it negatively affected the relationship for everyone. So I guess, and this is again just speculating, Alan could come forward with that evidence saying like, no, I never made Nintendo shut Smash World Tour down. I never shut Smash World Tour down. That wasn't me. That's a lie. But again, that was not the claim Smash World Tour themselves were making against Alan. Of course, once again, I'm just throwing darts at a dartboard on what his evidence could look like, but I am extremely excited to see it when he chooses to provide it. I think it's extremely important that we all have a full look at the entire situation from all sides, so that evidence I think is extremely important for everyone to see. Hold on, we got some breaking news from the front lines here. Perfect timing. They tweeted this right at the end of that set. Panda's heard the concerns of the Smash community and is taking immediate action. Well, you're wrong. This is not immediate. This is now like 4 or 5 days later. Alan is no longer CEO effective immediately. In the interim, Panda employees are working with outside advisors to form a temporary interim management committee to act as CEO to navigate this critical time. It is a critical time. Their company is burning. They've lost 80% of their talent. Literally 80% of their salaried players have left or expressed intentions to leave now. So the company would die should that happen. The identities of those in the IMC will not be made public at this time due to concerns over harassment and safety. Fair. The IMC's immediate priorities are work with any team member that desires to resign, including release from any contractual obligations. Good. Support those who feel displaced through these events to find a home, either with Panda or another org. Solid. We call on the community to treat those affected by these events with grace, understanding, and call out and report any attempts of doxing harassment. Additionally, due to security concerns for our staff and contractors, the Panda Cup finale is postponed. Yeah, everyone that was going left. They all went to main stage instead or just outright canceled. So that's probably a good call because it would have been so fucking pathetic to actually watch that broadcast with empty seats and no players. Would have been going to like my 16th birthday party. The IMC will work to ensure or issue refunds to all those who registered, and Panda is committed to demonstrating our dedication to the community and everyone who shares our passion. Panda is committed to doing our part to move the competitive Smash community above and beyond the current situation, starting with an eternal restructure and re-education. That word is always so dystopian, a re-education. It makes it sound like they're going to lobotomize all the employees. To our values as members of this community. Had this been their initial statement, I would have believed them more. If they did this first, I don't think they would have lost 80% of their players. Their first statement was like, hey, yeah, Alan went rogue, and man, that was silly, wasn't it? But that's okay. Hey, Panda Cup's gonna fucking eat ass. It's gonna go great. Gonna get out there and really steam ham. Like, just downplaying the severity of everything and just being really dismissive. That was a terrible response. This should have been their first one. This one's better. Action. Alan's no longer CEO. Okay, makes sense. He literally did his best to bury this company. Oh, a rededication. Oh my god. Oh, I thought that said re-education. A rededication. That's a seldomly used word. I thought it was going to be about employee training or something. Like, remind them why we're in here and, like, why we're in the community. I haven't seen rededication since, probably ever. Yeah, ceremony in which a building or other structures is formally declared for the second, third, etc. time to have a particular purpose to honor a person or group. Alan's still working at Panda, though. Yeah, but even still, this shows action. Forcing him to step down takes away his power to intimidate other orgs, so he can no longer make those threats about shutting down. This just feels like a big panic response, and it's still not like the best action. Whoops. It's still not like the best action they're taking. Like, it is a step in the right direction, but I don't know how they could ever prove they care about the community going forward after what happened. Like, I don't know how they could ever earn that trust back. So I still don't really see a future for Panda events. Now, maybe they'll be able to earn enough trust back to prevent the other 20% of their players from leaving. That I can't really say. That's a personal decision, and I wouldn't hold it against them if they choose to stay with Panda. Because again, in the fighting game community, money is hard to come by. Prize pools for fighting games are actual nothing burgers. You get like cigarettes. You get like a pack of cigarettes, like chat said. So you're not making money in the fighting game community unless you're sponsored. You're just losing money. So anyone that chooses to stay with them, I totally understand. I think the damage has already been done. I don't really think there's a way of healing it. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. right? You know, as they say. The genie's not going back in the bottle. Had that just been their first response, I think they probably could have saved their company. Who knows? Maybe they still can. Don't think there's a way to save it after the double down. That's what I said. Their first response, I think, was what actually buried them. Had they come out with this more hardlined approach, I do think they would have had a much better chance. I like I said, I still think it's probably too little too late. I don't know how you really earn back the community's trust after this shit. I really don't know how. I haven't read this yet, so this is going to be breaking for all of us. What is missing from the statement is any mention of Alan divesting his interest in the company. My understanding is Alan owns Panda and basically controls the company. At first blush, this just sounds like damage control and a desperate attempt at grabbing a life draft. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. I still think by not being the CEO, he loses most of his power with those like threats he was making, but I mean, LD knows far more than I do about this. Now, for those that don't know, LD is with Beyond the Summit. He was one of the people that was directly threatened by Alan. Alan, you know, threatened after not receiving broadcasting rights or BTS joining the Panda Cup, threatened to, like, he slyly said Nintendo might have to shut this unlicensed event down. Be a real shame if this just came collapsing down. Like the, you know, really getting super villainy with it. So LD would know far more than I would here. Smash World Tour lied, and Beyond the Summit leadership put the community in jeopardy. That is perhaps one of the douchiest things I have seen. My statement with evidence is coming. Why wouldn't you wait till you had evidence instead of this Twitter, this like Tumblr attitude post? So he doesn't even deny threatening them, by the way. He's going to try and justify why he threatened them, saying that their leadership would have jeopardized the community. So I tried to be this saint to extend my bosom for them to suckle in safety. I was doing this for the community. If we let BTS leadership run rampant, the community would have died. At least that's the impression I get. Watch where you're scrolling. Mario is showing his ass in the reply section. Oh, is it Mario Goatsy? I am very excited to see what evidence he has for Smash World Tour lying. Considering they have the statements in writing from Nintendo, and multiple orgs have confirmed Alan having repeated behavior about making those threats. I'm very curious to see. Maybe he has some wild receipts. Maybe. But he should have waited to post those instead of this. Anything but this. Who had a worse response to Backlash, Alan or Helena Taylor? I just can't really consider this Alan's response. Helena Taylor tried to, like, weasel her way out of that situation. Alan's just, he did 2 bullet points saying, it's a lie, and the other people are bad leaders. Smash World Tour, unjustly shut down, an absolute sin, an affront to God. It was a very awful thing that happened recently. The Smash World Tour, the biggest circuit the professional Smash Brothers scene has ever seen, biggest prize pool, and it was supposed to happen in a couple weeks, but the night before Thanksgiving, the tournament organizers got an email from Nintendo that basically implied it needs to be shut down. Now they came out with their statement, and it also implicated an organization named Panda as being an accomplice to Nintendo. In fact, perhaps even the main big bad raid boss behind the scenes that had a history over the last year of them working with Nintendo of trying to strong-arm other tournaments into joining the Panda Cup circuit, which was a competing circuit. And the CEO of Panda, his name is Alan, he made these threats to other organizations when they wouldn't join him, saying, it'd be a real shame if this got shut down, if Nintendo had to get involved with your unlicensed event. You sure you don't want to join Panda? You positive? It's safe over here. Suckle on our bosom. We'll keep you safe. And he'd just make these threats. So, when Smash World Tour got the bad news, they blew the lid on Panda, specifically Alan's behavior. Not really Panda as a whole, it was focused on Alan. It's been 2 days since that bombshell, and now we finally have a statement from Nintendo and a statement from Panda. And they're both so fucking weak. They are pathetic. They're pitiful. Very wimpy stuff. They basically keep saying that what they did is they didn't accept their license. They said that they didn't meet the criteria for their health and safety regulations, which is so weird. Like the health and safety rules they were saying Smash World Tour didn't meet, so they couldn't grant a license for. And I have to wonder what that means. Like, what are the health and safety things? Like, they provide a venue, they provide everything a human being needs to survive, except, like, bulletproof vests, I guess, just in case things get rowdy. Like, I don't know what they expect. It's not like Panda Cup does anything special in that regard. So it seems like a bunch of fucking nonsense. Because of COVID or something? Well, even then, that still wouldn't work. Oh, this is part of Panda Cup. It's even branded on Panda Cup's YouTube page. Yeah, you're right. Regardless, it doesn't seem like this would be the cause for the health and safety concerns about the masks. Yeah, it looks like masks aren't required. Like, Breezy wasn't wearing a mask here. So, I don't think it's like a mask thing. I don't think it's COVID protocol. It just seems like they looked for any excuse imaginable to slap Smash World Tour down or not give them the license. But yeah, they basically... So they tried to, like, wipe their hands of it and say, no, we're pretty innocent here. We didn't grant them a license, but we said they could still run their tournament. Which is a little misleading, because since Smash World Tour was directly communicating with Nintendo, the statement was the days of unlicensed events is over, that time is over or something, that time is gone. I can't remember the exact quote. And also, this is the biggest load of dog shit I've seen all day. Nintendo cares about Super Smash Bros. Fans and its community very much. We hope to continue to hear their passionate feedback. That was so baloney that my voice cracked even reading it. My vocal folds couldn't even get through that sentence without some kind of hiccup in there. Absolute nonsense. What a load of dirty barnacles. Nobody cares less about the Smash Brothers scene than Nintendo. The amount of times they'll pull their pants down just to drop their ass on it last minute to shut things down is baffling. And there's a statement coming on the back of them shutting down the biggest one right before it happened. The statement boils down to Nintendo saying, it was a misunderstanding, we didn't grant them a license for 2022 or 2023, which is a weird thing to say because Smash World Tour didn't ask for a license for 2023, they didn't submit an application for that, so this is truly coming out of nowhere. And then they said that they verbally let them know that they weren't requiring they cancel the finals because of the impact it would have on the players. Which is not exactly faithful to the events, because they made the statement verbally that the days of unlicensed events or whatever, that time is gone. So by declining their license for 2022, the implication is, okay, so we can't do this. You're gonna shut our shit down. Which is how this all happened. So it's just not a very strong statement from Nintendo. It doesn't really shed light on anything other than their incompetence and inability to work with the community or clearly convey messages and information. I'd like to briefly explain this a bit deeper. So, Smash World Tour throughout the circuit was in direct communication with Nintendo and had their unofficial blessing to continue. It wasn't an official license or a partnership like that, but they had like the nod of approval to continue without intervention. It was something they were completely okay with having the Panda Cup and the Smash World Tour run at the same time. And it was all well and good until shit got stinky. The Nintendo representative they were communicating with verbally told them that the days of unlicensed events and tournaments were days that were now behind them, and then they received in writing a notice that they were not receiving a license for the Smash World Tour. Thus, connecting these two dots leads them and anyone with a brain to believe that they are being shut down, which is something Nintendo has done before with Big House, and in a pretty similar way as I understand it. So that's how Smash World Tour got axed by Nintendo. And the statement from Nintendo about what they verbally said to the tournament organizers isn't actually accurate to what was conveyed to them.
They received entirely different information from the representative, and in the Smash World Tour official statement about the situation, they debunk that claim. What they say contradicts Nintendo's statement. And of course, it's a huge deal because the Smash World Tour is the biggest tournament the Smash scene has ever had, and it's going to cost the tournament organizers thousands upon thousands of dollars out of their own pockets, as well as the players that were attending. So it's just a big fucking disaster. This Panda one, it would have been better if they actually just printed a blank document with the Panda logo at the bottom. I stole that little comment there from someone down here. I don't want to scroll too far because I saw Council of Cox earlier on Twitter and now I'm a little afraid. Someone edited this and it was just a blank page with this logo, and that was a better response. This is so trash. It is so trash. They suck their own dick. They talk about like, oh, you know, we provide the, you know, resources, expertise to help with a lot of majors. We're really community focused. We want to build the best community ever and the best events. And there's no greed on our side. We just want Smash to fuck ass. Like, that's what we want. And then they very briefly, very flippantly acknowledge that their CEO went full-blown, like, Winter Soldier over here. In the Smash World Tour statement, there are a number of accusations leveled against Dr. Allen, the CEO of Panda. In reality, Dr. Allen, as Nintendo of America has corroborated, has been one of the more vocal supporters of the broader community in the Smash World Tour organizers and internal conversations. However, the Panda Cup team does acknowledge and regret an interaction between Dr. Allen and Beyond the Summit. That's referring to the now very public threat that Allen made against Beyond the Summit, saying if they don't give him broadcasting rights or join Panda, he might have to get Nintendo involved and shut them down. I'm paraphrasing a bit, but that was the overall message he delivered. It was posted by one of the tournament organizers from Beyond the Summit, and they're acknowledging it briefly, in which he spoke in a manner which did not reflect either guidance from Nintendo or our own standards. Panda took efforts to rectify the situation immediately, and in the second half of the year, a dedicated team made up of multiple staff members was assembled to manage Panda Cup activities and serve as a primary point of contact for event runners, removing the possibility of future miscommunications from occurring. The fact that they label that a miscommunication and not a blatant attempt at strong-arming the grassroots organization is fucked. And that's the only acknowledgement they have of this whole soap opera. This was not the only time Dr. Allen had done this. Other orgs came forward as well. Other TOs came forward. Golden Guardians also talked a little bit about Dr. Allen in another tweet, and they just kind of brush it off with no sympathy or any care whatsoever. And then they finish it with Panda Cup team has invested thousands of hours towards making sure this year's cup has been as strong an offering as we can provide, and we look forward to continuing to build alongside the communities we serve a promising future for Smash. And there's no future for Panda. So most people are abandoning ship from Panda right now. IBDW, who's one of the top 3 players in the world for Melee, is now a free agent. It seems like most Panda players are abandoning. Like, this shit is sinking. Like, this is a disaster. I don't know how this group goes forward anymore. It seems like Panda's kind of dead now from the actions of their CEO. And in none of this did they make any kind of clarification or talk about their involvement with these less than appropriate business actions. Instead, they just default to gargling the asshole of Nintendo, saying, look at what Nintendo said. They're right about it. That's what happened. It's just a misunderstanding. It was about licensing, and Smash World Tour just, you know, we never wanted to shut them down. We were surprised as you guys. We were fucking shocked. We couldn't believe our eyes. Even if Panda is dead, can Grassroots still operate due to Nintendo now? That we don't know. I will say, I should have left their statement up so we can go back and forth. I will say one thing from this statement that gives me some sense of optimism, though I know this is misplaced because it's Nintendo and their motto is we rub our ass with optimism. They made this statement. Even to the point, oh wait, whoops, almost highlighted the wrong one. Oh, it's the first sentence here. We are open to partnering with other organizations and will continue to offer licensing for major tournaments outside of the Panda Cup. Christ. It was so unbelievable my eyes couldn't even register it when I looked back on it. Yeah, so that statement right there gives me some level of hope that they seem open to working with the community. But that's, of course, just fluff. Until they prove that, I have no reason to put any amount of faith in the statement.
that could just be there for some corporate pandering, then why didn't they license Smash World Tour? Exactly. The health and safety concerns of the fans, I suppose. I don't know. It literally means nothing. And they say it's important that the partner adheres to brand and IP guidelines and conducts itself according to professional and organizational best practices. Meanwhile, they partnered with the Smash Bros. Mafia with Alan at Panda Cup. Like, this is nothing. This doesn't make any sense. If they're open to partnering with other orgs, Smash World Tour was literally the most reliable and most well-respected. VGBC has the most goodwill in the entire community. Well, on par with, like, Summit. Beyond the Summit. If the issue was health, why would they not say, hey, this is the issue, fix it? I don't know, because they probably couldn't think of anything. like, what do you mean? The health and safety of fans at a Smash Bros. Tournament? Like, the worst thing that could happen there is someone passes out from extreme odor. And that's, like, it's not like Panda solved that problem or anything. Like, it would, there's nothing. They didn't have anything. And for what it's worth, when I went to Low Tide in person, it really didn't smell bad. In fact, I was probably the smelliest person there because I hadn't showered in the last 24 hours and was about to go on a 20-hour road trip and had already spent 4 hours in a car. I was probably like the Methodist that blew through. So I don't know if that stigma's still around. I don't know if that's like normal where it doesn't smell like shit. Couldn't tell you. But when I went, it really wasn't too bad. Yeah, the Smash World Tour is canceled, and there's really nothing they could do to like make it happen now. It's way too late. This happened the night before Thanksgiving and only a couple weeks out from the championships. Like, there's no way they could put it on anymore. But that brings us to the next point. Ludwig came in here slinging a little bit of meat. So, Ludwig said in response to the Panda and Nintendo and lackluster statement from I just had a glitch there. In response to Panda and Nintendo's lackluster statements, Ludwig is hosting his own impromptu tournament, hoping to pretty much overshadow Panda, take some wind out of their sails. So he's doing a big prize pool, and he's invited the top 8 from the Smash World Tour rankings. That, of course, includes Light. Unfortunately, Cole is not top 8. I think he's number 10, so he didn't make the invitation, which is a shame, which he would have for Smash World Tour. But it's still great that he's doing this, regardless. The new Smash World Tour statement directly contradicts Nintendo. Oh, I know, I already mentioned that. What Nintendo and Panda is stating was not the reality of what Smash World Tour was told, nor what they received in writing. So it's nothing from Nintendo and Panda. They've done a terrible job. Yep, that is the reality of the situation. Alan got greedy, wanting a little monopoly on Smash tournaments, or at least, at the very least, a Smash circuit, and in doing so may have burned his entire company to the ground. Because Panda, without their players, and without players to play in their tournaments, they have nothing. There's always going to be someone willing to accept to play. I would agree with you in any other scene, but Smash Bros, you get like actual lollipop sticks for a prize. So it's not like there's a huge monetary incentive to compete. The reason you compete is because you want to be the best, or you want to support your local scene. And if you don't like the org that's putting on the tournament, it's not like you have a big incentive to go there and play for fucking $15. Like, you're not going to bother if you don't like that company. Over the last year, Smash has been eating good from their tournaments, with people like Ludwig, Summit popping off. Like, they've had big prize pools, but that's not the norm. That is far from the norm. I feel like there's no company that hates its own user base more than Nintendo. It feels like every decision they make outside of game development decisions is always so bafflingly evil for no reason. It feels like they go out of their way to spit in the face of the people that play their games. You know how, like, the Heart Attack Grill, you get spanked by your waitress if you don't finish all your food? That's Nintendo. They spank you for just wanting to enjoy the games they produce. There's just a laundry list of awful things Nintendo does for seemingly no good reason. Like, for 20 years now, they've been locked in a war against the Smash Brothers community, just going full scorched earth and randomly shutting down grassroots tournaments left and right for 20 years, even though it's just a gathering of people playing their game at a high level. Like, that's not hurting anyone. Nintendo's made another wildly awful decision that goes against the community that enjoys their games, and I want to get very deep into it because it's one that I'm extremely passionate about. It's again them shitting on the Smash Brothers scene, but this time they're not alone. Nintendo had an accomplice, and in fact, the Nintendo sidekick may have actually been the greater villain in this story. As most of you know, Moist Esports started in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate with Cola, so it's obviously a community I'm super passionate about. And it's been a community that's been severely neglected and shit on by Nintendo for 20 years now. They've shown no support, and they've actively gone out of the way to shut down tournaments. They don't actually contribute anything to the professional scene in any capacity whatsoever. They're very hands-off, and they really don't seem to like professional Smash Brothers, and never have. But not too long ago, Panda, which is an FGC organization, they're not just in Smash, but they're mainly known for Smash, they announced that they're partnering with Nintendo for the first time ever. Nintendo is directly partnering with a organization to put on high-level Smash tournaments. Everyone was excited, everyone was celebrating like, holy shit, Nintendo's finally getting involved. It looks like they're finally going to support the professional Smash scene. This is amazing. I was one of those people. I thought that was super hype. I thought that was great for the scene. Fast forward to today. There is something called the Smash World Tour, which is a labor of love put on by the community, mainly VGBC, Video Game Boot Camp, and it's reaching its conclusion. The Smash World Tour is by far the biggest Smash tournament that has ever happened, like circuit-wise. So the Smash World Tour is what people have been competing for an entire year. It's about to wrap up, and right before Thanksgiving, the day before Thanksgiving, VGBC gets a notice from Nintendo that they have to shut it all down. They get a cease and desist. A classic Nintendo maneuver. They basically invented cease and desist. They would cease and desist a fucking 4-year-old's birthday party if you had a Mario plushie there. They are ruthless. So at the very end, our players, for example, already had flights ready for Smash World Tour here. Like, everyone was fully in. Like, everyone thought it was still happening. Everyone on the organizer side also thought so as well, until the day before Thanksgiving, they said, nope, no siree. Because Nintendo refuses to allow, like, grassroots tournaments or anything like that. Yet, this came out from VGBC, where it is revealed that the Smash World Tour did have the nod from Nintendo. While they didn't officially license it or get behind it in official capacity, they were in direct communication the entire time with Smash World Tour. They were talking directly to Nintendo. They had their blessing, albeit not a fully licensed blessing, but they had their permission to run that while they also ran the Panda Cup, which is their official one in conjunction with Panda. And then out of nowhere, they got this. They got absolutely fucking slapped. They had to shut it down. So they made the announcement today that the Smash World Tour it's dead. And then they have this in here, which seems to be that it was a Panda decision, not so much a Nintendo decision to do this. While Nintendo is obviously at fault, this paints a picture of the head of Panda, his name's Alan, wanting kind of like a monopoly on Smash. Since now he works directly with Nintendo, it seems like he wanted to strong-arm himself to being the only official tournament, and all the other ones he was trying to scare and intimidate and threaten with shutdown. So I wanted to read this with all of you, because it's bad. It's a terrible look. This is a terrible look if all of this is true. And it seems like it is, because one of the BTS Beyond the Summit TOs, one of the head TOs, came out to confirm that what was said in here is accurate about Alan, Panda, the head of Panda, being an absolute supervillain here. So it's looking like there's a lot of evidence to point to this being like an honest explanation for how the Smash World Tour ended up going from being okay by Nintendo standards to being wiped on the fucking pavement, like actually curb stomped. So I just wanted to read this and then go over it a bit more. That's kind of like the cliff notes to speedrun the lore on how we got here. It's an absolute shame because the Smash World Tour is just, it was an incredible thing. Highest prize pool for the whole circuit, the biggest circuit ever done. It's international, so they had talent from all across the world competing, and it was finally going to wrap up in a massive, extremely fun way. And then all of this happened. Fucking tragedy. So here. Around the same time, Panda Cup began heavily recruiting events for their circuit. The CEO continued to tell organizers we would be getting shut down shortly, and also added that any events that participated in the Panda Cup would not be allowed to be on the Smash World Tour. This exclusivity surprised us not only because of our Nintendo conversations regarding coexisting, but also because we were not exclusive. And even back in January, we told organizers that they could be on both with zero issues from us. This is in reference to the Smash World Tour. Smash World Tour said that, hey, you can be part of our circuit and also be anywhere else you want to be. Totally fine. Very pro-community. Panda, not so much. At first, Panda targeted events that were not on the Smash World Tour, including those who did not join because of the aforementioned warnings. A few of those events had broadcast deals with popular tournament broadcasters like Beyond the Summit, and the CEO of Panda wanted broadcasting rights to be included as part of the deal of these events joining the Panda Cup. Most of the events refused to break their contracts, so Panda approached Beyond the Summit directly to try and get the rights released. BTS had very little motivation to give up the broadcasting rights for free, so they declined to get involved, causing the CEO of Panda to escalate things quickly, and we were told that he made a variety of threats to Beyond the Summit, including shutting down their entire Smash organization in 2023 if they didn't eventually join Panda Cup. After BTS held firm, the CEO of Panda warned that they would get Nintendo directly involved, putting broadcasting rights for all tournaments in jeopardy. So, this is the CEO of Panda, Alan, twirling his evil little mustache and his greed getting the best of him. So like Mr. Krabs with dollar signs in his eyes, he says, if you don't join us, we're going to get Big Daddy Nintendo, whom we're sucking the ass of, to shut you down. And that's exactly what's happened to the Smash World Tour. Now, this does call into question, will all grassroots big tournaments now face the wrath of Panda and Nintendo? Are they going to bully every single grassroots one? Or only the ones they deem a threat, like Beyond the Summit or VGBC? That I have no idea on at the moment. Panda hasn't commented as of right now, but it's pretty fucking bad. Now, I think it's very important. Like I said, they weren't officially licensed with Nintendo, the Smash World Tour, but they did have like open communication where it was kind of like a wink wink, this is okay kind of thing. Like, we know about it, we're okay with it, go for it, we can coexist. But only one of them was officially licensed by Nintendo, and they never had a problem until it seemed like Alan had a problem. So, absolutely tragic for the community. No, like, there is a big fuck Nintendo thing here, because if they would just fucking support the community besides just going with, like, the Panda Mafia, this would have never been an issue. This would have legitimately never been an issue to begin with. But, because they're so deeply in bed with Panda now, I guess Alan's whispering in their ear about, like, his competition that he's not happy with. At least that's how it reads. And he's made threats, which, again, have been confirmed over here, even outside of this document. This is a totally different organization. This is BTS that's confirming the same things that VGBC stated. So it seems like he just went on a bit of a rampage. Now, I think there is also... I've seen this theory tossed around. I think there also is a reality where the CEO of Panda tried to puff out his chest and, you know, flex on the community that now Nintendo's backing them, so trying to scare Beyond the Summit. But Nintendo never listened to him, didn't take him seriously, maybe viewed him as a clown. But he was so bad to work with that maybe Nintendo just got soured on the whole experience of being in the pro scene, that they're shutting everything down, and once they're done with the contract with Panda for their Panda Cup, maybe they never touch it again. I think that's also a very real possibility where Alan didn't influence their decision to shut everything down by telling them to. He influenced it by just being miserable to work with. So they were like, fuck this, we're just gonna shut everything down and go nuclear. I think that's also possible. So we're boycotting the Panda tournament? I personally am, yeah. One other thing that I just learned about from the subreddit, I think it was Leffen that brought it to light, and Moki also confirmed, when you got invited to the Panda Cup, you had to sign an exclusivity contract confirming that you will be going. That you absolutely will be going. So they made you sign a contract commitment. Hate to say it, but players should find a new game in esports org to stop supporting the Nintendo. Yeah, I've seen that take as well. It's not even a bad take. Like, it is so hard to defend Smash at the pro scene, at like pro level, when Nintendo can just freely do this and openly does it pretty often. And now you have like an inside man here at Panda, Alan, who is actively going against the community as well. Like, it's just a fucking mess. Does this mean light is dropped? What? No, we're not dropping any of our players or anything. What? No. What this means is our players that were going to the Smash World Tour Championship are no longer, because it doesn't fucking exist now. Nintendo and Panda shut it down. Now, like I said, Panda still hasn't made a statement. Alan hasn't said anything. Maybe they have a different view of these events, but it's been confirmed by 2 very reputable sources. And I did have a call with VGBC, like everyone on board, as well as SmashCon, that also echoed these same things about Panda in particular and how this all happened with the Smash World Tour. So I did know this was coming at some point today. I just didn't know it was this bad. The only tournaments are Panda and you're boycotting. How will you keep the Smash players signed? Well, it's not just me, man. No one wants, like, assuming all this is true, which again, there's a lot of evidence to point to it being accurate, no one's going to want to compete for Panda. And like I said, since we still don't know if this means they're going to shut down all grassroots competition, it seems unlikely they would. There'll still be other tournaments, but there's not another tournament with the same level of competition that the Smash World Tour offered. So it's still a huge blow regardless. And since everyone already had their flights and everything booked, it's a massive fucking financial burden as well for players. Of course, Moist Esports paid for all that, so luckily that doesn't affect our players personally, but not every player in Smash is signed. In fact, most of them aren't. So they probably just lost a ton of money booking all of this and now having to cancel. So you just lost a ton of money. Yeah, well, that's esports in a nutshell. Like, that is what it is. I'm just more upset about our players not being able to compete at Smash World Tour. I don't feel we know the truth yet. Like I said, we still need to hear from Panda and Alan in particular, since it seems like it's mainly Alan. We still need to hear from them. I just don't see a world where somehow every other major org had the same experience here, with Alan in particular. I don't see how that could somehow be like a smear campaign, a lie. Like, none of that really checks out, especially because there was direct communication with Nintendo the entirety of the Smash World Tour until all of a sudden they decided to cancel it out of the blue, or cease and desist it out of the blue.
Think I'm being dramatic? You might want to keep listening.
Like I said, that's still uncertain, but it's not impossible. There is still no telling if all of grassroots organizations will be shut down by Nintendo going forward because of this whole Panda thing or not. We don't know, but it is possible. It is very possible.
Because you've seen a video about 10 people getting really upset about the ice climbers, which I uploaded, and it's one of my most viewed videos.
A classic video to be sure, but he's also neglecting to mention where you've also probably seen it with the Salty Smash moments. Salty Smash moments have like fucking 60 entries now, and they're all golden. I still think Smash Rage is some of the best in all of gaming. It's so huge. It's such a massive explosion, and it's always enjoyable. So not just the ice climber moments. Salty Smash moments in general, I think most people know.
Now, Alan has been running Panda and also wanted this.
Real quick, let's double check to see if Alan has said anything. Since, again, he is the one that's kind of named and shamed in the document. Let's see if he's come out with his side of the story, or if that's going to be a little bit longer in the oven, cooking that up. Still nothing. His most recent one is, Peach being a baller was my favorite. Talking about the Nintendo Direct Mario trailer. Any minute now, though, he might drop some heat.
Canceled. Why? Well, their event is officially licensed by Nintendo.
First time ever,
now,
by the way.
On the surface, you might
Huge.
just think to yourself, well, okay, Nintendo licensed this one, but didn't license this one. It's Nintendo back at it again. They just don't understand the community, and they decided to go with one event, even though they should have gone with both. Now, it's not a shocker that Nintendo would cancel an event. It's happened many times in the past, usually to large public outcry that sometimes overturns their decision. But this is not as simple as...
Wait, when has that ever happened? When they canceled Big House, there was a massive uproar, and I don't think they ever overturned that, did they? Wait, when has Nintendo ever overturned their decision in the history? Evo 2013 is the last time they overturned their decision. Almost 10 years ago? Holy shit. I'm just surprised it's ever happened even once.
And the way it's worked for 20 years is that we have kind of just run tournaments and done our own thing and got no help from Nintendo. And Nintendo makes games and movies with Chris Pratt and does their own thing, and we don't mix.
That's not true. They mix sometimes, but always negatively. They will usually just step in and say, don't do that. We're shutting you down right before it starts. Like, instead of shutting something down at the inception of it, they wait till it's about to happen. It seems so mean, like almost done on purpose. Like, they will wait for like the week before the event is supposed to happen, be like, actually, we changed our mind. You guys can suck our fucking nuts on it. Shut it down. No, really, shut it down.
But recently, Nintendo has been getting into the habit of approving events, licensing events, like the Panda Cup. Now, people were a little nervous about that because they thought, well, okay, maybe this is a bad thing because if they're licensing events, what will happen to the events that aren't licensed? Are those events going to suddenly get canceled? No, we thought back in the day when we were young and naive.
True.
But it
I
turns
am
out
guilty of that as well. I really thought so.
Yes. Any event that's not licensed by Nintendo might just get outright canceled. And, well, apparently, what was happening is Alan, the CEO and co-founder of Panda, was going around to different tournaments that were meant to be a part of the circuit, different regional organizers, and saying, hey, just so you guys know, you guys are organizing an event, and it's supposed to be part of the Smash World Tour. I would not personally do that, because that event is going to get shut down, and they're not going to come back in 2020.
God, such a rat. Such a fucking rat.
Which is kind of a weird thing to do. And those Nintendo directs or execs reminded them that Nintendo is not shutting down anything unless it infringes on IP with game mods, and that the
for those that are unaware, that was the main reason they shut down Big House, because it's Slippy. Slippy is a mod on an emulator, and they were very upset about that. It's to play Melee on an emulator, so that way it's like actual great netcode with rollback. Nintendo wasn't having it, so they shut it down and blamed game mods. But in this case, it's just playing the actual fucking game. It's just like actually playing the base fucking game, normally all above board, by the numbers, by the books. So they couldn't fall back on that, and they're just straight shutting it down because looks like Alan doesn't want competition and wants a monopoly on tournament hosting. Panda players are all coming out as blindsided. Well, obviously the players had no fucking say-so. They didn't know Alan was going rogue behind the scenes like some kind of espionage agent trying to sabotage the community from the inside. Like, how the fuck would any of the players know that? Clearly, all the players are on the community's side. They didn't have any hand in Alan making these outrageously stupid decisions here.
The CEO of Panda escalated things and made a variety of threats to be on the summit, including threatening to shut down their entire Smash operation in 2023 if they did not join the Panda Cup. Beyond the Summit held firm. They said, fuck that shit. The CEO of Panda warned them.
Great move from Beyond the Summit.
Involved. My dad works at Nintendo, says Alan. He will seriously mess your shit up if you don't work with us. You have to be my friend. And the person at Nintendo directly told them those times are over.
Yep. A bold statement.
There's no longer a way to run Smash events unless they are licensed by Nintendo directly.
It's not 100% confirmed. Like I said, that's not like put in the books. It's not etched in the tablets of time yet. It seems like that might be the future, but VGBC as well as like SmashCon do feel optimistic that grassroots tournaments will still exist, and this is more just an Alan thing that forced Nintendo's hand. Like, he pushed them to it. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. Either way, though, fat fucking L for Panda. And Nintendo, obviously. But Ludwig hasn't mentioned it yet. I mentioned it. I'll mention it again. It's not like Smash World Tour was doing this without Nintendo knowing. Like, this was even beyond their normal understanding of, we'll do this and look the other way. Nintendo was aware this was happening and gave them, like, the okay that your Smash World Tour can coexist with our Panda Cup. They knew about it, and they were okay with it for this entire duration until the very end here. You think Nintendo will say something? Absolutely fucking not, but Panda will have to. Panda will say something. Nintendo will never once address this in the entire history of the fucking company's career, or lifetime. They never do, never will, but Panda's going to absolutely have to. Panda is an FGC-based organization that is such a tight-knit community. Even if you don't play Smash, all of their Panda players are going to be questioning if staying with them is the right move for optics, because the FGC is just so intertwined with each other. So Panda's gonna have to, Nintendo never will. I am very curious to see what Panda says. Be surprised. You might be surprised. They just might if it's this big. I just don't think so. I don't see any world where Nintendo addresses something like this. Nintendo addresses an impersonation account that tweeted out a picture of Mario giving them the finger. But they won't address like actual things like this. Did they ever say anything about the big house uproar? Because that was a big one. That had a whole lot of community pushback, a whole lot of community outrage. I don't think they ever said anything. I guess maybe this could be different since they're directly involved with Panda Cup. I could possibly see it, but even then, I just doubt it. I just really doubt it. I really feel bad for all the Panda staff, players, and casters caught up with this and no communication. Of course, you have to. The community seems to understand that the players and Alan are two very distinct, different camps within Panda, as well as like staff and casters. Like those are so far removed from what Alan was doing with his fucking mob protection racket of you should join because, well, you might get shut down if you're unlicensed. You know, just might be a little weird out there. Might be sleeping with the fishes if you're not in Panda Cup. Like that is an exclusively Alan thing.
Because someone at Panda, aka Alan, was strong-arming a connection he had Nintendo to shut down any event that was not his own.
For what it's worth, the idea of having one true circuit in and of itself isn't a bad thing. If it's backed by Nintendo, that's not a bad thing. What's bad is the fact that he is actively going out and intimidating all the grassroots ones and actually like shutting them down. That's the problem. Like, having a fully sanctioned, like, authentic circuit is a cool thing. Like, the one true Nintendo-backed cup that means the most. That's a cool thing. But you don't need to go and just start, like, fucking beef stewing all of the grassroots ones that built the community in the first place.
Am I going to be able to run a Smash event in the future? Every single Smash...
Should this be the case where the times are truly behind us, where Nintendo will not allow grassroots to happen... Yeah, Lud would never be able to run another, like, Lud Invitational, which is a fucking shame, because that was a great event. That would be the future of it. You might have locals, I think locals would still exist, but anything with viewership, Nintendo would probably shut down.
Smash event I have run has...
If Smash does that, I think the Smash esports scene goes away. Yeah. I think it would absolutely vanish. I don't see how it would survive. If all the grassroots majors and everything get shut down and only Panda Cup is left, no one's going to want to watch it because of this, and none of the players are going to want to play in it because of this. Like, it really would probably ruin the whole scene. Does that just hand the player base to Multiversus? I don't know where they'd go. There's nothing direct, like a direct successor or anything to Smash. There's other games that are similar, like you have Multiversus, you have Brawlhalla, Rivals of Aether, but none of those are like Smash. They're not one-to-one. I don't know where they'd go.
That the people who are running the Smash events aren't exactly rich. In fact, the only way to get rich is to leave the Smash scene. Something I've always known.
That is so fucking
true. Been a few people who have spoken out.
Yeah, that is so. In esports, it is well known amongst most of the orgs that going into the FGC is just like financial hemorrhaging. You don't make any returns in the FGC for the most part, save for some like very rare cases of like actual superstars that become like a bit transcendent of the FGC. But as a whole, that is a community of pros that don't actually make the orgs any money. So when you see an org in there, I always have respect because it's like, okay, they're there because someone in that pipeline likes that game, likes that community, likes that space. Because they're not making shit off it. They're not making anything off it. FGC means fighting game community, yeah. Fighting game community is FGC. I am curious though. Where do you make that hoopla? In 2013, Twitter wasn't nearly as big. So where did that outrage reach? How did Nintendo see it? Because they don't really see Twitter or anything. They ignore like everything on Twitter. A great example of that is Pokemon Scarlet Violet. All of the bugs, glitches, and everything. Nintendo has never publicly acknowledged how broken that game is, like in the state that it's in, like with the performance problems and everything. But they are issuing refunds because they know it, but they're not addressing it. So where do you get their attention to make them actually address it? Does it have to be Twitter, or do they have like something else? I really don't know. And in 2013, I don't think it was Twitter. It had to be like Facebook or something. It had to have just gone like crazy on Facebook. Got to be actual news outlets. Yeah, but I don't think, especially not in 2013. I highly doubt fucking New York Times or Wall Street Journal was writing about Smash Brothers at Evo. So I don't think it was actual news outlets. It was a breast cancer charity, and we donated $100K in total. So was it the amount of money the Smash community was able to raise to get like the attention of Nintendo? Is that what it was? Not so much the like outrage, just more so here's how passionate we are, and here's what we're doing to show it that got their attention? You talk like 2013 was the Stone Ages. It was super different. Like, it really was. 2013 internet was a completely different landscape than what it currently is. And it's not even close. Because like I said, I don't feel Nintendo actually looks at anything that's on Twitter or anything about their brand anywhere. Like, I don't know how you'd even get their attention. You'd need Alan. You need Alan to have a change of heart and be like, guys, I fucked up. Hey, this is on me. This was a stupid decision. I fucked up. Can you please let Smash World Tour happen again? This was fucking dumb, and I may have just sank my whole company. Just toss me a goddamn bone, please. Like, you'd need someone on, like, the actual inside of Nintendo here to try and, like, lobby for it. Need the Phantom Thieves, bro. True. Without Smash, there would be no Moist Esports. Full stop. It is a community I'm very passionate about, so I also hope we can salvage this situation. What about Rocket League? No, I'm saying, like, if Smash didn't exist, like, the Smash Pro scene didn't exist as the grassroots organizations it's always been, there would have been no Moist Esports. I'm not saying, like, if this all goes through, I'm shutting down Moist Esports. I'm saying it wouldn't exist had this decision been made, like, 2 years ago. Yeah, fucking awful situation though, man. I really, really hope there's some kind of positive conclusion to this. I just don't even know what that would look like here because I have no faith in Nintendo themselves. I don't know Alan well enough to know if he'll do anything positive here. I really can't imagine what he'll say, but I very much would like to see the Panda side come forward with this situation. It's insane that people just want to play the game. I know, I don't get the war that Nintendo wages on grassroots orgs. Like, you don't make money in the Smash scene. They're not even profiting off your IP. They're doing it because they love the fucking game. The whole pro space is net loss across the board, except for like your top tier pro players who make like a big salary or have like external brand deals. But like, they're not, like, these tournaments aren't like stealing your IP and profiting from your fucking tournaments they run. They just lose money on it. It's just such a weird war, and it gets people talking about like Smash Ultimate, like that they still sell Smash Ultimate for $60. I just got it for Tiana for Black Friday, and the deal that they were doing for Black Friday on Smash Ultimate was $9 off, so $51. Like, they're still selling it at almost full price, and having these tournaments puts it in people's minds and like, oh fuck, like this is cool. Melee is 20 years old now. Like, there's just no reason they should even be bothering to, like, try and enforce that, because it's a 20-year-old game. Just let people play it how they want. It's not like Nintendo's making tons of money off fucking Smash Melee. Makes no sense. And Ultimate, like, it's only good for them. They are not making money from running these fucking tournaments off the back of your IP. Nintendo doesn't like adults playing their games. I know, isn't that crazy? I don't even know if it's necessarily adults playing their games. They just don't like their games to be competitive. Like, that's not a secret. They openly say they don't really like that their games are competitive. They just want to be fun party games, which they are, but they also do have a layer of depth that makes them fun competitively. Like, I don't know why you can't just have your cake and eat it too. Okay, while I was tinkling, I saw something very interesting on Twitter. And this time it wasn't just more OnlyFans promotions. Check this shit out. Now, it comes from a source I legitimately couldn't have less faith in being reliable, but this is still something worth noting. So according to Kotaku, They said, after giving the same deep consideration we apply to any potential partner, this is a spokesperson for Nintendo, which I don't think that exists to begin with, but I digress. We were unable to come to an agreement with Smash World Tour for a full circuit in 2023. Nintendo did not request any changes to or cancellation of remaining events in 2022, including the 2022 championship event, considering the negative impact on the players who are already planning to participate. So they are claiming, the spokesperson that is, that Nintendo did not cancel Smash World Tour. I don't really know if I believe that, though. Would that then mean it was somehow all Alan who then told the Nintendo rep that isn't this guy to tell Smash World Tour to cancel it, and Nintendo themselves had no clue? I don't really know what this means. This is Kotaku. I think they are extraordinarily unreliable in very, very many situations. But this is worth keeping in the back of the mind. I would be far more inclined to trust the Smash World Tour statement since they'd been in direct contact with Nintendo for so long. And this is a Kotaku source, nameless spokesperson. I guess in like the most generous of interpretations of this information, what could be happening is Nintendo backpedaling and like, no, we didn't want them to cancel it. They can still do it for sure, please. That's possible, I guess, but I even find that much to be unlikely. What's going to happen to the players sponsored by VG Bootcamp like AMSA? VG Bootcamp's not going away. They've lost the Smash World Tour, and also Glitch Double Down are also canceled, but it's not like that whole company is folding or anything. Like, they're not dead. I guess he thought people would think his claims have authority and never question it. I guess. I have no idea. I think he's a bit cranky. Do I think there'll be an apology video? No. I don't know Alan super well. My guess, though, based on this behavior, he's going to come out with something like the truth, or it's time you know what really happened, and use all kinds of deflectionary techniques to placate all of this. That's my guess. I don't think he's going to own up to it or take any responsibility or shed any real light on the situation. 2 minutes ago, a short follow-up regarding Nintendo's response. Okay, so this is fucking fresh. Here. It is about the Kotaku thing we just pulled up. Didn't expect to address this, but Nintendo's response via Kotaku has been brought to our attention, and that's what I already showed. We're unsure why they're taking this angle, especially in light of the greater statement and all that it contains. And then here's the original statement. We received this statement in writing from Nintendo shortly after our call. It is Nintendo's expectation that an approved license be secured in order to operate any commercial activity featuring Nintendo IP. It is also expected to secure such a license well in advance of any public announcement. After further review, we found that Smash World Tour has not met these expectations around health and safety guidelines and has not adhered to our internal partner guidelines. Nintendo will not be able to grant a license for Smash World Tour 2022 or any Smash World Tour activity in 2023. To be clear, we did not even submit an application for 2023. The application was for 2022. Nintendo including all 2023 activity was an addition we were not even expecting. In our call that accompanied this statement, we asked multiple times if we'd be able to continue to operate without a license as we had in years past with the same unofficial understanding with Nintendo. We were told point blank that those times are over. They followed up the call with their statement in writing, again confirming the 2022 championship and 2023 activity were in the exact same boat. I trust that far more than the Kotaku source. If they want to take this stance, though, then how about Nintendo tomorrow come out and say, actually, there was a misunderstanding. Smash World Tour Championships should continue as planned. And then they just reschedule the date. I'm sure players, while they will have lost a lot of money, will appreciate the chance to continue to compete at that level in that tournament. If this really is how they feel. But this, I think, is absolute nonsense, considering this is what Nintendo's actual stance was during their conversation. Do you think it's them backtracking after the pushback? No, I think this is just blatantly lying. Like,
I think whoever they talk to here has no fucking clue what they're talking about. I don't know who Kotaku got in contact with, but I don't trust the source at all. Imagine this kind of drama happened in a League or Counter-Strike tournament. Oh my god, the community would lose their shit. If it happened in Counter-Strike in particular, Counter-Strike has like a tournament every hour. If all of a sudden Valve's like, actually, we're going to step in, but we're only doing one major a year. So all the other ones, get that shit out of here. We're gonna do the one Valve major a year, and all of the other ones, illegal. That'd be the end. That'd just be the end. Yesterday we were blessed with an action-packed evening of internet drama that had me on the edge of my seat for the better part of 2 hours. And I actually think there's something very important to discuss here, not so much with the soap opera itself between the two parties, but there was a little something that slipped during all of this that I think is a really big deal that I want to talk about. Now, I'll go ahead and break down the situation for you in case you weren't on Twitter, and if you weren't, God bless you, keep up the great work, you're doing amazing, champ. Now, it all started on Twitter, but it did spread to Twitch with competing live streams where one side was giving their take on the situation and the other side trying to debunk it. So, it spread like a virus, and it all started with a series of tweets from a content creator named Frosty. He came out with a series of tweets making big accusations against his former employer, 100 Thieves, basically just putting his ass in their face, making all kinds of big claims like them taking 95% of sponsorship deals, as well as a myriad of other problems that he had with the organization. I'm sure I don't need to explain who 100 Thieves is to you, they're one of the biggest names in gaming, but I'll go ahead and give you a brief lore recap just in case my grandma's watching and doesn't know who 100 Thieves is. 100 Thieves is a pro gaming organization started by a massive content creator named Nadeshot. They've been around for about 4.5 years now, and they have really taken the scene by storm. They have pro gaming teams as well as big content creators, and Frosty was part of one of their content creator teams called The Mob. The Mob sailed away from 100 Thieves some time ago, but Frosty has now come out with big claims against the org, talking about how shady and shitty they were. And in response to these tweets, Nadeshot, the founder of 100 Thieves, went live on Twitch to address the controversy directly. And I know Nadeshot doesn't own Arby's, but he brought the meat regardless. He spent about an hour and a half finally pan-searing Frosty's cheeks in front of 45,000 people. It was a pretty well done response to everything, and I do like Nadeshot. However, he said something and revealed something that a lot of people are writing off as okay when I don't think it should be. And that's the percentage that 100 Thieves takes of the sponsorship deals they bring to the creators. This is him debunking the 95% claim from Frosty.
That we took 95% of their sponsorship deals that we brought to the mob. That is unequivocally, undeniably, without a shadow of a doubt, untrue. It is absolutely untrue. There is no basis for Frosty to say this. At one point, I have an email that the key terms of these deals that we bring to the mob, we would retain 85% of revenue. We did 3 deals for them, and all 2 out of the 3 deals, they took home 65% of the revenue from that deal. Okay, 65% of the revenue from that deal.
To me, that's not an amazing look. This is entirely wrong. This is the biggest load of fucking horseradish I've ever seen in my life. I don't know where this 95% number is coming from. It's actually 85. You know, like, that's not much better. Wiggling your finger, well, actually, it's 85% that we'll take up to. Now, Nadeshot, of course, does go a bit deeper into the weeds of it, saying that they did end up giving 65% to the mob for, like, one of their deals in particular, which was a $200,000 deal. They walked away with 120 grand, which means 100 Thieves took 80 grand. They got 35%. And that's still an outrageous amount. I have seen so many people defending this number, saying shit like, well, they wouldn't have had the sponsorships without 100 Thieves, so they're entitled to 85%, and they were generous enough to only take 35%. That is a fat, stinky L of a take right there. That kind of naive mentality is exactly why so many creators have been getting fucked in the face for the last 10 years online. Most creators, professional gamers, streamers, whatever, are pretty young, and they don't realize that they shouldn't be signing contracts that have something that extreme in them, like up to 85% we can retain from sponsorships. Even if it said like 35%, that's still a glaring red flag. They don't realize they're being exploited like that. Now, I don't think Nadeshot is doing this maliciously. This is just how the industry has been for about a decade, where the big businesses know that these people are young enough to not make a big hoopla about the sponsorship cut that they take. Because to them, they're just making content, doing what they love, and getting some free money on the side because a company's finding ads for them. And then they'll take the lion's share of the ads when really they shouldn't. I think that's an absolute load of fucking dirty barnacles. You know, that's absolute fish paste. So I don't think Nadeshot's doing this from a place of like evil or greed. I'm pretty certain this is what he's always seen in the industry since he's been in it so long, but that's not the way it should be. I've talked about this a lot. I started a company back in 2018 with Matt. I even made a whole video talking about it publicly. It's called Human Media Group. It's a management company where we manage hundreds of creators, some of the biggest names on the platform. We bring them brands, ad deals, campaigns, all that stuff in order to help them stay monetized and make a living out of the content they love to produce. We started it because of this being the industry norm. I made a lot of deals on like the podcast as well as personally that were really predatory, and I didn't know any better. So over time, I learned with Matt, and we started this company to try and help my friends, and then it grew into just helping any and all creators. And with Human Media Group, we take on average 15% of sponsorship deals we bring the creators, but sometimes we'll even go as low as 10%. So between 10 and 15% is the cut we take from the sponsorship deals we bring to them. And that should be the norm. You should never sign something or agree to do business with someone that's going to be taking 35 or 85%, allowed 85% in the contract. That's disgusting. That's fucking disgusting. The absolute maximum you should be okay with is like 20%. That is the most any agent or company should ever possibly even toy with taking from the sponsorship deals. And I do understand the take people keep tossing around and regurgitating like a fucking mama bird feeding the baby bird, just vomiting it into each other's mouths. The take of, you know, they wouldn't have the sponsorship deals without 100 Thieves. You're right, but that doesn't mean they're entitled to 85% or even 35%. They're not doing the bulk of the labor. The onus is on the creators. They're doing the heavy lifting. The reason the sponsorship deal's there at all is because the creator is there, and they're buying the slot from them. What 100 Thieves is doing, or what any management company does, is they facilitate that deal. They negotiate, they get the terms, and they bridge that. They bridge the deal. You can find deals on your own as a creator. You know, you can reach out to companies yourself. Sometimes companies even reach out to you. The reason why 100 Thieves or any management company at all exists and is effective is because most big brands don't reach out to individuals and don't accept people individually. They will take their ad campaign and their marketing spend to agencies or companies that have a big roster, and they'll buy bulk. They'll say, we have this campaign for this demographic and we want this many viewers. Who do you have for us? And that's when the company will provide you, if you're part of their roster, like 100 Thieves, they'll throw your name in there, and if they say yes, then you've got the deal. It's not like they're doing anything that entitles them to such a crazy cut of the sponsorship deal. It's just a pretty ludicrous notion. Yes, the companies like 100 Thieves or any management company does have access to brands that individuals won't, but still, it doesn't mean that they should be taking such a crazy amount from you either.
One of those deals, they made $30,000 each. It was a $200,000 deal. They walked away with $120,000, I believe it was. Okay? And what you don't understand is that we have to employ a partnerships team that needs to go out and source these deals. Then you have account management that handles, once that deal is sold, account management coordinates with everybody else within the company, whether it's marketing, whether it's content, whether it's a deal that is done with talent. And we have to incur labor expenses to make these things a reality.
All of those things he mentions there, Human Media Group also has, and I assure you 15% is still profitable. It's plenty. It's not as profitable as 35 or 85%, but it is plenty. It's not necessary to be taking such a high cut of those sponsorship deals. Now, I do understand that 100 Thieves is not a management company first and foremost. They are a professional gaming organization. They have content creators, they have pro gamers. I understand that, but they do have that management arm clearly, since he's mentioning this team. So I know that 35% is still outrageous. And I do get the argument that will inevitably be made that they only have like 20 creators they're getting sponsorship deals for, whereas Human Media Group has hundreds. So, you know, just going by scale, taking 15% of hundreds of deals
is more profitable than taking 15% of 20. And that's a fine argument to make, like I get it. However, those 20 creators that 100 Thieves has are massive. He mentions a $200,000 deal. That's one campaign. If you took just 15% of that, that's 30 grand from a single marketing campaign with a single member of the 100 Thieves community there. One single group. That's a great take home. It's not as much as the 80 they did take home, but 30 is plenty. So I just completely disagree with all the people defending this 85%, which I think is indefensible. But even the people defending the 35%, I just think that is still excessive, and we need to get past this idea that the companies that are getting the sponsorship deals are the ones that deserve the biggest cut of it or a massive cut of it, because that's just not how it should be. It should be the creators getting the bulk of that deal, because the deal is there because the creator's there in the first place, right? Like, it's just, we're getting it backwards now. We're starting to go in reverse here. So I just wanted to get that point across, that I think 100 Thieves, if it's 85% for all their creators, is outrageous, or even 35%, it's way too high. Now, I do want to go into a bit more just to conclude the entire situation here with the drama. I think overall Nadeshot came out of this looking significantly better than Frosty. One of the big claims Frosty made is that they were completely broke when they were signed with 100 Thieves. They were forced to move to West LA, and their salary didn't enable them to like have any quality of life, talking about like having to skip meals sometimes to pay rent, and that they were living in a $10,000 a month house. And that is true. According to Nadeshot, they did get encouraged to go out to West LA. However, they chose the $10,000 house. And even on Frosty's own stream, he tried to make a point saying West LA is so expensive that, you know, all we could do was take a $10,000 house. But then he goes on Zillow and immediately proves himself wrong, just spits in his own face. He brings up other cheaper alternatives. There were some for like 5 or 6 grand a month as opposed to 10K a month. So they were cheaper alternatives where they didn't have to dump their entire salary into rent. But overall, I don't think they should have been forced to go to LA in general. No one should be. LA sucks. I fucking hate LA. I'm just not a fan. I think it's way too expensive. Their salaries were $2,500 each, and that doesn't go a long way in LA, so I don't think they should have been forced to go there anyway, but they did make a mistake choosing such an expensive place to live. Nadeshot said it was their choice to live there, and it was. He confirmed that there were cheaper alternatives that they didn't even consider, I guess. So overall, a lot of the responsibility fell on Frosty, and a lot of these claims seem to be baseless. But it's a lot of just he said, she said. But again, I think Nadeshot came out of this looking much better. I think he did a great job of defending himself, and Frosty kind of made a fool of himself, especially towards the end where he said this.
You literally provided no proof? Bro, because for me to provide proof, like, what is there to provide proof of? Like, why would I be lying? Like, I would have to show text messages. Like, this is what I mean, bro. This is why I wanted to wait.
You were the one that made the claims. You should have, like, something, I would expect. And what do you mean there's no reason for you to lie? You have plenty to gain out of lying. Well, you know, clout. You got, what, 30,000 concurrent viewers during your stream debunking it? And you hadn't streamed in 3 months, and before that we're averaging a couple hundred? Like, there was so much to gain out of a controversy like this. There's plenty of incentive to lie. At the very least, Nadeshot was open and honest about things, even something as bad as the 85% of the sponsorship deal thing. Nadeshot also pulled up metrics to talk about, like, how they weren't doing content and certain things. Nadeshot did come with receipts as well as, like, actual evidence to back up what he was saying to defend the company. Frosty spent the whole stream just saying stories and like talking about things in a roundabout way. A lot of times it just seemed like straight up entitlement, like he was expecting them to bend over backwards to do everything to make them happy at all hours of the day. And so the stream didn't go super well for Frosty. I don't think he did a great job of like proving his claims. Maybe he'll come forward with like actual evidence to support these things in the future, but for now it does look like Nadeshot like did the best here in this situation. I just wanted to talk about mainly the sponsorship thing, since that's what I took a big issue with, not so much the drama between the two of them. So that's really about it. So yeah. There are two things in this world that never work under any circumstances: the McDonald's ice cream machines and gaming boycotts. Gamers have an insatiable appetite to consume. To reject that urge goes against their very nature. Anytime something shiny comes out, you can bet your sweet bippy it will be purchased and played, no matter how vocal people are about abstaining from it and not buying it. Like, the most notable being Modern Warfare 2, there was a big hoopla and a huge movement about boycotting Modern Warfare 2, and then if you went into, like, the Steam group from the big boycott organization, almost every single person in there was currently online on launch day playing the game. And that's just kind of been the song and dance for gaming boycotts forever, really. Interrupting this broadcast real quick to give you an announcement that Starforge is doing an absolutely massive sale right now, so if you're looking to upgrade your PC, now is the perfect time to do that. You can click the link in the description. Of course, there have been some outliers, a few exceptions, where people really did vote with their wallets and voted no. That has happened. It's just not common. And right now, there was a huge push against the Nintendo Switch 2 for a lot of bad business practices, and people were talking about how they're definitely not buying it this time around, they don't want to support it. And I'm sure you can already guess chapter 2 of this story here, the climax. The Nintendo Switch 2 releases, and that shit has been gobbled up like a bowl of cereal by a ton of people that were very outspoken against the Switch 2 and talking about like they won't be purchasing it, which was all very easy to say before it was available. But now that it's here, they have jumped on that opportunity to own one enthusiastically and are playing it furiously and enjoying it too. I didn't expect the Switch 2 to flop. It was very predictable that everyone that was rallying against it was going to inevitably purchase it because this is like clockwork. It happens all the time in gaming. It was always going to be a super success. And I talked about that numerous times over my coverage of Nintendo and everything that's been going on there recently. So I'm not surprised that I'm not angry or anything either. I just find it very silly. And unfortunately, it's putting me in a pickle where a lot of people think I'm going to cave and buy a Switch 2 any day now. Because I'm sure a lot of you know I'm not the biggest Nintendo enthusiast in recent years with a lot of their behavior against the community that loves their games, as well as their litigious nature of going after things that they believe is some kind of threat, like Pow World, and really overreaching there, mind you. And their pricing, I think, being abominable and a huge blemish to this whole industry, trying to normalize the $80 first-party titles, paid services for things that are currently free, like the Discord equivalent in the Switch 2, which is just a much worse version of just using Discord. I could go on and on. I've already told you these things. I don't need to just regurgitate them, fucking, baby bird them into your mouth again. Point is, I've made it very clear that I had no plans of getting the Nintendo Switch 2. At the time, I had absolutely no desire to get the Nintendo Switch 2. And I still don't. I still didn't buy a Nintendo Switch 2, and I don't even have, like, the slightest semblance, like, not even, like, the one molecule in my being is tempted to buy the Switch 2. And that's not even because I'm someone that, like, calls for a boycott of Nintendo or anything. I really don't care. There's a lot of people that bought it, they're really enjoying it, and a lot of people are reporting that it's a great console, and I'm very happy that they're having fun with it. At the end of the day, that's the most important part. So it doesn't bother me whatsoever. I have never once tried to, shout out a rallying cry to stand up to Nintendo. If you want to buy it, and you're having fun with it, all power to you. I'm just not in that camp. I've never tried to be a boycott Barry here, trying to get people to not buy the Switch 2. All I've been doing is just talking about things that I personally don't agree with the way Nintendo's been doing things over the last couple of years. But if people want to get it, I think that's great. And have fun doing that. I've seen some really cool videos, too, from, like, the midnight launches. It felt very nostalgic, because I remember being a kid going to, like, midnight launches for Gears of War 2, for example. And the clips I've seen really do remind me of that. That's a very fun thing to see happen again. Like Dashi and Corey Kenshin were apparently at one of the midnight launches, and they were dancing and having fun, and everyone was having a great time for the Switch 2 launch. I'm not trying to drop trousers and plant my ass on the fun here. I am not the fun police trying to sound the alarm. I encourage it, and I'm glad so many people are enjoying it. I'm just not someone that is getting the Switch 2 for a variety of different reasons. Now, even if it wasn't like Nintendo's business practices that I had such an issue with, the launch catalog also just isn't really super appealing to me, personally. Looking at the Switch 2's drop just isn't exciting. It's mainly games I've already played before. In fact, it is almost exclusively games I've played before, except for the new Mario Kart game. So, like, I don't really need to just pay full price for games I've already experienced just to experience them again on the Switch 2. That doesn't make me, salivate and want to sink my teeth into it. And I'm not so excited about the new Mario Kart that I need to go out there right now and buy the system to experience it. But that's just me and my size small underpants here. Like, that's not going to be a one-size-fits-all for everyone else. Maybe there are people out there that didn't play these games and want to experience them on the Switch too. They want to have the handheld capabilities. That's totally fine. And you bought the system so that way you can play them for the first time, or you're a huge Mario Kart fan and this was a system seller for you. Again,
all power to you. It's just, for me personally, I won't be getting it. Because of so many people that were outspoken now buying the Switch 2, I'm getting lumped into that group for some reason about like, any day now Charles is going to buy it because he was trying so hard to push against Nintendo and try and get everyone else to do that with him. I wasn't. Yes, I was pushing hard against Nintendo because it's a company that produces games that are really near and dear to my boners. I fucking love so many Nintendo games. Like, if you watch the video I just made on my top 50, a good chunk of those are Nintendo property. They make bangers, games that absolutely slap. But the company itself, I think, is outright, like, brutal. Like, they are absolutely brutal. And I just wish that wasn't the case, and it makes me upset. And I don't have any desire to support that. But again, that's just me. I'm not trying to get other people to do that as well. Again, the most important thing is that you're having fun, and if this is something you really want to get and you're enjoying it, that's great. I'm having fun not getting it. So, I am not your enemy, Nintendo Switch 2 fans. And I certainly don't think any less of anyone that did get a Switch 2. It's really not that deep. I'm not fighting a war here. It's just one personal Neanderthal's decision to not buy the Switch 2 for a variety of different reasons that maybe don't matter to you at all. They just matter to me. That's it. So I'm not getting the Switch 2. I have no plans on it anytime soon. Will I consider it in the future? Maybe. You know, if Nintendo starts to work more with the community as opposed to against them, sure, I could definitely see myself getting a Switch 2 down the line to try and encourage that direction as opposed to the direction they've been going down for the last few years. Absolutely. It's not like I have some unreasonable, irrational, blind hatred of Nintendo as a company and will refuse to support them forever. Not at all. I would much rather be talking about Nintendo W's as opposed to L's. I would like to see them be more community focused and more enthusiastic about like gaming in general as opposed to trying to figure out ways of nickel and diming more and more, like getting more juice for the squeeze out of consumers' wallets for their products. That's all. That's literally it. So if we can get to a point where Nintendo starts going more in that direction, I'll be just as happy as anyone. You'll see me dancing about Nintendo Switch 2 and all that if we can get to that point. But right now, we're not there. Maybe we never get there. Who really knows? Hopefully at some point it does, but currently, and at least for the foreseeable future, I won't be getting the Switch 2, but I don't expect anyone else to follow that. I want you to do what you'd like to do. So that's really about it. It's not that deep, I don't think. That's it. So yeah. If hating Nintendo was a sport, I'd be the Michael Jordan of it. For years, I have thrown innumerable tomatoes at this company for a variety of reasons, and today, I feel so vindicated after all the Nintendo Switch 2 announcements. Now, first things first, the games they showed look incredible. I was actually salivating and ready to make a whole video glazing Nintendo for how hype the announcements were. The new FromSoft game, The Duskbloods, that came out of nowhere, and we finally got a couple of tiddlywinks, almost fucking, subliminal messaging of Silksong. It was only 6 seconds worth of footage, but Silksong got a release date this year. Those are two things I said would never happen. A FromSoft reveal and Silksong information I said would never happen at a Nintendo Direct or anything. And then bang! Right in my fucking bussy, Nintendo comes in and smokes my whole wiener with this. As is tradition, anytime I make predictions about games, or really anything, any of my predictions, I'm 0 for 2000. I actually feel like when I make a prediction, I am jinxing it and manifesting the opposite into reality. So actually, I think a lot of people should thank me for these predictions, because I feel like if I never said anything, we would not see anything from Silksong, nor would there even be a new FromSoft title. I'm just saying. But amazing announcements. Even aside from those, there were just so many cool things that they showed at the Nintendo Direct. And then immediately after it ends, while they're still riding this high, they have all this hype, they hit everyone with the cold water. They give so much bad news about the Switch 2, from the pricing to the way physical copies are treated, and all of it completely ruined everyone's excitement. It was a masterclass in how to take the wind out of your own sails. It was just deflating.
Like, you got more bad news following the Nintendo Direct than all of your party members down the Oregon Trail, suffering from all of those diseases and ailments every time you take 2 steps. Nintendo did an immaculate job of completely wiping their ass with all the goodwill they built up from that fucking Direct. So I want to start with the most infuriating. Some Nintendo Switch 2 games will be more expensive. Now I know what you're thinking. Well, this probably means they're just going to be $70. Like, all of them across the board are going to be $70, which is more expensive. You're wrong. They're actually, in some cases, going to be $80. And not only are the digital downloads of these games going up to $80 in some cases, from what I'm reading, some of the physical copies of these games will be going to $90. Now, what this means is Nintendo's off their fucking gourd. I can't even make this kind of markup in Schedule 1 with my drugs because no one would buy them. Going up to $20 over the normal market value, that's unheard of, but it's Nintendo. They can strong-arm their way and get away with it. And what this means is $80 games, and I guess in some cases $90 physical copies, that's going to become the industry standard. All of the other big players in the industry are going to follow suit. Nintendo has just busted the lid off of $80 as a normal amount to charge for a digital copy of games. That sucks so much shit through a crazy straw, I couldn't even begin to describe how on brand that is for Nintendo. Some people are surprised. I was surprised Nintendo didn't do something like this sooner. I have said for so long how out of touch this company is and how anti-consumer Nintendo as a company is. They make great games, bangers, games that are very special to me. You'll find a lot of them on my shelf. But the company itself is the antithesis of fun and friendly. They are brutal and greedy. And they knew they could get away with this kind of pricing. They knew it, and they will get away with it, unfortunately. And now people are finally starting to see, like, oh no, this company, like, they don't fucking like us. Like, they do not really like the consumer. And I feel so vindicated. Like, I feel like, you know, our ancestors way back in the day when that one person spoke up and said, what if instead of eating it raw, we cook our meat? And then he got, like, pummeled by rocks from the rest of the group. Well, that was me. And now instead of throwing rocks, people are finally being like, no, wait, maybe this meat is getting cooked here. Nintendo is a meat cooker of ass. I got lost in the analogy I was trying to make. Point is, I've said for so long how mean of a company Nintendo is and how they do not respect you. This company wouldn't piss in your mouth if you were dying of thirst unless you paid them $60 up front for the convenience fee. So this is the perfect demonstration that Nintendo will just do anything for a couple extra doubloons. So they are now at the $80 price tag for some of their games, which will no doubt have a pretty big effect on the rest of the gaming sector as a whole. And that is bleak. You hate to see that. I have been one of those Scrooges bah-humbugging that ridiculous rumor that GTA 6 is going to cost $100. I have been fighting on the front lines of that ridiculous claim for a year. After seeing Nintendo drop this shit here, I'm starting to think Rockstar might just try it too. Because it really, you can basically charge whatever you want. Nintendo is now setting the precedent, and I think Rockstar will follow. Maybe GTA 6 truly will cost $100. Now, I made a brief mention at the beginning of the video about how they're treating physical releases, and this is what I was referring to. It's about their game key card. So apparently, the game key cards are like basically giving you access to download the game via the internet. So what you actually buy, the physical copy, it's not like the game you're just getting Nintendo's stamp of approval to download the game itself. Which ties into the old Ubisoft quote of you'll own nothing and you'll like it. That's not exactly what they said, but they basically said, I think verbatim was, gamers need to get comfortable not owning their games or not owning anything, something to that effect. And Nintendo seems to be following suit with that philosophy. You're not actually owning anything if you're buying a physical copy of a game. You're still just getting a permission slip, literally like a library card. Not even a library card, actually. You're getting like a hall pass where you get to put your physical copy into the Switch 2 in order to download the game itself from Nintendo. You don't own shit. You own absolutely nothing. You own the idea of being able to have this game on your console. It's amazing, which has become the norm. Now, I have always, not always, but for like the last like 8 or 9 years, I've been like a big digital downloader. I haven't really bought physical copies in a while. But over the last year, you've heard me talk about it quite a bit. I've become a huge advocate for physical copies of things because, as we've seen time and time again, you don't own it, so you can lose access to it forever because it's not really yours. And I think that sucks. What you buy, you should have. You should have the right to it. Like, you own it. If you want to play it, you should be able to do that. Even if you don't have internet access, or even if you lose your account that housed it, as long as you have the physical copy, you should still be able to pop that bitch in and play it. So I've become a huge advocate for physical copies, especially now that so many things are just getting outright removed and deleted, and they're just gone forever because there's no physical copies. I think it's more important than ever, and now Nintendo's taken a step to ensure that physical copies are even more meaningless. It's very sad. And since you're not even getting the game itself through these physical copies, it makes this $90 price tag even more baffling, even more of a head scratcher, because what you're getting is fundamentally an empty box with a code on it. You get a tiny little doohickey, you get a thingamajig you put in your Switch 2 that is not the full game. It does not have the full game data. They make that very clear. It does not contain full game data. And you get that key to then download the game from the internet. So why are you paying even more money for that while still getting the same service? The only thing that changes is you get a fucking box with it. It's craziness. It's actual craziness what Nintendo tries to get away with, and what they inevitably will get away with. It's such a shame, too, because the Switch 2 does seem to be a significant upgrade over the Switch 1, which of course isn't saying much because the Nintendo Switch is basically like a fucking glorified 2011 smartphone. That shit is wimpy. And the Switch 2 is finally a modern console. Finally, some real power. And they showed so many good games for it coming out. It's extremely exciting, that catalog. But now, I can't be excited for it because I hate the precedent they're setting with this pricing. I hate the precedent they're setting with the physical copies. Which you can't even call them physical copies. They're not physical copies. You're getting a box with a code on it, basically. It's just trash. Nintendo is insatiable in their appetite for more money. A gluttonous corporation, which it should be a surprise to no one, but it really is just egregious here with what they're doing for the Switch 2 and its pricing for some of the games. So yeah, it's not super fun, Nintendo. Don't like that very much. That's about it. So yeah. I like Nintendo games. I don't like Nintendo as a company. I've said this for 6 years now. Nintendo constantly makes decisions that are actively just hurting the biggest fans of their property. It seems like they're just hell-bent on ruining people's passion for their properties. They're just on this warpath against fun itself. It's like when SpongeBob had to teach Plankton what fun is. That's what the community constantly does for Nintendo, only for them to just shout bah humbug and then send you a cease and desist, or just outright slap you down, or if you're a YouTuber, issue you a strike. Oftentimes Nintendo is just evil for the sake of it. Like, I'm talking mustache twirlingly sinister. Like, the Nintendo Corporation is a villain that Mario would have seeked to slay in one of his games. Like, I remember a case like 4 years ago where Nintendo banned a handful of streamers for playing Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity early. Except they weren't playing it early. Nintendo just forgot that time zones exist, so they banned streamers who were playing the official release of Hyrule Warriors because they forgot. That's how out of touch and archaic Nintendo is, and how willing they are to just bend someone over and spank their cheeks raw, even when there's no real reason to do so. This is something Nintendo has done for years now with like Smash Brothers, which I've talked about endlessly, but they get up extra early in the morning just to hate. Like, they try and just ruin fun. Nintendo would send assassins to Santa Claus's workshop if they found out that one of the elves made an unlicensed Yoshi plushie. I know I'm getting a little lost in the sauce here, but I just get very passionate when I talk about how menacing Nintendo is for no reason. So the reason why I'm talking about them today is because they've just dealt a massive blow to emulation. Nintendo deserves more shit than a porta potty for this, and I really hope they get huge backlash for it, because I think this is just completely unacceptable. It started 2 days ago with a channel called Retro Game Corps announcing that they had received strikes for content that had a Nintendo game running on an emulator. The channel owner explains that they are considering a counterclaim under fair use as it was educational and transformative and had no effect on the market. It was a demonstration of a console no longer for sale. Even the Wii U eShop is closed, so the company itself has no means of earning revenue from Wii U sales. So this is one of the core components and what makes emulation so important. There are games that aren't being sold anymore and cannot be accessed outside of emulating them. It's fucking ridiculous. It is an incredibly important tool for preservation. But the only thing Nintendo's interested in preserving is that chip on their shoulder they have against any kind of internet content that shows their games. So they once again overstep and issue strikes for this, which is something Nintendo has done since the dawn of YouTube itself. There was a time period where you couldn't actually have a YouTube video that had a Nintendo game in it because Nintendo would have your account banned. They fucking hate it for some reason. They try and protect their copyright with an iron fist. And I know there's always people that have Nintendo's cock in their mouth trying to make arguments on their behalf, doing free PR for them, fighting their battles, saying things like, oh yeah, but people will download games that they don't have on emulators and that hurts Nintendo. Load of baloney. That's dirty barnacles, especially in cases like this. There is no one getting hurt by emulating games that are not accessible through official means. There is tons of games like that. Emulation is extraordinarily important, and Nintendo does everything it can to ruin it. And in doing so, they even try and ruin other people's lives in the process. That channel now has 2 strikes on their YouTube account, meaning that they're 1 strike away from having their account terminated, meaning a source of revenue, part of their livelihood, is on the cusp of being taken away at the hands of Nintendo. And no amount of groveling at Nintendo's feet ever appeases them. The only thing that appeases them is complete fucking destruction of fun and destruction of emulators. So the big thing that happened today is they just shut down Ryujinx. Ryujinx is one of the last main remaining Switch emulators, and it just got wiped out today. Like the dinosaurs with the fucking meteor, Nintendo came in and they put the kibosh on it. According to an official statement on Ryujinx Discord server, developer GDK Chan was contacted by Nintendo, offered an agreement to stop working on the project, and the agreement wasn't confirmed, but the organization has been entirely removed. So here is the Discord announcement about it, talking about how it's going to cease operations. And like I mentioned, this is one of the last remaining Switch emulators. This isn't the first time Nintendo's done this. They took down Yuzu not that long ago, which was the big boy on the block. That was the sheriff in town. Yuzu was the go-to Switch emulator until Nintendo put it in the crosshairs and they took it out behind the barn. Nintendo's motto is, "You'll have fun with our games the way we want you to. Any other way that you enjoy our products is not acceptable, it's not permissible, it's illegal, you're going to jail, buster." Nintendo has a set way that they believe things should be done with their property. And we see it in Smash Brothers, where they don't believe it should be a competitive game, so they've never shown support for Smash Brothers and have even actively gone out of their ways to shut down tournaments over the years. And that's just a community of people that love their games, trying to put on events for their games, and Nintendo sometimes comes out there and says, "Nope, shut it down, pussy." Like, they go out of their way to ruin fun. They've been a little better about not destroying Smash tournaments recently, but historically, you've always just had a coin flip on whether or not Nintendo's going to show up and just say, "That's enough, take this down." And it's that way for so many things. It's just so unnecessary, and it's always so heavy-handed. They always choose, like, scorched earth, like the most aggressive path they can take. Strikes on your channel, banning your stream for 48 hours, like shutting down your Twitch channel for 48 hours, which is fundamentally, like, to put that in perspective, Nintendo having that power is basically Nintendo showing up to your job and firing you for 48 hours. Like, that's how extreme it is. It's so stupid. It's silly. Well, it would be silly if it wasn't so destructive. And it's not like they're doing anything good. Like, they're not releasing an emulator of their own. Like, they take down these emulators, and then what? Then the games are just inaccessible. Some games you will never be able to play again now. There are some games that now just fade into memory. A myth, a legend, even, that can never be played again because Nintendo is destroying emulators. It's like, if they had a competing product, I'd understand. That'd be understandable. It'd make a little more sense, like, oh, okay, Nintendo views this as competition. They're kind of stepping on their toes. Like, they have an official emulator, and now there's a bunch of unofficial ones out there, so I guess I'd understand why they'd be reaching their tendrils out there to try and stop that. But they don't. They don't have an emulator. They don't have ways of playing games from the old Wii U shop or anything. They don't have ways of playing some of these games. The only option are these emulators, which now are no longer an option because Nintendo is burying them. They are such a litigious company, yet so lethargic when it comes to, like, delivering things that make sense. Their Nintendo Online service is still a fucking joke. That is still a dial-up service that you're paying for, basically. Every Nintendo Online game I've ever played, especially Smash Bros. Ultimate Online, is fucking sickening. Like, their games, like, they're fun. They're very fun games, but their hardware is outdated. Their hardware is archaic. A fucking calculator on your iPhone is probably more powerful than the entire Switch console. Like, Nintendo is so behind on the times, but they have such good first-party games from, like, some very creative people internally that make bangers, but it's all wrapped up in this company that is out of touch and downright greedy and evil. There is no reason Nintendo should be shutting down emulators. They are doing your work for you. They are creating more fans of Nintendo property than Nintendo is. What Nintendo should do is release an emulator of their own. What they should do is offer better services as opposed to shut down the better services. Like, they're shutting these emulators down without having anything of their own that is an improvement. They don't have anything. It's just dumb. I hate it. I actually hate it. So yeah, I wanted to rant about this a little bit. It's a classic, you know, probably like 2 or 3 times a year, Nintendo rant where I just have to spit on that company. It sucks. I really am so upset with them because they make such good games. It would just be such a slam dunk, an easy layup for Nintendo to just finally turn a new leaf and start getting into the 21st century. Like, finally doing things that aren't just needlessly evil, that aren't just cease and desisting everyone and everything and shutting projects down, taking down fan projects. Like, it's just so unnecessary. So, yeah, RIP to Ryu Jinx. Hopefully that YouTuber doesn't lose his account to Nintendo. And big fuck you to Nintendo. That's about it. So, yeah. That's what people sound like when they do their best to defend Nintendo from my mean words. They deserve it. Nintendo is greedy, and I'm tired of it. So I keep making fun of them. And there's so many people that defend Nintendo, even in spite of them reaching into their piggy bank and shaking it for everything that could fall out. Heavens to Betsy, Nintendo even has the gall to charge money for their tech demo welcome tour for the Nintendo Switch. This is a game with the Switch 2 that's supposed to teach you how to use the console. It is a tour of it, and they didn't even have the common courtesy to let it be free like other games of that kind, like Astrobot back on the PS4. It doesn't get more pathetic than that. How do you even defend that? How do you even begin to rationalize why they would charge money for their tutorial of the Switch 2? It's craziness. That is an actual Mr. Krabs maneuver. Like that episode where he was charging customers for air inside of the restaurant. Like, Nintendo is so beyond greedy, and I believe it is just truly indefensible no matter how hard people jump through mental gymnastics to, you know, wave it away is not a big deal, and like they're totally right for increasing the price of their games and all this and that. I don't know. I don't understand the desperation to suck the Nintendo wiener this hard and defend them like this, fight their PR battles for free. It is very valid criticism to make fun of them for their pricing because it's just ludicrous. And keep in mind, Nintendo never drops the price of their games, ever. Games that are like 10 years old are still being sold for full fucking price by Nintendo. So these games that are coming out that are going to be $80 occasionally for the Switch 2, they are going to remain $80 till the day you die. Occasionally they do like a deal where they drop the price temporarily on some of their titles, but that comes once in a blue moon. You are more likely to see Halley's Comet again than you are to see a Nintendo price drop on one of their properties for any meaningful length of time. And they charge out the wazoo for every single fucking thing that they can possibly even imagine. Like game chat in their games is a paid service, which means since it's a paid service, your C buttons are going to be locked behind a paywall. If you don't pay for it, those buttons on your controller aren't even going to work. It's ridiculous. Their game chat is also just reskin Discord, but with technology that's ancient compared to modern Discord. So I'm just going to show you clips from today's Yap session on Nintendo where we're going over Doug Bowser's most recent interview, and they showed more from game chat. It looks so laggy and so old. It is insulting they would even consider charging for it. And in this interview, Doug Bowser gives no good reasons why they increased the price of the games. The reason he gives, I think, is trash. Did you watch the Bowser interview over their $80 games? I didn't watch the interview, I just saw the statement. I'll watch the interview real quick. I'm assuming it's not a long interview. It's 17 minutes. Boy, this man actually like opened up his whole heart here. I thought it was just going to be another classic Doug Bowser where they bring him out of cryosleep for like a 3-minute appearance and then he goes right back into battery saving mode. Like, this guy is only ever seen like maybe 2 or 3 times a year. That's it. Outside of that, he ceases to exist. He just goes to the back rooms.
I guess the question now is, with the Switch 2, how do you avoid that trap again? What makes the Switch 2 a worthwhile upgrade so you don't kind of fall into that Wii U moment again?
Yeah, I think...
Oh, he just said the forbidden word. He mentioned Wii U. CNBC bringing up Wii U directly to Nintendo? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Doug Bowser's even surprised. Like, what'd you say? Nah, these are clearly pre-screened questions, but I'm surprised they're willing to even mention what kind of failure Wii U was. I was one of the victims of that. I got scammed by it.
Is happening behind us right now. It really,
I did buy a Wii U, yeah.
Creating that next generation, but then added very powerful
What did you see in it? In the Wii U?
Features. So it's that understanding.
Okay, jeez, I can't believe I always have to defend myself about the Wii U. The reason I bought it is because I missed out on the Wii. I never owned a Wii. I only ever played it at friends' houses, and I felt so weird about that. So when the Wii U rolled around, I was like, not this time. I'm gonna get it. So I got it. Turns out I was weird now because I was the only one with a Wii U. But without the Wii U, I would have never created Big Moist, because the name Big Moist came from the Wii U. I bought it, I then brought it to my dorm, and we used it as a communal Wii U for Mario Kart. And I made the name Big Moist on it. So, while the console was a scam, 100% that shit was ass, got some good memories from it.
And then there's the CPU and GPU processing power that allows for much deeper game development, and I think an ability to bring even more developers onto the platform. And then laid on top of that is the social features that we haven't talked about.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
That lays on top of any game that you play. With the push of one button, seamlessly you can connect with your friends, you can chat with them via audio.
Doug, you've made Discord. Doug, don't you dare try and use that as some kind of justification for crazy price increases. Well, you see, we invented this thing called chat. Now listen, bear with me. I know it sounds like a ludicrous idea, but what if when you played games, you could talk to your friends while doing it? Hey, people criticized Isaac Newton with gravity. Trust me here. Just stick with me. Stick with me. It's ridiculous. Like, I'm glad it's finally coming. Like, it's cool, I guess, but the way they hype this up is ridiculous to me. You have literally just copied Discord's homework 5 or 6 years ago. Oh yeah, and you have to pay for it. That's right, and you have to pay for it. Forgot about that. It's not even like a free thing.
Audio, or with 4 of them, you can have them on a video camera and have this opportunity to interact and talk about the games you're playing.
Now we're sitting here.
I also love in their own demonstration how choppy this looks. You are just better off using Discord with your friends. It's free. It's better quality. You are just better off if you're playing Switch with your boys. Hop on Discord. You are so much better off.
Now we're sitting here on April 2nd. It just so happens as we're
not even Discord, actual 2010 Connect technology. I won't go that far, but it is dated.
Pulling their hair out.
We didn't consider tariffs into that equation. We felt that that was going to be the right price point for our consumers and the right value proposition, if you will, for the device that we're creating. A lot of news today. We're still all trying to really understand it better and understand what possible impacts, may rise from that. But nothing I can really add to, today's discussion around pricing.
I will say, while the initial price point pre-tariff analysis here is higher than most people expected, myself included, I could almost understand that. Like, I could almost be like, you know what? It is an upgrade. It is finally modern. Okay, that I can stomach. I'm very curious, and I already know from the headlines where he goes with this, how they could possibly justify not only the increased price of the hardware, but the individual game price increase as well.
Add-on. But if you buy the game itself, this got a lot of attention in the movie scene. $80, that's a lot for a game. I know it's typically not what Nintendo charges. And then we look at the Donkey Kong game that's coming out about a month later. It's $70. Can you talk a little bit about how the gaming pricing strategy is $80 kind of the benchmark for a AAA game from Nintendo? What should we be expecting?
The camera's $50. Hell nah. What do you mean you don't want this piece of tech from the late 2010s? Well, how are you going to talk to your friends on Nintendo Switch 2 Discord without the Nintendo Switch 2 camera, bud? Alright, tough guy. What do you know about high-quality 480p cameras?
So we believe, based on the depth and breadth of the play and the repeatability of the play over time, the pricing that we announced is the right pricing. But again, other games like you mentioned, Donkey Kong Bonanza, it's going to be at a $70 price point, because that is what we feel is the right price point for that particular gaming experience.
I love that. Well, Donkey Kong Bonanza, that's a worse game. So we're charging less money for it. That game, it's nothing compared to Mario Kart World. That game actually really sucks. So we're giving you a great deal there. Mario Kart World, though, think of all the hours of gameplay you get. So many hours. So we had to increase the price. We did so much work, we needed to increase the price. And when the next Zelda game comes out, I'm going to be honest with you, we might go up to $120 on it. We put a lot of tender love and care into it. It's an incredible game, and we think that's a good price for it. It's so fucking stupid. Basically, they're saying, these are great games, you're going to get a lot out of the games, so we're charging you more for the games because we know you're going to buy it because you already like the properties. I had already read the headline, I knew that's what he said about it, more or less. I just think that's a really dog shit argument because it doesn't apply. Schedule 1. I've gotten so many hours out of Schedule 1, more so than most Nintendo games in recent memory, paid a fraction of the price for Schedule 1. Does that mean Tyler should start charging $80 for Schedule 1 to match Mario Kart World? Fuck no. He'd get eaten alive, even though it offers the same amount of fun and the same amount of hours. It's dumb. It's a stupid statement. Like, yes, they'll get away with it because they're Nintendo. I don't think this holds any water. The main reason is they know they can charge this price. People will buy it. There's not going to be any kind of, boycott. Nintendo Switch 2 will still sell. All the games will still sell. So they can do it. So why not squeeze some more money out of the consumer? That's the core. That is, at its core, why they're doing it. I think they're pricing it based on whether or not it'll be continuously updated. But that's the thing. Every game is continuously updated in the modern day and age. I can't think of a game that just comes out and never gets touched again. Even games that flop still get some updates over their lifespan, even if it is a short lifespan. You can't base a game on that either. I still think that's a stupid reason, too. Like fucking Babylon's Fall. That only ever opened to 12 players and me and Denkin got updates. Concord got updates. Every game that comes out gets updates. Do you think it would be a fair price if they announce every DLC and add-on will be free? If they did that, yes. That would make a lot more sense. They will never do that. But in your, fairy tale Candyland hypothetical, if they said we're increasing the base price of these games and you will get our feature updates later down the line, like our DLC packages, you will get that included, yeah, that makes sense. That then I'd be like, okay, I see what you're trying to get at. You're basically selling the game plus the full lifespan season pass. Okay. That would make sense to me. You'd basically be selling the Game of the Year version. They're never doing that, but if they did, I wouldn't be upset. Oh, I see what you're saying, Archive. Mario Kart is a multiplayer game, so it'll get more stuff. Donkey Kong is a single-player experience, hence why it's cheaper. Not saying it's right, just figuring out their logic. I see what you're saying. Okay. Maybe that's how they base their pricing, then.
You have to have a Nintendo account. You're going to look at how many hours I play before you determine if I'm worthy of buying a Switch 2. Are people going to be able to go out and buy it?
That is cute.
Innovation there with the number of hours played was really to reward our most loyal players and to give them a chance to queue up first and have an opportunity to purchase the product. Tomorrow we're going to be meeting with our retail partners, and our retail partners will have their own pre-order programs. So our
and I promise you it won't be that.
The demand that's going to be out there for Nintendo Switch 2.
Yeah, they did announce this. I did know about it. In order to pre-order the Switch, at least through them, you have to verify that you're a Nintendo fan, fundamentally. Like, you have to verify that you engage with Nintendo products. You have a certain amount of hours. It's basically a fucking background check, like you're buying a gun. Like, it's like they do like a check to make sure that you are qualified for a pre-order. It's so good. I actually don't even hate that, because anything that takes a stab at scalpers, I'll at least give it a try. I'll at least say, cool, why not give it a whirl? So I don't dislike that. Obviously, the other retailers outside of Nintendo will not be doing that. No chance. There are still going to be scalpers. It's not going to beat scalpers, but anything that at least takes a shot at it, go for it.
So first of all, with Game Chat, when you choose Game Chat, you're only choosing from a list of your friends. So you're not
God,
going online to a wide open...
See, if this was my product, the last thing I would want people to see is this.
You're not going online...
That looks like right out of Skype from back in the day. Oof.
A wide open...
No strangers.
That's right. It is your friends, and it's your friend list, and those people that you've invited into your...
You see the quote where Doug pulled a Don Matrick? Who's Don Matrick? And what quote? Are you talking about the one where he said, if you can't afford the Switch 2, get the Switch 1, or that's why the Switch 1 is here? He was the Xbox guy during the Xbox One reveal. Oh, did they say that for the Xbox One? If you can't afford the Xbox One, get the 360? History was not kind to that console. That thing was a super flop. Up there with the Wii U, really. But yeah, here. If you can't afford the $449 Switch, don't expect much help from Nintendo. The company executive is suggesting budget-conscious gamers simply settle for the first-gen Switch. Doug Bowser said the company recognizes there are some people that may not be able to afford the Switch 2's price point. That's why we wanted to make the other Switch platforms available so people still have an opportunity to come into our gaming universe, be a part of these characters in these worlds, and see value, if you will, in whatever rung of the platform they come in. Yeah, so, can't afford it, stay broke, get a Switch, basically, is what it boils down to. I think they are still developing every game for Switch and Switch 2, so I don't think anything is Switch 2 exclusive. So I don't think you'll miss out on any games by not having the Switch 2. Never mind, I'm immediately proven wrong in the following paragraph. Wow. A growing crop of Switch 2 games such as Mario Kart World, Donkey Kong Bonanza, and Donkey Kong Bonanza won't be offered on the Switch 1. I'm wrong. That was quick. It was in the following paragraph. You didn't know that. No, I was under the impression this was going to be like when the PlayStation 3 launched and they still like co-developed games for PS3 and PS2. But even with the PS3, they did have like a couple of PS3 exclusives like Resistance, Fall of Man. Oh yeah, and here's the mention of Xbox One. Comparing it to Don Matrick, who tried to justify the Xbox One internet requirement, saying, "Fortunately, we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360. Great quote, Don. Crushed it. Don Matrick got fired 1 month after the Xbox One reveal. How? Why? What did he do wrong? I'm sure he's probably the CEO of a Fortune 500 company now, because you can only fail upwards in this industry. Why do you hate Xbox? They've been doing so many good things recently. What? I don't even really hate them. They just have nothing on there. And Phil Spencer constantly reminds people of that. He's like, yeah, we lost the console war. Yeah, we still don't have games. But I've always said I think Game Pass is a great deal, and I really appreciate that Xbox games aren't actually exclusive because you can play all of them on PC. I don't even necessarily hate Xbox. I just don't see any reason why you would ever buy that. Unless you just already have one or your friends are on it. It's been said a million times how out of touch Nintendo is with the world around them, and it should be said a million more times because it is laughable how archaic and primitive and disconnected from reality Nintendo is. If Nintendo was an army, they would still be fighting using muskets. Nintendo is like inhabited by nothing but Neanderthals afraid of fire. If you walked into the Nintendo office and said the word technology or internet, they'd all collectively hide under their desks out of fear. It is pathetic how behind the times Nintendo is Why am I talking about Nintendo? It's because they've just done two incredibly fucking dumb things in the last 12 hours, back to back. A double whammy, double fisting the entire online community. The first thing they did is start striking Twitch streamers for playing their Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity game on stream a little early. And the reason they're playing the game early is because it came out in their area. Nintendo doesn't understand that time zones exist. They think everything is Nintendo time, baby. So the game is legally out in Australia and other parts of the world, so they just started streaming the game. But Nintendo doesn't fucking know that, so they think they've pirated the game, so they struck their channel down as a result. If you told Nintendo that other places have different time than what they see on the clock in their office, they'd call you a liar, heretic, flat earth, conspiracy theorist, all kinds of crazy shit, because it looks like they don't understand how fucking time zones work. That's how delusional Nintendo is. Nintendo is to gaming what the workers at Disney World are to the magic of imagination, locked in a fantasy world. They can't process reality or what the fuck is even going on in the world, it feels like. You need to look no further than the Nintendo Online service, the worst online functionality that you have to fucking pay a fee for. Whereas most things, like on PC and shit, you don't have to pay to play online. For Nintendo, you do, and you get the worst service. It's like a service you would find out of a dumpster 20 years ago. Like, it's terrible. It's fucking terrible. It makes me wonder how they even develop games in the first place with this archaic understanding of technology and the internet. Keep in mind, this is the company that used to strike YouTube videos and entire channels if you even played Mario Kart or had Mario soundtrack in your videos. That was only like 5 or 6 years ago. It wasn't even long ago. Nintendo probably still uses pigeon-carried mail as opposed to electronic mail because they're afraid of the email boogeyman. Now, aside from just this ridiculous striking crusade they went on today, they also decided to cease and desist a major Super Smash Bros. Melee tournament because they were using Slippy. I'm not going to get too deep into what Slippy is, but in a nutshell, it allows Super Smash Bros. Melee to be played online via emulator with rollback netcode, and it is the best possible online experience you can find for Melee. And since the world is still experiencing a pandemic, they can't have Melee tournaments in person, obviously, so they were using Slippy, and Nintendo put their fingers up their ass and got real stinky about it, sent out a full cease and desist to shut it all down. Just classic Nintendo shitting on everybody's fun and not understanding anything of what they're doing and how it affects people. Nintendo's whole brand image is about making content for the whole family to enjoy, but it seems like they prefer fucking families in the ass. They've always had a bad reputation when it comes to anything involving consumers and communities. They don't care about communities. They just like to slap them around and use them. And now, of course, you have the 15-year-old certified Twitter lawyers weighing in on the legality of Nintendo stepping in and shutting this down. Well, it's well within Nintendo's rights to shut this down. I mean, it is their property, and it is an emulated version of their game. I think it's totally fine they shut it down. It's Nintendo, and I think that's okay. Well, asshole, I mean, we could debate the legality of emulators all night and day, but at the end of the day, this is a 20-year-old game. I don't think they're somehow missing out on sales by having people emulate and play it online. I don't think there's anyone out there scratching at their neck right now waiting for Christmas so they can finally get a GameCube in Super Smash Bros. Melee. I highly doubt that. But what could happen is some people tune into a massive Smash Bros. Melee tournament, see how much fun the game is, and then go out of their way to become a fan of Super Smash Bros., where they likely do buy Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for the Switch, you know? There's a lot of things that could happen in regards to getting new audience, a new player base from watching an old game being played that Nintendo isn't making any money on these days. I don't think Super Smash Bros. Melee is somehow a cash cow at Nintendo HQ. They likely forgot they even made the fucking game. So yes, you and I can plop by the fireplace with an open bathrobe and debate the legality and whether or not Nintendo is well within their rights to shut it down till the cows come home, but it doesn't matter. The fact remains that it's still a douchey thing to do. It's a nearly 20-year-old property. Why are they trying to enforce that intellectual property tooth and nail and dictate how people can enjoy that game from that many decades ago? It's not worth it. Just let people have their fucking fun. It's not a hard concept. Nintendo's supposed to be all about fun, right? Like, you know, fun for the whole family, all this and that. So what is the point in being so nasty and heavy-handed on everything relating to their property? It's a worthless fight that they decide to take with the community that supports them. It's pathetic. They absolutely just slap around the people that really like their games. It's really sad shit. And Nintendo is just so out of touch with the world that it is laughable. And it's really upsetting that they continue to operate this way without any consequence. They will always seem to be supported by the general population of gamers, even though they have no respect for gamers or anything in that ballpark. They probably don't even know what a gamer is. I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo's under the assumption that they're making pharmaceutical products or something. I really don't understand how the fuck they even make games with this basic level of understanding of the internet. It blows my fucking mind. It really does. They are so incredibly out of touch. And there's a hashtag floating around for Melee right now, which is hashtag free Melee, hoping that Nintendo will see it and retract their decision to shut this big event down. Hopefully it works, but I can tell you right now, Nintendo doesn't know what Twitter is. Nintendo's Twitter account is run by one guy in their basement that they don't even pay. And he said, let's just make a Twitter account. And they said, fuck you, just do whatever, stay in that basement. They don't know what that is. They probably won't see it. Would love to be proven wrong. Hopefully Free Melee does something, but I just wanted to vent about Nintendo. That's about it. So yeah. Good afternoon, Moist Charlie Clips fam. I come to you with urgent news. Nintendo is about to unleash the hounds. It has been a traumatic experience for them over the last 5 days. 2 of their properties have been leaked. And Nintendo, I imagine, is very upset about that. All of you know, Nintendo enforces their copyright with an iron fist. It doesn't matter if you're 2 years old, 90 years old, or actually just a cremated pile of ash in an urn. If they feel you have used their property in a way they didn't intend for it, they will slap you. And if it was up to them, they'd make it a crime punishable by death. They'd hang you publicly if they caught you using their property in a way they didn't like. And that includes things that make no sense, such as Breath of the Wild modded videos. So, it's ruthless. Nintendo is an absolutely vicious company when it comes to their property. And this week, 2 brave warriors decided to kick the hornet's nest and poke the sleeping bear. I want to make it clear, both of these instances are very much illegal what they did here, so I do understand it's within Nintendo's right to take action against them. It's just a matter of how hard they're going to go. We recently saw them tackle Gary Bowser, the man who was part of a team that was basically jailbreaking Switches, and not only did he spend 40 months in jail, or whatever it was, but he will now also spend the rest of his life in debt to Nintendo to pay off over $10 million to them over the course of his life, giving up 25 to 30% of his income every month. So they really fucked him in the face for his entire remaining life. And now with these 2 most recent cases, I'm curious to see how hard Nintendo goes against them. The first one is one a lot of you probably saw on Twitter. It was pretty goofy. A popular Twitter account called Vids That Go Hard posted the entire Super Mario Bros. Movie in their tweets. So they're a Twitter Blue subscriber, meaning they can upload up to an hour of content. So they uploaded the first half of the Mario Bros. Movie and the second half. A movie that is still in theaters and is currently grossed over $1 billion and still exploding. So they just dropped all of that shit like a hot potato onto the platform, and over 10 million people have seen it. 9 million on their account alone, and now it just continues to spread. This has to be one of the riskiest things you can do on the internet. Fuck with Nintendo. Because they're not just going to come after you legally, they will try and ruin your life. They just did that with Gary Bowser. And I also recently read a story about how in, I believe, 2021, there were 2 people that leaked screenshots from the Pokemon Sword and Shield strategy guide before it came out. So they leaked pictures of Pokemon Sword and Shield, and Nintendo brutalized them and earned up to $300,000 in damages from them, so $150K each that those people were responsible to pay back to Nintendo because they showed screenshots of the Pokemon strategy guide. So they do not have any mercy, and this account, Vids That Go Hard, just posted the entire Mario Bros. Movie, which is right now their most valuable asset that Nintendo has. So I imagine they're going to try and get the account's personal information. The reason the account is still up is probably because Nintendo's trying to subpoena the info. And then they'll probably just go hog wild. They'll probably send fucking assassins to that person's house. They will probably try and get them to court and then tie a cinder block to their feet and throw them in the ocean. I'm very curious to see where this goes, because obviously what they did is illegal, but it's also so incredibly stupid to fuck with Nintendo after what they've done over the last couple of years when it comes to people loosely toying around with their copyright in a way they don't like. So this was wild, and I'm going to keep my eyes on this story to see where it goes. But it's also not the biggest breach Nintendo had this week. The entirety of the new Zelda game, Tears of the Kingdom, has been leaked. And it's been streamed on Discord. The ROM, I believe, made it into the wild. So a lot of people now have been able to play Tears of the Kingdom weeks before it's come out. And this is Nintendo's biggest upcoming game. So it's a huge deal, and I guarantee they're going to do everything in their power to find the source of the leak, or anyone that downloaded it early and started playing it on their own. They will probably come after everyone who even so much as saw a stream of this game. I feel like it's going to be a merciless fucking apocalyptic wasteland of legal battles Nintendo's going to wage on the Tears of the Kingdom leaks. So the game is confirmed to be real. The whole game is actually out there. Nintendo's been striking down content that showcases it, showcases images, video, obviously. They're going hard to try and put the kibosh on it, but you can't put the genie back in the lamp. A lot of people now have all the spoilers. They've seen the game, they've played the game, so it's getting wild. So I just wanted to briefly bring all of you up to speed on this because it blows my mind that people are even willing to fuck with Nintendo. Again, what they've done here is, blatantly illegal, but Nintendo is a company that goes the extra mile to make sure that you face lifelong consequences for toying with them. So I'm very interested to see what happens next. I'll keep you all posted, but yeah, that's where we're at right now. That's about it. See ya. 3 days ago, I made a video talking about Nintendo being an evil, soulless corporation, as well as out-of-touch, archaic, and just downright goofy for the way that they treat online content creators like criminals. Most recently, they issued 2 strikes to a YouTuber named PointCrow because he made videos on Breath of the Wild that featured modded content. And in the eyes of Nintendo, that is a sin more unforgivable than murder. So they threw the book at him. They were coming with the meat. They tried to give him the business. They issued 2 strikes, and it wasn't just modded content they targeted, by the way. They also just targeted other videos as well on other games. A lot of it did feature mods, but some of them were just vanilla gameplay videos that they absolutely had a conniption over. Nintendo for a long time has historically shown that they hate their fans and absolutely despise when people play their games or enjoy their games in ways that they didn't plan for or in ways that they don't approve of. So for PointCrow showing mods and having fun making content around mods, they, started screaming bah humbug and shaking their fist at the clouds, and then hired their legal team of assassins to do as much damage to him as possible. And if it was up to Nintendo, they probably would have publicly hung PointCrow to make an example out of him for daring to play their games in a way they didn't intend for people to play them. Would have had him face the fucking firing squad. The reason I'm even mentioning all of this before talking about today's story is because it's only been 3 days and Nintendo has already upped the ante on how evil they can be and how unbelievably cruel they are. Like, they made, I made a claim in that video that they don't listen to the community, they don't care about, negative reputation that they have or community backlash. They don't listen to it, they just kind of brush it off like it's just, little squeaking dog toys that they can just ignore. They don't care what the people are saying, they're not listening. But now, I'm almost convinced they must have heard what the community was saying about how evil they were and said, oh, you think that's bad? Well, watch this. And then they went even harder into degeneracy. So, what they've done, or what was revealed to the public today, is that they have completely ruined a man's life. And I'm not exaggerating. They are putting a man in debt to them for the rest of his life. There's a guy named Gary Bowser, and I'm not making this up. This isn't an alias. His name is fucking Gary Bowser. This sounds like fanfic. This sounds like the plot to the new Mario Bros. Movie. Like, it actually sounds made up, but it's real. Gary Bowser was working with a company called Team Executor. They were a hacking group that would hack consoles for profit, and one of their biggest products was for Switch. They would basically jailbreak the Switch and they'd sell it and make money off it, and Gary Bowser was one of the prominent members of this team, allegedly. And a couple of years ago, he got caught, and he served 40 months in jail. His time in jail is coming to a conclusion now, and he's about to be released, but he's not off the hook yet. In fact, he's on to an even deeper hook. One that is going to be a life of servitude to Nintendo, because they are coming after him for an additional $10 million plus that he will have to pay back over the course of the rest of his life. He is going to have to forfeit 25 to 30% of his income every single month to Nintendo until he can pay off his $10 million plus debt to them, because he was part of that hacking group. That is a legitimate, life-ruining obligation that he will have to fulfill. Now, I want to make it clear, Gary Bowser is not a hero. He is not a saint. He was part of a group that was knowingly breaking the law for profit. He wasn't doing anything, just. He wasn't some, holy figure, breaking the rules for the benefit of everyone. They were very much in it just to make money off of all of this. He knew it was wrong, and what he's done is illegal. But I would argue spending 40 months in jail is punishment that fits the crime. I don't think they needed to add on an additional fucking generational debt that he and his grandkids wouldn't even be able to pay. Now, of course, his family's not going to be obligated to pick up the tab on the $10 million plus that he owes when he dies, but you get the point. The amount of money that Nintendo is forcing him to pay back over the course of his lifetime is one that could never be fulfilled by him and his kids working and his grandkids working and maybe even his great-grandkids working. It is an absurd punishment. Once again, I understand what he did was wrong and he's not a good guy, but this is just beyond excessive. Nintendo is a multi-billion-dollar corporation that's now face-fucking one random average guy in particular, forcing him to pay back a debt that he will never be able to repay. That $10 or $14 million means absolutely nothing to Nintendo. They wipe their ass with that amount of cash. Meanwhile, that means that Gary Bowser will never be able to live a normal life. He's going to be constantly paying this back forever. He's going to die with negative $10 million to his name. He won't even be able to afford a coffin to be buried in. It's just so far into the realm of lunacy here. And I actually imagine Nintendo celebrating this victory with handshakes all around and then laughing at the misery of Gary Bowser, who now has to send 25 to 30% of his income to this company every single month, where once again, I imagine once they receive those checks, they throw it right in the trash can and forget about it, because that amount of money is completely meaningless to them. Anyway, the situation is wild, but this is kind of the story, the general overview of it. I went over it more on stream, so I'll just play some clips of that. You honestly couldn't have scripted a better story, but it's real. And he had been sentenced to jail. Nintendo actually pursued action against him. He had made, I think, $300K from all of his, hacking. And he spent 40 months in jail, and he just got released. And now he's going to have to pay 25 to 30% of his income every single month to Nintendo for the rest of his life. And he will still not be able to ever pay that off. So long, Gary Bowser. Pretty sure chat made that joke when we talked about him 2 years ago, too. Which is still a fire joke, by the way. So he's paid $175 of his $10 million plus debt. So he's chipping away at it. He's making progress, ever so slightly. They wanted to send a message to other Switch hackers. It was a very significant moment for us. It's the purchase of video games that sustain Nintendo and the Nintendo ecosystem, and it is the games that make the people smile. It's for that reason that we do all we can to prevent games on Nintendo systems from being stolen. Heroes. You guys are such fucking noble saints. Thank you, Nintendo. Ensure that this man will never live his life without the fear of Nintendo down his neck. And then also, while you're at it, why not strike a few more YouTubers who make videos on your games? You guys love to make people smile. The company just got a fine. They didn't lock up and throw in the slammer every single person there. Meanwhile, Gary Bowser, he got the book thrown at him. He got the wood. It must have been something personal, because his last name is literally Bowser. I have no doubt Gary Bowser got into hacking the Switch specifically because his last name's Bowser, so he's like, fuck it, I'll do it. Might as well. I'll fulfill my namesake. 100%. Successfully argued that Bowser and Team Executor had caused Nintendo to suffer $65 million in losses due to console hacking software and devices used to play pirated Nintendo Switch games. I don't recall that. $65 million from the console hacking software? I gotta be honest with you, Chief. That seems like a bunch of baloney. I don't know why the number 300K keeps popping into my head. Maybe that's what Gary Bowser personally stood to gain, or personally gained from all of this. Or maybe I'm just way off the mark, but I really thought, or I vividly remember, like a report saying he had made like 300K from it all. But who knows? That could be wrong. So, okay, so that is what he made for himself. He himself made 300K. I saw someone on Twitter say that they would honestly fake their own death in this case. Dude needs a new dust filter for his Hoover Max Extract Pressure Pro Model 60. Fucking true. He's gonna need a Hoover Max ASAP. Does he even have a job? Well, he's just now getting out of prison after spending 40 months there. And he had a job in prison where he paid off $75 of his debt. So I would wager a guess he doesn't currently have a job. He's probably still hunting for one. I'm just gonna get this out of the way right now. My voice sounds like a chain smoker who swallowed a bag of rocks, and there's not much I can do about it. But there's something I really want to talk about today. Nobody hates Nintendo fans more than Nintendo themselves. Every year, sometimes multiple times a year, Nintendo will lash out and just attack YouTubers who make videos about their games, like the biggest fans. And if they're not attacking YouTubers, they're attacking grassroots tournaments. It's foul. Nintendo has some kind of grudge against people that like their products. They view them as enemies, like terrorists. How dare you enjoy our products this much that you're willing to make content or have tournaments around them? We're putting the kibosh on it. And that's exactly what they've done again to a massive YouTuber named PointCrow. Oh my god. What the fuck? Nintendo even sent an assassin after me with Io here with that jump scare. Jesus. That was terrifying. It's good to see you though, Io. You heard me talking about Nintendo and just wanted to come in and chime in on how shitty they are? I respect it. Yesterday, PointCrow posted this video where he talked about how Nintendo is not only taking down a ton of his content, mainly Breath of the Wild, but also striking his channel for it. For those that don't know, there's a couple different levels of severity here, a couple different DEFCONs you can go through on YouTube, where one of them is a video gets claimed by someone, which means they then take all of the AdSense. Another level is they block it and take it down, but you don't get a strike, you just no longer have the video up. And then the third most extreme level, this is when the air raid sirens are sounding, going nuclear, striking a channel, which takes down the video and issues a strike to the channel, which is debilitating. And if you get 3 strikes, you lose your whole channel, it just fucking vanishes. And this is usually supposed to be reserved for the most egregious of offenses, just severe violations of the rules, like you're trying to punish Dirty Dan for getting a little crazy on the platform, then that's when the strikes were supposed to be used. It's because it's basically like capital punishment here on the platform. But Nintendo uses this willy-nilly. They're very loosey-goosey with issuing strikes. This is their first strategy. They don't reach out or try to play nice. They immediately just start rolling around in the pig pen and spitting and shitting on anyone who's covered their content, it seems. They throw out more strikes than a professional bowler, and that's exactly what they've done to PointCrow. They've issued 2 strikes on his channel. I'm going to play portions of his video here where he talks about it more in detail, but it's so fucked up. Nintendo is such a scummy company. I cover all of their L's because I love their products, but I hate their company. I think they're still learning what an email is. They don't know what video content even means. The internet is this mysterious boogeyman to them. They don't fucking get it. They're out of touch. They're delusional, and it shows. They do this so often, and they've done this for as long as the internet's been around. Even back during the dial-up era, I'm pretty sure Nintendo would have tried to lobby against the internet's creation in the first place. They view it as an evil tool used by the devil because it showcases their games. It makes me fucking angry, and they've done it once again.
Listen to what I have to say and consider reversing the decision to claim these videos. I make videos playing games, sometimes in strange ways. But for today, it's important for you to know that on occasion, I modify the games I play and explore what happens when the game mechanics are a little different. I have never encouraged piracy of Nintendo's games. The mods that I've commissioned are not being sold, and all of the code is custom. meaning that they are free of Nintendo assets.
Point Crow explains that the purpose of the video is to hopefully get Nintendo's attention to the issue and reverse their decision. Something Nintendo's never done in the entire fucking company's history, I'm pretty sure. I don't think they've ever listened to anyone ever, not even like their own kids. Like, there is no one Nintendo listens to, and I don't think they've ever walked back a decision ever. If they even loosely heard from the community, Nintendo Online wouldn't be such an embarrassing pile of dog shit that you have to pay for, which is still just an absolute war crime to even be charging for how bad that service is. But anyway, I'd love to be wrong here, and someone at Nintendo actually has internet access and watches this video and has a heart like, oh wow, yeah, maybe this was overkill. But I just don't see that happening, though I would, again, love to be pleasantly surprised. Point Crow lays out that he makes videos and does a lot of content on Nintendo games, and in some of that content he mods them. He modifies the games to be goofier, and the content is fire. So he needed to explain that when he modifies the games, he's not encouraging piracy, he's not stealing anything from Nintendo, it's all custom, and it is in line with their own content policy that they themselves published.
On April 6th, 1 week ago, Nintendo decided to block all 4 videos that I put up on YouTube playing the multiplayer mod. I appealed their decision, as I'm very much in line with their content guideline policies. We'll go over that in a moment. Nintendo then escalated and issued a copyright strike against my YouTube channel. Not once, but twice. Rather than bundle the videos all into one copyright strike, Nintendo issued a copyright strike for one video, and then bundled the other 3 into another strike.
That's deliberately evil. That's malicious. They could have bundled them all together for one strike, which would have still been an absolute load of fucking horseradish, but they decided to go even a step further to the dark side and divide them in order to issue multiple strikes. That's so fucked up, but a very classic Nintendo move. Just another huge L from this company.
Deliberately putting my channel in danger, but not taking it down completely. I was able to get an email address for Nintendo and sent a message asking that we discuss what's going on and try to reach an amicable resolution that would make both parties happy. I heard nothing back so far. Here's that email if you would like to read it.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure Nintendo has cobwebs on their email address. I don't think they know how to log in. Maybe they forgot the password. Maybe they just forgot it existed. Point Crow does have a legal team giving him advice here, and I think he's handling it in all of the right ways, but Nintendo is just completely unresponsive to anything from anybody. Like, you could actually have fucking Joe Biden send them some kind of presidential message or whatever, and if it doesn't get there by carrier pigeon, they're not getting it regardless. Again, I've said this before, but you would have better luck reaching Nintendo if you wrote your message on a rock and threw it outside of your window right now. They'd stand a better chance of seeing that than anything else, like a fucking email or anything. They truly just don't give a shit.
So the next day, Nintendo claimed 24 more of my videos from my channels. Most of them are modded content. A lot of them are Breath of the Wild. But not all of them are. This is key. They also claimed videos containing footage from Super Mario Odyssey, the Pokemon series, and Wii Sports Resort from my channel. The most surprising one, though, was a claim from one of my first videos back in 2019, marrying Sidon and a bookshelf to create Hyrule's first car. It's just a regular, vanilla gameplay video of Breath of the Wild.
The belief I and many others had going into this video, seeing what he posted on Twitter, was that the reason they're striking these videos and taking down this Breath of the Wild content is because their upcoming game, Tears of the Kingdom, is right around the corner, and for some reason now they're going around fucking feeding knuckle sandwiches to anyone who's made Breath of the Wild videos, I guess, and they've always had a real thorn in their side about modding. That's just a rock in their shoe that makes them very upset that people mod their games in order to have more fun with them. They don't recognize that the people modding those games are literally their biggest fans and making a ton of content around it, which only helps spread the game further in a positive way. Point Crow's mods weren't malicious, he wasn't selling them or anything like that, and as you can see from what he just showed, it's not like they were only claiming modded videos. That video from 2019 is just vanilla gameplay. It's not fucking modded out the wazoo or anything. They just very much viewed him as some kind of bad guy and started blasting him as hard as they could. They fucking claimed the vanilla gameplay video of Breath of the Wild. That is so far into degeneracy. It's nuts. And the cat's out of the bag here. It's clearly not Tears of the Kingdom motivated because they also hit other videos from him that were on completely different games.
These takedowns aren't exclusive to my channel either. Over the course of the next couple days, Nintendo is taking down videos from other channels as well. Croton, another very prominent YouTuber, has had at least 10 live streams and 2 videos removed. Importantly, one of those videos is simply a challenge video, detailing how the game would be played if the player decided to explore Zelda, with certain restrictions the player has imposed on themselves. These takedowns may have started with modded content, but they have spiraled into something else entirely.
Yeah, they've spiraled into lunacy here. They're not just targeting modded content, though I don't think there's any real justification for what they've done, even if it was only modded content. Modded content isn't some affront to God for these companies. It is players modding your game and making content around it, and just enjoying it even further. Now, maybe there are some mods that are bad news, but I promise you it's not the ones you're striking down from these YouTubers. It's just further wiping their own ass with their already awful reputation and staining it even further. But again, they don't care. Purchasing a Nintendo game honestly feels fucking horrible, because you're buying something from a company that doesn't respect you and actually just fucking straight up hates you. It's like buying clothes from your high school bully. Like, damn, the clothes are fire, but god damn it, the person behind it hates me and literally spits on me every chance they get. It just sucks. Like, Nintendo makes such bangers, but the company is just actual trash.
So now you know what's happening. At this time, my channel has had 29 videos taken down, 2 copyright strikes, and Nintendo does not seem to be stopping the removal of videos from other creators on YouTube. They've shown that they're striking down regular gameplay videos as well. It's sporadic, and their enforcement of their copyright is incredibly uneven. The thing is, without even considering fair use, all of these videos are very clearly in line with Nintendo's own game content guidelines for online video and image sharing platforms.
Nintendo is going insano style right now, absolutely purging YouTube of all types of different content out of nowhere. Like, all of it's pretty nonsensical. It's not just modded content, it's actual just normal gameplay videos, like playing Breath of the Wild with like a challenge run and shit like that. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they start taking down speed runs or even just general walkthroughs. Like, it's absolute madness. It's chaos. And there's just no way of defending this behavior from Nintendo. Point Crow explains that all of this content fits within their own content policy, as well as, of course, being fair use. They state that they encourage creative input and commentary for content around their video games, as well as like Let's Plays, video game reviews, which it doesn't really seem like they are saying that with a smile on their face, considering they're now just taking down all of these videos that have creative input and commentary. The things that they highlight that they don't allow are the obvious things, right? Where it's just like, you know, full Nintendo trailers or all of their soundtrack and shit like that. Things that other companies also don't encourage either.
You might argue that modded content is in violation of these guidelines, but historically that's not the case. The terms of service for The Legend of Zelda says you cannot modify the game, but it also says that you cannot stream it, you cannot make videos of it, and you cannot otherwise broadcast it. Nintendo's game content guidelines changes this, though, by providing a license on top of the existing terms of service, which modifies the terms of service for content creators. All of the videos that they have taken down are in compliance with their own policies.
A lot of games in their terms of service actually have similar statements, such as like no making videos or streaming the game or anything like that. But like Point Crow mentions, there's extenuating circumstances. There's like an overarching branch of it where they do modify that for the content creators and content that is made around their products. Because obviously in this day and age, any game is going to be like streamed or have videos about it. So a lot of companies encourage it, and Nintendo claims they also encourage it. They even talk about like how touched they are when people make Nintendo focused videos, which is the biggest fucking lie ever told. Like, my god, what a fucking fib, no shot. Every video made on a Nintendo game makes them angry. I feel like they view that as lost dollars, potentially. Like, oh no,
a potential customer may have seen this video and now they're never going to bother getting the game because they got the whole experience from watching this one guy play Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild by killing all of the trash mobs. No, we lost somebody. They've ruined us. Take them down. It's just something that has existed for a long time, right? No streaming the game, no making videos on it, but that's just not the way it's worked historically on the internet for a long time now. And Nintendo has understood that up until recently, where I guess they got hit by a fucking stupid beam and are now taking down videos again. Completely innocent ones.
In fact, what they've demonstrated here is that they will ignore their own policies and licenses to selectively enforce their intellectual property. So, if you've uploaded any video that features any Nintendo content, no matter how transformative or directly in line with their published guidelines, you are at risk. You mentioned in your content guidelines that you are humbled every day by the loyalty and passion for Nintendo's games, characters, and world, and respect that we want to be able to express ourselves creatively by sharing our own videos and images using content from your game. And if you truly respect us and are humbled by this community, don't take this creativity away from us.
Overall, I think it's an extremely strong video from Point Crow here, which once again highlights Nintendo's out-of-touch delusion, and it serves as a great open letter to the company that I have no doubt will go completely radio silent on. I don't think they're going to see it. I don't think they're going to care. They're going to most likely continue to take down completely innocent videos and maybe even whole channels that have covered Nintendo products or made Nintendo-focused content, all because they're just fucking evil. Like, I really don't know what it is anymore. This does nothing to help them. This just puts another blemish on their reputation. This doesn't get people excited for Tears of the Kingdom. This just makes more and more people afraid of Nintendo. And for a company that's supposed to be like all about family fun, I don't know why they want to be feared so badly, ruling their property with an iron fist and allowing no room for creativity or imagination in their worlds from the people that love them the most, like Point Crow mentions. It's just shit. It's just an actual pile of dog shit, and I wanted to talk about that. I'm wishing Point Crow the absolute best here, navigating these 2 strikes on his channel, because Nintendo is a fearsome foe. So I really am hoping for the best for him. He's a great guy, and Nintendo is anything but a great company. They're trash. That's really about it. So yeah. I want to start by addressing the greasy elephant in the room. My hair is not wet from a shower. In fact, quite the opposite. Hygiene is a thing of the past in Tampa right now. This is just thick, caked-on layers of grease and filth. I look like a Madame Tussauds wax statue. But it's not by choice. I'm not choosing to revert to troglodyte instincts and just turn my room into some kind of 4chan masturbatorium cum dumpster where all of a sudden I just give up on showers or anything. It's because Tampa, in all of its baffling, stunning glory, found a way to blow up the water main yesterday or 2 days ago, however long it's been. It's been 2 days without a shower for me. Because a third party was doing work on the city and they found a way to just bust that fucking bad boy completely sky high and flood half the city. I don't know what kind of work they were doing. Knowing Tampa, they were probably trying to find rare opals by just using dynamite in the streets, hoping to get lucky or something, and they ended up just blasting the pipes. But either way, it contaminated the water supply, so we're under a boil water notice and I can't shower. Rather, I don't want to shower. The city says the city will have you believe the water is safe to bathe in, just not consume. And now I'm going full conspiracy theory fucking Redditor here, and I'm starting to question the truthfulness of that kind of statement, because if the water's safe to bathe but not consume, how safe is it really? And I'm a hypochondriac already, so I just don't want to take the chance. Knowing Tampa, they're probably just dumping raw plutonium directly into the water supply. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they just said, hey, this radioactive chemical power plant needs to be drained. Might as well just do it right into the water main here and just further contaminate the water supply. No one will notice. So I'm just, I'm not going down that path. I bought like a case of water bottles to try and bathe myself with after this video. So we'll see how that goes, but I just wanted to explain that right away. So it's only been a week since the last time I shit on Nintendo, and I want to again reiterate, fuck Nintendo. And within that week, they've somehow found more interesting and creative ways to just be hated. It's like they're speed running to try and become the most hated video game company in the fucking world, and they're succeeding. In the last video I made talking about their shit, I kind of chalked a lot of it up to just them being technologically incompetent and out of touch and afraid of change. But after the last week or so, I genuinely just believe this company is evil. I really think that they just hate gamers or their audience that they try and cater to, and do anything they can and go out of their way to keep dropping their fucking butthole in the mouth of the people that buy their products. So I'm not going to go over the same stuff I talked about in the last video. If you want to see other things to hate Nintendo for, you can watch the last video I made. But this one I want to talk about just what they've done recently. So let's start with the most pathetic thing they've done. There was a Splatoon tournament coming up a couple days ago where it was just a Nintendo Splatoon tournament for some teams to come in and compete for the grand prize of $25, which I think is probably the highest prize pool Nintendo's ever fucking offered because they don't show any support to competitive games. To be honest, when I heard it was a $25 grand prize, I was fucking pumping both fists in the air like, yeah, good job Splatoon, you finally got Nintendo to shell out the big bucks for you. Because when I hear Nintendo grand prize, I usually think of cents. So I was expecting 25 cents maybe at most, but man, going all the way for $25 was nuts. And keep in mind, it's not actually 25 real world dollars. They were offering $25 worth of store credit to Nintendo service, baby. That's almost like 3 months worth of their awful online service where you get to play with dial-up connection. I mean, hey, it's a fucking great deal. Nintendo's crushing it. They hate the word competitive in regards to their games. They hate it. I guess it's a company run by people who only ever got participation trophies and now hate competition. I don't know what to tell you. But they fucking hate it and they offer no support. But anyway, they have this Splatoon tournament coming around where the teams were competing for $25 and they're not really there for the money. They're there just to have some fun. And anyway, 4 of the 8 teams that were competing, I think it was 4, had Save Melee, or some way of showing support for the Melee scene. Now just to bring you up to speed on the lore, Nintendo recently shut down a massive Super Smash Bros. Melee tournament just because they didn't like it was being played on an emulator. It was really petty garbage, a bunch of bullshit, and the Splatoon community wanted to show solidarity with the Melee community, so they just made some variation of Save Melee or Free Melee as their team name, and Nintendo responded by shutting the entire fucking Splatoon tournament down. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but they revoked all live streaming rights of the tournament, basically just killing it from the get-go. And the Splatoon community then went to a different tournament with a $1,500 grand prize pool, which absolutely annihilates Nintendo's official one. So it worked out for the Splatoon community, but it just shows Nintendo's willingness to spit in the face of the people that love their games so much. Nintendo fucking hates gamers, I think it's safe to say at this point. They genuinely do everything they can to go out of their way to shit on the fun. And also, even more laughably, one of the Splatoon Opens, the grand prize of $25 wasn't even awarded to the team that won it. Here's a tweet from the team that won. They never even got their $25 gift card. Nintendo is such a piece of shit. Nintendo is so unbelievably heinous in all of their decisions, and I genuinely think they do it maliciously. I don't think it's incompetence. I really think they just have a hatred for the people that buy their products. They can't even be bothered to squeak out a $25 gift card for a team that loves their game that much and competes in tournaments. Like, that's so fucking bad. But it doesn't stop there for Nintendo. Their appetite was ravenous and they weren't satiated yet. They were thirsty, and the only thing that would quench their thirst were more Nintendo fans' tears in their glass. So the next thing Nintendo did is they set their sights and put the crosshairs on one man making custom Joy-Con controllers that were made to honor Etika. Etika was a YouTuber and a streamer and a huge fan of Nintendo IPs, and a man named Captain Alex was making Joy-Con controllers to honor him. And of course, Etika had the Joy-Con boys, so the controllers were outfitted with Joy-Con boys on the controller, and the money that was being made from those was going into charity. And of course, Nintendo, being the greedy, soulless corporation that it is, they sent a cease and desist shutting down production. Nintendo and cease and desist go together like cereal and milk, peanut butter and jelly. They just fit together so nicely. It's used so often. Nintendo and cease and desist are pretty much synonymous at this point. Like, from now on, if you get a cease and desist, you can just call it getting Nintendo'd by this point. They cease and desist anybody. They would send a cease and desist letter to a 4-year-old that did a crayon drawing of Super Mario if it didn't properly represent their IP. To be honest, I'm surprised that Nintendo hasn't tried to sue everyone that wears a green shirt because they say it's related to Link from their IP, Legend of Zelda. They are truly shameless garbage corporation. They are the anti-fun video game developer. And I bet you're thinking, Charlie, well, that's gotta be it, right? And you'd be wrong. They have gone on a complete rampage in only like 5 or 6 days. Today, they shut down the soundtrack for Super Mario, Zelda, and Mario Kart Wii. You can no longer hear the soundtrack on YouTube. They've blocked all of it, or at least most of it, and they're going to continue to do so. It is now forbidden music, because it's Nintendo's music. There's a few more things I was reading about in regards to how they would strong-arm Twitch into not allowing certain things to be broadcast, but I feel like a lot of those aren't 100% confirmed, so I'm not going to touch on it, and I don't even need to. I think it's pretty clear Nintendo doesn't care for the people that buy their games. In fact, I go a step further and say that they genuinely fucking hate them. I don't think that's a stretch to say. I really don't. They have to go out of their way to find these things that they're shutting down and cease and desisting. They have to genuinely be scouting the entire internet to look for people to shit on. It's crazy. Now, I've already started my protest of Nintendo. I didn't buy Age of Hyrule Calamity, Chlamydia Warriors, whatever the fuck it was called. I already forgot. The Age of Hyrule Warriors Calamity, whatever. Because fuck Nintendo. I've never seen a company be so open with how much they don't like the communities that play their games. It's wild. They're not just out of touch. They're downright attacking the people that play their shit. If they're not playing it in the Nintendo-sanctioned way, then Nintendo's gonna try and have your ass thrown in jail. It's a terrible company. It's horrible shit. Horrible, horrible shit, really. Fuck Nintendo. That's about it. See ya. Alright, tough guy, you want to talk about the Switch? We can go there. We can talk about the Nintendo Switch. I know it's got a sequel. I saw the announcement. I also saw the leaks. I buried my nose deep in there and took a big huff. But I won't be speaking on the leaks directly for fear of my life. I feel as though if Nintendo caught wind of me talking about leaks, they would send an ICBM to my house to take me out and then serve my next of kin a lawsuit just out of spite. So we're not really going to be tiptoeing there, but I will at least talk about a couple of the rumors. That's alright, I'm sure. I mean, does a bear shit in the woods, you know what I mean? I'm sure that's probably safe. But yeah, I have been pretty vocal about, not being the biggest fan of Nintendo as a company. I do always like the games they put out. Their first-party titles always slap, but I just don't really like Nintendo themselves. With that bias out of the way, let's talk about the Nintendo Switch. Also, another bias to get out of the way, I've also been vocal about how disappointingly underpowered the Nintendo Switch is. It's got about the same amount of power as my calculator in high school used to have. It's pretty laughable. And while they haven't fully revealed the specs on the Nintendo Switch 2, there are leaks about it, which you won't find me speaking on. I'm treating that like Voldemort. But there are rumors that it will be about as powerful as a PS4 Pro, which I think is pretty fucking good. I've said for a long time, I don't think graphics are the most important thing when it comes to games, so as long as they can just get a consistent 60 FPS, I'm happy with that. And as long as they have a hard drive that can store more than like 2 JPEGs on it, I'm happy there too. Because the base Nintendo Switch, I could only ever install 3 games at any one time. It was just this frustrating headache of playing musical chairs, just perpetually juggling these games around just to make space. And I know I could have bought like an external hard drive for more space, but I shouldn't need to buy an accessory just to store more than 3 fucking titles. Anyway though, while the specs haven't been revealed, the design has, so it's very similar to the original Switch. I'm not going to play any bit of the video because I feel Nintendo might strike the video if I played even a single fucking frame of this thing moving. I just don't take any chances when it comes to this company anymore. But this is what it looks like. And I know some people, at least based on chat's reaction to it, are pretty disappointed that it's not like a complete reinvention of a Switch. It's just a bigger version of it, which I personally don't think is a problem at all if you just set the Switch to Wumbo. I think that's fine because as far as handheld devices go, they kind of nailed that. Like even the Steam Deck follows a very similar design. Like they did get it right with the Wii U's design for handheld gaming, and the Switch went and refined it. It's not really going to keep changing its form all that much, like some kind of grand metamorphosis into a fucking butterfly. I'm pretty satisfied with how it looks. It's a bigger screen, a little more real estate for my man paws to get around, and by that I mean 5'6" meaty paws. Not that impressive. The point is, like, it feels chunkier, but it looks chunkier. So that's good. And as long as the spec leaks are accurate, it's going to be decently powerful. For the first time in a long time, Nintendo will actually have hardware in the 21st century. We did it. We finally made it. We're finally there. I'm honestly kind of surprised because I half expected them to play hardball and double down on this reluctance to enter the modern age. I thought there was a chance that for the Switch 2, they'd release the specs and it'd be like the same 1-to-1 carbon copy formula as like the Ouya or something like that. You know, just severely lacking in the hardware department. But if all of the leaks and rumors are true, it will be very solid, which is great. Now, since this reveal, there have been a lot of Nintendo enthusiasts that have been clowning on me for a tweet I made a while back where I was making fun of Nintendo with pretty low-hanging fruit. I made a tweet saying Nintendo's going to reveal the Nintendo Switch 2 requires a hand crank to power it, which I think is kind of a banger. You know, it's not the most inspired tweet, but it's just one of those on the toilet bowl, might as well poop a little something out onto Twitter type tweets. And I let it rip, and then this got revealed, and they're talking about how poorly aged that was. It's not like I seriously thought they were going to do that, like power it with a hamster and a wheel or anything. I was just making a joke about how out of touch Nintendo is when it comes to tech. Or in general, really. Nintendo is just unbelievably out of touch across the board in every aspect and avenue. But that's neither here nor there. Overall, I'm pretty optimistic with the Switch 2. There were some people in chat saying that the Joy-Con port looks like a possible failure point, where when you like slap it on, if you put it in incorrectly, it looks like it could just snap off. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I understand the argument because it does look like it could break off with a little rough housing or if you just put them in wrong, incorrectly. But I think there's just a very good chance that it's built pretty sturdy. Like it looks kind of durable from just that brief glance, but when the Switch 2 arrives, I'll put it through its paces. I'll give it like a fucking ring dinger, like I'm doing a chiropractic adjustment on it. We'll see. We'll see. So yeah, anyway, that's kind of like my thoughts on the Nintendo Switch 2. It looks about how I expected it to, and the specs are a lot better than I expected them to be, but we haven't seen a whole lot from it yet, other than like a little glimpse at the new Mario Kart, which is hype. But yeah, I'm more optimistic about it than I thought I would be. Now, I would like to show you a little something special that we went over on stream. It was already leaked to be Mario Kart 9. Love to hear that. Also, speaking of leaks, did anyone see what Hideki Kamiya had to say about it? His take on leakers is... he's drawn a hard line. I hope that all of the people who leaked Switch 2 information / those who helped leak it will be cursed for the rest of their lives to always have poop on the soles of their shoes when they get home. The shitty leaker only acts for his own pleasure and self-satisfaction. Not only is he not contributing to anyone's benefit, he is incurring all sorts of opportunity losses and has done nothing to be proud of in front of others. He is the worst of scum, so he should be covered in shit from head to toe and thrown out of the atmosphere and then stop thinking and wander forever. These damn leakers are in a position of responsibility where they have access to information that only a very select few know, yet what they do is nothing more than an expression of a filthy desire for approval that lacks a shred of rationality. They are shameful people, so it is not the manufacturers whose secrets have been exposed who should be blamed, but these damn people, and they need to be crushed as soon as possible. If you guys don't know Hideki Kamiya, he has amazing rants. He's also like very notorious for blocking everybody. Literally everybody that ever breathes blocks them. Oh yeah, one of his big things is he will block you off rip if you don't speak Japanese. Yeah. If you don't speak Japanese, you are insta-blocked. I forget, are you blocked by him? Let's see, I imagine I am blocked by him, but I'll double check. I don't go on Twitter, so there's a chance I'm not. I am not blocked. Leakers destroy planned marketing that basically wastes money for everyone involved. That's why we get crappy reveals like this one. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of arguments for like why people don't like leakers. I get it. Yeah, I know you're staring at the blueberry stain on my white shirt. What's the big deal? It's called being human. What, and you're so perfect? You've never made a little whoops-a-daisy, a little accident on your shirt while eating some blueberries? What are you, the berry brigadier or something? Never spills? Wow, I'm so proud. How impressive. Just get over it, tough guy. Anyway, though, what I want to talk about today, but not in too much detail for fear of some kind of legal repercussions for talking about it, what I'd like to cover briefly, vaguely, is the Game Freak hack that just happened. Probably one of the biggest leaks I've seen since the Insomniac moment, where pretty much everything Insomniac is and has been working on came to light. Something similar, not quite to that level, just happened with Game Freak. And since I've been gnawing on Nintendo's teats for a little bit here, baring my fangs, letting them know that I'm not happy with Nintendo's recent behavior, a lot of people are wondering why I haven't been talking about this more, because I've been on Nintendo like fart on poop, and I haven't talked much about these leaks. The reason's pretty obvious. I don't mind poking the sleeping bear occasionally playing, like Pokemon mods for TCG Simulator, or making fun of and insulting this company for their greed and downright nefarious evil practices. But when it comes to leaks, it's a little bit different. I've covered leaks in the past, like when Suicide Squad Bore the Justice League Kill the Franchise came out. There were some leaks before it where it showed like UI as well as a little bit of gameplay. And I talked about that on stream and even had like a little clip in a video. Both those pieces of content got blasted. So I had to redo the video and take down that stream to get rid of that stuff. It wasn't a strike or anything, they just got taken down. They got blocked. So it is something that is taken seriously, and that was for Suicide Squad. That doesn't hold nearly the same amount of water that Pokemon does. And Nintendo is litigious and petty, and they are always out for blood, just hunting for any excuse to fuck someone in the face. It doesn't matter, like how tiny or trivial something may appear, Nintendo will go hog wild with it. They would probably go perform a vasectomy on a man if they found out he posted deviant art that was unflattering of Princess Peach, just out of spite. They protect their IP with an iron fist, and they have no qualms about doing some dirty deeds to keep it under their paws. So a breach like this, a hack, a leak like this, is a huge deal and something they're taking very seriously. And I don't know what I'm allowed to talk about or show from this, because I don't know how vengeful Nintendo will be. So I'm going to try and tiptoe around like specifics and instead just talk about the basics, because it's huge. Not only did they get all kinds of like top secret projects that are being worked on and code names, they got real names of employees and tons of information about the actual people that work there. It is a huge breach. And the biggest thing that's spinning from this that I'm sure a lot of people have heard of now is there was some lore, which is a term I'm using very loosey-goosey for this, lore around some Pokemon they found. And the biggest one that had people raising an eyebrow wondering what kind of fishy business is going on at Nintendo for this was around Typhlosion. There were other stories with other Pokemon that not even Tumblr's weirdest fanfic writers would have ever even thought of, because they're just so fucking odd. Like, a couple of them revolved around Pokemon impregnating humans. I don't understand what they thought they were cooking with that. That shit is foul. Like, not even deviant art would have made something to that level. Like in one of them I was reading, I don't want to get into specifics because I don't know how Nintendo's going to respond to this whole thing, but in one of them, a girl gets pregnant from a Pokemon. The Pokemon ends up getting stabbed by her friends and thrown into a lake, and then she throws herself into the lake, and as a result, her friends and everyone starts treating that Pokemon better. They stop stabbing and killing that Pokemon. But like, why are these Pokemon impregnating humans? So the Typhlosion one is probably the weirdest one. Like, that's why this one has become like the breakout of all of these, because it is peculiar. I've just gotta take you through this story though, at least the basics of it. So it begins with this, verbatim. A long time ago, when the boundary between Pokemon and humans was unclear. What do you mean? How was there ever an unclear boundary between human and Pokemon? You can see where this is going, and it's fucking weird. Like, how was there ever any uncertainty? I know it became a big meme online with Smash or Pass Pokemon shit, but you have to keep in mind, this is the official Nintendo stamp of approval as something they were almost going to use as an idea. Like in the leaks, there's a bunch of concept art and shit that never got actually used, and this is one of those components where this was something they were ideating on. This idea that there was a period in time where humans were fucking Pokemon. That is baffling. Anyway, though, the rest of the Typhlosion story goes that Typhlosion was a shapeshifter. It kidnapped a girl, kept going out to get berries. They'd eat berries and fall asleep together, and eventually they had a child together. And one of the quotes is, "Your father's looking for you, but you are my wife. I will have to fight him." So the Typhlosions gaslit this girl into staying with him and having a child together. And then the girl's like, "Don't kill my father. If you kill my father, how could I stay with you? You're a good person. Don't kill him." Eventually Typhlosion's like, "Okay." And then the girl's like, "You need to let yourself be killed by my father." And he's like, "Okay, goodbye," and dies. He gets killed by the father. And the half Pokemon, half human child that the girl carries from the Typhlosion is subject to ridicule and disgust from the village that she's from. Eventually, after being teased for so long, her and the child vanish into the forest, and the story concludes with, "And so people came to understand that Typhlosions are half human beings." Wow. That's one of those moments where the fucking Twilight Zone theme plays right there at the end, or like the Saw theme right at the end with the crazy twist moment. It is bizarre. And that's only like the smallest piece of these leaks. That's just the one that I know a lot of people have latched onto because of how weird and wacky it is. But the leaks are huge. The amount of information that they got from Game Freak through this hack is crazy. I have no doubt whoever instigated this, whoever actually like orchestrated this hack, will be found dead soon. Nintendo will not leave them breathing. Nintendo, of course, is very litigious, like I mentioned, but in a case like this, I feel like they are going to go the extra mile and actually execute this person publicly. They will probably put this person and broadcast it on every platform. They have a fucking special Pokemon Unite season event for it where they kill the hacker. Like, they are probably so mad and trying to explore the most extreme options to get this person. I am super curious to see how the rest of this plays out because it is a big leak. I haven't talked about the big stuff, but if you've read up on the leak, you've already seen some of it. So, you know, I did want to at least speak on it a little bit. I'd love to be able to talk more on it, but I don't want to get in trouble with Nintendo because I think they're probably fuming right now and they might just start lashing out at anybody even loosely covering the leaks. So that's really about it. So yeah. You saw Nintendo is suing a streamer for streaming a pirated Switch game. I meant to look into that. Thank you for reminding me. I wanted to check that out. That is a bold, bold move to be streaming a pirated Switch game knowing how litigious and vengeful Nintendo is. Let me see, who was it? Nintendo suing a streamer of pirated software for millions of dollars. The defendant has been streaming gameplays before the titles were even released. Ooh! How stupid are you? Oh my god. Every game guru who it's accusing of streaming gameplays of pirated games before they were even released and providing viewers access to illegal ROMs and piracy tools. His goose is cooked if that's true. Let me see. What has he said about it? Wait, this is interesting. I thought it was just like he was streaming, you know, Super Mario 64 on an emulator. He pirated the game and he streamed it. How dare he? Rah, rah, rah. Oh, Nintendo big bad bully on the block gonna fucking spit in your butt. But no, it seems like this guy really did it to himself, if that's true. His YouTube channel is gone. He does have a Twitter. Nope, his Twitter is gone. Oh, they vaporized him already. They deatomized him like Dr. Manhattan. Oh, no, his Twitter's still up. He scrubbed it, though. There's only 4 posts left. He streamed 10 different games before release. Poking the bear like that is nuts. Messing around with Nintendo and pirating their games is like fucking with the cartel. I don't know why he didn't think he was going to get skinned alive. In its lawsuit, the company said the defendant live streams himself playing games on YouTube, Discord, Twitch, TikTok, Trovo. What the fuck is Trovo? Kick Vaughn? D-Live? What year is it? What kind of place is this, huh? Picarto, Nemo, and Loco. I feel like he made up like 4 of these. That's like his own personal websites. Interesting. Very, very interesting. He was definitely putting himself out there, trying to stand out in the crowd, often with very little commentary. Okay. Apparently, every Game Guru streamed gameplays of at least 10 different titles before their official release date in at least 50 occasions since 2012. Oh man. He had so many opportunities to just stop. And he just couldn't do it. The 15 combined viewers across 45 platforms was just too enticing for him. The clout. The audience needed him. The bat signal was up for every Game Guru. Picarto is a not suitable for work art streaming site. He was just posting this to everywhere that had live streaming capabilities. He was probably trying to like blast this into like university exclusive websites. I'm surprised Vimeo's not on here. Every Game Guru allegedly streamed Mario and Luigi Brothership on October 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, and 29th, way before its official release on the 7th. After Nintendo got the videos taken down from various platforms, including YouTube, he continued live streaming on Loco and even included a QR code for his Cash App handle. How stupid is this guy? This might actually be one of the dumbest men I've ever seen. I'm exaggerating. There's definitely stupider men in the world. But wow, you have to be actually turbo moron. You have got to be boofing idiot juice twice a day in order to actually think this is going to work out for you. Like, not only was he doing something highly illegal to one of the few companies in the world that will go out of their way to fuck anyone in the face, no matter how small, he was including every possible means to track him. He gave a QR code for his Cash App on stream. Oh my god. His life is over. He would create new accounts after his old ones get disabled. Nintendo said he sent the company an email telling it that it has 1,000 burner channels and that he can do this all day. Man thought he was the Zodiac Killer, but against Nintendo. We found a user with the same name on Loco with streams of Super Mario Jamboree before it officially became available on the 17th. In addition to those two games, Nintendo listed the other games that the defendant played on video before release, including Echoes of Wisdom, Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, Mario vs. Donkey Kong, Super Mario RPG, Mario Bros. Wonder, Pikmin 4, Splatoon 3, Mario Strikers. Nintendo has also included screenshots of every Game Guru linking people to piracy tools in its lawsuit. I wonder how many people watch these. He had 59 followers on Twitter, so it's not exactly like he's, Kai Cenat out here breaking records with viewership. Man was risking life and limb for what? A couple tiddlywinks of clout? One screenshot showed a post where he wrote a step-by-step guide on how to play illegally downloaded ROMs, included links to Ryujinx, Yuzu, Suyu, and Sadachi Nintendo Switch emulators, links to websites that distribute game ROMs, and a link to a website where people can get Switch decryption keys necessary to be able to play the console's games. Capitalism is cancer, he wrote in the post in all caps. My channel is being deleted for sharing gameplay videos. This is your reward. Brother, like, you're just doing something blatantly illegal. It actually has nothing to do with capitalism. Like, he's trying so hard to, like, co-op something to make it sound, like, justifiable, like he's fucking V for Vendetta out here. What an idiot. What an actual idiot. Company is asking for $150,000 in damages per violation of its copyright. As 404 Media notes, that could add up to millions, seeing as Nintendo is accusing the defendant of streaming at least 10 games illegally in at least 50 occasions. This is going to be the next Gary Bowser. Every games guru is going to be in Nintendo's servitude for the rest of his life, paying dividends forever. Half of his paycheck every month from this day forth, well, once the lawsuit's finalized, will go directly to Nintendo's bank account. That was his name, right? Gary Bowser? The previous guy that Nintendo butt-fucked? I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, it was. Okay, I thought so. For those that don't remember, Gary Bowser was a guy that got into some hot water with some modification tools. When it comes to Nintendo property, they weren't super happy about it. He was making a lot of money off of it. They eventually sued him. They threw him in jail. And now, for the rest of his life, basically, he will be paying them back. Also, I might be misremembering Gary Bowser. It might be Doug Bowser. It's either Doug or Gary Bowser. I can't remember which one's the CEO of Nintendo in America. Nope, Gary Bowser. I had it right the first time. Hack seller Gary Bowser says Nintendo can take 25% of his monthly income. Basically forever, because he owes so much money to them. And he's already 53 years old. So every game's guru, you and Gary Bowser about to be best boys. Can he even pay half that in his entire lifetime? Nope, it's not even about that. It's just about sending a message. And now they're doing the same to every game guru. This guy is, like, exceptionally stupid, though. Like, this is a completely different level of being dumb. If only everyone kept their mouth shut. You know what's crazy? If every single person, all of them that you can count on one hand, kept their mouth shut about every game guru streaming illegal games before they released, he still would have been caught because he sent them a fucking email. This guy couldn't keep his own mouth shut. He sent the company an email itself in order to put himself on their radar. This man just wanted to like ruin his life. He said, you know what? I'm a little too happy. I need to fuck that. And he did. World's dumbest crash out. It's gotta be up there. It seems so personal. Like, hating Nintendo, I get it. I'm right there with you. This, you're not even fighting against them, you're just fighting yourself. This is just so nonsensical. And he had so many opportunities to stop. So many. He has some devious plans we don't know about yet. That's true. He could be doing this right now with his hands as his plan comes together. Yes, I wanted to be sued for millions of dollars in damages from Nintendo. It's all coming together. I just checked out Vaughn Live. There's one stream under the gaming category by Poker Otai. It has 0 views. You know, yeah, let me see some of these websites he was using to stream, because I haven't heard of half of these. Let's start with Vaughn. Vaughn.live. Live stream your life. Vaughn Live. Possibly the greatest live. Let's see. How many total viewers does this site have right now? The top stream on Vaughn has 72 people watching, I think. It's got ads out the wazoo, though. God, using this site without an ad block is miserable. There's, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ads just right in your face off a rip. More ads than streamers. This actually does look like a virus. m.nemo.tv is the best social live streaming community for watching live show, game live, or have a free chat. Participate in real-time interaction or video. This one at least has some gaming on it right away. Let's see, the top streamer right now. This one, okay, so this one's more of an international one. So this one seems pretty popular, actually. And then Picarto. Someone already told me what Picarto was, but I'm gonna look it up myself. Apparently it's a not suitable for work art streaming site. Picarto, the world's best create live streaming service. Come watch your favorite artists and creative minds. Don't think I can pull it up on stream. There's not even a gaming category. Not that I can find. Didn't even know DLive was still up. Oh, I forgot to check DLive. How's DLive doing? We actually did a check-in on DLive about a year ago. Your stream, your rules. Are they still using lemons? Still doing lemon party over there or whatever, where like the currency is lemons? It seems like they've got 1 or 2, 4, 6. They have over 10,000 viewers right now on DLive. I don't know how to order it by top streamer. What's DLive? Oh, do you not remember DLive? This was back with the whole Mixer hype when there was streaming competitors, and PewDiePie signed to DLive and made that video about how he's streaming exclusively on DLive. Like, they must have really like put a bag on PewDiePie for that. And he went to DLive, nobody followed him, and then PewDiePie was like, yeah, this shit sucks, and left like in a month. DLive was after Mixer. Yeah, I don't remember the timeline. It was just during that era where people were signing deals away from Twitch or going elsewhere besides Twitch. Kaiba deals? Actual Kaiba deal, yeah. I mean, it was smart. Take a bag, semi-retire for a little bit, then come back. That was the Mixer model. And the Facebook Live model. Because the audience was still here. So it's not like people really lost anything by taking like the Mixer deals or the Facebook deals. That's what it would look like if I was reading this news for the first time about the Microsoft price increases. But I read it earlier and I already got all my frustration out of the way privately, screaming into a pillow. This isn't some make-believe fish paste, a little video game industry boogeyman here with some false reports. This is confirmed that Microsoft will be increasing all of their prices across the board on hardware as well as accessories. And most notably, they are increasing the price on their Xbox first-party games to $80. following in line with what Nintendo's doing with some of their games. Now, you may notice if you've got some keen peepers on you, I'm not in my normal domain. I'm in a hotel room. I'm in hiding because I knew I'd need to escape because I'm about to criticize Nintendo again while talking about Microsoft, and Nintendo fans don't like that. So we gotta play it safe here. Nintendo, I think, has set the trend here. They've broken the seal that $80 games will be accepted by people. And by people, I mean gamers, which is a different kind of person because they will accept any kind of shit you feed them at any price point, it seems. And now, since that case has been made, with the Switch 2 making record-breaking pre-orders apparently, Microsoft feels confident that they can do the same and they'll follow suit, and I imagine other big boys in the gaming industry will also do the same because being able to put the squeeze on gamers' piggy bank a little bit stronger is good for the bottom line. And since a lot of people are defending the $80 price tag, gaming companies are going to go in that direction, and thus it'll most likely be the new norm. But I am surprised it's happening this quick. I thought there'd still be more of a buffer before other big gaming industry giants jumped on board the $80 price tag. Now, of course, Nintendo's not solely to blame here. A lot of it will obviously fall on the uncertainty with tariffs and all of that. That's absolutely a factor here, no doubt. And obviously it's something a lot of people are unhappy about. Except for the mindless drones who do free PR for multi-billion-dollar gaming corporations fighting their battles day and night on Twitter in the trenches to defend their honor, just so they can continue to be exploited for their piggy bank. So anyway, it's been a lot of talk on this subject throughout the day. Everyone is, weighing in, and it's been a big discussion, but there's been a surprising lack of coverage and a lack of discussion around my hot ass and this fucking fart I'm about to shit out. I don't know if the webcam mic could pick that up, but that was American made. That's tariff-free right there, I'll promise you that. The point is, though, $80 games sucks. And it's not like the price tag is indicative of a quality increase across the board, because in a lot of cases, the main formula these gaming companies look to exploit is live service. So you're paying $80 for oftentimes games that are incomplete and are only tended to after you've paid the $80, and then they'll go in and try and make it better down the line. So you're paying more money for a less complete project in a lot of cases. Of course, that's not an absolute statement. That's not a blanket across the board. But in general, we've seen this a lot in recent years where the idea is push it out now, let's make money now, we'll fix it later. And I really cannot understand how anyone could see the state that gaming is in right now and be like, yeah, it makes sense. I'll pay $80 for these games that keep coming out that are fucking broken on launch, missing half of the content that they've promised. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, that is pathetic. Like, no one should be happy about the direction of $80 games coming up right now. Anyway, though, I'd like to read you their pricing update that they just posted. As of May 1st, we have adjusted recommended retailer pricing for our consoles and controllers worldwide. We also expect to adjust the pricing of some of our new first-party games starting this holiday season to $79.99. Those titles purchased on the Xbox Store have the benefit of Xbox Play Anywhere, allowing players to buy once and play on console and PC at no additional cost. We understand that these changes are challenging and they were made with careful consideration given market conditions and the rising cost of development. Looking ahead, we continue to focus on offering more ways to play more games across any screen and ensuring value for Xbox players. The rising cost of development is something I've talked about a lot, how every game costs like $100 million now and like 6 years of development just baking it in the oven only to come out and be just underwhelming. That is 100% on them. It's not like the industry norm. There are so many indie games that have proven you don't need $100 million budgets to deliver extraordinary experiences. It's just these suits, these fucking corpo zombies at the top of the food chain that are so delusional. They're seeing Hollywood investing $320 million in the fucking stinkerooskies like Electric State and then being like, we need to do that for video games. So that's been the direction they've gone for the last almost 10 years now. But I have said very loudly for a long time, the actual future of AAA gaming is by doing smaller projects that require less time to develop and less money and smaller teams. That to me, I feel like that's a no-brainer. Like, there are so many examples in recent years you can pull from of small teams or even one-man teams delivering game of the year like quality experiences, you don't need to be dumping hundreds of millions of dollars into the next Concorde. Like, it's just a stupid path, but they keep talking about it like it's an inevitability, how development cost has to continue rising, and every studio needs 500 developers all working on Assassin's Creed Shadows 2. Like, it's just super unnecessary. It is so much bloat for no reason. Instead, just put your money where your ass is and just invest in good projects that don't need to be like a super grand slam to make a single oodle of money back on the investment. Like, just think about how much a game has to sell in order to be profitable in the AAA space right now. Even if you do have a game that does really well, it's a good chance it doesn't make any money back because you've put so much money into it over the course of so many years that it'd need to sell like a fucking $1 billion worth of revenue in order to see it go green even slightly. Whereas if you had a bunch of smaller projects that don't need to be these crazy miracle home runs to make money, you stand a chance. Like, I really think the Blumhouse model, this is the one I always mention, where Blumhouse finances like fucking 100 horror movies a year that all cost like $2 to $5 million. And you probably haven't even heard of half of these absolute turbo shitters, but they only need to make like $10 million, $15 million to be like a super success for the company. And they always do. It's very rare that a Blumhouse film doesn't make more than the budget, because it's so cheap to produce and it doesn't take that long. So it's a model that is proven efficient and works. And there are so many games that prove that model works too. But AAA is just so hell-bent on just dumping as much infinite money as they can into like one or two projects over the course of so many years. And they just end up being like super safe, Weenie Hut Jr., uninteresting. And even if they do moderately well, it's not good enough because it needs to do extraordinarily well to make any money back, because too much went into that fucking pit producing it. And it's only going to get worse now at $80 being the norm, because more and more people are getting priced out of buying AAA games. So what's going to happen naturally, more and more people are going to start pirating the games. But anyway, I'm rambling about things I've talked about a lot already. It's just, this is something a lot of people saw coming, with $80 being the new norm once that floodgate was opened. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, so it sucks to see. And yeah, I just kind of wanted to rant about it a little bit here. That's about it, so yeah.
Nintendo and lawsuits go together like cereal and milk. They are no stranger to dishing out lawsuits. They would sue an 8-year-old if they found out that their grandmother made them a Mario nightlight. They've been this way for years, so it's no surprise that they're suing Palworld. I'm actually surprised it took them this long. For a while, I thought it maybe wasn't going to happen, because Palworld, when it came out, everyone compared it to Pokemon. I called it Pokemon with guns, everyone called it Pokemon with guns, and it was one of the biggest games to launch of the year. Well, one of the biggest games to launch in general on Steam. So it's not like a game that flew under the radar. Nintendo would have been alerted to it. Well, that is assuming they use the internet, which is a far-fetched notion. They only just recently learned what email was like 5 years ago, so who really knows? They're probably still working off dial-up over there, because that company is so fucking archaic and out of touch. But there is a very slim chance that they weren't aware of Palworld, and they vaguely talked about it. They did make some posts back when Palworld was popping off that they will do anything they can to protect their copyright. And they also announced that they were going to be investigating, but a lot of time passed, tumbleweeds started to blow through, there was cobwebs on the story, nothing came from it, so I started to assume that maybe they didn't find anything that they had any real legal ground to pursue Palworld over. But it turns out that was wrong. Instead, they spent all this time charging their alt. So now Nintendo and the Pokemon Company have jointly filed against the company behind Palworld, Pocket Pair. Also, I'll just go ahead and say what everyone's thinking. Pocket Pair, I mean, that's kinda on the nose. Like, there are things here like that seem extremely close to Pokemon. But anyway, we'll talk about the actual patent infringement lawsuit in a moment. I want to talk about Palworld itself. I and many others really liked Palworld because for the first time in at least a decade, it felt fresh. Nintendo's just let Pokemon get super stale and recycled. And somehow they can't even just hit copy and paste correctly half the time. Like the newest one, Scarlet and Violet, was a fucking mess. That game looks worse than some of the Pokemon games that came before it. It's when you continuously download a JPEG and it ends up looking like some kind of fucking cursed images straight from one of the circles of hell. That's kind of what Pokemon's become. Like, it is just the same game regurgitated endlessly, and even when they do try and do a few new things like with Legends of Arceus, it's half-baked, so they don't even fully realize some new concepts they might want to try. It's just, most people, like me clearly, have really lost their faith in Nintendo to deliver a good Pokemon game. Enter Pal World. They take the Pokemon formula and they make it feel fun and exciting. And yes, of course, to the hall monitors out there, you'd be lying to yourself if you said that the pals were totally unique looking. There are some pals in the game that look almost identical to Pokemon counterparts. It looks like they just changed the few colors. But you're not going to hear me whining about that, not going to order any french fries there and shed tears over them having similar designs from their pals to Pokemon, because Pokemon doesn't fucking use them for anything worthwhile. So, I don't really care. I'm not going to be upset on behalf of a billion-dollar company for it, but I did think this was going to be the strongest case Nintendo had against Pal World, because the designs are almost identical in some situations. But it doesn't seem like that's what they're going for. So, the patent infringement lawsuit. That means that they believe Pal World infringes on a patent they hold. So, not like designs or anything. Instead, they are seeking an injunction against infringement and compensation for damages, which indicates the lawsuit is civil. And according to an attorney, the fact that it's a patent infringement suit and not a copyright claim means the case isn't about copies of Pokemon themselves, but rather some aspects of the game design that Nintendo and the Pokemon Company protect as a new invention patented. That really raised a few eyebrows because, like I said, the main thing people point out is how similar the designs of some pals are to Pokemon. So you would think that they'd go after them for a copyright infringement, like, hey, you've taken our characters and you've made one-to-one knockoffs. You've made bootleg Pokemon over here. But they're not. They're not trying to make the argument, hey, you took a Rayquaza from us and turned it into a Rayquazar in Pal World. They're going after them for patents, meaning like technical inventions that they own the rights to. So in when it comes to games, sometimes things that are patented are mechanics. So the most notable one that I see referenced a lot, and it's one that I think about from time to time, is the Nemesis system from the oh my god, my nose is really getting congested here. Is the Nemesis system from like Shadow of Mordor, Shadow of War. That's an incredible system, and there's a reason you've never seen it used since. It's because Warner Bros. Has that patent and they just shove it up their ass and just sit on it. They don't use it, and no one else can use it because it's patented. There was also a really notable one. You know mini-games that used to be in the loading screen of games a long time ago? Well, that was patented as well, so there was a reason why you no longer had mini-games when a game was loading for such a long time. It was patented. Now, conceptual and visual similarities aside, Pal World and Pokemon play wildly different. Pal World is a survival game with an emphasis on exploration, building, and combat. Like, you use fucking guns. Like, it is wildly different from a Pokemon game from a gameplay perspective and what you're actually doing. So, it's weird to target that. However, it seems, and this is the best guess that people have, that Nintendo has a patent on video game character throwing an item to catch a monster while out in a field. So, the Japanese application specifically refers to Pokemon Legends Arceus, which allows players to throw Pokeballs in the overworld rather than limit catching to wild battles. It also includes what looks to be a version of the game's Pokedex pages, which track information like how many times the player has encountered the Pokemon in question or has seen it use a specific move. Pal World does contain catching mechanics similar to Pokemon Legends Arceus, so this may be one of the patents included in the lawsuit. Additionally, developer Pirate Software speculates that the lawsuit relates to Pal World's Pal Spheres, which are similar to Pokeballs, and Nintendo filed a patent for this in Japan back in 2021 and got it approved in 2023. I think the speculation is probably correct here. Those are like the two main gameplay mechanics that Pal World has that Pokemon also has. I can't really think of any others off the top of my head that are patented, at least. So I think that's probably where they're heading with this lawsuit. And I know a lot of people have talked about this, but I want to echo it. Patenting gameplay mechanics fucking sucks. It stifles creativity because a mechanic can work as a foundation that others can build upon and create something beautiful out of. That's like the very definition of how some art blossoms. It starts somewhere and it evolves through others doing similar things but growing it in different ways. So if you patent something and forbid anyone else from touching it, it really sucks for every person that's not the company with the patent. I'm going to use the Nemesis example again. The Nemesis system could have been a staple in gaming, but instead it is now only in 2 games. Granted, both games are bangers, but if we could have seen that explored in other titles, that could have been one of the best new mechanics of the modern age. I love the Nemesis system. That had so much potential, and now it just festers. It sucks. Nobody wins there, except for Warner Bros., I guess, because they have a gold mine that they refuse to tap into. So, when it comes to gameplay mechanics being patented, I'm not extremely happy about that, but that's the legal ground that they're going to stand on and attack Palworld for, and I guess we'll see how it plays out. Palworld has responded. To sum up their statement, they're saying that they're going to be going through all the legal proceedings and investigations, and they don't know what specific patents they're accused of infringing upon because they have not been notified. They then go on to explain that they're a smaller indie game company based in Tokyo, and they just want to create fun games that bring people joy. They then say it's unfortunate we'll be forced to allocate significant time to matters unrelated to game development due to the lawsuit. However, we will do our utmost for our fans and ensure that indie game developers are not hindered or discouraged from pursuing their creative ideas. So it doesn't sound like they know exactly what they're being targeted for with the patent infringements yet. I'm assuming that'll come later down the legal proceedings since this is still very early into it. And I guess we'll see how it plays out. I imagine Nintendo probably wouldn't, well, Nintendo and the Pokemon Company probably wouldn't pick this legal battle if they weren't confident they could win. These are billion-dollar companies going after Palworld now. That's going to be tough. Or maybe it won't be. Maybe they have a trick up their sleeve to prove they didn't infringe on any copyright. Who knows? I guess we'll see. Anyway, though, that's about it. So, yeah. Nintendo forcing Garry's Mod to delete 20 years worth of content. They're actually making a stink about Nintendo property being in Gmod now? Is there nothing Nintendo won't ruin? They have to be the most joyless corporation on the planet. No exaggeration, it's gotta be Nintendo, hands down. There's more joy from cigarette producers than there is Nintendo. That's incredible. Wow. Wow! I actually did not expect that. I have to look into this. There's no way. This has got to be some kind of misunderstanding. No shot. I heard it's not actually Nintendo, but some known DMCA imposter. We'll go through this. I've got to find out now. Didn't Nintendo sue a 10-year-old's birthday party, or was that a meme? They've sued so many people and cease and desisted so many, I don't know. That sounds like something Nintendo would do, but the one that always stands out to me is it was Marvel, and they shut down a child's gravestone having Spider-Man on it. Nintendo would send a cease and desist letter to a toddler for drawing a picture of Mario without paying them. That is the Nintendo way. So they've been issued a takedown notice by Nintendo. As a result, Face Punch Studios, developers behind Garry's Mod, are in the process of removing about 20 years worth of Nintendo-related content from the game. In an update to Garry's Mod Steam page, the developer stated, "Some of you may have noticed that certain Nintendo-related workshop items have been taken down. This is not a mistake. The takedowns came from Nintendo." That certainly doesn't sound fake. Is that currently still the case right now with the game? Nintendo stuff on Steam Workshop. We're working on removing all Nintendo-related stuff from Steam Workshop. Some of you may have noticed that certain Nintendo... Yep, we just read that. Honestly, this is fair enough. This is Nintendo's content, and what they allow and don't allow is up to them. They don't want you playing with that stuff in Garry's Mod. That's their decision. We have to respect that and take down as much as we can. This is an ongoing process as we have 20 years of uploads to go through. If you want to help us by deleting your Nintendo-related uploads and never uploading them again, that would help us a lot. That does sound like old Scrooge. Nintendo. We're going to see if it's actually Nintendo or not. Regardless of if it's actually Nintendo, it seems whoever is behind it is successfully bullying Nintendo-related property off of Garry's Mod. So they're already causing a huge change to it in a negative way. I don't see who would do that other than Nintendo, but let's continue. Nintendo-themed add-ons seem to have begun getting taken down a few months ago, though Facepunch didn't publicly divulge that the company had issued the takedowns until earlier today. The process has been ongoing since then, and the developers are still working to remove it all, which is understandably a Herculean task.
I mean, this has to be Nintendo, right? Like, there's no way it's been months off fake DMCAs. Especially not against a big company like this. Like, Gary's Mod is still one of the most successful Steam games there is. Like, surely the company would be able to recognize if it actually came from Nintendo or a imposter, I would think. You underestimate how much trolls and annoying Nintendo fans love this shit. There's no Nintendo fan out there that's offended that Mario and Luigi are shooting tampons in Gary's Mod. Like, I don't think they're gonna go out there and actively try and take it down by committing a crime by impersonating Nintendo. Bro, look at the Nintendo fans who had a crusade against Pow World. I guess. But I mean, that's just like Twitter, though. This is criminal. Oh, here's a post from 8 days ago. Aaron Peters, the destroyer of add-ons. This came up when I was looking into it, or when I looked that up. Lately, there's been chaos in the workshop of Gmod, TF2, Source Filmmaker, Left 4 Dead 2, etc. An internet troll by the name of Aaron Peters has been false flagging content creators' add-ons with fake DMCAs. This troll has been claiming he's part of Nintendo, which in fact he is not, and has been doing nothing but causing chaos for the past few months, probably at the start of January. That timeline does check out for what we just read. He has managed to target add-ons that are Nintendo or Nintendo-related. In some cases, he's managed to get rid of any add-ons that even have a smudge of a Nintendo character, even in a piece of art. I don't know if his goal is to get rid of Gmod video creators or just ruin everyone's fun in creating content. He has managed to ruin everybody's day, and I can't blame them. Awareness must be spread about this. People must know about this, because for all we know, he could even target add-ons that aren't even Nintendo-related. Well, yeah, he's obviously not affiliated. He could target anything. He just chose Nintendo to be an asshole because it's the biggest. The Kirby Reanimated collab claims that their videos were taken down by a third party abusing DMCA takedowns, which isn't the first time this would have happened, by the way. This actually happened a few years ago it wasn't the same guy, I don't think, but for Nintendo properties, someone did this as well on YouTube. This company, which doesn't have any clear links to Nintendo, has reportedly been targeting Nintendo. Well, I guess maybe it could be the same guy, just using different names. He keeps fleeing the countries. He goes on these rampages, then leaves the country and assumes a new identity only to do it a couple years later. The name of the company doing these takedowns is A-PAB. Been targeting Kirby creators in particular. Allegations that APAB is the real entity behind the copyright claims date back to 2020, with one creator saying that they reached out to Nintendo and received confirmation that it was not responsible for the strikes on their channel. Oh. Nintendo officially confirmed that they've never flagged any Kirby video, which makes me wonder, what is the motive behind APAB's flagging? All I know is that APAB also ruined many channels in Japan as well by false flagging. I'm really hoping someone investigates this company, because what they're doing is 100% DMCA abuse. It's also a crime. The last guy that did this in Minecraft got fined 25 grand for each instance. This guy's on the hook for millions. The company's name stands for Association for Promotion of Advanced Broadcasting Services, but information on the entity is scarce. So, like, I know this has happened on YouTube, but I just can't imagine it happening to a full studio like Face Punch. I don't know. That seems... I feel like they do their due diligence on where the DMCA came from. I would really think. So, this is bogus DMCA claims made by a copyright troll claiming to be working for Nintendo of America, targeting add-ons from Nintendo franchises in the Steam workshop. So they've been looking to find and take down the individual responsible for this, as well as spread awareness. So Workshoppers Brewster T. Koopa, Crispy Toast, and Z Pyromancer's voice actor Electric Star. February 11, 2024, Brewster posted a plethora of tweets involving false DMCAs on Twitter. Okay, I thought this was going to link the tweets. It just got me to an explanation of what Twitter is. Unlucky. In the same day, Crispy Toast uploaded a video titled Reply Nintendo Gmod add-ons taken down, an entry into the Re-Demoman series of videos. Let's see.
I'm sorry.
That does about sum it up. Aaron Peters. Okay, here's the first mention of that name with some evidence. Aaron Peters, our prime suspect here, the Jack the Ripper of Nintendo add-ons. Hours after the video was posted, Brewster T. Koopa revealed that the individual had sent DMCA emails to almost all Nintendo-based Gmodders, including himself, which reveals the troll's name, Aaron Peters. So he's just... Wait, is he actually just sending emails? I see why that would work on content creators, but surely Facepunch wouldn't just fall victim to this. This is like a phishing scam. Aaron Peters, Nintendo of America. Okay, that's not his real name then. That's just the alias he's using. There is no Aaron Peters. It was discovered that Peters had a history of sending fake DMCAs to pretty much anyone that contained Nintendo-related properties in the past, including not suitable for work artists and even Fraymaker's Workshop. Pillow Fort user MKLXIV shared a blog in 2019 that details their encounter with the troll. Peters' motivation as to why he sent fake DMCAs is currently unknown. Yeah, this guy sounds like an absolutely colossal loser. March 4th, 2024, Crispy Toast uploaded a video called Gary's Mod False Nintendo DMCA Claims, the story, detailing the entire story about the false DMCA claims and the tweets above. Oh, nice. So you already broke down like the whole thing here. What if he was actually hired by Nintendo in secret because they know their lawyers couldn't be paid enough for even that level of heinous shit? Oh, he's just a fall guy? That would be an interesting theory. I think the more likely theory is it's a guy struggling with mental illness and he just wants to do something, like in general, do something to have an effect negatively on others. I think that's probably what's going on here, would be my guess. I'm very confident this guy's name's not actually Aaron Peters, it's just what he's calling himself in these emails. What I think Nintendo should do, and I know they won't because they're still only just now figuring out the internet is a thing they can engage with, but what they should do is take this guy to court and fuck him. Like, he needs to be made an example out of. This is like the third or fourth time this has happened to Nintendo in particular, with people impersonating them for DMCA takedowns. But I think Nintendo's too out of touch to even consider that. But why? He's literally doing all their shit work for free. Yeah, but you also... Even though I'm sure Nintendo's not losing sleep over taking away people's fun, since they love that, it's still illegal to impersonate them, and I'm sure they're not happy about that. I'd really like to know more about this mysterious fucking turbo douchebag, though. Because he's been doing this for years? But it does seem now that Gmod has been hit by this guy, not Nintendo. I'm just kind of surprised that Facepunch wouldn't have done more to investigate if they're authentic DMCA claims or not. Again, they're one of Steam's most successful games. They probably could have a direct line to Valve and ask them, hey, have you guys received notice from Nintendo that we have to take our shit down? Yeah, there's a ton of shit on Aaron Peters dating back for quite a while. And there are just some weird people in the world, man. What an interesting thing to want to do. If Nintendo's reputation gonna get dragged through the mud, it's gotta be on their own terms. Also, should they give this Aaron guy the same treatment they did with that Switch-modifying Bowser guy? Oh! God, that poor soul. Yeah, I mean, if God, Aaron Peters probably sleeps with one eye open, because if Nintendo ever does decide to take action, his life is over. They fucked Bowser hard. That man is indebted to them for the rest of his life. What was his first name? Gary Bowser. Oh. They did him dirty. He went to jail, and he still owes them 25% of his monthly income for the rest of his life, till he makes over 10 million, I guess. Hey, I just want to come in here and let you know something that we're doing at Starforge. It turns out we have an extra Godslap PC, so we're just going to give it away. It's our highest end PC with the best possible design on it because it's Godslap related. At Starforge, we're making the best PCs in the universe, and the Godslap PC is so good that I'd actually extend that to the entire multiverse. Just look at the design of the case here. It's spectacular. So yeah, if you want to enter the giveaway, there's a link in the description. A winner will be chosen at random, so if you enter it, good luck. It's obviously free to enter. Also, we'd have matching PCs, because that's the PC I use. It's a Godslap PC from Starforge. It's fucking amazing. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. It's very rare that I have anything positive to share about Nintendo. I've been a very outspoken and harsh critic of this company, not because I don't like the games. In fact, I think they make some of the most fun games ever produced, but the company itself is just run by out-of-touch dementors that love to suck the fun out of everything, going out of their way to be evil, shutting down Smash tournaments, spitting in the face of all of their fans, and they're just archaic. They're like 20 years late to everything. They're probably still learning what email is. I'll scream this from the mountaintops every chance I get. It is downright criminal that they're charging for the Nintendo Online service when it is unforgivably horrible. It's a joke. It's laughable. It's worse than dial-up, and you still have to pay for it. Point is, I have shit on Nintendo more times than a dog shits on the floor during potty training. But today, I have a very positive story to share about Nintendo, and more specifically, the Nintendo Switch. Recently, a child had been abducted by a predator, and thanks to a Nintendo Switch that the child brought, authorities were able to track her down and rescue her. I know Mutahar just posted a video about this story as well, but I couldn't help but talk about it too, given how harsh I've been on Nintendo in the past. I do want to highlight when they do some good things, like in this story. So what happened here is a 14-year-old girl met a 28-year-old man named Ethan Roberts on Omegle. The two started talking and eventually exchanged nudes, and Robert traveled 2,000 miles from Arizona to her hometown. Eventually, he kidnapped her, took her back to Arizona, and coerced her into meeting strangers on Omegle to sell them nudes via Snapchat. She was immediately reported missing by friends and family, and a large investigation took place trying to find her. They had boots on the ground looking for her throughout the area, putting up flyers, doing everything they can to try and find her, to no avail. Until one of her friends saw that she was online on her Nintendo Switch. She had booted it up to watch YouTube videos and download a game. So her friend alerted authorities, obviously, like, hey, she just logged in on Nintendo Switch. So the FBI pulled the Nintendo Switch's IP address after getting cooperation from Nintendo, so they subpoenaed the information. They had Nintendo fork over everything they had about the IP address of where the Switch was coming from, and the FBI was able to swoop in and save her from Ethan Roberts, the Omegle pedophile. Now, this is something that is mentioned in the article no one really even thought of, because someone's getting kidnapped, you're not really expecting them to have their phone or a fucking Nintendo Switch, a portable game console with them. But apparently what happened here is Ethan Roberts let her keep her Switch in order to stay entertained, and didn't realize that since it connects to Wi-Fi, it can be tracked easily. So one of her friends just noticed that she had logged in, like she was online, and was like, hey, this is definitely something interesting, I'll report it to the authorities here, and that's how they found her. Like, that shit must have been like the craziest revelation from her friend, like, oh wow, she's on her Switch right now. That shit must have been like in RuneScape when Zezima goes online and like everyone's eyes get like wide, like holy shit. Just the simple checking in the Nintendo Switch friends list saved her. And it's still just so baffling how this all unfolded. Super lucky, like very, very fortunate that she had her Switch, because most of the time in a kidnapping situation, they don't like have their phone or anything that has an internet connection, which makes it very difficult to find and save kidnapping victims. But in this case, she had a flare. She had like a perpetual bat signal that was just posted up with her location, but authorities didn't even think to check it. It was her friend that just happened to be on the Switch and saw she was online that noticed it. So that was a very lucky break that they took notice and reported it. I guess Ethan Roberts just assumed that since the Switch uses outdated hardware, that it can't be traced. The Nintendo Switch is locked to 30 FPS on games. It can hardly even play mobile games. I mean, there's no way it even connects to the internet. It's probably just a cup with string on it. It's so old and archaic. It doesn't even use real technology anymore. It's totally off the grid. No one's going to be able to trace a Switch. That's fine. Dude thought the Nintendo Switch was like some kind of encrypted device or something, I guess, or just the hardware was so old and obsolete that it was untraceable. I have no idea, but really fortunate that he allowed her to keep that Switch so she could be traced and saved here. Obviously, the Nintendo Switch connects to the internet, meaning it can easily be fucking traced. Now, Ethan Roberts has been indicted in federal court on multiple charges, including child pornography and transportation of a minor with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, and after a plea deal, he was sentenced to 30 years in federal prison. Personally, I don't think 30 years is long enough. I believe that should have been an even harsher sentence, but I'm not the judge, I didn't swing the gavel. But overall, this is a big W both from the FBI and Nintendo here. Nintendo did directly cooperate, and the FBI did act very quickly, actually, all within 11 days. And Nintendo was very quick to cooperate. They gave all the information necessary in order to track the IP and save the child's life. So, just wanted to give a little positive story about Nintendo doing a great thing here, and that's really about it. So yeah. Ever since I watched the Pizza Hut training video, I've been inundated with recommendations for other training videos for a variety of things, such as Walmart cum inspector training from the 1970s, to veterinary technical assistants expressing anal dog glands training video. And through this, I was able to find Nintendo customer service training from 1991, so let's check this shit out.
You work hard. You do a good job. You're nice to your customers.
Here's our host, almost Bob Saget. I really like the effect on this video because it makes him look like some type of heavenly deity. It's like some porn set lighting here. It has that effect where if you saw this at 3 a.m., you'd immediately think it was just a dream and it never really existed.
Excuse me, I'd like to return this Nintendo. Who do I talk to about that?
Tell you what, you'll need to go right back there to the electronics area and they'd be happy to help.
I don't know what kind of store this is because that shit behind her does not look like games or movies. Those look like fucking power tools or something, but it's really hard to tell because it seems like somebody sneezed on the camera lens and they just didn't bother to clean it before filming.
Hi there. What can I do for you? Customer service sent me over to talk to you to give this to you. If you take a look at it.
I can already imagine how this conversation would go in real life, off the training video, off book, raw and no rubber. Oh, hi, excuse me. I bought this Nintendo Entertainment System, but it seems to have gotten in the way of my diarrhea. Can I exchange this for another one? I've never worked in customer service, but I imagine it's a pretty common occurrence where a customer brings something in covered in shit.
Do you know what's on here? No. I mean, the kids couldn't have done anything. I mean, they're good kids.
Sometimes they'll put soft drink or something on there.
No. It's not soda pop. I don't know.
No, he's right about one thing. That's not soda pop. That's human poopy. And I have no idea why this brave Nintendo customer service agent is trying to flatten it like a pancake. What a fucking hero.
You people amaze me. You really amaze me. Your quality control people, they just have bats in the belfry. Bought this Game Boy yesterday, took it home, nothing. Absolutely nothing. No picture.
All of a sudden, Reddit walks in.
Just needed to turn up the contrast a bit. How's that look?
Oh. Of course, the contrast. I think that was probably my kid didn't, I'll take it. You'll take it? Yeah. Okay.
I wish the customer is stuck to his guns on this one. Yeah, you fixed it, so what, pussy? So what, big man? I was watching E3 this year and they announced Smash 5, so I bought this Game Boy and you know what I didn't find on it, huh, pal? I didn't find Smash 5 on it, so fix that shit, buddy. I still want my money back.
The controller doesn't work.
Oh.
Much. Oh, I'm
Now tell me, when you plugged it in, did you put it into port number 1 or port number 2?
I put it in port number 2.
Okay, well, plug it into number 1.
Hey kid, your mom's a fucking idiot. Moral of this lesson from the Nintendo customer service training is people are fucking dumb.
They all have one thing in common. They feel they have a problem. Now for the good news. Nintendo is doing something about it.
In comes the Nintendo private army where they execute people that are not smart enough to use their equipment.
Is you need to use this Nintendo cleaning kit. It's just like cleaning the heads in your VCR. It goes in there.
I like how the solution is to use the official Nintendo toothbrush to clean it out inside, as if the fucking Nintendo Entertainment System will explode if it detects a foreign object that isn't a Nintendo licensed brush to clean it. It makes a whole lot of sense from a business perspective though, and I bet they made a fucking killing selling these cleaning kits.
Special counter cards, on-package warranty information, and other collateral material will alert your customers to the simplicity of handling their questions or repair needs.
In a nutshell, the training consists of, yeah, we know people are dumb, but we, Nintendo, have made 2,000 ways of telling them exactly who to call and where to go to get things handled, instead of going to the local mechanic at the nearest Jiffy Lube hoping that he'll be able to fix your Nintendo Entertainment System. So in essence, all they're saying is, you in customer service, just tell them to call us. That's the training. So in essence, the Nintendo customer service training video from 1991 is basically teaching people how to hand out pieces of paper to angry customers that want to return shit.